History's Strongest Husband Chapter 235 to Chapter 256. Goddess Xueyin had always been gentle and charming. During the time they spent together, Xianxia had never seen her get angry. She was always as pure as snow and as gentle as the spring breeze. Even when she was about to die. Even when facing the vicious provocation of the monks from the Snow Mountain Temple, she was very calm. At this moment, she was like a completely different person. After seeing Jiang Ming, she suddenly pulled out her sword and stabbed at him. Her sword was filled with absolute killing intent and a will to kill. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, when she killed the bitter Siddha, Xueyin's sword was like a flying immortal. At this moment, it was like a raging storm and raging flames. The sky full of hatred and anger poured into the sword and crazily sprayed at Jiang Ming. She really wanted to tear the other party into pieces. This was definitely the highest level of battle that Xianxia had ever seen. The two of them seemed to have teleported. They moved rapidly on the ground. They were so fast that one could not see them clearly. All Xianxia could see were the two figures and the sky full of sword light. In a short 2 minutes, Xueyin stabbed out thousands of times. Jiang Ming also dodged thousands of attacks. He did not fight back at all. His body was always about half a foot away from Xueyin's sword. However, Goddess Xueyin's sword did not hit him at all. Xianxia was completely stunned. His worldview was even a little subverted. How high was Goddess Xueyin's martial arts? Xianxia was completely aware of it. Her ranking was higher than Zhong Chuk's, and she had killed the bitter Siddha with one attack. Although her martial arts were slightly damaged after she recovered from the poison, it was still very heaven-defying. However, at this moment, she stabbed thousands of times and still could not do anything to Jiang Ming. He did not even fight back. How high was his martial arts? He also looked very young. Goddess Xueyin put away her sword and said coldly, "Fu Ming, don't mention the word Jiang in front of me. You are not worthy." Fu Ming, Xianxia finally knew who it was. After the Great Qian Kingdom was destroyed, it was split into pieces. Part of it was taken away by the Yan Empire, another part was taken away by the Jin nation, and the remaining part was split into 4 countries. The largest one was still China, and it was called the New China. Meanwhile, New China was still even larger than the state of Yu. From this, it could be seen how powerful and vast the Great Qian Empire was all those years ago. The current monarch of the New Qian Kingdom was called Yingguang. This Fu Ming was none other than the crown prince of the Qian Kingdom, Yingwuming. Why did he call himself Jiang Ming? This was a secret that Xianxia did not know. The current king of the New China, Yingguang, used to be called Jiangguang. On the way back from his visit to the Great Yan Empire, the former king of the Great Qian dynasty, Jiang Yi, found an abandoned infant. This baby seemed to have a horn growing out of its forehead. It looked strange, so it was abandoned. The heavens were merciful, so Jiang Yi brought the baby home and raised him, naming him Jiangguang. This child had grown up together with Jiang Li, and they were as close as brothers. Jiangguang was outstanding in both political and martial arts. He was highly regarded by the late King Jiang Yi and was taken in as his godson. Of course, those decades were completely Jiang Li's world. Everyone was overshadowed by him. Jiangguang was no exception. The two of them were not brothers, but they were even closer than brothers. When Jiang Li was still the crown prince, he was already dazzling, and his military exploits were awe-inspiring. When he ascended to the throne, he was even more domineering. He was invincible, and the surrounding countries trembled under his iron hooves. In less than 10 years, Jiang Li conquered the Liang Kingdom, Qi Kingdom, Zhongshan Kingdom, and Wei Kingdom. The Great Qian Empire's territory expanded by several times. Almost the entire eastern world was overshadowed by his glory. As for this sworn brother, Jiangguang, he had always been by his side, becoming his absolute confidant and the #1 direct descendant. When Jiang Li became the emperor, his 3 brothers were only conferred the title of duke, and Jiangguang was conferred the title of king. Jiangguang was originally an abandoned infant that was about to freeze to death. After meeting the Jiang family, he was conferred the title of king. Such good fortune, such kindness, it was something that could not be encountered in 100 years. 20 years ago, the Great Qian Kingdom and the Great Yan Empire had a decisive battle. This battle would decide the fate of the entire Eastern world. It would decide who would become the master of half the world. Jiangli won every battle, and his army advanced towards the Yan capital. However, overnight, the emperor, Jiangli, and his wife died. This matter had always been a peerless mystery. Jiangli was definitely the most powerful cultivator in the world. His wife, the empress, was the third most powerful cultivator in the world. Who else in the world could kill this heaven-defying couple? However, the truth was the truth. After Jiangli and his wife died, Jiang Guang became the supreme commander of the Great Qian Kingdom. He should have inherited Jiangli's will. He should have continued fighting, or he should have led the army back to the Great Qian Kingdom and found an outstanding descendant to inherit the throne. He should have supported the Jiang family loyally and protected the Great Qian Kingdom. However, he chose to betray the Great Yan Empire. Jiangli and his wife died, and Jiang Guang betrayed the Great Qian Kingdom. The Great Yan and Great Jin armies attacked together, and the Great Qian Kingdom's million soldiers were almost completely annihilated. The emperor of the Great Yan Empire had the last laugh. He became the ruler of the world, the ruler of the East, and the emperor of all kings. The powerful Great Qian Kingdom fell apart and was dismembered into 4 countries. The traitor Jiang Guang became the monarch of the new Great Qian Kingdom. This abandoned child who should have frozen to death reached the pinnacle of his life and became the ruler of a kingdom. The emperor of the Great Yan Empire gave Jiang Guang the new surname of Ying. From then on, Jiang Guang became Ying Guang, and his son, Jiang Ming, became Ying Wuming. Why did Ying Wuming address Jiangli as his father? It was because he was not only Jiangli's direct disciple, but he was also Jiangli's foster son. This also proved why he was so skilled at martial arts at such a young age. Shuiyin was Jiangli's foster sister. The people she hated the most in her life were Jiang Guang and his son. If not for the late king, Jiang Yi, Ying Guang would have frozen to death. His Majesty, Jiangli, thought highly of you. Not only did he rely on you as a confidant, but he also treated you like a brother. In the end, you shamelessly betrayed His Majesty. Now, you even became the monarch of the new Great Qian Kingdom and the loyal dog of the Emperor of the Great Yan Empire. Ying Wuming, you and your son are traitors. Don't mention the word Jiang. Don't mention it again. Shui Yin's face was covered in tears. It was only at times like this that the powerful goddess appeared weak. Ying Wuming sighed and said, "Aunt, the Jiang royal family has been wiped out. If my surname is not Jiang, there will be no one with the surname Jiang in this world." What he said was true. After Jiang Li's death and the fall of the Great Qian Kingdom, the emperor of the Great Yan Empire killed all the members of the Jiang royal family. No matter how far away they were all killed. No one counted how many members of the Jiang royal family the emperor had killed. At least 20,000. From then on, there was no one with the surname Jiang, let alone the Jiang royal family. Not only did the emperor ban the legend of Dongli, but he also banned the surname Jiang. The most tragic was Jiang Li's only son, who had died while still in the womb. Traitor Wuming, you have inherited His Majesty's teachings. I can't kill you. Goddess Shui Yin's eyes were filled with tears. She said in a hoarse voice, "Get lost. Don't appear in front of me. Don't dirty my eyes." Ying Wuming bowed respectfully and left for the capital of the state of Yu. Of course, he was not here to see Shui Yin. He was here to visit the monarch of the state of Yu. He had important business to attend to. When Jiangli was dominating the world, he had countless fans. The monarch of the state of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, was a fan of Jiangli when he was young. Jiangli had said that his son would marry all the princesses in the world. Ning Yuanxian had just given birth to a daughter, Ning Han. When Ning Han was 5 years old, Ning Yuanxian took her to visit the Great Qian Kingdom. At that time, he asked with a smile, "Your Majesty, do your jokes still count?" At that time, Jiang Li's wife had just become pregnant. Jiang Li carried Ning Han in his arms. He felt that this girl was very beautiful and talented. Therefore, he said domineeringly, "My son will marry this girl." Jiang Li's child was still in the womb, and he did not even know if it was a boy or a girl, but he had already decided to marry Ning Han. That was why the tigress, Ning Yan, kept saying that she envied Princess Ning Han for being a widow. She could not be a widow even if she wanted to. And because of this marriage, Ning Han chose to go overseas to avoid trouble. Of course, Ning Yuanxian also paid a huge price for this verbal marriage. After Jiang Li's sudden death, Ning Yuanxian's queen was deposed, and he died of depression soon after. Madame Zhu became Ning Yuanxian's queen, and her son became the crown prince. This was because the Madame Zhu was not only a prominent family in the state of Yu, but also in the Great Yan Empire. Making Madame Zhu the queen was Ning Yuanxian's compromise with the Great Yan Empire. After Ying Wuming left, Goddess Shuiyin said to the big fool, De Zhuang, remember this person. Beat him to death in the future. The big fool could not help but look at Shen Lang. Shen Lang said forcefully, yes, beat him to death. The big fool nodded. He would remember this matter. Lang I am not capable enough to kill this father and son, Shuiyin said sadly. Shuiyin said sorrowfully, that's why I can only hide in this snowy mountain to escape from reality and search for that illusory hope. No one understood what she meant. Alright, I will leave now. Don't provoke Ying Wuming for the time being. Shen Lang nodded. To be honest, he was still too far away from Ying Wuming. There was no conflict of interest between them. Shuiyin said, don't worry. I will handle the matter in Lang County for you. Shen Lang said embarrassedly, Aunt, you are pure and kind. Will this matter cross your bottom line? Shuiyin shook her head and said, no, I am not pure at all. I saved the people not because I am kind, but because I am atoning for my sins. I am accumulating virtue, and then I will pursue that incomparably slim hope. I am really a vicious woman who will do anything. Shen Lang couldn't help but be stunned. Vicious woman, Aunt, you are as pure and gentle as a saintess. How can you be a vicious woman? Shuiyin looked at Shen Lang and said, Lang you are very smart, but don't be fooled by things that are too beautiful. There is no perfect thing in this world. Women are even more so. The more perfect a woman is, the more fake she is. Aunt is no exception. 20 years ago, I was a vicious woman. I am not holy at all. I am just atoning for my sins and accumulating virtue. That is why I have become like this. Then, Goddess Shuiyin floated away. Shen Lang was completely dumbfounded. This was definitely not Shen Lang's fault. As if to prove her words, Goddess Shuiyin directly grabbed Shen Lang's robe. Shen Lang could not help but feel his scalp tingle. This is too subversive. Is this still the Shuiyin I know? Did she just blaspheme me? Women are too complicated. At this time, Shen Lang felt that he had only discovered the tip of the iceberg of Goddess Shuiyin. Today was rare and peaceful. Shen Lang and 5th Prince Ningxing were playing chess. Shen Lang, are you serious about that matter? Ningxing asked. Previously, Shen Lang had said to Ningxing that he would be the governor of White Knight County. Shen Lang, of course, your highness will be the governor of White Knight County, and I will be the lord of Jinyuan City. The two of us will replace Zhang Chong and become the flag bearers of the new government. At that time, the world will be particularly exciting. Not only will it be exciting, but it will also be shocking. Shen Lang was previously fighting against the new government and was the representative of the old aristocrats. Now, he has become the flag bearer of the new government. This is too ridiculous. Ningxing said, I still find this matter bizarre and difficult. Shen Lang, what is the biggest loss of the monarch now? It is not the war in the southern kingdom, where at least we still have the upper hand. His biggest loss is the setback of the new government. If your highness can carry the banner of the new government, he should be very happy and even very excited. Ningxing shook his head, I don't have that ability. Shen Lang boasted, I do. You just have to protect me, and that's enough. As long as we destroy the Su family, this will be the greatest glory of the new government. Shen Lang's position was that he did not have a position. He only did things that were beneficial to himself and the Kim family. Ningxing said, if you want the new government to continue and attack the Su family, you must first make Sunan step down. Shen Lang, yes, make Sunan step down. Ningxing said, this is even more difficult. Yes, this is super difficult. The state of Yu's imperial court was divided into 3 legs, the crown prince, the third prince, and the neutral faction. And Sunan was the leader of the neutral faction, absolutely deep-rooted and powerful. In comparison, Shen Lang was just a delicate blade of grass, and Sunan was a towering tree. Shenlang, this blade of grass, wanted to topple the towering tree. It was simply an idiot's dream. Soon. Shenlang said. Ningjing could not help but be startled. Soon what? Shenlang, Sunan will fall soon. Ningjing was astonished and looked at Shenlang in disbelief. There was no sign of it now. Sunan was still like the sun in the sky in the imperial court. There was no sign of decline at all. Ningjing said, could it be that you have a trump card to deal with Sunan? Trump card, there was no such thing. Of course, Shenlang had a forged secret letter in his hands, which was the secret letter that Marquis Su Jian wanted to pull the Kim family to rely on Ning Yuanwu. At that time, Su Jianting risked universal condemnation and led the masters of the western region to attack the Su family, just to seize the secret letter. But this thing was not a trump card. It could be used as icing on the cake, but it was not enough to be used as a fatal weapon. Therefore, Ningjing could not imagine how Shenlang, who was just a small official without any henchmen in the imperial court, could topple Sunan, a powerful minister. Even Shenlang had now lost his small official position, and was at home in seclusion to reflect on his mistakes. Wanting to topple Sunan was really like an ant trying to shake a tree. Shenlang said, Your Highness, if I take the initiative to attack Sunan, I may have some success, but I will definitely not be able to deal a fatal blow. My power is too weak, and I have no foundation in the imperial court. Ningjing nodded. Shenlang continued, but the most dangerous time is also the best opportunity. When the enemy stabs you with a knife, it is also the best time to counterattack. Seize this rare opportunity, and you can instantly counterattack. The decisive battle between me and Sunan is coming soon. Ningjing still did not understand. At this time, two little girls with delicate makeup swayed over. The older girl directly climbed onto Shenlang's lap and sat down, and the younger girl directly climbed onto Ningjing's. Uncle, what are you doing? Yukiki asked. Shenlang was really afraid of this little girl. Every day, before the sun rose, she would rush into his room with his little sister and jump around on his bed. She would shout, Uncle, get up, get up, get up. If he still did not get up, they would directly lift the quilt. She was not looking for Shenlang to play, but she felt that if they were up, others could not sleep. Once Shenlang woke up, they would run away. Playing chess. Shenlang said, Why don't you look for Brother Fatty to play? Brother Fatty was, of course, Jin Mutsong. Yukiki said, Brother Fatty is angry. Shenlang asked, Why is he angry? Yukiki said, I said Uncle White has a wife, Uncle Black also has a wife, why doesn't Brother Fatty have a wife? And then he got angry. Sigh, how could Jin Mutsong not be angry? His most fragile heart was directly stabbed by the little girl. Jin Mutsong Fat Otaku, you still don't have a girl. The more innocent a child's words are, the more hurt it is. The Uncle White that Yukiki mentioned was Shenlang because his face was white. Uncle Black was Ningjing because his face was black. Yukiki asked again, Uncle, what are you doing? Shenlang replied again, playing chess. The little girl's dark eyes stared at the densely packed black and white chess pieces and suddenly said, Uncle, what is this? Chess pieces. Can I eat it? No. Can I really not eat it? I really can't. Yukiki felt that Shenlang was lying to her, so she said to her 2-year-old sister, Little sister, have a bite and see if it tastes good. Okay. Yukiki stupidly picked up a chess piece and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it directly with her baby teeth. Her movements were too fast, and Ningjing couldn't stop her in time. The chess piece was very hard, and Yukiki was only 2 years old. Her mouth was full of white baby teeth, and it hurt badly when she bit it. Her delicate little face froze for a moment. Then she wailed loudly. Ningjing quickly took the chess piece out of her mouth and checked if her little teeth were injured. Fortunately, they were not injured. When Madame Zhuo heard the crying, she rushed over and carried Yukiki away. Shenlang helplessly looked at Yukiki in his arms. This little girl is too naughty. You always trick your little sister. Cici is too stupid, always getting tricked by her big sister. Seeing Shenlang's gaze, Yukiki felt that she was about to be scolded, so she quickly slid down from Shenlang's lap. This thing really can't be eaten. Then, she quickly ran away. But before she could run far, she was caught by Xiaobing and spanked through his pants. Naughty girl, bullying your little sister again. Then, there was another burst of wailing, but it was the same kind of wailing without tears. So, Xianlang and Ningjing continued. Ningjing said, the battle between you and Su Nan in the imperial court, will it be a fierce battle, or will it be decided in an instant? Xianlang, it will be decided in an instant. Ningjing, when? Xianlang, soon, very soon. Inside the Crown Prince's fragrance pavilion. Governor Zhu said, Your Highness, Xianxia has already conferred the title of Marquis Xuanwu, and His Majesty is also very happy. The Crown Prince continued to play with the jade sculpture in his hand without saying a word. Zhu said, This is the best time to rescue Zhang Chong. As long as Your Highness asks, His Majesty will release Zhang Chong. The Crown Prince smiled. Zhao Yan said, In Lord Zhu's eyes, Zhang Chong may be very important. But in Your Highness's eyes, he is more important than Zhang Chong, and has a higher strategic priority. Your Highness has a golden mouth, and every word you say is precious. That was true. The Crown Prince was, after all, the Crown Prince's position was very important. Every word he said, every request he made to the monarch, had to be carefully carried out. Zhang Chong was Zhu Yong's confidant, but not necessarily the Crown Prince's. In the Crown Prince's eyes, there were still several important matters at the forefront, and the matter of Zhang Chong had to be pushed back. Besides, although Zhang Chong could be considered part of the Crown Prince's faction, his loyalty was to the monarch. Of course, there was another matter that made the Crown Prince very unhappy. Previously, he gave a plaque to Su Guanyun, Su Shou Tian Nan. And the result, the Su family was wiped out. Now, the Su family seemed to want to make a comeback, but Su Xianxia turned to the Kim family. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Zhu said, Your Highness, Zhang Chong is a loyal subject of the country, and now is the best time for Your Highness to rescue him. He will definitely be grateful and serve Your Highness to the death. Crown Prince Ningyi smiled, Uncle, I know what to do. After Zhu left, the Crown Prince asked, Did that Su Xianxia turn to Xianlang and the Kim family? Zhao Yan said, Yes, and Xianlang is a pervert, how could he let go of a beauty like Su Xianxia? I'm afraid the two have already hooked up? The Crown Prince said, Is the Su Shou Tian Nan plaque I gave to the Su family still there? Zhao Yan said, It should be. The Crown Prince said, Go get it. Zhang Chong had already been in the Supreme Court for half a year. This person seemed to have been completely forgotten. His second son, Zhang Sun, was still kneeling outside the Supreme Court every day. At first, many people were shocked, thinking that this child was too filial. Later, many people were still shocked, thinking that this child was too good at acting. But now, everyone was used to it. The officials of the Supreme Court treated Zhang Sun like a statue, like a door god. He came every night and left every morning. You're really amazing, you've finally mastered the divine art of kneeling to sleep. Also, you've definitely mastered the great knee technique. Zhang Sun's knees are definitely harder than stone slabs. But now, no one took the Zhang family seriously. Zhang Chong's eldest son was under the command of the South Pacifying General, fighting on the battlefield of the South Kingdom, and his position wasn't particularly high. His second son, Zhang Sun, was only a 6th-rank censor in the censorate. Zhang Chong was originally a capable general of the new government, a confidant of the monarch, and was about to rise, but he was defeated in Xuanwu City. Now it seemed that he would have to stay in the Supreme Court for the rest of his life. After so long, the monarch also happily conferred the title of Marquis of Xuanwu a few days ago, so his anger should have subsided. But Zhang Chong still didn't release him, it seemed that there was no hope for him. The monarch's feelings towards Zhang Chong were very complicated. He respected Zhang Chong's character and ability, but he didn't like him. Just like how he respected Xianxia, but didn't like him. He liked people like Xianlang, who were sensible, smart, refined, and proud. But if Xianlang entered the court as an official, was there a high chance that he would become a treacherous official? Most emperors really didn't like people who were capable but acted unyielding. And Zhang Chong was such a person. Ever since he was arrested and sent to prison, Zhang Chong had never written a confession. Even if you were in prison, you could still write a memorial. But no, not a single one. Zhang Chong had written many confession memorials, such as the failure of Nujiang City and the failure of the new government in Nujiang County. But they were all official matters. After being imprisoned, he was more like a breath of air. I, Zhang Chong, have never embezzled a copper coin from the national treasury. Why did you put this crime on me? If it were any other sensible official, after knowing that the monarch was angry, they would, of course, keep begging for mercy. It's all this official's fault. His Majesty said that I was corrupt, then I was corrupt. Not to mention others. Xianxia always used this trick, all the mistakes were my fault. The prefix could be changed to wife, father-in-law, and so on. On the other hand, Zhang Chong seemed to insist on buying with the monarch. He didn't ask for mercy, so even if the monarch calmed down, he still didn't release him. The crown prince also saw this, so he didn't ask for mercy. If Zhang Chong didn't ask for mercy, I would ask my father for mercy. Wouldn't I be looking for trouble? But Zhang Chong had really made money in the officialdom. He needed money, and he got a lot of money, but none of it was embezzled from the military or the national treasury. He was a governor, but he married a businessman, Su Guanyun, for money. It was already a self-deprecation, and you still want to put the crime of embezzling the national treasury on me? Absolutely not. I, Zhang Chong, couldn't bear the stain. So, the two sides were in a stalemate until now. The monarch was in Concubine Bien's palace. She was more than 3 months pregnant, and her belly was slightly bulging. Concubine Bien was not beautiful, but she was very gentle and full of scholarly air. Ning Yuanxian lay lazily on Concubine Bien's lap, listening to her reading. It turned out to be The Endless Romance of Golden Plum Blossoms. The monarch also liked this book and thought it was very well written. He had read it 2 or 3 times, but he especially liked to listen to Concubine Bien. Concubine Bien was absolutely an elegant lady, and the monarch felt it was especially interesting to hear her read those erotic scenes. This was also the fun of the bedroom between husband and wife. After the 9th chapter. Let's call it a day. Don't tire yourself out, Ning Yuanxian said. Concubine Bien said, when will the 2nd volume come out? Ning Yuanxian said, who knows? Xianxia, the bastard, has nothing to do every day and has no intention of writing a book. He wrote this book to harm Su Guanyun and Su Xianxian. Now the Su family is almost wiped out, and Su Xianxian has almost become his mistress, so he is too lazy to write a book. Concubine Bien said with a smile, this guy is really mischievous and mean. Mean was not necessarily a bad word to use in this context. In the eyes of the monarch, tolerance was not necessarily a good word. Why are you so broad-minded? What kind of ambition do you have? Are you broad-minded? Ning Yuanxian said, exactly. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside. They were not hurried, but anxious. This was the ability of the great eunuch Li Sunday. The monarch could hear the meaning of the footsteps. What's wrong? Ning Yuanxian said impatiently. Li Sun said, Your Majesty, I'm afraid that Zhang Chong is dying. He's dying. The monarch was about to get up abruptly, but he stopped himself. Because Concubine Bien was beside him. If he moved too fast, he would bump into her. So he stopped and said in a cold voice, is it true, or is he acting? As soon as he said this, Ning Yuanxian's mean and heartless attitude was completely revealed. The great eunuch was about to die, but the first thing he did was to suspect that Zhang Chong was acting. The great eunuch Li Sun said, it's absolutely true. He's dying. There's not much time left. It's going to happen tonight. Note, the first chapter with 7,000 words is here. I couldn't sleep last night, but I feel good about this chapter. Please support me. I really need the monthly votes. I beg for them with tears. If you have any booster cards for the year-end ceremony, you can give them to me. The monarch Ning Yuanxian knew that Zhang Chong was a capable general of the country. He would be of great use in the future, so he didn't want him to die. He was fine a few days ago, why did he suddenly die? The monarch said angrily, did someone harm him? Eunuch Li Sun said, no, he suffered from a terminal disease, a severe intestinal carbuncle. The monarch's eyes narrowed. Intestinal carbuncle, it was an incurable disease in this world. Whether it was chronic or acute, death was inevitable. It wasn't a common disease, but it wasn't rare either. Even members of the royal family had died from it. Not to mention others. Ning Yuanxian's previous first wife, Ning Han's mother, also died from this disease. She was Ning Yuanxian's most beloved woman. Concubine Bian had some of her temperament. What a pity, just because of a verbal engagement with Jiangli. For the throne, for the state of Yu, he deposed his first wife and made Madame Zhu his empress. This caused his first wife to be depressed, imprisoned in the cold palace, and died from intestinal carbuncle. At this moment, he could still remember how much pain and despair that woman had felt when she had an intestinal blockage. After a few days and nights, she died. Ning Yuanxian regretted it a little. He shouldn't have quarreled with a loyal subject like Xianxia. He should have released him a month or two earlier. Intestinal carbuncle was either caused by overeating, or by anxiety and pain. Xianxia's state of mind in the Supreme Court for the past few months should be the same as his first wife's. One was deposed for no reason and imprisoned in the cold palace. The other was a subject who had performed meritorious deeds, but was imprisoned in the Supreme Court and accused of embezzling the national treasury. If he had been released earlier, he wouldn't have gotten such a terminal disease. Issue an order to release Xianxia and send the imperial physicians to treat him. Yes. The monarch clearly knew that sending an imperial physician to treat him would be ineffective, but he still sent one. At least Xianxia could die in peace. After Li Sun left, the monarch lay back on Bian Fei's lap. "Yan, don't you think I'm especially harsh and ungrateful?" the monarch asked. This question was too difficult to answer. You are obviously lying when you say no. If you say yes, the monarch will be unhappy. Concubine Bian reached out her hand and stroked Ning Yuanxian's eyebrows. She said gently, "I'd rather husband be mean and heartless, so that you won't feel wronged." Ning Yuanxian was aroused. He held Concubine Bian's waist and gently kissed her bulging belly. God bless Yan and give her a child. Xianxia was carried home. He had lost all his weight. Although he had not been tortured in the Supreme Court of Justice for the past few months, he had had enough of cold violence. His daily diet was terrible. Moreover, his intestinal blockage had happened a few days ago, but the head of the Supreme Court of Justice said that he was acting. Want to see a doctor? Sure, as long as he paid. Except for the prison in Blackwater platform, all the prisons in the world were the same. No matter how high an official was, as long as he was in the prison, he would be a coward. No matter what he did, he would have to pay a bribe. Of course, if he could recover, the head of the prison wouldn't dare to torture him. They might even come to light the cold stove. When Xianxia first entered the Supreme Court of Justice, the prison guards and head of the prison all came to curry favor with him, wanting to form a good relationship with him. Wasn't it like sending charcoal in the snow? As a result, a few months passed. The monarch still didn't care about Xianxia. There was no chance for him to make a comeback. Then there was no need for them to be so polite. The prison guards and head of the prison began to extort money. How could Xianxia give it to them? Therefore, he was coldly abused by these villains. His abdomen was in severe pain for several days. He fainted from the pain and had a high fever. The head of the prison panicked and hurried to report it. After the physician from the Supreme Court of Justice came over to check, he immediately determined that it was an intestinal carbuncle. Wait for death. After all, Xianxia used to be a governor. The few of them quickly reported his condition to the Chancellor of the Supreme Court of Justice. The Chancellor of the Supreme Court of Justice hesitated for a long time. Should they wait for Xianxia to die before reporting to the monarch? That would put an end to all troubles. However, he didn't do that. After delaying for a few hours, he reported to the palace. Just like that, a few days passed. Xianxia was already on his last breath. His life was in danger. The few imperial physicians took turns to treat Xianxia. It's indeed a severe intestinal carbuncle. It's almost done rotting. His fever is so high that he's barely conscious. Moreover, he keeps shivering and has jaundice. He can't be treated anymore. The few imperial physicians came to a consensus. Second young master, prepare for his funeral. The imperial physician said to Zhang Sun. At this moment, Zhang Sun was kneeling by the bed in a daze. He seemed to have lost his senses. Second young master, do you want us to prescribe some anesthetic for your father to leave without pain after consuming it? Xianxia shook his head and said, there's no need. Even if my father has to leave, he has to be conscious. The imperial physician sneered in his heart. Zhang Cheng's fever was frighteningly high and he was no longer conscious. My condolences, second young master, the imperial physician said. Then, the few imperial physicians left to report to the palace. In fact, they were just here to express the attitude of the monarch. Everyone knew that intestinal carbuncles couldn't be treated and it was a wasted trip. After the imperial physicians left, Zhang Sun's tears slowly fell. At this moment, he was already numb from the pain and started to doubt everything. When his third brother, Zhang Jin, died, he already felt heart-wrenching pain. Now that his father, Zhang Chong, was about to pass away, Zhang Sun's world was on the verge of collapsing. Boundless despair, the clarity of this despair had started a few months ago. When Zhang Chong was first sent to prison, Zhang Sun still held on to great hope that the monarch was just in a fit of anger. But as time passed, he dared not hold on to hope. His father's importance in the monarch's heart was perhaps too low. Moreover, he wasn't willing to plead guilty and beg for mercy, so how could the monarch compromise for him? Now, he was finally in despair. Father, was your life worth it? Those mediocre and corrupt officials enjoyed their wealth and glory. You worked your heart out for the monarch, yet you ended up like this. Back then, when the monarch wanted to implement new policies, which one of these officials was willing to stand out and offend others? Wasn't it you who stepped forward? But now, the mediocre and inactive people had no worries, while those who truly did things met with unexpected calamity. Was this kind of loyalty still worth it? But no matter how sorrowful Zhang Sun was and how much despair he felt, it was already useless. Zhang Chong had already fallen into a complete coma. His fever had reached a frightening temperature, and his entire body was yellow. His skinny body trembled incessantly. Zhang Sun couldn't do anything, he could only tightly hold his father's skinny hand and kneel by the bed, motionless. He could only wait for the final moment to arrive. Waiting for his world to collapse. And his wife and 2 children were silently crying in the room. His 2 children were still young, one 5 years old, the other 3 years old. They didn't even understand what death was. But they could feel the desolation, despair, and fear. Zhang Chong's extravagance in Nujiang County was quite big, after all, he was a high official. But Zhang Sun was only a 6th-rank imperial censor, his salary was very low, and his family only had an old servant and 2 old nannies. At this time, the family was looking at the dying Zhang Chong. Incomparably desolate, because the monarch hadn't rehabilitated Zhang Chong, no official had come to visit. Zhu Yong was concerned about Zhang Chong, but he was still the governor of Tiannam province, and most of the time he wasn't in the capital. So when Zhang Chong died, no one came to send him off. Zhang Sun stopped crying, holding his father's hand, waiting quietly. His sister Zhang Chunhua couldn't make it back in time. His elder brother was on the battlefield in the South Kingdom and couldn't make it back in time to see him for the last time. He was the only one who would send his father off for the last time. At this time, the old servant's voice came from outside, second young master, Prince Xianlang and Prince Ningxing have come to visit. Zhang Sun was stunned, slightly in disbelief. Before his father Zhang Chong died, the person who came to send him off was actually his greatest enemy. Then, he stood up, wiped his tears, walked out, and bowed. Greetings, 5th Prince, greetings, Brother Xin. Even in extreme grief, Zhang Sun's bow was still meticulous. Xianlang didn't come alone, he brought Xianxia, Huang Feng, and the rest, carrying a big box. There's no time to explain, Xianlang said, Brother Zhang Sun, I just heard that your father has intestinal obstruction, so I came to treat it. Zhang Sun trembled, looking at Xianlang in shock. Brother Xin, intestinal obstruction is an incurable disease, can it be treated? Xianlang nodded. Let me take a look first. In modern society, intestinal obstruction was appendicitis. Acute intestinal obstruction was acute appendicitis. If it wasn't treated with surgery in time, it would cause all kinds of complications and be life-threatening. This surgery wasn't difficult, even the second-grade hospitals in the county could do it. But it wasn't a difficult surgery, but it wasn't a minor one. Because it was a laparotomy, the inflamed appendix had to be removed. Once it caused other complications, such as severe inflammation, the relevant treatment would have to be done. And in this world, there were no antibiotics. This kind of surgery could easily cause an infection and cost one's life. After Xianxia entered the room, he almost didn't dare to recognize Zhang Chong when he saw him again. He was thin to begin with, and now he was almost skin and bones. Originally, only a small portion of his hair had turned white, but now, it was almost all white. Although Zhang Chong was a scholar, his martial arts skills were still very high, and his back was always ramrod straight. But now, he was actually curled up into a ball, as if he was much shorter. Xianxia sighed in his heart. The monarch was really harsh and merciless. Back then, Zhang Jin's death and the defeat of Furious Tide City didn't even make Zhang Chong bend his back. But just a few months of psychological torture made Zhang Chong curl up into a ball and become like this. Then, he hurriedly used an X-ray to check Zhang Chong's abdomen. Of course, it was acute appendicitis, and it was already swollen beyond recognition. More serious were all kinds of complications, which had already begun. He reached out to touch Zhang Chong's forehead. It was very hot. A high fever of more than 40 degrees Celsius. Usually, acute appendicitis wouldn't cause a high fever, unless it was caused by complications. Your father has been delayed for a few days. Those evil officials from the Supreme Court really deserve to die. They actually hid it for so many days and did not report it. Now, his illness is beyond cure, Xianxia said. Zhang Sun's tears that had already dried up flowed down once again. Xianxia said, now, I have no confidence that I can cure your father. Maybe only 30%, or even less. Zhang Sun was stunned. 30%? Even if there was only a 10% chance, he would already be grateful, not to mention 30%, if it was someone else, they would definitely not believe Xianxia's words. But Zhang Sun believed it. Because this person was once his father's greatest opponent. He seemed unruly, but in fact, he never lied. Everything he had said before had come true. Zhang Sun immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Regardless of whether or not I can save my father, Brother Shen, I will never forget Brother Shen's kindness. In the future, if you need me for anything, I will definitely not hesitate, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil. Xianxia said, Brother Zhang, you don't have to do this. I will definitely do my best. Then, Xianxia said, Feng boil some water. Sure San, light up the candles, the more the better. Set up a mirror. Xin San, Huang Feng, and the other warriors of the Kim family all started to set up a primitive operating table. They did not have rubber gloves, so they used a special kind of animal skin gloves. It was very thin, transparent, and elastic. The whole room was lit up with dozens of large candles, which reflected off the mirrors and illuminated Zhang Chong's abdomen. Huang Feng started to quickly boil water and boil all kinds of medicinal herbs. The strong anesthetic powder was ready. After it cooled down a little, Xianxia San directly poured the anesthetic powder into Zhang Chong's mouth. After a while, Zhang Chong gradually calmed down. Then, it was all kinds of anti-inflammatory Chinese medicine. After everything was done, Xianxia picked up a sharp scalpel and gently cut open Zhang Chong's abdomen. Then, he began the surgery. This was the first time he had performed a real surgery after coming to this world. Qiu Yaoers and Ning Yans didn't count. Being a doctor seemed like a lifetime ago, but in less than half a minute, he was extremely skilled. Because of the X-ray vision, he could directly find the inflamed appendix. Everything was extremely skilled. After all, in his previous life, he was a famous doctor. He had performed appendectomy countless times. Such a surgery was really easy for him. He could even do it with his eyes closed. He found the extremely red and swollen appendix and cut it off. It was easy to cut it off. The key was to check and treat if there were any other complications. Whether there was diffuse peritonitis or septicemia. Once septicemia was caused, even Xianxia could not save him. Xianxia's surgery was carried out in an intense and orderly manner. Outside, Zhang Sun knelt in front of the ancestral memorial tablet. His wife, 2 children, and the old servants of the family were all kneeling there. There was even Zhang Jin's memorial tablet on it. Ancestors, please bless Father. Father must survive this disaster. Third brother, your spirit in heaven must bless Father. If Father can come back to life, I am willing to shorten my lifespan by 30 years. No. I am willing to sacrifice myself for him. Time ticked by. Monarch Ning Yuanxian still couldn't sleep. He was waiting for Zhang Chong to breathe his last. The edict had already been drafted. Not only would he be rehabilitated, but he would also be given a posthumous title. As soon as Zhang Chong breathed his last, this edict would immediately be delivered and Zhang Sun would immediately be promoted. Did any official visit Zhang Chong? The monarch asked. Li Sun replied, no. The monarch sighed, is humanity really so cold? Then, he silently picked up a book and began to read. But in his agitation, he couldn't focus. A few moments later, Eunuch Li Sun reported, Your Majesty, Shenlang went to visit Zhang Chong. The monarch couldn't help but sigh. Shenlang was indeed a delicate person, and one with warmth at that. About 2 hours later, Shenlang stitched up the incision on Zhang Chong's abdomen layer by layer. The operation was complete. He took off his gloves, washed his hands with warm water, and walked out. Zhang Sun, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled and looked at Shenlang. Shenlang said, I've done my best. The rest is up to your father's fate. That was true. The appendix was removed. But whether Zhang Chong could survive was still an unknown. First, he had to wake up as soon as possible, and his fever had to subside. Because what would kill him now wasn't the appendix, but other complications. Even though Shenlang had taken measures to disinfect the wound, such a major operation with such a large wound could very well cause a bacterial infection. Everything was up to fate. Shenlang could only continue to use medicine. He used all the antipyretic and anti-inflammatory medicine he could think of. After all, there were no antibiotics in this world. Inside Su Qianqian's residence, this strong woman was almost paralyzed from exhaustion. It was really not easy. The first spring silkworm season was finally over. Countless silkworm cocoons had also been stored. The next step was to weave them into silk and sell them. The Su family's workshop was burned down by that damned Shenlang, but Lin Mo's workshop was still there, and the Lin family was all dead. So the Lin family's workshop was directly returned to the public. With the help of Marquis Xuanwu's residence, Su Qianqian bought the Lin family's workshop at a fair price. Now she owed a large amount of debt. But at least she made a comeback. As long as the silk was woven, there was no need to worry about sales, and she didn't need to sell the silk herself. She could sell as much as the Tiandao Society had. With the glass mirror, the Tiandao Society continued to counterattack in the east-west trade, taking back one trade line after another. It was really cool under a big tree. It was so tiring, so tiring. Su Qianqian lay in the bathtub and almost fell asleep. With a shudder, she woke up. Because she had a dream just now. She didn't know if it was a sweet dream or a nightmare. In the dream, Shenlang molested her again. Of course, this was nothing. The key was that after molesting her, he still sounded disgusted. Su Qianqian, why do you smell like fish, bastard, scoundrel? Su Qianqian only had that one time. Because she was escaping, she didn't have time to take a bath, and Shenlang said that she smelled like a dead fish. Until now, this sentence had been hovering in her mind, and it was about to become a nightmare. So, she took a bath whenever she had time every day. Even though no one despised her at all. After taking a bath, she applied the fragrant rose essence on herself and then changed into comfortable silk pajamas. She lay down on the soft bed. The busy days were so fulfilling, but also so empty. She didn't think about Shenlang, and every time she thought about him, she would immediately change her mind. She missed Qiu Yaoer. If I didn't go home to rebuild my family business, but went overseas with Qiu Yaoer, what kind of life would that have been? Exploring the unknown and mysterious world, it would have been wonderful. I wonder how Qiu Yaoer is doing. I wonder how the baby in her stomach is doing. When will I, Su Qianqian, have a baby? Perhaps, it would never happen again in this lifetime. Just like that, Su Qianqian fell asleep in a daze. After an unknown amount of time. She suddenly shivered again and opened her eyes abruptly. This time, it wasn't because she dreamed about Shenlang. It was because she felt a fatal danger. At this time, there was one more person in the room. It was a skinny man with a mask on his face. This mask was twisted and looked very strange. Xianxia had never seen him before, but she definitely heard of his name. Great Bandit Bitterjoy. The state of Yu had two great bandits, Three-Eyed Evil in the west and Bitterjoy in the east. Who knew how many experts the Wu and Yu countries had sent to kill Bitterjoy, but none of them returned. Bitterjoy's martial arts were too high. Although he didn't have many subordinates, they were all elite and powerful. And they came and went without a trace. Three-Eyed Evil had done many bad things, robbing countless commoners and caravans, and had thousands of horse bandits under him. Bitterjoy only had a few hundred people under him, but the number of despots, generals, and officials that died in his hands was more than 10. So in terms of reputation, the two were about the same. Last time, Tang and Su clan sent over 200 experts to loot Kim family's fief, and Jing Mulan was besieged by dozens of Western regions experts. It was this Bitterjoy who forced back hundreds of experts with just a few people. He alone forced back dozens of Western regions experts. He killed 2 sons of Tang clan and dozens of Western regions experts. This person was really powerful. I, Bitterjoy, have always only killed corrupt officials and bullies, but today I will break my rule because I have no other choice. This top bandit's voice was very hoarse, as if it had been burned. I want to exchange your head for something, I'm sorry, but I don't want your head. I will soon, you won't feel pain. Great Bandit Bitterjoy pulled out a sharp blade and placed it on Xianxia's neck, and was about to cut it. Xianxia didn't beg for mercy, and just stared at Bitterjoy with her beautiful eyes. Bitterjoy, what do you want? Perhaps you don't have to cut off my head, you can exchange my woman with my man. What others can give you, my man can also give you. State capital. That night, Xianlang slept in Zhang Sun's house. In case something happened to Zhang Chong, he would be able to save him at the first moment. Zhang Sun didn't sleep at all. He just knelt on the edge of the bed, praying to his ancestors, and praying to the gods. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight slanted in and shone on Zhang Chong's skinny face. He seemed to have a very dark and deep nightmare, and he couldn't wake up no matter what. It was as if he had used up all his strength and will in his life. He defeated the dark nightmare. As if he had used 1,000 pounds of strength, he opened his eyes. Zhang Sun felt his father's hand tremble, and couldn't help but look up. Then, he was ecstatic. Father, you're awake. Note, the second update has been sent. Because of last night's insomnia and thinking about the next plot, there were only 13,000 updates. But I tried my best. Recently, my mood has been a little low, and I asked my brothers to help me. I beg you. Thank you for the 40,000 coins reward from Feng Hu, I let you spend it. Congratulations to Nai Lanxian for becoming the new leader of this book. I am grateful. I also ask for monthly votes and booster cards. After a long while, Zhang Chong's eyes gradually regained focus, and he saw his son clearly. When he opened his eyes this time, it was as if he had regained a new life. Intestinal carbuncle can also be cured? Zhang Chong said weakly. Of course, he knew what illness he was suffering from, and he felt that he would definitely die this time. Zhang Sun cried tears of joy. At this time, no words could describe the ecstasy in his heart. Originally, his whole world was about to collapse and be destroyed, and the mountains in his heart were about to topple. At this time, his father actually came back alive. Xianlang said that the first indicator was very important, whether the patient could wake up in the first place or not. Now, just a few hours had passed, and his father actually really defeated the disease of darkness and woke up. It was Xianlang who saved you, it's really a divine skill, a divine skill. Until now, Zhang Sun felt that it was completely inconceivable. He knew that Xianlang's wisdom was close to that of a demon, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could even cure a terminal illness like intestinal carbuncle. And he even treated it in an unimaginable way. After hearing Zhang Sun's words, Zhang Chong couldn't help but be stunned, and his gaze became incomparably complicated. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. This world was really a joke. He didn't expect that the one who saved his life would turn out to be his greatest enemy. Zhang Gongzi finally woke up, this life is finally saved. Xianlang walked in. Zhang Sun originally wanted to kneel down, but in the end he didn't. He couldn't thank him for his kindness. Zhang Chong looked at Shen Lang, his expression seemed to be somewhat complicated, and it was difficult for him to speak. In this life, he had knelt before the monarch, thanked Zhu Yong, thanked King Mingqi and so on. But he had never received such a great kindness, a life-saving grace. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, and for a moment, his weak face was somewhat bashful. Young Master Shen wants to destroy the Su clan, how far has it progressed? Finally, Zhang Chong squeezed out a sentence. It was more natural to talk about business. Shen Lang counted his fingers and said, there are about 13 days before the decisive battle. Zhang Sun, who was at the side, was startled when he heard this, and 5th Prince Ningxing could not help but be startled as well. Why was there a specific date for this battle? Most importantly, this Zhang Chong can't tell if he's a friend or foe. You actually made it so clear to him? Zhang Chong thought for a moment and said, did the other party make the first move and then counterattack? Shen Lang was convinced. It was so easy to talk to such a smart person. Shen Lang had only mentioned 13 days, but Zhang Chong was certain that Su Nan would make the first move in this battle between Shen Lang and Su Nan. The logic behind this was very complicated. Now that the monarch liked Shen Lang more, the moment to deal a fatal blow to Shen Lang had to be the moment when the monarch was the angriest. The monarch was a harsh and merciless person who loved to vent his anger on others. When you want to harm someone, you must take advantage of the moment when the other party is the most embarrassed. That way, you will get twice the result with half the effort. If Shen Lang took the initiative to attack Su Nan, he would choose the moment when the monarch was happy because the monarch did not like Su Nan. Su Nan, on the other hand, was the opposite. Following that, Zhang Chong said, you don't think the monarch and King Wu will win this time's border hunt? Do you think the monarch will lose? Shen Lang nodded and sighed in amazement once more. Zhang Chong was Zhang Chong. Even though he had just woken up from a serious illness, his mind was still sharp and sharp. His high fever had just subsided, so his mind should be in a mess. Zhang Chong nodded and said, I think so too. Every time the King Wu lost in the previous hunt, it was just a show of weakness. Now that the state of Yu has fallen into the quagmire of war caused by the Southern Kingdom's rebellion, the King Wu will take the opportunity to strengthen himself. So in this hunt, the monarch will lose. Not only did Zhang Chong see it, but Su Nan also saw it. For the past 10 days, Su Nan and Shen Lang had stopped fighting and enjoyed a rare moment of peace. It was not a truce, nor was it a case of licking one's wounds. In the previous battle, Shen Lang won for a while, but neither side was injured. The reason why they stopped fighting was to wait for the outcome of the monarch and King Wu's hunt. You have a flaw? Zhang Chong asked. Yes. Shen Lang nodded and said, and it's a flaw that can't be fixed with normal methods. It's a flaw that can lead to death in an instant. Since it can't be fixed, then magnify the flaw, fill it with poison, and give the enemy a fatal counterattack. Zhang Chong thought for a while, then nodded and said, I think I have a rough idea. Then, Zhang Chong said, Shen Lang, you are very risky. The outcome of this battle is almost instantaneous. It will be very dangerous. Why did Zhang Chong know which flaw it was as soon as Shen Lang mentioned it? This was because Shen Lang was Zhang Chong's greatest enemy. Every single flaw on Shen Lang's body had been studied by him countless times. Of course, Zhang Chong knew that fatal flaw. However, after weighing the pros and cons, it was useless. This was because there were some things that Su Nan could do that Zhang Chong could not. It was not only a matter of bottom line, but also a matter of character attributes. Shen Lang asked, what do you think my chances of winning this battle are? Zhang Chong thought for a while, then said, you have been planning for so long, and you have calculated every step of the way. Of course, your chances of winning are not small. However, it will be too difficult to topple Su Nan in one fell swoop. This person has been in power for decades, and his foundation in the imperial court is too strong. Most importantly, he has monopolized all of the Chang Kingdom's foreign relations. Once Su Nan falls, the Chang Kingdom will rise in revolt. Now that the war in the Southern Kingdom is so intense, once the Chang Kingdom enters the fray, the consequences will be unthinkable. Unless... Zhang Chong immediately fell silent. He looked at Shen Lang with a look of disbelief. Unless the Chang kingdom was embroiled in internal strife and couldn't even fend for itself. He had been in the Supreme Court of Justice, so he no longer paid any attention to the political affairs outside. The only thing he could see were his son Zhang Sun's handwritten letters. Even these letters had been picked and selected by the Supreme Court of Justice, and they had only been delivered to him after much difficulty. However, he was still aware of Xianlang's diplomatic mission to the Chang kingdom. Xianlang nodded and said, "The Chang kingdom is about to descend into chaos." Zhang Chong asked again, "About the Chang kingdom burning down the divine temple?" Xianlang nodded again and said, "That was also my doing." Zhang Chong was shocked and incredulous. Beside him, Zhang Sun could not help but be stunned. Xianlang had even revealed such a secret. One had to know that the Zhang family was his enemy. Not only had Xianlang revealed it to the Zhang family, but he had also revealed it to the monarch and Sunan. Most importantly, Zhang Chong knew even more secrets about Xianlang, secrets that were even more deadly than the burning of the divine temple. Beside him, Zhang Sun said, "So Brother Shen did not ask the Chang kingdom to burn down the divine temple to save Jin Muzong?" Xianlang replied, "It was a coincidence. It was killing two birds with one stone." Zhang Chong closed his eyes. He could not hide the shock in his heart. He still had a low fever, but it had just subsided, so he felt cool and comfortable. Although he was a little dizzy, it did not hinder his thinking. Xianlang's entire plan formed a line in his mind, and it instantly became clear. The first step was to burn down the divine temple, the second step was to go to the Chang kingdom, the third step was to fight in court, and the fourth step was to destroy the Su clan. Impressive, too impressive, everything was linked to each other, and the timing was even accurate to within a few days. He had also made use of natural and man-made disasters and the overall situation. There was a smallpox outbreak in the Chang kingdom, and the monarch would hunt. As long as he could control these two timing points, he would be able to predict the enemy's movements. Once he knew himself and his enemy, he would be invincible. Previously in Xuanwu City, Xianlang had taken one step at a time and looked ahead 3 times, then 4 times, before he finally won. Of course, Zhang Chong had also taken one step at a time and looked ahead 3 times, then 4 times. Both sides were basically playing Ming chess, but Xianlang's luck was a little better, and he won in the end. This time, would Sunan be able to see through Xianlang's chess strategy? Also, Xianlang had dared to show his fatal weakness to the enemy. This kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness was indeed amazing. Xianlang said, "Eunuch Zhang, is it enough to defeat Sunan?" Zhang Chong said, "It is enough to arouse the monarch's anger, but it is not enough for the sake of justice." Xianlang said, "I still have one more thing. It is a mistake made by the previous generation of the Su clan, and it will definitely provoke the monarch's reverse scale." Zhang Chong said, "That is still a personal grudge. The fall of any powerful official requires a righteous cause." Xianlang nodded, it was indeed so. To make Sunan fall from power in the court, the most important thing was to arouse the monarch's anger, but righteousness was also very important. There must be a high-sounding accusation. After all, Sunan was the crown prince's junior guardian, the general of the Xinjiang army, the deputy commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs, and a big shot in the court. Zhang Chong said, "I have the righteousness to overthrow him, and the evidence is conclusive." Xianlang couldn't help but be stunned. Zhang Chong said, "I am the vanguard of the new policy, and my number one goal is not the Xianwu mansion, but the Jinyuan Marquis' residence. The Su clan is a big shot among the old aristocrats. If the new policy can take him down, it will be even more significant. If the monarch can't take down the Su clan, they will only make a move on the Kim family." Then Zhang Chong said, 13 days, there are still 13 days. The decisive battle between you and Sunan is still too risky. You have almost no allies in the court. How about this, I will also come. You will also come? My fierce battle with Sunan, you will also come? Zhang Chong said, "After all, I am also the vanguard of the new policy." Xianlang immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Master Zhang." Bitter Joy's sharp blade was clamped on Su Qianqian's neck, and he wanted to cut it several times. What principle is there to talk about at a critical moment? He wanted to cut off Su Qianqian's head several times. But his arm seemed to be injected with stone, and he couldn't cut it at all. Su Qianqian continued, what do you want? I can give you my man. Shut up, you shut up. Bitter Joy said in a hoarse voice. I, Bitter Joy, have killed countless people in my life. What is a woman to me? Only kill evil people, don't kill old and young, women and children. It's just a slogan, why do you take it seriously? The West is three-eyed evil, the East is Bitter Joy. Everyone is evil, why are you pretending to be a saint? Kill her, and it will be done. After gathering his courage for a long time, the sharp blade in Bitter Joy's hand slashed down. Bang! A piece of Su Qianqian's bedside was directly cut off, and a strand of her hair was also cut off. Bitter Joy roared angrily, but he still couldn't do it. Go to the Marquis Xuanwu's mansion. Then, he just needed to turn around and leave, taking away Su Xiao Tiannan's plaque. Su Qianqian caught up at this time. Bitter Joy, what do you want? It has nothing to do with you. Su Qianqian said, go to the capital and find Xianlang. That scum is very powerful. No matter what you want, he can give it to you. Damn, you just said that I'm a man. And now you've become a scum. Su Qianqian, aren't you changing your tune too quickly? Women are so realistic, you throw them away after using them. Bitter Joy had already left, but this woman, Su Qianqian, still chased after him. Bitter Joy, don't go. Bitter Joy was instantly enraged. Woman, don't go too far. You dare to chase after me and not let me go? Aren't you afraid of death? Su Qianqian said seriously, Bitter Joy, we are all pitiful people in the darkness. I was saved by Qiu Yao Er. You also need someone to save you. You are a hero. I don't know what happened to you, but can you find Xianlang? He will help you. Bitter Joy flew into a rage and said hoarsely, I don't need anyone's help. Then, with a flick of his feet, his figure instantly disappeared without a trace. The capital of the state of Yu. Xiancheng was saved? The monarch said in disbelief. Duke Li Sun said, it's true. Xianlang saved Xiancheng. His fever has subsided and he has woken up. The monarch said, this kid has such great medical skills? It's really unbelievable. Duke Li Sun said, exactly. Intestinal blockage is a terminal illness, but he can actually cure it. The monarch couldn't help but think of his first wife. She died of intestinal blockage. If Xianlang had been there, she probably wouldn't have died. However, even if her intestinal blockage was cured, she would probably still die of depression. This kid, Xianlang, first cured Ning Luo, then Ning Yan, and now Zhang Chong. This kid's medical skills are truly miraculous. The monarch ordered, don't make this public. Just pretend that Zhang Chong didn't have intestinal blockage. Go and kill the jailers in the Supreme Court who are in charge of Zhang Chong. Yes. Li Sun said. The monarch picked up the edict he had prepared. He originally planned to deliver the edict as soon as Zhang Chong died. But now, it seemed like there was no need for it. Draft a new edict. The case of Zhang Chong's embezzlement of the national treasury is a complete fabrication. Arrest the person who made the false accusation. Zhang Chong shall be acquitted and reinstated. Duke Li Sun immediately kowtowed. Yes. His voice was still trembling. The monarch couldn't help but look at him. What are you doing? Li Sun said, no, nothing. Li Sun was only loyal to the monarch, so he was especially fond of officials who were loyal to the monarch. As for Zhang Chong's previous unfair treatment, he naturally felt terrible. However, eunuchs were not allowed to interfere in politics. His every word and action had to obey the monarch's edict. That was why he didn't dare to plead for leniency for the past half a year. But now that Zhang Chong was reinstated, he was still a little excited. Eunuch Li Sun came to the Zhang residence to announce the edict. The case of Zhang Chong's embezzlement of the national treasury is a complete fabrication. He shall be acquitted and reinstated. Thus is the emperor's decree. Zhang Chong's skinny body prostrated on the ground and trembled. This subject thanks the monarch. Grand Eunuch Li Sun stepped forward and helped him up, saying, Lord Zhang, recuperate well. His Majesty still needs an official like you. Zhang Chong cupped his hands. Thank you, Eunuch Li. Li Sun grasped Zhang Chong's withered hand and left. The news of Zhang Cheng's reinstatement instantly spread throughout the court. Many officials couldn't help but sigh. This person's luck was really unpredictable. In the past half a year, Zhang Cheng was the most pitiful. He was imprisoned in the Supreme Court's prison for no reason, and it seemed like he would never be able to get out. Moreover, he was seriously ill and was about to die. In the end, not only did he survive, but he was also reinstated. This was truly a desperate situation. From then on, the censorate had an additional right minister. Censorate Wang Qingke frowned. He hoped that Zhang Cheng would be more obedient. Your position is just a transition. Don't be a guest and steal the limelight. The censorate can only have one voice, one leader, and that is me, Wang Qingke. 2 days later, the monarch left the capital and headed for the Wu King's hunt at the border. The Wu King's hunt was a different kind of martial arts competition. The Wu and Yu kingdoms were at war all year round. 20 years ago, because of the incident in Yanzhou, Bian Shao led 100,000 troops south to the state of Yu, causing the Wu kingdom to suffer a great defeat. Since then, the Wu kingdom had been recuperating, and no more wars broke out. However, the border between the two kingdoms was constantly in conflict. Humans were born to be combative. It couldn't be helped. Since the two kingdoms couldn't be on good terms, they had to fight to see who would win. They couldn't really go to war. What should they do? The two monarch hunts at the border. A civil game of chess, a martial battle. A civil game of chess, two monarchs playing chess. A martial battle, two kingdoms sending out their elite cavalry to fight in a large open space. This was also an old tradition between the nobles. The Wu and Yu kingdoms would have a monarch hunt every 5 years. Every time before, the state of Yu would win, greatly increasing their national prestige. Ning Yuanxian's chess skills were very good. Every time, he would be able to defeat the Wu king. The state of Yu's cavalry would also defeat the Wu kingdom's cavalry every time. It had been like this for more than 20 years. However, Ning Yuanxian never got tired of it. He was such a vain person. He wanted to let the whole world know that he, Ning Yuanxian, was the best in both politics and martial arts, and that the state of Yu was the true overlord of the south. This year, he was especially interested in the results of the hunt. The rebellion in the South Kingdom had been going on for more than a year. Until now, the situation was extremely tense, and there was no sign of it being resolved. The monarch had already sent 250,000 soldiers into the South Kingdom. However, the Sand Barbarian scoundrels seemed to have no end. They kept joining the battle. Moreover, that bastard Prince Jean was getting more and more powerful as the battle went on. He even felt like he was the overlord of the South Kingdom. What was more frightening was that as the battle progressed, the relationship between the South Kingdom and the Sand Barbarian tribe became closer. The Sand Barbarian scoundrels admired Prince Jean more and more. They even had the intention of worshipping him as the leader of the Sand Barbarian tribe. At this crucial moment, the monarch needed victory after victory to boost the prestige of the nation and the prestige of the monarch. He had boasted about the victory in the previous mission to the Cheng Kingdom. This time, the monarch hunt was even more important. If he defeated King Wu during the hunt, he could boast about it to the world. The state of Yu had once again defeated a large country like the Wu Kingdom. The chaos in the South Kingdom was nothing. Let's make an analogy. The significance of the monarch hunt, which was held once every 5 years, was even greater than our country's participation in the Olympics 20 or 30 years ago. At that time, our country urgently needed to raise its reputation in the world, and the Olympics was the best stage. That was why we were so desperate for the gold medal. Therefore, to Ning Yuanxian, the border hunt between the Wu and Yu kingdoms was not only a diplomatic battlefield, but also a political and military battlefield. They could only win, not lose. The monarch would participate in the hunt, the third prince would accompany them, and the crown prince would stay behind to guard the capital. Bian Shao, the deputy of the Privy Council, Zhong Yi, and Nangang Ao would accompany them. The deputy of the Privy Council, Su Nan, would stay in the capital. All along, Su Nan had been trying his best to curry favor with the monarch, wishing that he could be by his side at all times. This time, he did not accompany them. Time flowed like water, and the years flew by. Time passed by day by day. The decisive battle between the Xianlang and Sunan in the imperial court was getting closer and closer. This time, it was a matter of life and death. These few days, the Xianlang's life had been extremely peaceful. It was just too lonely. Binger's belly was getting bigger and bigger. Even if she was skilled, it was useless. She could see but not eat. After all, men had to eat their staple food. They had to eat meat, not just fruits. However, the Xianlang already had no meat to eat in the capital. Every time they passed by a brothel, the Xianlang would be tempted. He heard that there were many prostitutes there, and they were all virgins. My wife said that it would be fine as long as I don't find any dirty women. My precious wife is so righteous, it would be impolite for your husband to refuse. Why don't I break my vows once in a while? Moreover, the decisive battle between me and Sunan is about to begin. That is a battle of life and death. I need to relax, don't I? Those pure and flawless virgins, how lovely they were. Even if I don't sleep with them, they will sell their virginity to some vulgar businessmen. I am so handsome, and I am completely doing good deeds to save all living beings. If I don't go to hell, who will? It took Master Lang a full hour to convince himself, then he disguised himself and stepped into the door of the brothel boldly. But, as soon as he stepped through the door, he could not go any further. His mind was filled with Mulan's eyes full of love and attachment. Thus, he retreated in a cowardly manner. But it was really hard to bear at night. So, the next day, he mustered up his courage for an hour and a half, and then stepped into the door of the brothel again. However, before he could go up the stairs, he retreated again. This repeated 4 or 5 times. Once, he went upstairs, but he still retreated. Sigh, every time, Mulan's face and eyes appeared in his mind. And Qiu Yaoer's disdainful face. In the end, he could not get over the hurdle in his heart. Master Lang realized that he was not such a scumbag. It was fine at first. In the end, he met the tigress princess, Ning Yan, who was passing by the street outside the brothel. Even though Xianlang had disguised himself, she recognized him at a glance. Xianlang, why are you here? Oh, you want to go to the brothel? Scumbag. Then, Ning Yan swaggered off. The people next to her suddenly understood. It turned out that the man who went in and out of the brothel several times was actually Xianlang. Oh my, it was actually young Master Xianlang, so, a few brothels surrounded him. Shen, don't go, don't go. Could it be that Shen doesn't have a girl he likes? What do you think of me? Although I am already a brothel keeper, I haven't lost my skills. Master Lang, who was usually invincible, fled in a sorry state. At that moment, Xianlang really wanted to kill Ning Yan, the tigress, alive. Damn it, it's not the first time you've tricked me. What a sin, *ck this dog. Then, Master Lang became famous. Someone summed up Xianlang with one sentence. He wanted to do it but didn't dare to do it. Later, it became even more outrageous. She directly said that Xianlang was not good in that area, so he went in and out a few times. Xianlang was definitely not good. Otherwise, why was the goddess Jean Mulan still not pregnant? Xianlang was not good. When the news spread to 5th Prince Ningxing, his gaze was a little strange. Master Lang wanted to cry but no tears came out. He wanted to kill Ning Yan even more in his heart. But he couldn't beat her. These few days, Xianlang and Dreamy Cloud Lake and Ning Yan ate and drank together almost every day. Every time they met, Ning Yan would shout, "Scumbag." After a few days, she added another word to the word scum, useless. He really wanted to kill her. There were still 2 days before the end of the monarch and King Wu's border hunt. Then there were also 2 days before the life and death battle with Sunan in court. Master Lang had been chased for more than 20 days. His entire person was about to explode. Today, he went to drink with Dreamy Cloud Lake and Ning Yan. Ning Yan, this tigress, was getting more and more overboard. The clothes she wore were getting thinner and redder. Most importantly, she liked to wear tight breeches. Instantly, her explosive figure became even more alluring. She was about to tear her clothes apart. Most importantly, she was gorgeous. And she liked to drink. She drank until her face was red and her lips were tender and beautiful. Her entire person was like a blooming peony rose. Her beauty was unparalleled and dazzling. Xianxia no longer looked at her, afraid that something would happen if he looked at her too much. He specifically talked to Dreamy Cloud Lake. Scumbag, useless. The tigress wanted to drink, but Xianxia ignored her, so these two words blurted out. The Empire's ambassador, Dreamy Cloud Lake, said, Brother Lang, something big is going to happen? Xianxia, brother, you can tell? Dreamy Cloud Lake said, even someone like you is a little nervous, then it must be something big. It must be something big. Sunan was a big shot in the imperial court. This decisive battle in the imperial court was directly related to life and death. Even if Xianxia had planned everything, he would still be very nervous. When Ming Yan heard this, she could not help but turn around and said, What is it? With this twist, the curve of her slender waist was about to explode. Xianxia once again avoided her gaze. Yes, it's a matter of life and death, Xianxia said. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, in the next few days? Xianxia, in the next few days. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, My brother, you can't be this tense, you have to relax a little. I have no power or influence, so I can only support you in spirit. Then, Dreamy Cloud Lake personally poured wine for Xianxia and Ming Yan. Xianxia drank cup after cup. The tigress princess drank cup after cup. Soon, Xianxia realized that something was wrong. His whole body was getting hotter and hotter. It was as if there was a flame burning inside his body. He could not suppress it at all. Looking at Ming Yan again, her whole body also seemed to be on fire. She was panting heavily, and her gaze at Xianxia was wild like flames. This wine was drugged. Seeing that both Xianxia and Ming Yan were affected by the drug, Dreamy Cloud Lake got up, carrying Xianxia in his left hand and Princess Ming Yan in his right. He walked into the room and threw the two of them on a big bed. Brother Lang, no need to thank me. Sister Yan, enjoy it. Then, Dreamy Cloud Lake directly locked the door from the outside. Tigress, what are you doing? Don't come over, don't come over. Note, first update sent, the monthly votes have fallen to the 13th place, a few dozen votes can catch up. Brothers, can you help me? Thank you, Brother Tao, for the 24,000 coins reward. Early the next morning, the sky was clear and cloudless. The room was in a mess. The tigress, Princess Ming Yan, woke up earlier and was still a little sleepy. She seemed to have had a strange dream last night. She dreamed that she slept with the scumbag Xianxia. Or rather, she dreamed that she slept with Xianxia. This dream was too frightening and too realistic. Ming Yan almost woke up in fright at that time. She yawned. The tigress spread her limbs and acted tyrannically. She wanted to go back to sleep. However, she suddenly realized that she was lying on top of someone. Am I hallucinating? She reached out and touched it, then suddenly opened her eyes. Wasn't /T the scumbag Xianxia sleeping next to her? He was naked. She looked at herself and it was the same. Looking at the ground, there were pieces of clothes everywhere. The tigress, Ming Yan, screamed in her heart. However, she only screamed in her heart. It would be too embarrassing if she screamed in reality. Am I, Ming Yan, a person who is easily frightened? Although she was panicking, she still had to maintain a calm expression. /T it just a man and a woman sleeping together? It /S not like I/V never slept together before. No, she really hasn't /T slept together before. Then, her mind began to think wildly. What should I do now? What should I do? Should I sneak away quietly so that it /T be awkward? Moreover, Xianxia had wanted to sleep with me for a long time. Now that he had finally succeeded, he would definitely pester me. No, I have to think of a way to stop him. Although that kind of thing is indeed very comfortable, I, Ming Yan, am a strong woman. How can I be trapped by the affairs of a man and a woman? While Xianxia had not woken up, the tigress, Princess Ming Yan, began to think about the next conversation. How should I reject Xianxia /S pestering? It was just an accident. Don /T take it seriously. Don /T fantasize about me, Ming Yan. It was impossible between us before. This is the first and last time. I, Ming Yan, will never like you. yes, just say that. My attitude must be firm. Otherwise, he will definitely pester me endlessly. At this time, Master Lang finally woke up. He opened his eyes and immediately saw the naked tigress, Ning Yan. First, his eyes widened. Then he began to recall. Ning Yan put on a straight face and was about to speak in a righteous manner. But Xin Lang was faster than her. Princess Ning Yan, what happened last night had nothing to do with me. You pestered me yourself? I'm also a victim. I won't take responsibility for you. Don't have any wishful thinking about me. I love my wife very much. I'm happy as a son-in-law. I will never marry you. So what happened last night, just treat it as a dream. Pretend that nothing happened. We are all people of the Jianghu. We should be open-minded about this kind of thing. Why are you looking at me like that? And you look like you want to hit me? You should be very broad-minded. What's a little mistake between a man and a woman? Let bygones be bygones. Eh? Why is there blood? Ning Yan, it can't be your first time, right? That's ridiculous. You've been married for several years. How can it be your first time? You're not going to cut your finger and try to blackmail me, are you? In this world, a bad mouth would be beaten. In the next second, Xin Lang pressed Ning Yan on the bed and beat her violently. She screamed. She beat him for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes, after the fight, the two inexplicably rolled together again. Another half an hour passed. Ning Yan pointed at Xin Lang. Scum, you stole my dialogue just now. Xin Lang regretted it. If he had known that Ning Yan thought the same, he wouldn't have said those words. He had been a villain for nothing. But wasn't he afraid of being blackmailed? Xin Lang, even though we slept together, we will still be brothers in the future. Xin Lang nodded vigorously and said, Good brother. Good brother. Xin Lang said, Ning Yan, there is a rule for brothers over there. The tigress said, What rule? Xin Lang said, If there are two men in a dormitory who have a very good relationship, and one of them suddenly becomes a woman, what do you think she should do? The tigress said, Move out. Xin Lang said, No, I should let my brother have fun first. So although you and I are good brothers, sometimes it's okay to play around. Before Xin Lang finished speaking, he was directly slapped on the bed. This time, they didn't roll together again. Xin Lang, I'm warning you, that was the second time, but it will definitely be the last time. If I, Ning Yan, fool around with you again in the future, I will castrate you. F***CK. If you fool around with me, what right do you have to castrate me? Ning Yan put on her clothes and walked out. Outside the courtyard, the empire's ambassador, Yun Mingze, was playing the bamboo flute. Don't get the wrong idea. It was a real bamboo flute. Ning Yan clenched her fists, wanting to go over and beat this stud to death. But looking at her white and tender little fist, she felt that she should not be this stud's opponent. She angrily gave up. Yun Mingze, if you fall into my hands in the future, I will kill you. After saying those harsh words, Ning Yan left. At this time, the panic in his heart was completely fermented, and he was at a loss. He didn't want to go home, but he didn't know where to go. In short, he was flustered. Xin Lang's clothes were torn, and he casually put on a shirt. Yun Mingze said, My brother looks much more relaxed now, and his mental state is much better. Xin Lang was a little embarrassed, Brother, thank you. But after saying that, he regretted it a little. Why did he thank him? Yun Mingze, you actually caused me to have an affair? I, Xin Lang, am such a clean and honest person. I will never do anything that will let my wife down. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. However, these shameless words seemed to be unable to be said. Yun Mingze said, It's nothing. I am a useless person, and this is all I have. But Ning Yan should thank me. My brother doesn't lack women, but she lacks men. Xin Lang said, What's wrong with her? Yun Mingze said, Her husband is a very passive man. Master Lang understood instantly. So he was a little submissive. This was a gay marriage scam. Yun Mingze said, The Wu and Yu kingdoms have been at odds for a long time. In addition to Jiang Li's sudden death, the Yu king was a little passive, so he thought of a way to arrange a marriage and betrothed Ming Yan to the empire's Prince Lian's son. In the end, this kid only liked men when he grew up. This resulted in Ming Yan's manly character. She was just pretending. So that's how it is, Yun Mingzhe said, but after pretending for so long, she thinks she's a man herself. So she's very troublesome. She has high standards, and ordinary men don't like her. Men who are worthy of her, after spending a long time together, really treat her as a man and can't get up at all. Didn't Brother Lang almost enter this state? At that time, Shen Lang felt that he had already entered the 4th stage. He did not expect that he was actually still in the 3rd stage. Yun Mingzhe said, "This won't do. I have to quickly settle this matter. Otherwise, this girl will walk on the road of no return. But the two of you are like dry wood and raging fire, so I casually poured some oil on you and played Wang Mingze for a while." When Shen Lang heard this, he knew that his brother had also read The Endless Romance of the Golden X Plum Blossoms and knew the story of Wang Pa. "Brother, actually, you should have written the book The Endless Romance of the Golden X Plum Blossoms." Yun Mingzhe said, "I tried, but I can't write it well." Shen Lang said, "Why can't you write it well?" Yun Mingzhe said, "Brother Lang, the standard of your book is too low. If I continue to write it, I won't be able to express it." Shen Lang was stunned. "Brother, my book The Endless Romance is already much higher than the original, but you still think it's low. What are you planning to write, Jiyan's blood?" Then Shen Lang said, "Brother, you didn't write The Romance of the East Parting, did you?" Yun Mingzhe was shocked. He hurriedly looked around and waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, you will die." Shen Lang said, "Brother, then I'm leaving. It will probably be a long time before we can meet again." After relaxing his body and mind, he was about to welcome the fierce battle. After the decisive battle, followed by the big battle. Yun Mingzhe said, "I am a useless person, I can't help you with anything. I can only wish my brother a great victory here." Then, he bowed with both hands. Shen Lang meticulously returned the salute. Just like that, Shen Lang left Yun Mingzhe's residence in a beggar's outfit. Outside, Xianxia yawned. The big fool was still in high spirits. "Too dumb, what happened to your clothes?" Shen Lang said, "I got torn in a fight with someone." The big fool said, "Did you fight with Ming Yan?" Shen Lang was taken aback. "How did you know?" The big fool said, "Probably just now." Ming Yan also rushed out angrily, saying that the next time she sees you, she will definitely beat you to death. Next time, dream on. Ming Yan, you tigress are beautiful, but I will never provoke you again. I can't afford to provoke you." When he passed by Huang Feng, he vaguely heard her mutter, "Scum. I was forced, okay? I am also a victim, and there are not many men like me who are as clean as me. But forget it. What is there to explain to such an ugly girl? Because of her appearance, she is used to being cynical. As the master, I should tolerate her." Just like that, Shen Lang swaggered through the city wearing a beggar's outfit. Hey, isn't that the useless Shen Lang? Why is he walking so arrogantly? Shaking his head and wagging his tail, he looks like a dog. These were all men's comments. And women's comments. He is really handsome, even wearing a beggar's outfit, he is still so handsome. One of the 4 most handsome men in the entire capital. Yeah, he is even more beautiful than a woman. Unfortunately, he is not good in that aspect. Shaking his head and wagging his tail, he looks like a dog. The tears shed today were yesterday's brain water. The blood shed today was yesterday's sin. The more cheerful he looked, the more somber he was. At this time in the capital, countless ordinary people were ignorant and cheerful, but the court was somber, and a storm was brewing. Zhang Cheng's thin body stood in front of the mirror, wearing an official's uniform. After being imprisoned, the Zhang family became poor and could not afford a big mirror. This mirror was a gift from Shen Lang. After wearing it, Zhang Cheng frowned slightly. The official's uniform was a little too big. No, it was not that the uniform was too big, but that his body was thin and shrunk. "Father, you will need to lie down for at least a month with this illness. It has only been 10 days, how are you going to go to court?" Zhang Cheng did not say anything, but meticulously put on the official hat on his head and walked out of the door. After a few steps, he felt a little dizzy, so he slowed down and closed his eyes for a while, then continued to walk out, got on a carriage, and drove towards the palace. After entering the court, everyone came forward to greet him. Bianwing, why are you not recuperating at home, but here so early? Zhang Chong smiled and said, I have not been to court much before, so I have not seen much of the world, but I can't wait to come today. Before every court meeting, they were like this, serious and lively. This was the style of the high-ranking officials in the court. Even if they were to quarrel wildly, they would still joke with each other before the court meeting. Zhang Chong had not been to court much before. When he was the new Jiang prefect, he was only a rank 5 official in the capital, and was not qualified to go to court. Now, he was the right doctor of the imperial censor, just the title alone was high enough. Sunan smiled and said, Lianji, do you have any memorials today? Lianji was Zhang Chong's title. Zhang Chong smiled and said, there is one that I want to memorialize to Su Weng, but I don't know if I should take it out. Sunan said, don't scare me, this old man is very timid. A moment later, everyone was silent. The crown prince entered the hall and sat down on the side of the throne. Father is going back to the palace soon. The palace has been really nervous these few days, as if walking on thin ice. It's all thanks to the ability of the ministers. The court has been peaceful these few days when father is not here. It's best that nothing happens today. Let the days of me being the governor pass peacefully. After the crown prince finished speaking, the entire court seemed to know nothing about the results of the border hunt. However, everyone knew that the 2 monarch kings would hunt, and the state of Yu lost. Not only did they lose in chess, and they also lost in the martial arts. Not only did they lose, but they lost very badly. The scene was very ugly. But it was at this time that the atmosphere in the court became more relaxed. If they won, they would naturally make a big deal out of it and want to flatter the heavens. And if they lost, they would pretend that nothing happened. Don't mention half a word. Don't show sadness, or are you mocking the monarch? Don't show any joy, or else you'll be taking pleasure in my misfortune. The eunuch next to him said loudly, the ministers have a memorial. There is no memorial to dismiss the court. No one has a memorial, so they must not cause trouble at this time. If someone were to stick their head out at this time, they might face a calamity. They would suffer the endless anger of the monarch. Because, the border hunt lost. This made the monarch lose face. Everyone knew the personality of this monarch very well. If he was unhappy, then the entire sky of the state of Yu would be covered with dark clouds and thunder. He was best at venting his anger on others. The last time Nujiang County's new policy failed, how terrifying was the atmosphere in the court. All the officials went to court every day with their necks down and their butts tucked. It wasn't until the monarch vented all his anger that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then what were the consequences of the monarch's anger last time? Zhang Chong was imprisoned for half a year and almost died in prison. Dozens of officials from Nujiang County were killed. Close to 1,000 people from the Tang family of the Count of Jinhai were killed. After that, the officials in the court were killed one after another, imprisoned, and more than a dozen were removed from office. However, on the surface, the new policies of Nujiang Prefecture had been a great success. The old aristocratic Tang clan had been exterminated, and all of their fiefdoms had been reclaimed. Their military power had also been lost, and they had also gained control of the entire Liezhou archipelago. If they worked hard to brag about it, it could be considered a great achievement. 100 years later, the history books would only write that the monarch Ning Yuanxian expanded the territory, obtained the Liezhou archipelago, and saved hundreds of thousands of orphans overseas. And this time, the border hunt was a huge failure. No matter how much they tried to cover it up, no matter how much they bragged, it would never become a victory. This time, the monarch lost even more face. So what would be the consequences? How shocking would his anger be? How many people would die this time? Only God knew. The key was that in the past 20 years, every time the 2 monarch kings held a border hunt, Ning Yuanxian had always won. And this time, the new emperor of Wu State had just ascended to the throne, and Ning Yuanxian kept calling him a child who was still wet behind the ears, completely disregarding him. The entire court had been preparing for the victory of this border hunt for a long time. All the officials had written congratulatory reports, and they had already written several copies. And there would be a special celebration in the capital. The queen would have to give out porridge, and even choose the poorest county to exempt from taxes. It could be said that the emperor shared joy with the people. Let the people of the world share the glory and bask in the emperor's grace. For this victory celebration they had prepared for so long. And in the end, they lost. How humiliated and angry would Ning Yuanxian be, unimaginable. With this report, the court will be dismissed if there is no report. The court was still silent. Zhang Chong looked around, and still no one presented the report. So he stepped out, bowed, and said, "Your Highness, I have a report." Everyone immediately looked at Zhang Chong. "You are awesome. You are not afraid of death. You have just died, and now you want to die again. The monarch will be back soon, and his monstrous anger will fall. Can you not make trouble?" The crown prince stopped smiling, and said, "Speak." Zhang Chong said, "Su Lin, the nephew of Marquis Zhenyuan Sunan, has no title, but holds the position of Zhenyuan City Lord Registrar. He has no virtue, no integrity, and was domineering. He chased away 3 city lords, and the sister of Marquis Zhenyuan occupied thousands of acres of civilian land, treating human life as grass. No one in the entire Day-Night County asked for a thorough investigation. Everyone was stunned. Just for such a trivial matter, is it worth bringing it to the court? This was the court of the capital, not the military governor's office in Western Heaven province. Of course, this was just a small signal. It was a declaration that I, Zhang Chong, intend to go against Sunan. The crown prince said, "Marquis Zhenyuan, is this true?" Sunan trembled as he stepped out, and bowed, "There is no smoke without fire. Even if there is no such thing, we must investigate thoroughly." The crown prince said, "Okay, then investigate." Then, the crown prince said, "Dr. Zhang, do you have anything else?" Zhang Chong said, "Nothing." The crown prince said, "Since there is nothing else, then the court is dismissed." The officials left the court. This court meeting ended in less than half an hour. After walking out of the palace, all the seriousness and liveliness disappeared without a trace. The officials looked solemn, and without a word, they went into their respective palanquins. They looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, but it felt like the sky was covered with dark clouds. The monarch lost face. Everyone shrunk their necks and waited for the coming difficulties. The world is difficult, everyone has to endure. I wonder how terrible the anger of the monarch will be this time, how many people will die this time, but the death of others is not the death of me. Everyone shrunk their heads and acted like a turtle. Didn't you see that even the big hatchet man, Wang Qingke, had stopped? Usually, this imperial censor would spit on the sky and the earth, spitting on anyone he didn't like. But today, he kept his head lowered, as if there were ants on the floor of the court. A storm was coming, and an earthquake was coming. All the animals shrunk their necks and hid in their holes. Dark clouds came from the north. The originally cloudless blue sky was gradually shrouded in darkness. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. But the dark clouds pressed down, but there was no thunder. But this thunder seemed to be coming at any time. The longer it brewed, the more terrifying this shocking thunder was. The capital was not far from the Wuyue border, only about 300 miles away. After losing the hunting competition at the border, Ning Yuanxian did not stop for a moment and directly returned. The so-called non-stop for a moment was really rushing day and night. Thousands of people were exhausted, their legs were about to break, and they were so sleepy that they wanted to die. But almost no one dared to make a sound. Even the mouths of the war horses were covered. Thousands of people returned to the south in silence. Some palace maids could not bear it anymore and directly stumbled and fell to the ground, their faces covered in blood. The warriors next to her did not say a word and directly dragged her away. From the beginning to the end, he did not dare to let out a scream, did not dare to cry out. The monarch's carriage was like a moving palace. It was not pulled by horses, because that would be too bumpy. It was carried by more than 10 super strong men. It had to be steady and uniform. A bowl of water was always kept in the carriage. Whether it was going uphill or being scared to death, this bowl of water could not be spilled. Eunuch Li Sun had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. He was still busy as usual, and there was no fear on his face. But only he knew the fear in his heart. During this time, his hair was always standing on end. He did not even dare to drink much water or eat much food, because that might cause him to fart and relieve himself. When the monarch was not happy, it was a sin for the people around him to drink more water or breathe more quickly. The key was that the monarch Ning Yuanxian's anger had not poured out. It had been almost 2 days and 2 nights, and he did not say a word or curse. That was the most terrifying thing. When Ning Yuanxian cursed, he did not do anything. When he did not say a word, his murderous aura soared to the sky. At this time, anyone who obstructed his eyes would be in deep trouble. Ning Yuanxian lay on the bed, his eyes slightly narrowed. He had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. The border hunt that he had won for more than 20 years had been lost. The tone was so high, as if it was a war between 2 countries. It even escalated to the extent of the fate of the country. In the end, he lost both the civil and military battles. The South Kingdom was in a state of anxiety, and it was when Ning Yuanxian needed victory the most. But the young king of Wu in the north had slapped him hard in the face. It was a great humiliation. How old was he? He was too young to be Ning Yuanxian's son, but he beat Ning Yuanxian in a game of chess. That was not the big deal. The key was the charge of the cavalry of the 2 countries. The state of Yu had suffered a crushing defeat. The defeated soldiers did not need to be punished, because almost all of them were dead. Of course, there was less than a quarter of the Wu cavalry left. But once the news got out, the elite cavalry of the state of Yu would be wiped out. What kind of turmoil would this cause? Everyone would think that the state of Yu's military strength was weak, and the cavalry had suffered such a crushing defeat. Some people would even think about it. King Wu was young, like the rising sun. Ning Yuanxian of the state of Yu was old, like the setting sun, falling continuously. Am I old? Ning Yuanxian could not help but take a mirror and look at himself. He seemed to have aged, and was not as energetic as before. Then, Ning Yuanxian was shocked to find that his hair had turned white. Wasn't it normal to have white hair? He looked very young, as if he was in his 30s, but he was actually in his 50s, the same age as Xuanwu and Ho Jinshua. He was not much younger than Sunan. But when he found out that his hair had turned white, Ning Yuanxian was furious. He had always felt that although he was in his 50s, he looked like he was in his 30s at most. The mirror from before was better. Previously, the bronze mirror was hazy, and the figure revealed was clean and young. Now, the mirror was so bright and clear that even wrinkles and white hair could be seen. Was this invented by Xianxia? What did he invent? Was he relying on his youth? Yes, he was young, only 20 years old. The monarch wanted to smash the mirror in his hand. But he endured it, as it would make him look weak. He was a vain man, but also a hypocritical man. Even if he wanted to get angry, he would not do it openly. I don't care that the 2 monarch kings lost the hunt at the border. I am angry because you made a mistake. At this moment, the sound of galloping horses could be heard. Eunuch Li Sun's eyelids twitched. Courting death? Courting death, as expected, after hearing the galloping horses, the monarch's temples throbbed, and he was about to unleash a thunderous rage. Your Majesty, urgent report from the Blackwater platform. It was the Blackwater platform again, an intelligence organization belonging to the monarch, a violent organization. What is it? Li Sun asked coldly. He Guiran of Lane County has committed suicide, the Black Ice platform official said. Guiran had a high status in the Han dynasty, second only to the empress, but in later dynasties, their status was different. In the state of Yu, any woman favored by the monarch, but not conferred a title of concubine, was called a Guiran. He Guiran was Ho Tsai. She was once a top courtesan favored by the monarch, but he found out that she was not popular. Moreover, this matter involved scholarly Wenjing, and even the conflict between the crown prince and the third prince. The monarch decisively executed Li Wenjing, putting an end to the conflict, and sent Ho Tsai back to her hometown, Lang County, where she was placed under house arrest. When Shen Lang passed by Lang County on his way back to the capital, she even paid a visit to the official resting point, waiting for more than an hour, as if to ask Shen Lang if he was the one who wrote "When the moon appears." The monarch's eyebrows shot up, and he asked sternly, "When did this happen?" 2 days ago. The expert from the Black Water platform said, "This is He Gairen's will. Bring it in." A moment later, Hotai's handwritten will appeared in Ning Yuanxian's hands. "Your Majesty, I'm innocent. This is all Shenlang's plot. In order to kill Li Wenjing, he implicated me. I was originally pure and flawless, and it was also his fault that I was not popular. He was the one who sold me the song When the Moon Appears. The dress that Your Majesty can't forget was also given to me by someone. Half a month ago, he passed by Lang County, and I asked him personally. The portrait in Li Wenjing's house, and the silk handkerchief with bloodstains, were all his works. This person overturned my fate, and played Your Majesty in the palm of his hand. My love for Your Majesty is as clear as the sun and the moon. If possible, Your Majesty can cut open my abdomen, and see if my heart is red or white. I'm willing to die to prove my innocence." The monarch read Hotai's will over and over again. He was like a repressed volcano. The flame was brewing to the extreme. He felt betrayed, a shameful betrayal. "Shenlang, I've treated you well. How dare you treat me like this? To kill Li Wenjing, you played with Hotai's fate, and you dared to play with me. That villain in Li Wenjing's house who cursed the crown prince was also your doing. You're so vicious. To kill a small enemy, you didn't hesitate to fight, you dared to curse my crown prince." The case of Li Wenjing cursing the crown prince was investigated, but there was no result. Because of the failure of the hunting competition at the border, Ning Yuanxian was already in a state of suppressed anger, and almost lost his rationality. He was like a suppressed volcano, looking for an eruption point. Now, the eruption point was here. "Courting death, courting death, courting death," the monarch roared crazily. "I've treated you so well, and you dared to betray me? People are cold-hearted, cold-hearted. This guy is so vicious. Black Water platform, go, go, go catch Shenlang. Throw him into the prison of Black Water platform." Boom, the dark clouds above the capital were extremely depressed. Finally, suddenly, there was a loud thunder. It made people tremble. Almost the whole earth was trembling. Hundreds of black warriors of Black Water platform rushed into the courtyard of the Kim clan like a tide. "Catch Shenlang, in the mansion of Marquis Jin Yuan." "Father," the warriors of Black Water platform rushed into the courtyard of the Kim clan to catch Shenlang. Sunan stretched out his hand and looked up at the sky, as if waiting for the storm. "This guy is dead." Note, the second update is here. Today's update is 15,000. The monthly votes are less than 100. "Sirs, help me," he cried with tears in his eyes. The Black Water platform and the Silver Bureau of Investigation used to belong to the same organization, one civil and one military. They helped the monarch monitor the world. Later, with the joint efforts of the civil and military officials, this super monstrous organization was finally broken up. The Silver Bureau of Investigation joined the Censorate, and the Black Water platform became independent. Of course, even now, although the Silver Bureau of Investigation belonged to the Censorate, it still took orders from the governor of the Black Water platform. The governor of the Black Water platform, Yan Yi, was a mysterious figure. It was said that his martial arts were extremely good, not inferior to grandmasters like Yan Nanfei. But in this world, power was number one. No matter how good a person was, they didn't like to show off their martial arts. Zhang Chong's martial arts were very good, but he had never fought since he was a rank 5 official. In the state of Yu, in terms of power and fear, the governor of the Black Water platform, Yan Yi, was definitely at the top. Even Tan Yan's expression changed. In the past few years, who killed all the powerful officials in the state of Yu, Yan Yi? When Ning Yuanxian was still the crown prince, many generals supported Ning Yuanwu. Because Bian Xiaonan joined the state of Yu and chose to support Ning Yuanxian, he instantly reversed the situation. After Ning Yuanxian ascended the throne, how many people did he kill in the Great Purge, how many powerful officials in the military fell, and how many rich families in the military were exterminated? The one who did it was Yan Yi. After that, the so-called rebellion case of the Yan family was almost exterminated. After that, the so-called rebellion case of Zhu Guangbua, Zhao Yan's father, almost his entire family was exterminated. The one who did it was still Yan Yi. He was a real king of hell. But in recent years, he had been living in seclusion, staying in the Black Water platform all year round. he didn't go out or attend court. This king of hell hadn't fought for many years. Many people hadn't seen him. Even Xianxia hadn't seen the face of this King Yanluo since the beginning. The black water platform was a castle. It was all made of black stone. Every time it rained, the rain seemed to be black. Also, this stone seemed to be naturally cold. It seemed that because of this king of hell, the entire black water platform castle was always cold. Anyone who entered couldn't help but shudder. No matter if it was an official or a commoner, they would usually not pass through here. They would rather take the long way around. This was because too many people had died in the black water platform. It was unknown how many vengeful spirits were entrenched here. Every night, from far away, one could almost hear the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves coming from the black water platform. This was a true hell, extremely cold. At this moment, Xianxia was about to be escorted to hell. The one who took the lead in arresting Xianxia was the man in swallowtail from the black water platform. That's right, just the name alone was enough to tell that he was Yan Nanfei's disciple. Many of the warriors on the black water platform were from the South Sea Sword sect. The Shui family of the Wuan Count House had a great influence in the Blackwater Tower. When Ning Yuanxian fought for the throne, the Count House of Wuan stood firmly on his side, so it gained great power. The Blackwater group was only loyal to the monarch, but because of the close relationship between the Shui family and the third prince, the court felt that the Blackwater group supported the third prince. With the support of the Zhong clan and the Shui clan, the third prince could definitely stand up to the crown prince. Sunan was extremely powerful. His influence was on the surface of the court. And the Shui family was also extremely powerful, but they hid in the dark. "Senior brother, I brought the dog here," the man in swallowtail from the Blackwater platform said. The way of addressing people in the Blackwater platform was a little special. People of the same level called each other senior brother. And the prisoners were also called by a special name. If the prisoner was a big noble, he would be called a beast; if he was a high-ranking official, he would be called a bird; if he was a nobody, he would be called a dog. In the eyes of the Blackwater platform, there was no doubt that Xianxia was a nobody. The black-armored warrior guarding the gate on the castle glanced at Xianxia and sneered, "It's still a little white dog." Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The man in swallowtail said, "It's going to rain soon. Senior brother, open the door so that we can seize the opportunity to interrogate him. If we can't open the little white dog's mouth, we'll tear off his hood." These were all slang words of the Blackwater platform. Tearing off a person's hood was a very cruel punishment, so it was better not to mention it. The man in swallowtail said, "Don't rush." The man in swallowtail said, "Senior brother, although it's a little white dog, the case is very serious." The man in swallowtail said, "Don't rush." The ancestor said that this little white dog might not be qualified to enter the Blackwater platform. Let's wait a little longer. Rewind time to a while ago, inside the monarch's magnificent carriage. After his anger poured out, Ning Yuanxian was like an erupting volcano. His eyes were a little red. He really liked this woman, He Kuangyao. Bianfei's temperament was like his first wife. And Houtsai's appearance was not exactly similar. But at least that night, when she wore a unique dress and sang "When the Moon Appears," she really looked like his first wife who had passed away many years ago. Ning Yuanxian doted on her for a night, but there was no red. He didn't kill her either. Instead, he sent her back to his hometown and put her under house arrest. So that night, when Houtsai went to visit Xianxia at the official inn in Lang County, the monarch was also reported. At that time, he felt a little uncomfortable. After being put under house arrest, almost every 3 days, Houtsai would write a letter. The first 3/4 of the content was about poetry, and the last quarter was about her longing for Ning Yuanxian. These letters were all written in excellent writing. And this one was written in a straightforward way, showing the grief and anger in her heart. But at the end of the letter, it was the same. She said that she would rather disembowel herself to let the monarch see her heart. Ning Yuanxian blamed Houtsai for being unfaithful, so he put her under house arrest for more than a year. But now that she was dead, Ning Yuanxian couldn't bear to let her go. Therefore, she hated the person who caused her death to the point of gnashing her teeth and wanting nothing more than to skin him alive. Moreover, the person who killed her was a young man he used to like, so he felt a sense of betrayal. The monarch read Hote's sighs will over and over again, and the anger in his heart grew stronger. Li Sun, why do you think this person's heart is so cold? How dare a young son-in-law like Xianlang be so audacious? How vicious is he? In order to kill a nobody like Li Wenjing, he played me in the palm of his hand, killed my beloved concubine, and cursed the crown prince. How deranged is this person? The eunuch Li Sun knelt on the ground, motionless. Old dog, I'm asking you a question, Ning Yuanxian said sternly. The eunuch Li Sun said, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Ning Yuanxian said, you've said it. What else is there to say? An old dog like you wants to play tricks on me? Li Sun said, this is such a coincidence. The monarch took a sip of the iced sour plum juice beside him, as if he had slightly suppressed the anger in his heart. Yes, it was a coincidence. The border hunting competition failed, and Ning Yuanxian was in the most furious state, so he needed an outlet to vent his anger. He needed to kill someone. At that moment, he Kuai died. Xianlang was dragged out and became the cannon fodder at the crater. Ning Yuanxian said coldly, do you still want to defend him? It's not like you don't know how vicious this person is. He is brimming with talent and can casually blurt out classical poems. I don't find it strange that this When the Bright Moon Appears was written by him. He has a grudge against Li Wenjing, so he wants to kill Li Wenjing. He has a strong motive. He is extremely cunning, and he has the ability to set up a trap. He has talent, motive, and ability. So he must be the one who did it. There can be no one else but him. Grand Duke Li Sun said, anyway, this is such a coincidence. Ning Yuanxian said, old dog, eunuchs can't interfere in politics. Yes. Li Sun knelt on the ground and said, I don't care about Xianlang's life, but I don't want anyone to use his majesty to kill someone else. Hearing this, Ning Yuanxian's eyes turned cold. Then, he forced himself to calm down a little from his rage. This matter still had to be done. He would never forgive anyone who dared to play with him, let alone Xianlang. But he couldn't do it in Blackwater. Blackwater had handled major cases before, and the last one was the Zhou family's rebellion case, which angered the Yan Empire. All the cases handled by Blackwater resulted in the annihilation of the entire family. Yan Wuji's family and Zhao Yan's Zhou family were almost completely annihilated in Blackwater. If Xianlang's case was handled by Blackwater, what kind of signal would it send to the world? Would the monarch want to kill the entire Kim clan? Jin Zhou had just conferred Xuan with the title of Marquis, and now he was going to turn against him. This kind of dangerous signal might force Jin Zhou to turn against him. Order that Jin Muzong be conferred the title of High Scholar. Jin Muzong was originally a student of the Imperial College, so he could directly participate in the exams, which was equivalent to being a high scholar. Conferring him a high scholar now would be more justifiable, and it would also appease the Kim clan. Order that Xianlang be transferred to the Supreme Court for interrogation. Blackwater will send someone to help the Supreme Court investigate this case. After calming down a little, the monarch issued 2 more orders. It had only been an hour since the order to arrest Xianlang was issued. In this way, Blackwater could continue to be a super deterrent. Yan Yi's reputation as the great Yama king of extermination would not fall. Blackwater Castle. Because of this reason, Chief Superintendent Yan Yi was unwilling to take over Xianlang's case. Too small, Xianlang's status was too small. It was not a case of extermination, so he was not qualified to be handled by Blackwater. This world was too realistic. Even killing people required qualifications. If one's rank was too low, he would not even be qualified to be killed by the big shots. Sure enough, after a while, a new order came. Escort Xianlang to the Supreme Court's prison. The Supreme Court will handle the case, and Blackwater will send someone to assist. Then, the warriors of Blackwater escorted Xianlang to the Supreme Court's prison. In the Kim clan's courtyard, 5th Prince's wife, Madame Zhua, was desperately comforting Xiaobing. Bing'er's belly was already very big. Her 2 beautiful big eyes were red, and her lips were trembling. Yukiki and Yusisi did not dare to be naughty. With tears in their eyes, they hugged Xiaobing's legs, trying to comfort her. Bing played with a dangerous hidden weapon. Pear blossom in a storm. She did not know martial arts, and her personality was extreme. Although Xianlang had warned her in advance, when Xianlang was actually captured, Xiaobing felt like she was about to explode. She did not have a family like others. She only had her son-in-law. She was like a vine, wrapped around her son-in-law. Now someone was going to burn this vine. Xiaobing's heart was filled with the desire to destroy. It was a pity that the torrential pear blossom hidden weapon in her hand was too small, too few. Otherwise, she would use it to kill everyone. In the study, Jean Mutsong was writing. Kill, 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 kill. For some reason, the chapters he was writing were filled with violent murderous intent. His brother-in-law had warned him again and again not to go out and do anything during this time. So he could not do anything. Soon, a eunuch entered the Kim clan's courtyard and read the monarch's decree. I bestow upon the heir of Marquis Xuanwu, Jean Mutsong, the title of Jiren. After the decree was read, the eunuch left. Jean Mutsong played with the decree in his hand. Jinan. A warrior dashed in. Jean Mutsong said, go home as fast as you can and tell father what happened. If someone wants to kill brother-in-law, then our family will rebel. Xianlang had been telling Jean Mutsong not to do anything before. But Jean Mutsong couldn't help it. Yes. Jinan ran away. After Ning Yan and Xianlang rolled on the bed. She didn't feel good. Her mind was full of wild thoughts. Her heart was in a mess, and she was panicking. She couldn't even close her eyes. As soon as she closed her eyes, the scenes with Xianlang appeared in her mind. Ning Yan, you are too useless. Isn't it just men and women sleeping together? Those prostitutes in the brothel sleep with more than a dozen men every day. They have nothing to do with it. Am I, Ning Yan, inferior to a prostitute? Alas, the princess's analogy was always so unique. It was at this time. The incomparably majestic female warrior rushed in and said, Princess, it's bad, it's bad. Young Master Xianlang has been captured by the Black Water Platform warriors. It was the one who was 8 feet tall and had a waist circumference of 8 feet, and who had a crush on Xianlang. What? Ning Yan was about to explode. Where did they take him? The fat female warrior said, it should be the Black Water Platform prison. Ning Yan didn't say anything and picked up her sword. She felt that it wasn't impressive enough, so she picked up a big blade and rushed out. Gather all the warriors and follow me to break the prison. Then, Ning Yan brought dozens of female warriors and rushed out of the house. In the end, Yun Mingzi blocked her. Where are you going? To break the prison at the Black Water Platform. Yun Mingzi said, first of all, although you are favored by King Yu, the Black Water Platform is not something you can touch. Your status as a princess is too light, and you are not even taken seriously by the Black Yama. If you go to the Black Water Platform to break the prison, it will be like hitting a stone with an egg, even if you don't have an egg. Second of all, Xianlang is going to be transferred to the Supreme Court prison. But even if it is the Supreme Court prison, it is not something you can break. If you go to break the prison, not only will you not be able to help Xianlang, but you will also make things worse. The tigress said, then what should I do? Don't tell me I'm going to watch my brother die? Yun Mingzi said, don't worry, everything is under Xianlang's control. And the most important thing now is to stop some people from the Black Water Platform from taking the opportunity to torture Xianlang. Xianlang is a member of the Shui family of Wu and Count House, Yan Nanfei's disciple, Tuxedo. How much does the Shui family hate Xianlang? How do you know? Oh, you don't know. Ning Yan was brainless and didn't know anything. The tigress said, you're full of nonsense, nothing useful. Tell me, what should I do? Yun Mingzi said, the 5th prince has entered the palace to plead for mercy. You should immediately go to the eldest princess Ningjia and have her stop the people of the Black Water Platform from torturing Xianlang. The tigress said, why do the people of the Black Water Platform listen to master? Yun Mingzi said, because your aunt was once a member of the Black Water Platform. So much nonsense, why didn't you tell me when you came in? Ning Yan turned her horse around and rushed towards Ningjia's Grand Princess mansion. Princess Ning Yan rushed into the quiet hut. "Master, master, it's bad. Xianxia has been captured and taken to the Supreme Court prison. The people of the Black Water platform want to torture him, hurry up and save him." Eldest Princess Xianxia opened her beautiful eyes and said, "Xianxia has been captured, why are you so panicked?" If it was the big fool who had been captured, Xianxia would have been more concerned. As for the Xianxia, Xianxia didn't care much about it. "Don't worry about it. Auntie, hurry up and save him." Xianxia said, "Xianxia has committed a huge crime this time. His Majesty is completely enraged and no one can save him." Ningyan couldn't help but be stunned. "Auntie, how do you know?" Grand Princess Ning Buqiang glanced at Ningyan. There was a reason why she didn't allow Ningyan to call her master. It was too shameful to have big breasts and no brains. Ningjia's martial arts were extremely high, second only to a few grandmasters. She had once represented the monarch and held an important position in the Black Water platform for a long time. Although she had retired and lived in seclusion in the quiet hut, she still knew everything. A lot of information had to be reported to her, and her weight was very high. This woman was extremely beautiful, but why did Xianxia feel so uncomfortable every time he saw her? Because she had stayed in the Black Water platform for a long time and killed too many people. Her heart was abnormal and her negative energy was overflowing. Why was she so cold to X? Of course, it was also because she had killed too many people, tortured too many people, and seen too many crimes. Ningyan said, "Auntie, is there really no one who can save Xianxia? What if I beg father?" Ningjia said, "No one can save him. Begging His Majesty will only increase his crime." "You slept with him?" Ningyan's neck shrank, then she suddenly puffed out her chest and said, "No, I slept with him. I couldn't help it." "Sin." Ningjia said, "There's nothing wrong with men and women. Just treat it as if he's dead. Don't worry about it. There are many men. If Xianxia is dead, then so be it." "No." Ningyan cried. "She saved my life. We are brothers. How can I sit back and do nothing? I must save him." Ningjia closed her eyes and ignored him. "You can do whatever you want? I have no objections if you go and break the prison." Ning Buqiang indeed had no objections. Even if the tigress Ning Yan went to break the prison, it would only increase Xianxia's crime. At most, Ning Yan would just close her door and think about it. Nothing would happen. Moreover, she wanted to break the prison with just a few hundred people under her command. It was simply a dream. "I'm tired. You can go," Princess Ning Buqiang said lightly. The tigress Ning Yan looked at her aunt in shock. It was as if she knew her for the first time. This was indeed the first time they had met. Previously, even though Ning Jia kept saying that she was not allowed to call her master and only needed to call her aunt, Ning Yan felt that it was just a joke. Now it seemed that Ning Jia really disliked her. Previously, Ning Yan had always been domineering. No one was allowed to enter Ning Jia's quiet hut, but she had barged in as if there was no one else. Previously, every time she asked her aunt for help, Ning Jia would help even though she frowned. Therefore, Ning Yan felt that this master's aunt doted on her and liked her. Now it seemed that she was really thinking too much. This Aunt Ning Jia's heart was as cold as iron. Her impatience with Ning Yan was real, but it was just like a child's mischief. She had to endure it with all her might. Ning Yan had no weight in Ning Jia's heart. Suddenly, Ning Yan's tears gushed out. It turned out that seeing through people's hearts was so cold and so sad. Fortunately, I was a stupid person before and couldn't see through anything. I, Ning Yan, keep saying that I'm the overlord of the capital. There's nothing I can't do. But in reality, I'm just a joke. I'm nothing. I don't have any weight." The tigress Princess Ning Yan left the quiet hut. After leaving the hut, she tried her best to hold it in. But she still couldn't hold it in, and tears gushed out. Then it turned into a loud cry. "No one cares about me at all. I, Ning Yan, am nothing, I can't do anything. Father indulged me, but he didn't care about me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married me to a perverted man. Aunt didn't care about me at all. She didn't even take me seriously. She even treated me as a disgrace to her. None of the other siblings cared about me. After her mother passed away, no one truly loved her. Ning Yan suddenly felt isolated and helpless. It was as if there was no place for her to stay in the entire capital. Raising her head, she immediately saw a pair of concerned eyes. The empire's ambassador, Yun Mingzi, was her only friend. Brother. Ning Yan rushed over. Originally, she wanted to throw herself into Yun Mingzi's embrace, but for some reason, she stopped. It was as if throwing herself into his embrace was a matter of infidelity. Strange, do I still need to keep my chastity for someone? Yun Mingzi carefully patted Ning Yan's head and said, Princess Ningjia is not helping? It must be hard. Ning Yan's tears surged as she said, Brother, no one cares about me at all. I can't do anything, and I can't save Xianxia. Yun Mingzi said, We are all useless people. I discovered it a long time ago, but did you just discover it? Isn't it good to be stupid? Seeing through the truth of this world, it's naturally not that sad. Ning Yan said, Then what should we do next? Yun Mingzi said, Didn't you want to break into the prison? Then Big Brother will accompany you to break into the Supreme Court prison. Ning Yan said, There are too few of us. We can't break into the prison at all. Yun Mingzi said, Just make the matter bigger. The tigress Ning Yan said, All right, then let's go break into the prison. Then, Princess Ning Yan mounted her horse and shouted, Everyone, listen up. Follow me to the Supreme Court to break into the prison. Then, the empire's ambassador, Yun Mingzi, and the scourge of the capital, Princess Ning Yan, led more than 100 female warriors to the Supreme Court prison. The prison break began in a flurry. I, Ning Yan, am a useless person, a joke, but I am definitely not a good-for-nothing. Xianxia, even if I can't save you, I will risk my life to save you. I will do my best. Su Nan's sister, Su Fei, was extremely beautiful. Although she was already in her 40s, she looked at most 30 years old. The sixth prince, Ning Jing, was patting his mother's shoulder. Su Fei had a gentle and doting look on her face. Looking at Ning Jing, who was kneeling on the ground in front of her, Su Fei frowned in disgust. This ill-fated son of hers had almost brought her a disaster. Not only was he short and strong, he was also so dark, and the birthmark on his chin was especially eye-catching. Moreover, he was a stutterer. When he was just born, a meteor fell to the ground, killing dozens of people and burning hundreds of houses. Originally, he was going to drown as soon as he was born. It was his sister, Su Peipei, who said that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Although this sentence saved Ning Jing, the jinx, it also completely angered the monarch. Therefore, since young, Su Fei never raised Ning Jing again, as if she had never given birth to him. If that evil creature Xianxia is dead, then he is dead. Why are you so anxious? Su Fei coldly said, Ning Jing, you have never come to see me, never stepped into my palace, and now you are kneeling in front of me pretending to be a filial son? No need. There was no one here, so she didn't have to act. The sixth prince, Ning Jing said, Ning Jing, this Xianxia has offended our Su family more than once or twice. It's good that he is dead. Before he finished speaking, Su Fei immediately covered her son's mouth. How can you say that about our Su family here? You, Ning Jing, are the son of the monarch, the Ning clan, not the Su family. But fortunately, the surroundings have been completely blocked, so no one heard. Ning Jing kowtowed to the ground and trembled. Mother, please tell Marquis Su that Xianxia is willing to leave the capital and return to Xuanwu City, and ask him to be lenient for the sake of our marriage. Su Fei coldly said, Ning Jing, I don't understand what you are saying. Xianxia is courting death by angering the monarch. What does this have to do with the Su family? The sixth prince, Ning Jing sneered, Ning Jing, you are really a traitor. Marquis Su is your uncle, and Xianxia is just a lowly son-in-law. This kind of wild dog is dead, what's the big deal? Is it possible that the Kim family will rebel because of him? Before, I cared about Xianxia because he is still useful. Now that the Marquis title of Xuanwu is in my hands, Xianxia, this dog-like son-in-law, is useless. If he dies, probably only you, Ning Jing, will cry. Jean Mulan will remarry happily. Anyway, she hasn't slept with him, and her belly is not big. Didn't you always say that Xianxia is not good? Then don't waste God's gift, waste a peerless beauty like Jean Mulan. The fifth prince, Ningjing, trembled. Mother, can't you be lenient? Get lost. Su Fei closed her beautiful eyes. Come, throw this ominous thing out. Two warriors came in from the outside and directly grabbed Ningjing and threw him out. They really threw him out. Ningjing, who got up from the ground, stretched out his hand and wiped the blood on his forehead. Although he was acting according to Shenlang's instructions. But, he still felt extremely sad and indignant. I, Ningjing, am really a useless person. I am really a waste. Normally, when he finished acting, he should leave. However, he was not willing to do nothing. Even if he was a waste, he still had to do his best, right? So, he went to Bianfei's palace. This was the first time he asked to see Bianfei, the monarch's favorite Bianfei. Bianfei covered her bulging belly and looked at the fifth prince, Ningjing, who was kneeling on the ground in front of her. Ningjing stuttered, so he felt inferior. He almost never entered the palace, let alone get along with the monarch's concubines. Moreover, whenever the royal family held a celebration, Ningjing would voluntarily stay at home because of illness, and the monarch would pretend that he didn't exist. Therefore, Bianfei had almost never seen this legendary stuttering prince. Ominous thing. Mother Bian, Shenlang is proficient in medicine and is a talent. Please help him. Bianfei was a little unhappy when she heard this. Are you cursing me? However, she said in a gentle tone, Ningjing, you also know that the harem cannot interfere in politics. If Shenlang is innocent, His Majesty will definitely deal with it impartially. Ningjing said, now that father is not in the capital, someone wants to take the opportunity to harm Shenlang. There are enemies of Shenlang in the Blackwater platform, and they will definitely take the opportunity to torture him. Ningjing asked Mother Bian to pass a message to the people in the Blackwater platform to interrogate him, but not to torture him. Shenlang is weak and can't bear the torture. Bianfei said softly, it's good that you have compassion in your heart, but I am a concubine after all, so it's not good for me to interfere. Ningjing said, Aunt Ningjia used to hold a position in the Blackwater platform for a long time. As long as she comes forward to stop it, the people in the Blackwater platform will not torture Shenlang. You just need to say a word, Aunt Ningjia will definitely come forward. This was 100% true. Bian Xiao was behind Bianfei, and she was the most beloved concubine of the monarch. Bianfei hesitated for a long time and said softly, Ningjing, I really want to help, but the harem cannot interfere in politics. This is an iron law. Ningjing cowed out and said, it's hard for Mother Bian, Ningjing will take his leave. After walking out of the palace, Ningjing's whole body was cold. He felt that there was no place for him in the whole capital, which was so big. Am I, Ningjing, so useless, inside the Supreme Court prison? Shenlang sat quietly in his seat. The swallow-tailed man of the Blackwater platform looked at Shenlang with cruel eyes. It's not easy, you finally fell into our hands. The we he said did not refer to the Blackwater platform, but to the Shui family. The Shui family betrayed Jin Yu Count 20 years ago, causing the Xianwu mansion to fall into a disaster. Not long ago, at the most dangerous moment of the Kim family, the Shui family came to break off the engagement and humiliated the Kim clan. When Yin Yuan came to collect the debt, the Shui family's heir, Shui Pan, also came to force the debt. The Kim family owed the Shui family a great debt of gratitude. And the Shui family always wanted to put the Kim clan to death. In terms of shame, the Shui family and the Su family were exactly the same. Only because Su Jianting raided the Xianwu mansion and injured Mulan and his mother-in-law, Shenlang put the first target of extermination on the Su family. Unexpectedly, when the Su family wanted to harm Shenlang, the Shui family's lackey couldn't wait to make a move. Shenlang, do you know how many kinds of torture we have in the Blackwater platform? Hundreds of them, not the same at all. Do you know wood-piercing intestines? Do you know overturning? Do you just want to scoop egg yolk? Do you know skinning chicken? You can rest assured that you have offended our Shui family. I will let you taste all kinds of torture. I will make you beg for life and beg for death. Then, the swallow-tailed man said in a cold voice, Prisoner Shenlang, confess immediately. How did you frame the noble Ho Tsai and make her lose her red? How did you deceive the monarch and frame Li Wenjing for cursing the crown prince and trying to set off a dispute in the court? You don't want to confess? Then don't blame this official for being cruel. Great torture. First, put a red branding iron on your little white face and stamp it as an appetizer for today's great torture. Then, the swallow-tailed man of the black water platform picked up the red-hot branding iron. If it was pressed on the face, it would directly burn the skin and flesh. This kind of pain was already the extreme, not to mention that this punishment was just a piece of cake for the black water platform. Xianxia said lightly, "Unless someone around the monarch interrogates me, I will not speak." The swallow-tailed man said in a low voice, "I didn't ask you to speak. I just took the opportunity to torture you. Have a taste of the red branding iron." Xianxia said, "You can't touch me, or your whole family will die. Now half of them are dead." Xianxia continued, "Your sister, brother-in-law, father, mother, wife, brother, and so on, a total of 15 people in the family, are all dead. You still have a family with a total of 8 people. Your concubine, mistress, and most importantly, your 2 sons. They are your lifeblood, right? If you touch a hair of mine, the remaining 8 people in your other family will also die, and you will also die. If you don't believe me, go and have a look. Swallow-tailed man, go home and have a look. You have 2 families, and one of them has died. Do you dare to touch a hair of mine?" Xianxia was right. Soon after, the swallow-tailed man went to arrest Xianxia. There was a thunder and lightning. The house of the black water platform's leader suddenly burst into flames. The neighbors around were horrified and cried for the wrath of God. Because this family, relying on the fact that their son was in the black water platform, had done all kinds of bad things. It couldn't be stopped at all. After the fire started, it couldn't be put out at all. The swallow-tailed man's family of 15 people were all dead. Note, the first update has been sent. I'll go to the hospital to get some medicine and then come back to write the second update. Brothers, I really need the monthly votes. Please help me. Thank you to Nilan Xuanzhen and Sinful AO for their tips of tens of thousands of coins. After hearing Xianxia's words, the face of Commander Tuxedo of the Black Water platform changed. "Xianxia, do you think I am a 3-year-old? This is the capital. Do your people dare to openly kill people here? Do you want to get yourself killed?" Xianxia said, "Commander Yan, how could my people kill people? The Kim family is the most law-abiding. Your family has done so many bad things. Maybe your house was suddenly on fire after being struck by lightning and your family was burned to death." The man in the tuxedo snapped, "Do you think I will believe that? Do you think I will believe that? How dare you curse my family? You are courting death." Then, he picked up the red-hot soldering iron again, ready to take action. "Xianxia, your pretty face must look very good if it is burnt. Ha ha ha." At this moment, a warrior of the black water platform rushed in and whispered in the ear of the man in the tuxedo. "Your Honor, your house was struck by lightning and the fire was so fierce that no one escaped. All 15 members of your family were burned to death." As soon as the words came out, the man in the tuxedo seemed to be struck by lightning. He couldn't believe his ears at all. Was it true? His parents, his elder brother, his sister-in-law, his younger brother, and his younger sister were all gone. His sister-in-law, they're all gone. Then, the man in the tuxedo roared at Xianxia with bloodshot eyes, "You are courting death. You are courting death. I am from the black water platform. How dare you kill my family? Are you courting death?" Xianxia said calmly, "I have told you that the fire was caused by lightning. It is the wrath of God. It has nothing to do with me." The man in the tuxedo snapped, "Someone must have set the fire. Have you caught them? Have you caught them?" The warrior of the black water platform said, "The Supreme Court, the Pingon County, and the Central Governor's Mansion have all gone there. They found no one or any traces of arson." The man in the tuxedo almost went crazy. He roared, "Even at night, even if they were sleeping, it is impossible that no one escaped. How could they all be burned to death?" The warrior of the black water platform lowered his head and said nothing. Things were really weird. No kindling was found at the scene. There was no dry wood or kerosene. The fire was very sudden and almost spontaneously combusted. Moreover, it was a green flame. A will-o'-the-wisp. When the neighbors went to put out the fire, they found that some of the flames couldn't be extinguished even with water. Furthermore, all 15 members of the family were burned to death. None of them managed to escape. It was extremely strange. Therefore, many of the neighbors said that the Yen family had done many evil things and that a malicious ghost had come to take revenge. The man in Swallowtail was furious. He picked up the whip and lashed it at Xianxia. Pa! The whip landed on Xianxia. In an instant, a bloody mark appeared. Xianxia's body shuddered violently. He was in so much pain that his eyes turned green. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never been beaten so severely before. This time, the pain was unprecedented. However, Xianxia, who usually screamed at the slightest pain, did not make a sound at this time. He just stared at the man in the swallowtail coat. "What are you looking at? What are you looking at?" The man in Swallowtail said sternly, "I'll burn your eyes blind. How dare you kill my whole family? If you still dare to glare at me, I'll poke your eyes blind." At this time, the Blackwater platform warrior on the side said lightly, "Your Honor, I've sent someone to protect your other family, but your wife and 2 young masters went out to play in the afternoon and haven't returned yet." As soon as the words came out, the face of the man in Swallowtail coat trembled violently. "I didn't do anything. I don't know anything," Xianxia said, "but the capital is not peaceful either. Your son must have been kidnapped. Maybe they will come to ask for ransom later." Xianxia's tone was very calm. But he had decided that he would kill the whole family of the man in Swallowtail coat. Even his 2 teenage sons would be sent to Jinshan Island to work in the mines until they died. After a moment, a warrior of the man in Swallowtail coat rushed in and handed over a box. He opened it and saw a hand, a woman's hand. There was also a note. "Your Honor, your wife poisoned the shopkeepers of 5 merchants just because they did the same business as you. When your 2 sons were 11 years old, they began to harm the girls in the neighborhood. I, Bitter Joy, temporarily took your family in. Please prepare 100 million gold coins for the ransom." The man in Swallowtail coat of Blackwater platform trembled when he saw this. Was he fooling a ghost? Bitter Joy the bandit only operated in Tiannan province. When did he come to the capital and prepare 100 million gold coins for the ransom? Even if you kidnapped the crown prince, the monarch couldn't come up with 100 million gold coins. Not to mention 100 million, they couldn't even come up with 10 million gold coins, or even less. The man in Swallowtail coat suddenly pulled out his knife and put it on Xianxia's neck, shouting, "Where is my son? Where is he?" Xianxia said, "Be careful of the knife. It's the law of nature and karma. No matter which part of my body you cut with your knife, you may cut your son even more deeply." The man in Swallowtail coat said sternly, "Don't hurt my family." Xianxia said, "Your family has done a lot of evil. According to the law of the state of you, they should have been killed long ago. Bitter Joy is really doing justice on behalf of heaven. I've heard of him. He is cruel and merciless, but he never kills innocent people. Those he kills are all people who deserve to die. Fuck you, Bitter Joy." The man in Swallowtail coat roared. He really wanted to skin Xianxia and use dozens of torture methods on him. But he really didn't dare to do it. Both of his sons were in the hands of the other party. Xianxia said lightly, "It's Sunan who wants to kill me. It has nothing to do with your Blackwater platform or the Shui family. Superintendent Yan didn't let me enter the castle of Blackwater platform because he didn't want to be killed by others. You just want to vent Shui Li's anger and please her. Why do you have to get involved? The price is too high." It was true. Shui Li suffered the most painful torture last time. Her crotch was rotted for half a month. It was worse than death. Although there was no evidence that Xianxia did it, he could just assume that Xianxia was guilty. Whether it was Xianxia who did it or not, he would treat it as such. "Man in Swallowtail coat, this is a war between me and Sunan. There's no need for you to get involved. There's no need for the Shui family either." The man in Swallowtail coat closed his eyes and gradually calmed himself down. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, "Xianxia, I'm just a nobody. It's useless for you to target me. If you're so capable, why don't you go and find Sunan? It's useless for you to kill my family. Can you even touch a hair of Sunan? I cannot torture you, I can. But don't think about leaving here alive. You're dead. The person who wants to kill you now is not me, but His Majesty. Because you've committed the crime of deceiving the Emperor. Where are the people from the Supreme Court? The people from the censorate? Come in and be interrogated together. The people from the Blackwater platform were super domineering. They had to wait for him to speak before the people from the Supreme Court and the censorate came. A moment later, the junior minister of the Supreme Court, Wang Jingluan, and the right minister of the censorate, Zhang Chong, walked in. This was the joint trial of the three departments. The standard was very high, only cases with great power would have a joint trial of the three departments. The monarch had decreed that the Supreme Court would lead the trial, the Blackwater platform would assist the trial, and the censorate would supervise. Xianxia was escorted to the yamen of the Supreme Court. The officials of the three departments were seated in the hall. The joint trial of the three departments had officially begun. Hundreds of warriors stood on both sides of the hall, looking mighty and cold. They were not holding water and fire rods in their hands, but sabers. Are you Xianxia? Xianxia said, Greetings, Your Excellencies. The junior minister of the Supreme Court said coldly, Xianxia, you are no longer an official. Why don't you kneel? Beside him, Zhang Chong said, Your Excellency Wang, Xianxia has been stripped of his position as the registrar of the office of the Grand Herald, but His Majesty has not stripped him of the title of High Scholar. The junior minister of the Supreme Court said, He has committed such a big crime and committed the crime of deceiving the Emperor. He should be stripped of all his titles. Zhang Chong said, Xianxia is only a suspect now. The monarch has not issued an edict. His title of High Scholar is still there, so there is no need for him to kneel. As soon as he said this, the junior minister of the Supreme Court glared at Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, you just got out of jail and now you're jumping up? Everyone knew that Xianxia had committed a big crime and was bound to die. You still dare to get involved? Do you want to die? Zhang Chong and the Supreme Court were mortal enemies. In this half a year, he had been tortured by cold violence in the Supreme Court prison, and he had almost died in prison. Fine, I won't kneel if you don't want to. The junior minister of the Supreme Court said coldly, Xianxia, you should know what crimes you have committed. Deceiving the Emperor, slandering and cursing the Crown Prince. No matter which one it is, you must die. Confess, don't bring trouble to your family. At this time, several Blackwater platform warriors rushed in and said, Your Excellencies, 3 warriors from the Kim clan's side courtyard left the capital at lightning speed and headed in the direction of Tiannam province. We have captured them. We suspect that they are returning to the Marquis' residence in Xuanwu to deliver a message. A moment later, the 3 warriors of the Kim family were brought in. Each of them was riddled with wounds and dripping with blood. It was obvious that they had been captured after a fierce battle. The leader was Jinan. He had gone to the Marquis' residence in Xuanwu to deliver a message. Jin Mutsong asked him to tell the Marquis of Xuanwu everything in the capital, and said that if anyone dared to kill Xianxia, let his father rebel. This was really a child's words. Before Xianxia was arrested, someone had already gone to the Kim family to deliver a message. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. He had already told Jin Mutsong not to do anything and to stay in the study and write. But the fat otaku still couldn't hold back. He was still a child, but he was also a good child. What's your name? The junior minister of the Supreme Court said coldly. Jin, and what identity? Kim family warriors. The junior minister of the Supreme Court said coldly, What do you want to do in such a hurry to return to Xuanwu City? Did someone send you back to deliver a message? Is it to instigate the Marquis of Xuanwu to rebel? Jinan said, No, we were just changing guards as usual. We also brought the Crown Prince's letter to the Marquis. If you don't believe me, you can check it. Then, a warrior took out the letter from his bosom. It was indeed a letter from Jin Mutsong to Jin Xue, begging his father to let him go home. How dare you, slave? You didn't go back earlier or later, but when Xianxia was arrested, you said there was a conspiracy? The junior minister of the Supreme Court said coldly, What did someone order you to do? What did someone order you to say to the Marquis of Xuanwu? It seemed that the other party not only wanted to kill Xianxia, but also wanted to drag Jin Muzong and the Kim family down with him. The monarch was the most suspicious. They wanted to convict the Kim family of rebellion. Jinan said, "I went back to change guards and to deliver the letter to the crown prince. I don't know anything else." The junior minister of the Supreme Court's gaze turned cold. He said slowly, "It seems that you, a wicked slave, will not speak unless you are tortured. Men, bring the great torture chamber." Several bailiffs from the Supreme Court came forward and pressed Jinan and the other 2 warriors down, about to torture them. Jinan and the other 3 warriors laughed coldly and kept their mouths shut. "Do you think the warriors of the Kim family are afraid of torture? You want us to confess?" "Dream on," Shenlang said. "Lord Wang, there is no need to trouble yourself. I have already said that I will only speak after the emperor's men come and interrogate me. Otherwise, I will not say a word." The junior minister of the Supreme Court felt humiliated. "Shenlang, are you saying that I am not qualified to interrogate you? Do you think that I do not dare to torture you?" At this time, Zhang Chong said from the side, "Shenlang is a Jiren. Before he is stripped of his title, he cannot be tortured." The junior minister of the Supreme Court sneered and said, "Fine, fine. Then I will immediately submit a memorial to the emperor and ask him to strip Shenlang of all his titles." Zhang Chong said, "I will also submit a memorial and tell the emperor what Shenlang said." The junior minister of the Supreme Court said, "Then submit a memorial together." The man in Swallowtail gritted his teeth and said, "I will also submit a memorial together. I have just arrested Shenlang, and then my family is dead. I want to see, under the monarch, there is someone who dares to openly kill people? Kill the people of the Blackwater platform and the emperor's men?" Then, the 3 of them wrote a memorial together. At the same time, they rode north to report to the monarch. After the 3 memorials were sent, the junior minister of the Supreme Court said, "Lord Zhang Chong, the monarch did not strip Shenlang of his titles, so we cannot torture him. Then his family servants can at least be punished, right? Great, great punishment awaits." He dragged the words out of his mouth. This was a hint that the servants of the Supreme Court could be killed. This was to kill 2 of the 3 warriors of the Kim family in front of Shenlang. Beating the mountain to warn the tiger, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. "Shenlang, don't worry. After the monarch strips you of your titles, it will be your turn to be tortured." The man in Swallowtail's eyes were cold. "Shenlang, if I don't torture you, do you think the junior minister of the Supreme Court will let you go? This Wang Jingluan is an important member of the Su family. Sunan wants to kill you. How can he not be active? You can kill my family, but can you kill Wang Jingluan's family? His family is not in the capital, and his family in the capital has long been protected by the Marquis of Jinyuan. Do you think that a small family like mine can be easily killed by you? Just you wait for the emperor to be angry. You dare to kill the family of the Blackwater platform's Qianhu, you dare to kill the family of the monarch's lackeys. You are courting death. You are courting death. Now, you can only watch as your 3 servants are beaten to death." "Wait a minute, I have something to ask," Zhang Chong suddenly said. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. "Prison break, prison break." The fierce sound of hooves was getting closer and closer. A yamen runner quickly rushed in. "Your Excellency, someone wants to break the prison." Wang Jingluan, the junior minister of the Supreme Court, Zhang Chong, and the man in Swallowtail were all stunned. The 3 of them looked at Shenlang at the same time. Are you crazy? How dare you send people to break the prison? How dare you besiege the Supreme Court? This is rebellion." When the Count of Dongjiang City led troops to attack the Dongjiang City governor's mansion, they were regarded as rebellion and almost exterminated. "How dare you, Shenlang, send people to attack the Supreme Court? What's the level of the Dongjiang City governor's mansion? Just from the 6th level. What's the Supreme Court's level? The 3rd level. It's a complete rebellion. Even if you're not guilty of deceiving the emperor, Shenlang is finished, and so is the Kim family." The junior minister of the Supreme Court was not angry but happy. Anger made him dizzy. It was said that Shenlang's wisdom was close to that of a demon. It was ridiculous. This did not involve his own safety, but once it was related to his own life, he actually made a lot of stupid moves. Now he besieged the Supreme Court. The crime of rebellion was set in stone. Go to the commander-in-chief's mansion in the capital and the Privy Council to mobilize troops to destroy the rebels. The junior minister of the Supreme Court ordered. The man in swallowtail couldn't help but order, go to the Blackwater platform and say that someone is rebelling and besieging the Supreme Court, intending to kidnap Xianxia, and ask the ancestor to send troops to suppress the rebellion. Yes. Suddenly, several teams of messengers rushed out of the Supreme Court. They went to the commander-in-chief's mansion, the Privy Council, and the Blackwater platform. Soon, tens of thousands of troops would be mobilized to suppress the so-called rebellion. However, the next voice made the junior minister of the Supreme Court a little stunned. I'm third Princess Xianxia. I'm here to redress the injustice of the Supreme Court. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed. The junior minister of the Supreme Court and the man in swallowtail were shocked. It turned out to be this scourge, she was the third princess of the monarch. Did they want to treat her as a rebel? What a joke. It was not the warriors of the Kim family who came to break the prison? Bang! Bang! Outside, the fierce female warriors under Xianxia's command had already begun to carry the wood to smash the door. Zhang Chong's scalp was a little numb, and he couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Shen, you really stir up trouble wherever you go. Xianxia, the scourge, was also slept with by you. After you were captured, she actually came to break the prison. This would only cause more trouble and anger the monarch even more. The point was that Xianxia didn't know either. Xianxia, this tigress, actually came to attack the Supreme Court. The junior minister of the Supreme Court shouted, "Go stop them, stop them. But, don't hurt the third princess." Immediately, the bailiffs and warriors of the Supreme Court rushed up like a tide to stop Xianxia. The monarch's guard of honor was already very close to the capital, less than 100 miles away. Go, go, go. On the official road to the north, teams of knights rushed out of the capital's north gate as fast as lightning. Each team of knights carried a memorial on their back. There was one from the Censorate's Right Minister Zhang Chong, one from the Blackwater Bureau, one from the Supreme Court, one from the Governor's Office of Xianxia, and one from the Privy Council. The level of these secret memorials was higher than the previous one. The secret memorials inside were more shocking than the previous one. However, these secret memorials were missing two people. The Crown Prince and Sunan. The Crown Prince had a secret memorial, which was just a memorial to ask for forgiveness. He said that such a big mess happened during the period of supervising the country and asked his father to punish him. And Sunan directly reported sick and stayed at home. He didn't even go to the Privy Council, indicating that all of this had nothing to do with him. All the officers and soldiers of the monarch's guard of honor finally didn't need to rest at all. Because secret memorials came one after another from the capital. Those who didn't know would think that someone was attacking the capital. The monarch also hadn't slept for 2 days and 3 nights. At this time, he was like a violent and angry lion. In front of him, there were more than 10 secret memorials densely packed. The Blackwater Bureau, the Supreme Court, the Censorate, the Privy Council, the Crown Prince's office, and so on. These memorials were first sorted by the great eunuch Li Sun, and then handed to the monarch one by one. Li Sun's movements were very natural, and he put the secret memorial of Zhang Chong at the bottom. The monarch read one by one. He was getting angrier and more shocking. Xianxia's guts were as big as the sky, as big as the sky. He dared to kill the whole family of the swallowtail coatmaster of the Blackwater Bureau, and even pretended to be bitter joy. Ridiculous, he even extorted 100 million gold coins. Are all the people in the world idiots? What is the Blackwater Bureau? It's my dog. The capital is the holy land under my feet. How can you kill people just because you say so? Then, the junior minister of the Supreme Court's memorial. It said that after Xianxia was arrested, the warriors of the Kim clan secretly rushed back to the city of Xuanwu. What are you trying to do? Do you want Xuanwu's Ho Jinzhua to rebel? Do you want to threaten me? The next memorial made him even more furious. The Dream Cloud Lake's third Princess Xianxia attacked the Supreme Court. Is he crazy? Is Xianxia crazy? How dare he instigate my daughter? How dare he instigate the Empire's ambassador? Is he trying to drag the royal family and the Empire of Yan into this? He has ulterior motives, ulterior motives. Rebel, rebel, you're courting death, courting death, courting death. Xianxia, Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? How dare you be so arrogant just because you're from the Kim family? Xianxia, it was your son-in-law who deceived the emperor and cursed the crown prince first. He committed treason first. I killed him. Could it be that you're plotting a rebellion, seeing the monarch's soaring killing intent? The eunuch Li Sun said, Your Majesty, there is one last secret memorial. It's from Zhang. I don't want to read it anymore. The monarch said angrily, What does Zhang want to say? I don't want to read it anymore. He didn't want to look at it, so he took it and looked at it carefully. Then, he felt a chill all over his body. Zhang Cheng's memorial had almost nothing to do with Xianxia. His secret memorial was very long. It recorded in detail the annual trade of the Su family. The Kim family subsidized the Cheng kingdom more than 40,000 gold coins every year. Although his fief was more than 3,000 square kilometers, it was very high and did not produce much. The only advantage was that it was rich in minerals. Then where did the Su family have so much money to support their private army and the three-eyed heretics? Where did they have so much money to support the bureaucrats of Tianqi province? Slave trade, this was already shocking enough. But what was even more shocking was the monopoly of smuggling. Of course, the monopoly of smuggling itself was not shocking. What was shocking was that the Su family completely monopolized smuggling with the Chu kingdom. After the war between Wu and Yu, the Wu kingdom was dispirited. The Chu kingdom in the west became a big problem for the state of Yu. More than half of the army of the state of Yu was confronting the Chu kingdom in the west. Although the war had not started, there were countless conflicts at the border. The border of the two countries had been sealed, completely cutting off trade. Ning Yuanxian always thought that there would be a war between the Chu and the Yu kingdom. However, the state of Yu had the southern kingdom in rebellion, and the Chu kingdom had territorial disputes with the Liang and Wei kingdoms in the north. Both sides could not spare a hand. But there could only be one overlord in the whole south. After the defeat of the Wu kingdom, the overlord was born between the Chu kingdom and the state of Yu. And now, in Zhang Cheng's memorial, every piece of data was written in great detail. Although he did not directly say that Su Nan was colluding with the Chu kingdom, the meaning behind it was very clear. Su Nan first monopolized the Cheng kingdom's diplomacy, and then carried out a lot of smuggling trade with the Cheng kingdom and Chu kingdom, earning a lot of gold coins every year. And there were even more dangerous signs. Was the Su family and the Chu kingdom just smuggling trade? Wasn't there a deeper deal? Monarch Ning Yuanxian was like this. He was usually mean and irritable, and he had to vent his anger. But when it came to the safety of the country, he would immediately calm down. He was like a volcano that suddenly stopped erupting. His emotions immediately froze. So, Zhang Chong was still the best, he would not support Xianxia from the front. What could he do to extinguish the monarch's anger? That would cause an even greater anger. If he wanted to quell a big matter, he would have to expose another bigger matter. At the crucial moment, he would deal a fatal blow. Does Su Nan have a memorial? No, he's homesick. Have you heard of the great thief, the three-eyed evil? This old servant has heard of it. Has anyone in the Western Heaven province ever submitted a memorial to the three-eyed evil? No. Ning Yuanxian continued to read the memorial. At the end, Zhang Chong mentioned casually. Xianxia was unwilling to confess. He said that he would only confess everything if the monarch's confidant was present. Li Sun, make a trip there and personally interrogate Xianxia. The crime of deceiving the emperor, the case of cursing the crown prince, and the case of killing He Mingxi must be thoroughly investigated. The eunuch Li Sun cowed out and said, yes. Then, he was about to leave. However, the monarch glanced at Li Sun and said, Ning Qi, you go too. But don't say anything. Just watch. Ning Qi, the third prince, was a superpower who could rival the crown prince. Yes, your majesty, the third prince said. The monarch was a suspicious person. He was not at ease sending Li Sun alone, so he sent the third prince to supervise him. If Xianxia doesn't confess, strip him of his scholarly title. He is delicate and fragile. He won't be able to bear the punishment. He will say anything. If Xianxia really deceives the emperor and curses the crown prince, then don't blame me for being merciless. In the Supreme Court's secret torture chamber. The great eunuch Li Sun personally interrogated Xianxia on behalf of the monarch. The third prince sat quietly in a dark corner, not uttering a word. Xianxia, the monarch has a question for you. On the night of the Empress Dowager's birthday, did you get someone to sell the "When Will the Bright Moon Appear" song to her? This was the crux of the case. Yes, Your Majesty. Xianxia replied. The moment he said this, the great eunuch Li Sun's face trembled. Kid, you're courting death. Even if I wanted to save you, I wouldn't be able to. The great eunuch Li Sun asked again, were you the one who sold the clothes to noble Lady He that night? Xianxia shook his head and said, no. This student only knows how to write poems. I don't know how to make clothes. The great eunuch Li Sun asked again, someone bribed a court painter to paint Ho Tsai in a particularly eye-catching manner, attracting His Majesty's attention. Did you bribe the painter? No, Xianxia said. Li Sun said, but that court painter confessed. He said that the person who bribed him was from the Kim family. Xianxia was taken aback and expressed his shock. The great eunuch Li Sun said, in Li Wenjing's house, there was a silk handkerchief embroidered with blood stains and Ho Tsai's signature. Did you frame her? Xianxia, no. Li Sun continued, did you send someone to bury the vile person cursing the crown prince in the hole under Li Wenjing's bed? Did you frame her in order to kill Li Wenjing? Did you try to incite a factional war in the court so that the monarch would quickly kill Li Wenjing for the sake of peace in the court? Xianxia, no. Li Sun continued, a few days ago, Ho Tsai went to the official resting place in Lang County to look for you. What did she want? Xianxia replied, she asked me if I was the one who wrote When the Moon Appears. Li Sun asked, what was your answer then? Xianxia, I said no, because I don't want to get into trouble. But I did write this poem and I sold it to Ho Tsai. The eunuch Li Sun closed his eyes. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Xianxia. As long as he confessed that he was the one who wrote When the Moon Appears, and that he sold it to Ho Tsai, then he would never be able to clear his name. Brat, this old man has tried his best, but I can't save you even if I wanted to. Li Sun said, Xianxia, I'm done with my questions. Next, you will be stripped of all your scholarly honors, you will be interrogated by the 3 departments, and then you will be punished. Is there anything else you haven't told me? It's not too late to tell me now. When the torture starts, your small body won't be able to take it. Xianxia said, Father-in-law, I've told you everything I know. I really have nothing to do with He Gairen's death. Li Sun said agitatedly, then who is it? You won't be able to clear your name. He was exasperated at Li Sun's failure to live up to his expectations. At this moment, the third prince coughed lightly. He reminded Li Sun that he was only asking questions on His Majesty's behalf, and that he shouldn't use his personal feelings. The eunuch sighed, very well, Shen. Take care. I'm done with my questions. The 3 departments shall interrogate him. A moment later, the junior minister of the Supreme Court said, Your Highness, Eunuch Li, His Majesty has stripped Xianxia of his scholarly honors, right? He can be interrogated now, right? Li Sun was about to nod helplessly. At this moment, Zhang Chong said indifferently, Father-in-law, Ho Tsai's body has just been transported here. I've discovered something new. She didn't commit suicide, but was murdered. Zhang Chong glanced at Xianxia. The signal was clear. The fatal counterattack had begun. Note, the second update is here. Today's update is 16,000. I'm exhausted. Brothers, thank you for your monthly votes. Please, please. Thank you, Book Friend, 201810262022300723, Brother Tao 1224 for your tips. The swallow-tailed man's expression changed drastically. That's impossible. There's no way He Gairen was murdered. The eunuch Li Sun asked, why not? The swallow-tailed man said, Eunuch Li, you might not know this, but we've sent more than 20 men to protect Ho Tsai, men and women. One of them never leaves her side at all times. Xianxia said, at that time at the official rest stop in Lang County, He Lai-Chi came to see me alone. The swallow-tailed man said, that's because your warriors blocked everyone outside and only allowed He Gairen to enter. Li Sun said, continue. The swallow-tailed man said, 3 days ago, Guerin didn't eat dinner and only drank some rice wine before entering her room to write a letter. Because she had to write a letter to His Majesty every 3 days, we were only responsible for delivering the letter and couldn't read a single word. After writing the letter, she lay down to sleep while our men stood guard outside the door. Li Sun asked, guards without any blind spots? The swallow-tailed man said, yes, guards without any blind spots. There were people outside the door, outside the window, and even on the roof. Not even a fly could enter, let alone a single person. Li Sun asked, how did she commit suicide? The swallow-tailed man said, poison, red alum. Red alum is arsenic and extremely poisonous, with a lethal dose of 0.1 grams. Li Sun said, men, go to the palace and get a female doctor to examine the corpse. Yes. A eunuch hurried away. Because Hotsai used to be a monarch's woman, only women could examine the corpse. This world didn't have a medical examiner or a coroner. Corpses of lowly rank were examined by coroners, while those of high status were examined by doctors. Li Sun didn't ask Zhang Chong why he concluded that Hotsai was murdered. Everything would have to wait until the autopsy was completed. Continue with the joint trial, Li Sun said. The Supreme Court's junior minister said, what about the stripping of Xianxia of his scholarly rank and the torture? Li Sun said, there's no rush. If Hotsai was murdered, then these two cases aren't the same. Let's start with the case of whether Xianxia lied to the emperor. The joint hearing of the 3 divisions continued. It was still the main judge of the Supreme Court, the assistant judge of the Black Water Station, and the supervisor of the Imperial Censorate. Eunuch Li Sun sat on the side, supervising the palace on behalf of the palace. However, there were 2 more people outside the court. They were the 3rd princess, Ning Yan, and the empire's ambassador, Yun Mingzi. The reason why the 2 of them rushed in was to stop someone from torturing Xianxia. The rest of them could not change the outcome. The Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court said coldly, Xianxia, you've already confessed that you were the one who wrote when the bright moon appears, right? Xianxia, yes. The Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court, then why did you sell this poem to Guerin? Xianxia, show off, pick up girls, and take revenge on Li Wenjing. When the junior minister of the Supreme Court heard the first 2 words, he could not help but be stunned. What was posturing? He recognized the 2 words separately, but when they were put together, he didn't know what they meant. But when he heard the last 2 reasons from Xianxia, he was overjoyed. Good, Xianxia, you finally confessed. The Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court suddenly slammed the gavel and said sternly, Xianxia, you finally confessed. You did it to take revenge on Li Wenjing. Xianxia, yes, I did it to take revenge on Li Wenjing. The Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court said, then how did you frame Guerin Hotsai, and how did you bury the villain who cursed the crown prince under Li Wenjing's bed? Speak. Xianxia, when I said pick up girls, it was because Lady Hotsai was extremely beautiful, so of course I liked her. As for taking revenge on Li Wenjing, it was because I knew that Li Wenjing greatly admired Hotsai, so I gave the poem when the bright moon appears to Hotsai, hoping to move his heart and win her over. I wanted to make Li Wenjing vomit blood, so that I could snatch his beloved woman. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Xianxia, is this not allowed? At that time, Hotsai didn't know the monarch, so can't I pursue her through the air? This was the icing on the cake. I pursued Hotsai through the air, planning to take revenge on Li Wenjing. Even if the monarch knew, so what? I, Xianxia, didn't chase after Hotsai. You, Ning Yuanxian, slept with the woman I didn't chase after. Aren't you awesome enough? This was equivalent to a girlfriend being loved by many men, but she only loved me and no other men. As a man, he would only feel happy. The Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court said sternly, Xianxia, are you still trying to deny it? It was you who wanted to kill Li Wenjing, so you used Hotsai and buried a villain under Li Wenjing's bed to curse the crown prince. Xianxia, this is unreasonable. Why would I want to kill Li Wenjing? The Vice-Chancellor said, because at Zhang Jin's engagement banquet, Li Wenjing accused you of treason and wrote acrostic poems in your book. In the poems, there were 4 words, God will punish Prince Jin. He wanted to put you to death, so you wanted to take revenge. Xianxia, that's right, but I already took revenge on the spot. Prince Jean rebelled, Li Wenjing colluded with Prince Jean. He was so scared that he twitched on the spot. I thought he was dead for sure. After all, he admitted to colluding with Prince Jean, the king of the South Kingdom. Why would I do such an unnecessary thing? His words were reasonable. At the time, many people thought that Li Wenjing was dead for sure. After all, at the banquet that night, Li Wenjing publicly admitted that he was close to Prince Jean. But who would have thought that the monarch, in order to deal with the Kim family, only fined Li Wenjing his salary? The case was now at a dead end. Every single word that Xianxia said was very reasonable. I sold the poems to Hotsai to show off, to pick up girls, and to steal Li Wenjing's love. Was that wrong? Can't everyone see that I, Xianxia, am a pervert? How did Chou Yaoer, that invincible demoness, get pregnant? Even Grandmaster Shuiyin is rumored to have an affair with me. And the third widow, Princess Ning Yan, is sitting outside. She even attacked the Supreme Court for me. Of course, out of the three women, the one everyone admired the most was Xianxia impregnating Chou Yaoer. Chou Yaoer was too amazing. Shuiyin was one of the 6 grandmasters of the state of Yu. And in a few years, Chou Yaoer would become one of the strongest experts in the Eastern world. She was an invincible commander on the battlefield, a super demoness. Wait for the autopsy. Eunuch Li Sun said. At this point, the autopsy was the most important thing. If Hotsai really committed suicide, then her suicide note was the evidence. A person who would rather die to prove her innocence would not lie. Then, no matter how Xianxia argued, he would not be able to clear his name. After all, Hotsai's suicide note said that everything was Xianxia's fault. The most serious crime was that Xianxia had sent people to destroy her innocence, so that she did not bleed when she was being pampered by the monarch. This sentence was never asked in court, because it could not be said. Many people knew about it, but they could not say it. So, as long as Hotsai committed suicide, then Xianxia would not be able to escape the blame. It would be useless to say anything, and he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the sea. And if Hotsai was murdered, there was still a chance of survival for the case. In the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence, Su Nan was in control of the progress of the Supreme Court's interrogation. There were people who wrote down the entire interrogation record and sent it to the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence. He finished reading dozens of pages of the interrogation record. Zhang Chong is looking for trouble. Should we touch his son? His grandson? Su Jianting asked. His tone was very calm, as if he did not care about the right doctor of the imperial censor. This was probably the view of the top nobles, treating most people as grass. Su Nan shook his head. No need for now. Su Jianting said, in the Kim clan's courtyard, Xianxia's concubine is pregnant. Should we touch her? Su Nan shook his head. Are you sure Hotsai committed suicide? Su Jianting said, absolutely. I didn't touch even half a finger of hers. That suicide note was written by her in front of me. Every word was personally written by her. The tea mixed with arsenic was also drunk by her. How could Hotsai drink the tea with arsenic? Because she did not know it was arsenic. She thought it was the soul vanishing powder from Stupa Mountain. It was also a kind of poison. After drinking it, the person would fall asleep and die painlessly. If it was a drop, she could still be saved if she was treated in time. Hotsai's suicide was just a risk. First, she wanted to take revenge on Xianxia. Second, she wanted to use suicide to win the monarch's trust and sympathy. She also wanted to clear her name so that she might be able to return to the monarch's side and enjoy glory and wealth. Su Jianting dropped a drop of Stupa Mountain's soul vanishing powder into the tea in front of her, and vowed that she would be saved in time. Su Fei would also help her return to the capital. After that, the two of them would join forces to check and balance concubine Bian in the harem. Hotsai could be said to be going all out. She was blinded by hatred, and also blinded by greed. Unexpectedly cooperating with the Su clan was simply asking a tiger for its skin. On the edge of the teacup, Su Jianting had already smeared a layer of arsenic. A little bit would kill her. After voluntarily drinking the tea, not only did Hotsai not return to the monarch's side, she inexplicably died. Therefore, Su Jianting was sure that it was foolproof. Father, this time Xianxia will definitely die. No matter how we investigate, Hotsai committed suicide. Shenlang, that idiot. Back then, in order to kill Li Wenjing, he wasted so much effort and left such a huge flaw for us. He really brought about his own destruction. This time, he's dead for sure. Ning Yuanxian is selfish and mean. Previously, he was so fond of Shenlang that he couldn't tolerate betrayal. He will definitely put him to death by 1,000 cuts. Su Yong, a confidant at the side, said, Raging Tide City is isolated overseas. If the monarch executes Shenlang, will the Kim family rebel? Will the monarch refrain from killing Shenlang because of this? Sunan, the Kim family can't care about rebellion anymore. There are many people who want the Kim family to be exterminated. His family will be in trouble soon. Su Yong said, what kind of trash is the Kim family? They actually want to be on equal footing with our Su clan? What a dream. Sunan, send 2 groups of people, one to Wu State and the other to Chang State. Just in case. Yes. Sunan said, even if Shenlang is convicted, Ning Yuanxian might still not kill Shenlang out of consideration for the Jin clan. He will most likely be sentenced to death by corruption. However, Shenlang must die. Let's make some arrangements beforehand. Even if it's a corruption sentence, let's just let him die like this. Corruption was castration. Su Yong said, yes, even cows, horses, pigs, and sheep can die, let alone humans? This lowly one will definitely let Shenlang's entire lower body rot and then die a tragic death. 4 female doctors came to the palace, and eldest Princess Xianxia finally came. Of course, she didn't come to save Shenlang. She didn't care about Shenlang's life or death. It was the monarch's order that Xianxia came to supervise the autopsy. The next key was to determine if Hotsai committed suicide. If he killed her, then Shenlang still had a chance to live. If it was suicide, then Shenlang couldn't be cleared of guilt. Hotsai's body was stripped clean. The 4 female doctors frowned and checked every inch of her body. Eldest Princess Xianxia was supervising everything. Everyone outside held their breath, waiting for the results. The results of the autopsy would directly determine the fate of many people. Ning Yan was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Shenlang, however, seemed very calm. Eunuch Li Sun closed his eyes and kept playing with the string in his hand. He only dared to take out this bracelet to play with when he left the palace. He would never take it out in the palace. He hadn't slept for several days and nights, and he was exhausted. The Supreme Court's junior minister and the Blackwater platform's swallowtail coat were waiting for the results with burning eyes. Once it was determined that Hotsai committed suicide. In that case, Shenlang would be finished. It was useless to quibble. The words of a dying man were also kind. Hotsai would rather commit suicide to expose Shenlang. This alone was enough. The so-called evidence in this case wasn't the most important. The monarch's intention was the most important. The swallowtail coat sneered in his heart. The Blackwater platform had checked Hotsai's body many times and concluded that it was a suicide. Trying to turn it into a homicide was simply a dream. Half an hour later, the 4 female doctors checked every part of Hotsai's body. Then they walked out of the court. Sirs, He Lai is certain that he committed suicide. Someone was surprised when he said this. Someone was horrified. Ning Yan almost rushed in. How could it be suicide? If Hotsai committed suicide, Shenlang would be finished. Grand Duke Li Sun said, this case is of great importance, we must check it clearly. The 4 female doctors said, it is confirmed that it was a suicide. There was a metallic smell in the deceased's mouth, the esophagus was severely corroded, the watery feces had traces of blood, and the anus was obviously congested. All of these are symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Not only that, there were no passive wounds on the deceased's body, and there were no signs of struggle. The swallowtail coat of the Blackwater platform said, we have already checked the changes. Higuerin wrote the suicide note and drank the poison tea. Everything was voluntary. There were no signs of being forced. Moreover, after drinking the poison tea, she was still lying quietly on the bed waiting for death. She was wearing the dress that she first met His Majesty in. The intention to commit suicide was very obvious. Grand Duke Li Sun said, Your Highness, what do you think? Grand Princess Xianxia said, I supervised the entire autopsy process, and the results are true and effective. Her words were almost equivalent to sentencing Shenlang to death. Ning Yan's expression suddenly changed. Was this her aunt? Was this her most respected and beloved master? She didn't even have the slightest intention of helping Shenlang. Moreover, she insisted that Hotsai committed suicide. This was indirectly asking for Shenlang's death. The Supreme Court's Xiaoqing sneered, Shenlang, what else do you have to say now? He Guiran committed suicide and exposed your conspiracy in her suicide note. She is willing to use her death to prove her innocence. She has no parents, and no one in this world can threaten her. Therefore, every word in her suicide note is true. Her suicide note is irrefutable evidence. Then, he looked at Zhang Chong and said coldly, Lord Zhang, this He Guiran clearly committed suicide, yet you insist that he killed her. Could it be that you have colluded with Shenlang? Your Highness, uniquely, this official feels that the Censorate's right minister, Zhang Chong, is no longer qualified to supervise the joint trial of this case. Furthermore, he is suspected of colluding with criminals. I feel that he needs to go back to the Supreme Court's prison. Uniquely, you can now deprive Shenlang of his scholarly rank. You can torture him and make him confess everything. Li Sun's eyes flickered as he said, Zhang Chong, you're not a doctor. Why do you insist that Hotsai was murdered and not committed suicide? The swallow-tailed man from the Blackwater platform said, Lord Zhang Chong wants to absolve Shenlang of his crime. The two of them have long been in cahoots. He is an accomplice. Uniquely, please present a memorial to His Majesty and capture him as well. Zhang Chong stood up and asked, everyone, what will happen to her after she takes the arsenic? She will die, of course, answered the man. Zhang Chong said, she will be in excruciating pain. Her entire stomach and esophagus will be burned. Not only will she lose control of her bowels, but she will also vomit. It's as if she is being tortured and her entire body will be twisted. Everyone, please take a look. Hotsai died very peacefully as if she didn't feel any pain. If she didn't lose control of her bowels, it would be as if she was dead. Why? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The 4 female medical officers also nodded. After taking arsenic, it would be extremely painful. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to endure it, let alone a weak girl like Hotsai. She couldn't die so peacefully. Zhang Chong said, unless there's another poison in the tea, one that will cause you to lose all senses after consuming it. May I ask if there's such a poison? Grand Princess Xianxia said, yes, Futu Mountain soul dispersing powder. The Supreme Court's Xiaoqing said, noble, he is a beauty lover. He wants to die peacefully, so he put in this soul dispersing powder to maintain his composure before death. Isn't that normal? Shenlang, of course it's not normal. If you want to commit suicide, you can just use the same soul dispersing powder. I'm afraid you won't die after using 2 drops. Why do you need to take the arsenic? Zhang Chong said, is a poison like the soul dispersing powder rare? Xianxia nodded and said, it's very rare. Zhang Chong said, noble, he is imprisoned, how could he obtain the rare poison of Futu Mountain? The Supreme Court's Xiaoqing said, the so-called soul dispersing powder of Futu Mountain is just your speculation. There's no evidence at all. The swallow-tailed coat of the Blackwater platform said, we've also checked Noble He's cup. There's only arsenic inside. There's no soul dispersing powder of Futu Mountain at all. This was the power of Futu Mountain. The soul dispersing powder was an extremely volatile liquid. Normally, it had to be sealed at all times. Once exposed to the air, it would evaporate completely within an hour or 2, leaving no traces behind. Zhang Chong said, can I take a look at Noble He's suicide note? The eunuch Li Sun hesitated for a long time. There were some indecent contents in this suicide note that were not suitable for foreign officials to read. However, he still decided to take it out and hand it over to Zhang Chong. Shenlang, you little bastard, I should have beaten you to death, but I helped you again and again. Zhang Chong took the suicide note and read it carefully. If possible, Your Majesty can cut open this subject's concubine's abdomen and see if this subject's concubine's heart is black or white. Zhang Chong read out this sentence. Does Noble He's sentence mean something? Zhang Chong said. Li Sun replied, that's not the case. Every time noble personage he writes to His Majesty, this is the same sentence. Zhang Chong said, but this sentence in the suicide note seems to have been scratched by fingernails. There's also a red mark, as if it's reminding us of something. Li Sun was stunned. At this time, third Prince Ning Qi and eldest Princess Ning Jia walked over. Under the sunlight, they carefully read the suicide note. It really is, on the words, cut open this subject's concubine's abdomen, there were fingernail scratches and a little red. This was a woman's scarlet nails. And it was Hotsai's special scarlet nails. Everyone couldn't help but look at Hotsai's abdomen. Does this suicide note mean that Hotsai asked someone to cut open her abdomen? Is there something in her abdomen? Li Sun shook his head and said, if it's just a coincidence, I can't make the decision to cut open her abdomen. I'll have to report to His Majesty. Then, he stood up and said, please wait a moment, sirs. I'll report to His Majesty at once and let him decide whether to cut open her abdomen or not. With that, eunuch Li Sun galloped out, mounted his warhorse, and galloped towards the north. Shen Lang's heart warmed. This eunuch is really cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He's been helping Shen Lang from the start. Of course, he might not have a good impression of Shen Lang, but he's loyal to the monarch. He could see it clearly and didn't want Sunan to succeed because he was loyal to the monarch. After galloping for dozens of miles, eunuch Li Sun met the monarch's guard of honor. After dismounting from his horse, he quickly rushed into the monarch's carriage. At this time, the monarch couldn't bear it any longer and was sleeping on the bed. Your Majesty. Li Sun called in a low voice. Monarch Ning Yuanxian shuddered and suddenly woke up. Old dog, how's the trial going? Has Shen Lang confessed? Li Sun knelt on the ground and told everything. Then, he handed over Hotsai's suicide note and said, in Noble He's suicide note, there are indeed fingernail marks on my abdomen and the vermilion that Noble He often smears on it. But I think it's just a coincidence. Cutting open her abdomen is a serious matter, so I dare not make a decision. Your Majesty, please make a decision. The monarch faced the sun and shone it. Sure enough. Previously, every letter from Hotsai contained such a sentence, so he didn't pay much attention to it. And that night, there wasn't enough light, so he didn't find this mark. There were indeed fingernail marks on these words. Is this a reminder? Or a coincidence? If it's a reminder, then it means that she was forced to write the suicide note, so she secretly scratched these words with her fingernail. The monarch said, why did Shen Lang sell the poem When the Moon Appears to Hotsai? Say it again. Li Sun said, he said it was to show off, pick up girls, take revenge on Li Wenjing, and steal his love. The monarch said, what do you think? Li Sun said, he is indeed a frivolous person, without any sense of shame. Usually, after a person dies, it's not good to destroy the body. But Ning Yuanxian was harsh. He was most concerned about Shen Lang deceiving the emperor and cursing the crown prince for trying to incite a war. What's more, he was angry that Shen Lang might have destroyed Hotsai's chastity. But how deep was his love for Hotsai? Not necessarily. Then cut open her abdomen and see what's inside, the monarch said. Yes, Your Highness. Li Sun was about to leave for the Supreme Court. The monarch suddenly said, old dog, why are you so eager to help Shen Lang? Eunuch Li Sun said, this old servant isn't helping Shen Lang, but I don't want someone to succeed. Shen Lang is just a frivolous little dog. The monarch said, old dog, there's a hidden meaning in your words. Li Sun knelt on the ground. Go, cut open Hotsai's abdomen and see what's inside, the monarch said. Li Sun mounted his horse and galloped south. 2 hours later, eunuch Li Sun got off his horse with difficulty. He almost fell down. He hadn't slept for 4 days and 3 nights. He was on the verge of collapsing. Princess Ning Yan stepped forward and abruptly carried him down. Third princess, you mustn't. Not only is there a difference between a man and a woman, but I'm also a lowly servant, Li Sun hurriedly said. Angry Tiger Ning Yan said, what kind of man are you, a eunuch? As soon as she said this, the imperial ambassador Yun Mingzi covered his face in pain. Stupid woman, don't speak nonsense if you don't know how to speak. It's clearly a good thing, it's clearly a matter of concern, but coming from your mouth, it only makes people hate you. Fortunately, Li Sun was old and didn't care about this anymore. He just chuckled. He walked into the hall and loudly said, "His Majesty has decreed to cut open Hotsai's abdomen and examine it thoroughly." The 4 female medical officers knelt down and said, "Yes." Then, under the supervision of Elder Princess Xianxia and Eunuch Li Sun, the 4 female medical officers cut open Hotsai's abdomen and flipped it open. It was a horrible sight. Of course, the stomach was terrifying after consuming arsenic. First, it was washed with a large amount of water. It took a few minutes. Only then did Hotsai's abdomen was cleaned. "There's something inside, there's something," a female medical officer said. Eunuch Li Sun suddenly stood up and said, "Take it out, don't destroy it." The female medical officer carefully used a shelf to pick up the item and placed it in a silver basin. It was a wax pellet, about the thickness of a thumb. Li Sun personally took the wax pellet. There really is something in Hotsai's abdomen. This is the wax pellet that was taken from her abdomen. She took it before drinking the poisonous tea. Everyone exclaimed, especially the Xianxia of the Supreme Court and the swallow-tailed coat of the Black Water platform. Their expressions changed drastically. There was a wax pellet in Hotsai's abdomen, this? What was going on? Eunuch Li Sun said, "Next, I will open this wax pellet in front of the lords." Then, Li Sun put on his gloves and peeled off the wax pellet bit by bit. There was a thin piece of parchment inside, and a line of words was written on it. The words were already somewhat blurred, but they could still be recognized. "Your Majesty, Su Jianting harmed me, slandered me, and forced me to slander Xianxia." There was only one word signed, Peng. The female medical officers were stunned. There were no traces of Noble He being insulted. Immediately after, a female medical officer rushed back to the quiet room to check. She found it. The valley path behind Hotsai was indeed torn, but at that time, they thought it was caused by arsenic and didn't pay much attention to it. Now that they examined it carefully, even if it was burned by arsenic, there would be no tear. It seemed that she had indeed been insulted when she was alive. The female medical officer returned to the hall and reported, "Lords, Noble He might have been tainted when she was alive, but we couldn't detect it just now. We thought it was caused by arsenic." Everyone was shocked. Was Su Jianting crazy? Not only did he kill someone, but he also did such a thing? What kind of woman couldn't he get? Was a woman that the monarch doted on so tasty? Deranged. Xianxia also exclaimed in his heart, "Aunt Xueyin, you really aren't the saintess. You really can do anything." Note, first update, more than 7,000 words. The monthly votes are about to drop to the 14th place. Please help me, I'm grateful, thank you, Brother Tao 1224, Book Friend 1505222301566163, Vinegar Stupid for their tips of tens of thousands of coins. What was Xueyin's profession? The Holy Maiden? No, that was a part-time job. Her profession was spying. Back then, she was sent by the Yan Empire to hide beside Jiangli, but Jiangli's charisma was too amazing, and this spy was directly accepted. In these 10 years, in order to atone for her sins and accumulate virtue, she had desperately saved thousands of people, but she still did not lose her professional skills. When Xianxia had just returned to the capital from the Chang kingdom, he had used this goddess auntie to trick 2 of the imperial officials, allowing him to achieve a complete victory in the perilous court meeting. After that, when she left the capital, Xianxia went to see her off, not to mention letting her go to Lang County to do something. Would that cross her bottom line? At that time, Xueyin said that she was not innocent at all, and that she could do anything. In order to prove this point, she even played a monkey stealing a peach on Xianxia, showing that she was a woman without a bottom line. Xianxia was petrified on the spot, and often dreamed of the scene. And now it seemed that it was indeed so. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. There were dozens of Black Water platform warriors around Hotsai to monitor and protect her. Goddess Xueyin had done this without anyone noticing. Feeding Hotsai the wax pill, this matter was premeditated by Xianxia, and even this note was written by Xianxia imitating Hotsai's handwriting. But giving Hotsai the flower in the valley was really Xueyin's own play, and not Xianxia's idea. The key point was that apart from Xueyin, even Hotsai herself did not know about this matter. After waking up, Hotsai could feel the pain in her back, But she thought that it was because she was suffering from excessive internal heat, and that her bowels were too dry. Because recently, she had been suffering from excessive internal heat for no reason, and every time she went to the toilet, she was very afraid. Not only that, Shuiyin did not immediately make a move after arriving in Lang County. Instead, she monitored everything until Su Jianting arrived near Hotsai's house, and confirmed that the Su clan's plot against Shenlang really existed, before she decisively made a move. So the whole process was flawless. Su Jianting didn't notice it, neither did the warriors of the Black Water platform. Hotsai herself didn't even know that there was a wax pill in her stomach. If she was just a spy, she wouldn't be able to do this. If she had only been a great grandmaster, she would not have been able to do this. But when these two identities were added together, it would be amazing. The reason why Shenlang came up with this evil plan was because Hotsai's words were too famous. Ever since she was banished by the monarch, she would write letters to the monarch every 3 days. At the end of each letter, she would add a sentence, "Your Majesty can cut open this concubine's abdomen and see if this concubine's heart is red or white." Not only that, but every time she met with important figures, she would often add this line, saying that she was willing to disembowel herself for His Majesty to see. In short, she did everything she could to return to the monarch's side. She did everything she could to send a message to the monarch. Disemboweling to see Hotsai's heart had almost become an illusion. It would be difficult for Shenlang not to know about it. The dreamy Cloud Lake and Ming Yan had talked about it. So in this suicide note, Hotsai would naturally add this sentence. Goddess Shuiyin's scarlet fingernail marks must be very, very faint. Even if the people of the Black Water platform noticed it, they would only think it was a coincidence. So when did Shenlang find out that Su Nan was using Hotsai to harm him? On the night when they returned from the Cheng Kingdom and passed through Lang County to stay at the official resting place, Hotsai didn't hesitate to follow Mulan and break into the resting place to meet Shenlang. In order to avoid meeting Shenlang crawled into Aunt Shuiyin's bed and was caught by Mulan on the spot. And this woman actually waited outside for Shenlang for more than an hour just to say a word to him. This was very abnormal. With Shenlang's sharp senses, of course he could smell a conspiracy from this. Moreover, Hotsai was his biggest flaw. How could Su Nan, as an enemy, let it go? Since he couldn't make up for this flaw, then he would make it bigger and pour poison into it. Then, he would completely blow up the enemy. And once he blew up, this flaw would naturally disappear. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Know yourself. And know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. As for Zhang Chong's participation, it was a complete surprise. Originally, many roles needed to be played by Shenlang himself, but after Zhang Chong came, Shenlang almost didn't need to say anything. This awesome Lord Zhang Chong had long since settled everything properly, and he had even done a better job than Shenlang himself. Shenlang had said before. This time, the outcome of the battle with Su Nan would be decided in an instant. And this was a desperate counterattack. Shenlang was the planner, while Shuiyin and Zhang Chong were the executors. The 3 of them were all top experts. Su Nan's loss was not unjust. The whole audience was completely shocked by this turn of events. The head of the swallow-tailed envoy of the Black Water platform was about to explode. The junior minister of the Supreme Court, Wang Jingluan, was stunned. How could this be? Just now, Shenlang was clearly going to die. How could it be reversed in an instant? How could all the blame be placed on Su Nan's head? What the hell is going on? And Ming Yan was also stunned. She said to Dreamy Cloud Lake on the side, "Brother, no, stud, what happened?" This tigress was like this. When she was sad and weak, she called him brother. Now that it seemed that she was fine, she changed to calling him stud. Of course, the Imperial Ambassador Dreamy Cloud Lake would not care about him. There were only 2 words in his heart. Awesome, my younger brother is awesome. He learned this word from Shenlang. The instant reversal of this scene, Dreamy Cloud Lake was stunned. And Zhang Chong was also a little surprised. Although he knew the whole process in his heart, when it really happened, he still wanted to say that it was amazing. This plan was not difficult to carry out. What was difficult was to predict in advance and be 1 step ahead of the enemy. Shenlang was indeed amazing. At this time, the swallow-tailed envoy of the Blackwater platform suddenly said, "No, all of this is Shenlang's plot. It's impossible for young Master Su Jianting to rape noble he. It's impossible." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes looked at him. "Idiot, this idiot is dead." This was everyone's eyes. After the swallow-tailed envoy said this, he immediately understood that he caused trouble from his mouth. According to the normal reaction, he should say, "Young Master Su Jianting can't kill noble Ho Tsai." But what he said was, "Su Jianting will not rape noble he." "It seems that you know a lot and colluded with Su Nan." Li Sun's heart instantly sentenced the swallow-tailed envoy to death. Then, the great eunuch got up and said lightly, "Your Excellencies, this case is too bizarre and complicated. It's hard to say what the truth is. Everyone must not spread it out. If there are any rumors in the outside world, everyone present will not be able to get away with it." Li Sun's words were beautiful. In his heart, he had long felt that the truth had been revealed, but this case was too terrible. Not a single word could be leaked to the outside world. "I'll go and report to His Majesty and ask him to make the final decision." Then, the poor Grand Eunuch Li Sun ran around again. This time, without waiting for Princess Ning Yan to make a move, the Imperial Ambassador Yun Mingzi directly carried him onto the horse. "Thank you, young Master Yun." Yun Mingzi said, "Eunuch Li is really a loyal servant. It's really a blessing for the king of you to have a servant like you." "Look at Yun Mingzi's young master, how good at talking." Li Sun cupped his hands and then galloped toward the north. An hour later, Li Sun met the monarch's guard of honor in a place more than 10 miles north of the capital. He once again entered the monarch's mobile palace and knelt down. "Your Majesty, this was taken from the belly of noble Ho Tsai." The monarch frowned. He used a piece of silk to pat his hand and took the parchment, not hiding the disgust on his face. "Your Majesty, Su Jianting harmed me, slandered me, and forced me to slander Shenlang." After reading this line of words, the monarch's face suddenly twitched. "Slander her?" Eunuch Li Sun said, "There was a tear on the valley path behind noble Ho Tsai. The female doctor didn't notice it before and thought it was an arsenic burn. It should be Su Jianting's doing." The monarch's eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, he didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he laughed, but his voice was very sharp. Someone really made him a cuckold. He didn't expect that this young Master Su Jianting would be so crazy, so bold. "Isn't it exciting? Do you enjoy using a woman that I've used before?" The monarch closed his eyes. In this way, was it also Su Shi's doing that the villain who cursed the crown prince under Li Wenjing's bed? That's right. Once there was a fierce struggle between the crown prince and the third prince, who would benefit, of course, it was Su Nan of the neutral faction. At that time, Su Nan had just returned to the court, and continued to expand the power of the neutral faction. That's right, that's reasonable. Shenlang was just a small son-in-law. He didn't have any bullshit ambition. He only provoked the struggle between the crown prince and the third prince when he was full. At that time, he didn't even know who the crown prince and the third prince were. If the two fought, he wouldn't get any benefits. As for him selling poems to Ho Tsai, it was to show off, to pick up girls, and to take away Li Wenjing's love. This was in line with his impetuous character. This person was like this. In order to harm his ex-wife, Su Xianxia, he wrote a book. Now that the Su Guanyun family was finished, and Su Xianxia had almost become his mistress, he didn't want to write the second part of Jean X May, and it seemed that he didn't want to write it in this lifetime. Then, the monarch suddenly said, "Is it possible that all of this was manipulated by Shenlang?" The monarch just casually asked. This person was extremely suspicious, and wanted to suspect everyone. The great eunuch Li Sun said, "Shenlang was beaten in the Supreme Court, and almost received a severe punishment." The meaning of this sentence was very clear. Shenlang was a person who was very afraid of pain. Li Sun continued, and when the wax ball was taken out, the swallow-tailed official of Haishitai said something very strange. He said that all of this was Shenlang's plot, and that Prince Su Jianting couldn't have raped noble person Ho Tsai. The monarch's eyes suddenly shrank. Of course, he could hear the abnormality of this sentence. "You should have said that Su Jianting couldn't have killed Ho Tsai." "You, the swallow-tailed official, seemed to be mentally prepared for the death of Hotsai. Did someone in Haishitai collude with Su clan? Everything had come to light. All of this was Su clan's plot. Hotsai was killed by Su Jianting in order to murder Xianxia. He didn't know why, but the monarch's heart was relieved. He was not even as angry as before. When he heard that Xianxia deceived the emperor, tarnished Hotsai, and cursed the crown prince in an attempt to trigger a dispute, he was furious like never before. He felt that he had been betrayed. And now, all of this was done by Su clan. He was not so angry. He felt that it was reasonable. Because he liked this child, Xianxia. Being betrayed by the people closest to him would make him particularly angry. And no matter what the enemy did to you, it seemed to be a matter of course. In the monarch's heart, he had long regarded Su Nan as an opponent. Of course, Su Jianting raped Hotsai, which made him very angry. The monarch wanted to tear him into pieces. But, he was still not as angry as when he heard about Xianxia's betrayal. At that time, he really wanted to get the answer immediately. Perhaps, in his heart, he didn't value Hotsai at all. This case ends here. Did the swallow-tailed official of Haishitai's family die? The monarch asked. Eunuch Li Sun said, there is another family, his wife and son. The monarch said, go catch them and kill them all. Interrogate this swallow-tailed official. Only one answer is whether he colluded with Su clan, and to what extent has Haishitai been infiltrated. Once you get a good answer, peel off his skin and hang it on the flagpole of Haishitai. Yes. Li Sun said. The monarch said again, Su Jianting once led the warriors of the western regions to attack Xianwu Mansion, right? Li Sun said, yes. The monarch said angrily, audacious to the extreme, daring to attack the imperial court count's mansion, and even trying to kill his own aunt, simply insane. Damn it. You already knew about this matter, and it was Su Nan who asked the censor to impeach him, and you casually scolded him. Now you specifically brought it up. Men, go and arrest Su Jianting. I want to know, what is he trying to do? Even trying to kill his own aunt? Yes. A group of cavalry galloped down. As for Xianxia? What is going on with him and Ning Yin? The monarch asked. Li Sun said, this old servant doesn't know. The monarch said, arrest this wastrel, lock him up in the palace, and give him 3 lashes of the whip. Frivolous and dissolute, a married man who is also someone else's son-in-law, yet he still wants to flirt around. If it wasn't for his flirtatious personality, if he didn't take the initiative to seduce Hotsai, how could this have happened? 3 days in the Supreme Court's prison isn't enough, he should be locked up for 1.5 years before he becomes obedient. Li Sun said, Your Majesty is right. This wastrel is simply sensational, and not long ago, he even made a fool of himself in the capital. The monarch said, what joke? Li Sun said, he is too far away from his wife, and his concubine is pregnant, so he probably couldn't hold it in any longer, so he wanted to visit a brothel. He disguised himself and secretly went there, but he couldn't get over it, so he went in and out 4 or 5 times, but he didn't really go there. In the end, one day, Princess Ning Yen saw his back and exposed his identity. Since then, Xianxia has become a joke in the capital, and everyone says he's no good in that aspect. Ha ha ha. The monarch couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard Xianxia's embarrassing story. Then he started cursing again. Such a rash and preposterous person, Jin Shui must be blind to have taken such a lecher as a son-in-law. Li Sun said, isn't that so? This kid's skin is thick, and his character is shameless. I've never seen anyone like him before. The eunuch was trying his best to belittle Xianxia. There was only one meaning in his words, he's such a wastrel. I'll believe you if you say he harmed someone, I'll believe you if you say he tried to seduce Hotsai, but if you say he tried to incite a conflict between the third prince and the crown prince in Xuanwu a year ago? I don't believe it at all. The more he cursed, the more innocent Xianxia was. Let's go back to the palace. The monarch closed his eyes and rested. He could capture Su Jianting, and he could also make Su Nan hesitate. But to capture Su Nan because of this case, impossible. If he could, he would have done it long ago. By now, the monarch had completely calmed down and began to analyze the pros and cons of this matter. In the end, he came up with an answer. He couldn't capture Sunan before the war in the South Kingdom ended. He could capture Su Jianting, but he couldn't kill him. He could reduce Sunan's power, but he couldn't take him down. If he were to touch Sunan, the Su family might rebel. The most frightening thing was that the Chang Kingdom would immediately take action. They would either join the war in the South Kingdom or lead their army to plunder the state of Yu. The Su family was not like the Kim family. The Kim family only had one Jean Mulan, and Jean Muzong was a fat idiot. The Su family could be said to be full of talents. Sunan supported the overall situation in the imperial court, while his wife and several brothers could summon wind and rain in Jinyuan City. The two sides cooperated with each other. The monarch clenched his fists. At this time, he still couldn't take down Sunan, the old fox. The governor of Western Heaven Province and the governor of White Knight County would be changed. He wanted to boil the frog in warm water. First, he would surround the Su family's territory, and gradually reduce Sunan's power in the imperial court. In 2 to 3 years, he would completely take down Sunan. The hateful Chang Kingdom, the hateful Chang King, if not for this bandit, why would I be so afraid of Sunan, the old fox? The monarch suddenly said, "Old dog, Sunan is doing well in Western Heaven Province, why does he insist on entering the imperial court?" The eunuch Li Sun said, "Your Majesty, eunuchs are not allowed to interfere in politics. Just say what I want you to say." Li Sun said, "He hasn't been in the imperial court for a long time, so I'm afraid he can't control the overall situation. Whether it's the officialdom of Western Heaven Province or the Chang Kingdom's foreign affairs, he needs to control them all. One side is in the imperial court, and the other side is at the border, so they can coordinate with each other. Wasn't that right? Wasn't the Zhong family the same? One was the Western governor, and the other was the deputy of the Privy Council in the imperial court. The hateful Chang Kingdom, the hateful Chang Kingdom. Otherwise, I will take down Sunan today." The monarch couldn't help but grit his teeth. In the prison of the Blackwater platform, another Qianhu, Yan Shikang, was torturing Swallowtail Man. What a terrible karma. Swallowtail Man had previously reported all the tortures to Shenlang, as if he was reporting the dishes. And now, he had tasted all the tortures himself. There wasn't an inch of unharmed flesh on his body. This kind of boundless pain really made him want to die immediately. "Are you colluding with the Su clan? Su Jianting and Ho Tsai met, did you really not know?" Swallowtail Man trembled and said hoarsely, "Senior brother, I have confessed 10 times. I knew that the Su clan wanted to use Ho Tsai to murder Shenlang, so I turned a blind eye to it because I wanted to avenge Miss Shueli. I really don't know the rest, I really didn't collude with the Su clan." What he said was true. Swallowtail Man had a backer. Behind him was the superintendent of the Blackwater platform, Yan Yi, the Shui clan of the Wuan Count House, and the third prince. Of course, he would not have a deep relationship with the Su clan. But since the Su clan wanted to murder Shenlang, he was willing to open the door. Anyway, Shenlang was also the enemy of the Shui clan. The master had long wanted to destroy the Kim family, and had long wanted to skin Shenlang. Another Qianhu said to the eunuch, "Eunuch Li, what do you think?" This was Eunuch Li, Lian, Li Sun's sworn brother. The two of them had the same godfather, Li Mu, who was called the ancestor. Lian knew the order of the monarch. After asking the question, it was enough to stop. It was enough to determine whether the Su clan had infiltrated the Blackwater platform. "Just do it, what else can I do?" Lian said, "I will go back to reply to the decree." "You have delayed the family law." "Yes." Yan Shikang bowed and said. After the eunuch Lian left, the man in the tuxedo said, "Senior brother, you must tell my adoptive father and the patriarch that I absolutely did not betray them. I really just turned a blind eye and let the Su clan harm Shenlang. I also want to do things for the Shui clan." Yan Shikang said, "Don't say it, I understand." The man in the tuxedo said, "Senior brother, I know I can't live. Please take care of my family for the sake of our brotherhood." Yan Shikang said, "There's no need, junior brother. The monarch has ordered the execution of your family." The man in the tuxedo trembled and said, "Shenlang's men took my wife and son away. They shouldn't have been released yet, right?" Yan Shikang said, "They have been released. They were released 2 hours ago." Bitter Joy said that he received your ransom of 100 million gold coins and released them. The man in the tuxedo couldn't bear it anymore and roared, Xianxia, I'll fuck your mother. You should have continued to detain my family members. Now that the monarch wants to kill my family, you let them go. F***ck your mother's Bitter Joy. F***ck your mother's 100 million gold coins. Xianxia said, Junior brother, we're going to use the family law. Please bear with it a little bit. The man in the tuxedo had to accept the cruel family law of the Blackwater platform. He would be skinned and hung on the flagpole. Senior brother, give me anesthesia. I really can't bear it. Xianxia said, I'm sorry. I just want to hear your screams, so that the monarch can vent his anger. For the sake of the Shui clan, for the Blackwater platform, please bear with it. The man in the tuxedo burst into tears. Death was terrible. But this kind of death was even more terrible. After a while, in the prison of the Blackwater platform, the man in the tuxedo's miserable scream came. It could be heard clearly from a long distance. This was probably the origin of the howling of ghosts in the Blackwater platform. A moment later, a new flag was hung on the flagpole. At the same time, there were a total of 8 family members left in the tuxedo of the Blackwater platform. They knelt neatly. Kill. An order was given. He raised his hand and the knife fell. His head fell to the ground. The 23 members of the tuxedo family were completely dead. The bloody scene shocked everyone. Don't get involved if you have nothing to do. You'll kill your whole family. Before the man in the tuxedo died, he kept shouting one sentence. Superintendent, avenge me and kill Xianxia. Foster father, avenge me and kill Xianxia. Master, avenge me and kill Xianxia. After shouting dozens of times, he died miserably. Marquis Jinyuan's mansion. Sunan had already received the news a few hours ago. He even knew the result earlier than the monarch. At the moment he received the news, his whole body froze in an instant, like a statue. He was completely stunned. This guy is amazing. He's so amazing? He's so scheming? He's actually calculated everything? He knows that I'm going to kill him with Haute Sai, so he counterattacked? Vicious. It's too vicious. I, Sunan, am too eager. If I don't take the initiative to make a move, this guy can't cause any effective harm to me. Because he's too weak. Only when I make a move, he can seize the opportunity and counterattack. Now, not only did he fail to kill Xianxia, but he also dragged the Su clan into the water. His son, Su Jianting, was accused of raping Haute Sai for no reason. Of course, it's not a public accusation, but an accusation in the monarch's mind. But this is the most fatal one. Originally, Haute Sai has always been a fatal flaw of Xianxia. Now this flaw has completely exploded. Framing Li Wenjing to curse the crown prince, trying to trigger a fierce struggle in the court, has become my, Sunan's, conspiracy. But this is the answer most in line with the monarch's imagination. I can't clear my name. Amazing, Xianxia, this little beast is amazing. 3 birds with 1 stone. What should I do next? What should I do? Marquis Sunan sat there, motionless. Everything is not ready yet. Should I start now? Wu State's plan is not complete, nor is Chu State's. If I start now, it will be a great loss to the Su clan. No hurry. At most, Ning Yuanxian will come to capture Su Jianting. He doesn't dare to touch me. With the Chong State's bandit army, he can't touch me. If he touches me, not only will the Western Heaven province be in chaos. The Chong State's army will either enter the state of Yu to plunder, or join the war with the Southern Kingdom. Ning Yuanxian can't bear the consequences. King Chong and I are already bound together for good or ill. If I fall, it will be a great loss to the Chong State. I still have time. I can stay in the capital for a while and take my time to plan. Ning Yuanxian, with the Chong State here, you won't dare to touch me. Xianxia, you and the Kim family will have to face my fiercer and more direct attacks. I will let you know what a big move is. I will let your Kim family die without a burial place. At this time, Bang, 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 the main door of the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence was suddenly knocked open. Countless black water platform warriors surged in like a tide. Capture Su Jianting, capture Su Jianting. Kill anyone who dares to obstruct us. Marquis Sunan, His Majesty summons you to the palace. Note, the second update is here. There are more than 14,000 updates today. I urgently need monthly votes. I urgently need monthly votes. Please support me. Thank you, Ni Lan Xianzhen, for the tens of thousands of coins and the red packet for monthly votes. Thank you, Ma Weiji, for the tens of thousands of coins. Recently, the capital had been in a state of panic. All the changes were too much to handle. First, Zhang Chong said he would die in the Supreme Court prison, but he came back to life and was even reinstated. Shen Lang, the meritorious envoy to the Chang Kingdom, was arrested by the Blackwater platform and sent to the Supreme Court prison. Then came the news that the monarch had failed to hunt at the border. Now, the warriors of the Blackwater platform had entered the residence of the Marquis of Xianyuan. So many things had happened in just half a month. It was really frightening. The person in charge of the operation to capture Su Jianting was Yu Wanting of the Blackwater platform. After hundreds of black-armored warriors rushed into the residence of the Marquis of Xianyuan, they began to search for Su Jianting. However, there was no commotion in the residence of the Marquis of Xianyuan. All the servants and retainers neatly withdrew from the house and stood quietly in the courtyard, looking on coldly. It seemed that the servants of the Marquis of Xianyuan had seen much of the world and were not nervous at all. However, Su Jianting could not be found in the entire residence. Yu Wanting of the Blackwater platform came to the courtyard and saw the Marquis of Xianyuan, Sunan. Yu Wanting did not dare to act rashly. Even the warriors of the Blackwater platform did not enter the courtyard. Greetings, Marquis of Xianyuan, Yu Wanting bowed. Sunan raised his head with the help of his walking stick and said slowly, "Oh, Yu Wanting, are you here to capture me?" "I dare not." Yu Wanting bowed and said, "A few days ago, Crown Prince Su Jianting besieged the Xianwu mansion. His Majesty was furious and sent me to capture you." "Su Jianting?" Sunan thought for a while and said, "He is not in the capital. He left a few days ago. If a son doesn't teach his son, it's his fault. Why don't you take me instead?" "I dare not." Yu Wanting bowed even lower. Eunuch Shelley came in and said, "His Majesty has ordered for Sunan to see him." "Oh, okay. Sunan slowly got up. The whole process seemed especially difficult for him. He even trembled twice as he stood up, as if he couldn't stand straight. Let's go to the palace." "Sinner Sunan greets your Majesty." Sunan bowed to the monarch while trembling. "Su Weng, please get up." Ning Yuanxian stepped forward and helped Sunan up. "Su Jianting left?" the monarch asked. Sunan, "Yes, I left the capital 3 days ago." The monarch said, "Oh, where did he go?" Sunan said, "I won't be going to Chong King Aragang's 45th birthday, but as a junior, Su Jianting must make a trip." He wasn't lying. The monarch knew that Su Jianting had left 3 days ago. When he heard the news, he couldn't stop sneering. He had a guilty conscience. At that time, the truth of the case had not yet come to light. Shen Lang was about to be killed, but Su Jianting still ran away in advance. What did this prove? This proved that Su Jianting had indeed committed a treasonous act. This time, it was even more certain. Sending Su Jianting to the Chang Kingdom was also a form of blackmail. If something happened to me in the capital, the Chang Kingdom would immediately take action. As the heir of Xianyuan Marquis, Su Jianting could even inherit the throne immediately. If it was just Xianyuan City alone, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if it was connected with the Chang Kingdom, it would spread to the entire Western Heaven province. I believe that even Ning Yuanxian wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, I, Sunan, am as stable as a mountain in the capital. "Su Shaowan, what crime did little dog commit?" The monarch said, "A few days ago, wasn't there an imperial censor who reported that a few months ago, Su Jianting actually led a group of warriors to attack the Black Tortoise Count's mansion and attempted to murder his own aunt, Su Peipei? You also know that Guaran rules the world with filial piety. How could I allow such a thing to destroy human relations?" So I sent people to capture Su Jianting and thoroughly investigate. If he did, I will not tolerate it. If he didn't, I will clear Su Jianting's name. Marquis Sunan said, my son really didn't do this. I also sent people to investigate. It was the great thief Ku Tu Huan who attacked Xianwu Mansion in the name of our Su clan. Your Majesty also knows that this person is bold and reckless. Moreover, Xianwu Mansion was empty at that time, so he wanted to take the opportunity to rob it. Moreover, my son Su Jianting was not in Xuanwu City that day, but in Western Heaven City. That night, he even drank and wrote poems with the son of the governor of Western Heaven Province. Many people can testify to this. Ning Yuanxian's eyes narrowed. Old thief. Every word he said was a threat to me. Previously, it was the Cheng Kingdom, and now it was the governor's office of Western Heaven Province. That day, Su Jianting clearly led the experts of the Western region to attack Xianwu Mansion, but the governor of Western Heaven Province was still willing to testify for him, saying that he was in Western Heaven City that day. What did this prove? The governor of Western Heaven Province had already been dragged into this. Most of the officials in the Western Heaven Province had been rotting away. Western Heaven Province was too complicated. As the front line against the Chu Kingdom, although it was small, it housed almost half of the army of the state of Yu. The governor's office of Western Heaven Province was only in charge of military affairs, while the governor's office of Western Heaven Province was in charge of civil affairs. Both sides did not interfere with each other's affairs, causing the officialdom here to be especially complicated. After hearing Sunan's words, the monarch said lightly, "Is that so?" Sunan knelt down and trembled. The so-called attack on Xianwu Mansion is indeed false. But my son has indeed done many absurd things, and is a good-for-nothing. A son who does not teach his son is at fault, and this old subject is also at fault. Your Majesty, please punish me. The monarch laughed. If you don't even know what crime it is, why punish me? Sunan kowtowed and said, in short, I am guilty. The monarch's face suddenly twitched. This old thief, why is he so unyielding tonight? His attitude is incomparably humble, but he keeps on contradicting me. What do you mean by, in short, I am guilty? Do you mean that I, Ning Yuanxian, am guilty? Do you mean that I, Ning Yuanxian, am making things up and saying that you are guilty as long as I don't like you? Ning Yuanxian closed his eyes, hiding the murderous intent in them. He really wanted to directly order for Sunan to be taken down and beheaded. But he couldn't. He couldn't afford to bear the consequences. If they could directly take down Sunan, the new policy wouldn't be targeting Jinxue. Many people thought that Sunan was a lackey of the monarch. No matter what His Majesty said, he would support it. It was because of this submissive attitude that the monarch's new policy let him go. How could it be? If the new policy could take down Sunan, it would be a great victory. The Su clan was the first among the old aristocrats. If they could take him down, the following new policy would definitely be irresistible. But they couldn't take him down. In contrast, Jinxue gave people a good impression. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Monarch, if you want to use the new policy to take away my foundation, then that's not possible. I will resist to the end. But once my family is safe, I will no longer have second thoughts. King Wu sent someone to seduce me. If he really wanted to confer me the title of Duke, I, Jinxue, would kill the Wu envoy without a second word. But this Sunan in front of him had a needle in a velvet glove, a sword in his heart, and a dagger in his smile. When I am still in power, I must take down this old thief and the Su clan. Otherwise, the Su clan will definitely rebel in the future. Maybe when the Chu and Yu kingdoms go to war, the Su clan will rebel. Not only did they want to take down the Su clan, but also the Zhong clan, and even, the Bian clan. All the military power could only be in the hands of the monarch. But Ning Yuanxian hoped to take down the Zhong clan and the Bian clan with a relatively calm attitude. Especially Bian Shao, who had done him a great favor and had never threatened him. The Zhong clan even sent someone to the capital to be the deputy of the Privy Council, and Bian Shao only had a daughter as his concubine Bian. Not only that, Yanzhou was special, and Bian Shao almost never interfered with the civil affairs, leaving them to the civil officials sent by the monarch. So in Ning Yuanxian's heart, Bian Shao was very important, and he even somewhat regarded him as a close friend. If the monarch was so harsh and merciless, how could he still firmly hold on to power, because he had three Optimus pillars? Bian Shao, the Zhu clan, Yan Yi, and the Shui clan. The Zhong clan could be counted, but it was already somewhat domineering. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuanxian laughed. Suing is too serious, too serious. Alright, get up. Ning Yuanxian once again took the initiative to help Sunan. Sunan got up with difficulty, but after a while, he knelt down again. Your Majesty, this time, Zhang Chong almost died in the Supreme Court's prison. The Supreme Court has an unshirkable responsibility, and I feel that there should be some punishment. Monarch Ning Yuanxian was stunned. Sunan, you are from the Privy Council, and the Supreme Court doesn't seem to be under your jurisdiction. You want to reach out again. Previously, you were always retreating in order to advance, and now you want to do the opposite. But the monarch followed his tone and said, yes, the Supreme Court has an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Sunan said, I shouldn't say much about this, but Dainite Prefecture is my hometown. After Dainite Prefecture Chief Qin Qilong was arrested for corruption, this position has been vacant for a long time. Your Majesty, please make a decision soon. The monarch smiled. Then in your opinion, who is suitable for this position? Sunan said, I don't care about the Ministry of Personnel, so it's not appropriate for me to speak. The monarch said, Dainite Prefecture is your hometown after all, so you have the right to speak. Also, the position of Xianyuan City Lord has been vacant for a long time. Why don't you recommend it as well? Sunan said, then I will boldly recommend the Supreme Court's Vice Minister Wang Jingluan to take over as Dainite Prefecture Chief, and the former county magistrate Wang Chika to take over as Xianyuan City Lord. The monarch was so angry that his liver almost trembled. Old thief, you are testing me crazily. You are trampling on my bottom line. Ning Yuanxian smiled. Su Weng, isn't it half a rank lower for the Supreme Court's Vice Minister to be Dainite Prefecture Chief? Although Wang Chika has been removed from office, he was the former county magistrate. It is 2 or 3 ranks lower for him to be Xianyuan City Lord. Sunan said, I am only recommending them. After all, they are officials who have made mistakes. Demoting them by 1 or 2 ranks is also to train them. In the past, Sunan rarely spoke even in the imperial court. He never spoke about things that did not belong to him. Every time, he would let his henchmen speak up. But this time, he mentioned things that did not belong to him again and again. He looked like he was old and muddle-headed. The monarch smiled. Su Weng's suggestion is very good. I will think about it. Guards, send Su Weng back to his residence. Then eunuch Shaoli brought 4 eunuchs to send Sunan back to the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence. After Sunan left, the monarch's face instantly turned cold. Eunuch Li Sun immediately waved his hand to let all the eunuchs leave. Then, he bent his waist and drooped his head. His meaning was very clear. Your Majesty, you can be angry now. If you want to smash things, if you want to scold people, I am ready. Old dog, what are you pretending for? The monarch laughed angrily. Do you think I'm just an incompetent and muddle-headed ruler who only knows how to smash a few bottles and chop a few tables to vent his anger? Li Sun kowtowed. I dare not, your Majesty is wise and wise. The monarch did not vent his anger. Instead, he sat down and sneered. Interesting, interesting. This old dog is finally baring his fangs. Who is he trying to show off his muddle-headed appearance? This seemingly docile old dog is finally baring his fangs at me. Does he think I can't do anything to him? Does he think I can't do anything to him? At this moment, he missed the new policy. If the new policy did not suffer any setbacks and continued in full swing, he would be able to sweep away all obstacles and monopolize power. Where's Shen Lang? The monarch asked angrily. He's tied up over there, Li Sun replied. The monarch asked, did you whip him 3 times? Li Sun replied, I did. The monarch said coldly, did you whip him with soft armor on? Li Sun lowered his head. No, I whipped him with Princess Ning Yan as a cushion, so I don't dare to whip him anymore. The monarch was enraged. He had warned Shen Lang time and time again not to sleep with Ning Yan, but this bastard, I'll beat you to death. The monarch stormed angrily into one of the palace rooms. 3 eunuchs followed behind him with whips in their hands. As soon as he entered, Ning Yan knelt down. "Father, I did sleep with Xianxia, but it had nothing to do with him. I was the one who took the initiative to sleep with him. Of course, I wasn't the one who took the initiative either. That dreamy Cloud Lake bastard drugged our wine. Xianxia is a victim, and so am I. It's all that dreamy Cloud Lake bastard's fault." Women, when they were weak, they kept calling him brother. Now, one black pot after another was thrown at the dreamy Cloud Lake's head without holding back. However, could the monarch punish dreamy Cloud Lake? Of course not. Dreamy Cloud Lake was the empire's ambassador. Although he did not have much power, he was still a citizen of the great Yan Empire. Ning Yan was aware of this, so she kept pushing the blame onto him. "Stud, you're too busy." The monarch was about to faint from anger. He saw Xianxia sleeping soundly on a chair tied to a piece of silk. "You can still sleep? Wake me up," the monarch said sternly. Before the eunuchs could do anything, Ning Yan picked up a bowl of warm water and splashed it at Xianxia's face. "Scumbag, stop sleeping." Xianxia shuddered and woke up. The monarch said coldly, "Oh, Shen is awake." Xianxia shuddered. He wanted to stand up and bow, but he realized he was tied to the chair. "Your Majesty, I'm wearing armor." "I can't give you a full bow," Xianxia said awkwardly. The monarch said coldly, "Xianxia, what do you plan to do about your relationship with Ning Yan?" Xianxia said, "I will never disrespect the third princess again. I'll pretend that nothing happened." Did I say something wrong? Why did the monarch look even angrier? "Lock him in the cellar, lock him in the cellar. This place is too comfortable." Then, Xianxia was locked in the cellar again. The monarch and Ning Yan were the only ones left in the room. "Ning Yan, what do you think?" the monarch asked. Ning Yan said, "Nothing much. I'll pretend that nothing happened. We'll still be brothers in the future." The monarch said, "Xianxia is the son-in-law of the Marquis Xuanwu. There's no way he'll end up with you." Ning Yan said, "I didn't want it to end up like that. It was just an accident." The monarch said, "Why don't you go back to your husband's house in the Yan Empire?" "No, I won't go even if I die." Ning Yan said loudly, "I'll never see that disgusting thing again. He's a prince, but he looks like a husband who sells his ass. I've embarrassed you in the capital, but won't I be embarrassed in the Yan capital? Is there no place for me in the capital?" Ning Yan's tears fell as he spoke. The monarch's face turned cold. He wanted to force Ning Yan back to the Yan capital, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He was really holding back a bellyful of anger. First, Su Jianting ran away. Then, that old bastard Su Nan bared his fangs at him. Then, he was filled with anger in front of his daughter and Xianxia. "Don't add clothes for Xianxia. Freeze him to death," the monarch said angrily. Because the cellar usually contained ice, the temperature was very low. The next day, there was another round of fighting. Impeaching Su Nan was a must. Although they couldn't take him down, they had to remove his power and isolate him. First, they had to remove his henchmen in the court, so that he couldn't do anything. The imperial censor, Wang Qingyi, was ready to scold him again. After receiving the monarch's instructions, he had already written a long impeachment memorial. Su Nan's power was too great. The small officials of the imperial censor didn't dare to impeach him. Even if they did, it wouldn't hurt. But Wang Qingyi was a big hatchet man. He only listened to the monarch. "I'll scold whoever His Majesty wants me to scold. When His Majesty didn't specify who I should scold, I'll scold whoever I want." It was because of his character that Xianxia didn't do anything to him. This big hatchet man belonged to the monarch, so it wasn't easy to do anything to him. Today, the two censors of the imperial censor had already prepared a memorial to impeach Su Nan. And it was no longer a small matter. The Su family expanded their territory and occupied the people's land. Su Nan's nephew didn't have any official title, but he served as the registrar of Xinyuan City. He chased away 3 city lords, and may even have murdered 2 of them. Zhang Chong looked at Wang Qingyi. "You have the highest official position, you go first." The imperial censor, Wang Qingyi, was about to step forward to impeach Su Nan. In the end, an imperial censor in the palace stepped forward. I have my own reasons. Suddenly, the expression of the imperial censor, Wang Qingyi, changed. There's a traitor among us. Is there a problem with my control over the imperial censor? Previously, when it was asked to impeach Shenlang and the Kim family, there were hundreds of responses. Now, when it was asked to impeach Sunan, all of them pretended not to know, and the impeachment memorials they prepared were not painful. Now, there's someone who's ahead of me? The monarch frowned and coldly stared at Wang Qingyi. How do you manage the imperial censor? But if someone wanted to impeach, you can't stop him. Speak. The imperial censor, Lin Bingzhong, said, I impeach Shenlang. As the son-in-law of the Xuanwu Marquis, he has behaved improperly, seducing third Princess Ningyan, destroying her chastity, and tarnishing the reputation of the royal family of the state of Yu. I'm afraid he will incur the wrath of Prince Lian. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They looked at the imperial censor, Lin Bingzhong, in disbelief. You're too awesome. You're not afraid of death. Almost no one knew about the affair between Shenlang and Princess Ningyan, and now you're exposing it. Are you trying to make it known to everyone? The monarch was shocked and looked at the imperial censor in disbelief. The imperial censor was only a 6th rank. If not for his position, he wouldn't even have the right to attend court. Now, you dare to expose the scandal of the royal family? Are my swords really not sharp anymore? Is it true that I can't kill anyone? Why aren't you afraid? You're just a 6th rank imperial censor, and you dare to block the sword for Sunan. Are you trying to perish together with Shenlang? Shenlang, you bastard, is this what you've done? For a moment, the scene fell into silence. No one dared to respond. This was already a scandal of the royal family. It was supposed to be a private matter, but now it was exposed in court. The monarch had already decided to turn the matter between Shenlang and Ningyan into a small matter and a small matter into nothing. He would find a time to send Ningyan to the Yan Empire. Shenlang would just lock her up for a few days to teach her a lesson. Once it was made public, Shenlang would be charged with a huge crime. Even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. The key was the attitude of the empire's Prince Lian. If he was angry, the monarch might not be able to protect Shenlang. However, the Dreamy Cloud clan had a close relationship with Prince Lian. For him to do such a thing, he should have some understanding of Prince Lian's attitude. More than understanding, the Dreamy Cloud clan really doted on Ningyan, this cheap girl. He had already thought of a way to separate Ningyan from her husband and make Prince Lian accept Ningyan as his adopted daughter. After all, it was Prince Lian who had wronged Ningyan first. In the end, there was actually someone who was not afraid of death in the censorate. He directly exposed the adultery between Shenlang and Ningyan. He was really not afraid of death. Everyone could understand that you wanted to harm Shenlang, but the key was that you wanted to drag the royal family into this. Is your neck so hard? What did Sunan give you, so that you were not even afraid of death? The right minister of the censorate, Zhang Chong, stepped out and said sternly, how dare you tarnish the innocence of the royal princess without any evidence? Your Majesty, please take this person down and investigate thoroughly. Find out who is backing him and what is his plot. The censorate, Lin Bingzhong, said, I have evidence. That day, Shenlang and third Princess Ningyan stayed in the Dreamy Cloud clan's residence for an entire night. When Shenlang came out, his clothes were disheveled. After that, Shenlang was imprisoned in the Supreme Court prison. Princess Ningyan privately led troops to attack the Supreme Court prison. This can be described as rebellion, and it is even more proof of the adultery between the two. If we can't punish Shenlang, where is the dignity of the royal family? If we can't punish Princess Ningyan, where is the law? If a prince commits a crime, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Her Royal Highness attacked the Supreme Court prison, can't she be punished severely? Instantly, all the officials present felt their scalps go numb. The big blabber, Wang Qingka, felt cold all over. The censorate in the palace was under the censorate. Everyone pretended that Princess Ningyan and the Dreamy Cloud clan attacked the Supreme Court prison and acted as if nothing had happened. In the end, you exposed it again. What do you want to do? Do you want to die so badly? Why is there someone who is not even afraid of death? What exactly happened? At this moment, Sunan was still standing in front of the imperial court with a hunched back. He did not say a word, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The entire imperial court fell into a strange silence. No one could respond to this. Many people saw that Ning Yan led troops to attack the Supreme Court prison. They could not punish her, but they could not say that this matter was right either. If someone did not care about his life and exposed it, then a thorough investigation must be carried out. Even the monarch could not avoid it. If necessary, they might even punish Princess Ning Yan. Or she could be demoted to the title of a princess. Or he could be locked up in the clan chief manor. At this moment, Zhang Chong suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I was in the Supreme Court at that time and saw it clearly. That day, there was a rumor that someone was coming to the Supreme Court to kidnap Xianxia." When Princess Ning Yan heard this, she was furious, so she led her servants to guard the Supreme Court and help maintain order. The so-called attack on the Supreme Court was completely false. "Really?" the monarch asked. Zhang Chong said, "I can testify. The Yunming Lake ambassador can testify. The numerous warriors of the Blackwater platform can also testify." The monarch said, "Then according to the rumors, who is it that wants to hijack the Supreme Court prison?" Zhang Chong said, "I heard it's the great thief Bitter Joy." At this moment, Bitter Head Joy, who was thousands of miles away, was being blamed one after another. He had just hijacked the swallow-tailed coat of the Blackwater platform, and now he was accused of hijacking the Supreme Court's prison. However, the so-called Ning Yan helping to maintain order in the Supreme Court was just a way to step down, a whitewash. The monarch said sternly, "As a princess of the royal family, Ning Yan actually mobilized troops in the capital. No matter what her intentions are, she has committed a crime. Where is the Grand Chancellor?" The other royal uncle of the state of Yu, Ning Yu, stepped out. He was the Grand Chancellor of the state of Yu. He was usually invisible, not even attending court sessions. "Capture the third princess, Ning Yan, and lock her up in the Supreme Court to reflect," the monarch ordered. "Yes." Then, the monarch said coldly, "Censor Lin Bingzhong, are you satisfied?" These words were filled with absolute killing intent. In the monarch's heart, this censor was already a dead man. Of course, he wouldn't die today. This was because the monarch couldn't be punished for his words, and the censor could impeach him. However, it was easy to find a mistake and kill him. Censor Lin Bingzhong said, "Also, the matter of Xianxia tarnishing the third princess's chastity concerns the dignity of the state of Yu's royal family. Your Majesty, please investigate." The monarch said, "Grand Chancellor, investigate this matter as well." "Yes." "Sunan, I want to see who will block the sword for you now." Even if this matter was over, the impeachment of Sunan would continue. Censor Wang Qingli began to build up his emotions, preparing to explode. However, suddenly, there was an urgent sound from outside. "Your Majesty, urgent military news, urgent military news." A scout dashed in with a military report in his hand. There were 3 feathers stuck on it. This meant it was urgent, and no one was to stop it. The scout entered the hall, knelt down and kowtowed, "Your Majesty, Wu's 30,000 troops are heading south, heading straight for Xianxia City." Xianxia City. It used to belong to Wu. During the war between Wu and Yu, because Bian Shao went south, Wu lost and ceded 9 counties. One of them was Xianxia City. Xianxia City was under the jurisdiction of Tianbei Province, the closest place to the state of Yu. Now, Wu's 30,000 troops were heading south. What did this mean? Was this blackmail? Or was it a war? Or did they want to take Xianxia City? Eunuch Li Sun quickly checked the report. There was no problem at all. It was written by Marquis Zhenbei, Nangong Ao. Nangong Ao and Sunan were mortal enemies. He would never help him. This was a military matter. He would never dare to falsify it. After reading Nangong Ao's report, the monarch's scalp went numb. What did this young King Wu want to do? Not long ago, in the border hunt, King Wu won 2 battles, his morale was high. But Wu was still weak, right? 20 years of recuperation was enough. You've lost the 9 prefectures. Now you can't wait to start a war? The monarch's hands trembled slightly. He looked at Sunan. Did all this have anything to do with Sunan? I hope not. If it did, it would be too scary. The monarch was shocked and angry. Was it so difficult to touch Sunan? The war in the South Kingdom was anxious, and now Wu was leading troops south. The Chang kingdom was ready to make a move. In this way, the country could not be shaken. Western Heaven province could not fall into chaos, Jinyuan city could not fall into chaos. Sunan could not move for the time being. The monarch clenched his fists, his nails piercing into his palms and bleeding. At this moment, he felt extremely humiliated. But this was nothing. Which monarch had not suffered such humiliation? Back then, King Wu had endured humiliation and even worked as a carriage driver for me. He took a few deep breaths to stop his voice from trembling. Ha 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 ha. The monarch laughed. King Wu is still wet behind the ears, yet he can't wait to show his young claws. My state of you is strong. Although the war in the South Kingdom is not over, with the Jinbei General's office, it is more than enough to deal with Wu. Since you're here, get ready. If King Wu wants to fight, then let's fight. Sunan, you are the deputy of the Privy Council. Tell me, how should we deal with this? Sunan laughed coldly in his heart. Ning Yuanxian, do you think things are so simple? I will let you know what an earth-shattering change is. I will let you know what it means to be besieged on all sides. I will let you know what it means to be generous. This time, not only will the Su clan rise from the ashes, but we will also exterminate the Kim family. Sunan stepped forward and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, please act alone. Chong King Alutai's 45th birthday. The Chong King's palace was resplendent, and the surrounding countries had sent countless treasures. The Chong King was overjoyed. This time, Su Jianting was not the only honored guest. There were also envoys from the Western region, the South Kingdom, and the Sand Barbarians. And, the Chu envoy. For the first time, the Chu envoy appeared at the Chong King's banquet. Now, the smallpox in my Chong Kingdom has been completely eradicated. It is time for me to start a massacre. Invade the state of you? No problem. This time I will not only kill my way into the Western Heaven province, but I will also take a few counties and kill thousands of their people. I will let Ning Yuanxian feel my anger. He dared to ask me to write a confession and kill the warriors of the Chong Kingdom. Su Jianting said, Your Majesty, don't forget one small thing. Kill Shenlang. I won't forget, the Chong King said coldly. I will ask the Yu King to chop off Shenlang's head and bring it to me. If he does not agree to my request, I will not retreat. I will burn, kill, and plunder. This time I will extort more gold coins and more slaves. Of course, that includes the head of that little thief, Shenlang. Shenlang had saved the Chong King and countless citizens of the Chong Kingdom. To the Chong King, this was a sin. I, Alutai, only seek revenge, not gratitude. Previously, in the Chong Kingdom, you escaped with your life. Now that the smallpox epidemic has subsided, you little thief, Shenlang, should die. At this moment, the few poison balls that Shenlang had buried in the Chong King's body were almost completely rusted. With just a little bit of force, the outer shell of the poison ball would shatter, and the cyanide poison inside would enter the bloodstream. Within a few seconds, this powerful and courageous Chong King would be killed. Note, the first chapter has been sent. I will continue writing the second chapter. There will be 3 chapters today. Thank you, brothers, for your monthly votes and support. I am extremely grateful. Thank you, Nilantan and Silly Vinegar, for their tips of tens of thousands of coins. Ning Yuanxian's vanity was a bit more stylish and pretentious. Chong Emperor Rugen's vanity was more direct and crude, even more vulgar than Shenlang. In order to receive the envoys from the various kingdoms, he had filled his palace with all sorts of treasures. He had even brought his treasury here. The 3-meter mirror that Shenlang had given him, as well as the glowing jade statue that was 1 meter tall, were the most important things he had to show off. Of course, showing off was just showing off. It was impossible for him to feel grateful towards Shenlang because of this. It's your honor to give me something. It's your honor to steal something from me. This was the motto of the Chong King, Arugan. The Chong Kingdom was a land of harsh winters. But Emperor Chong was extremely wealthy. His palace was even larger than the Yu kingdoms, and the roof was even gilded. The people of the Chong Kingdom, on the other hand, were extremely poor. But Arugan felt that this was normal. Strangely, the Chong people also felt that this was normal. For hundreds of years, the Chong people had always been poor, and this was only natural. But this situation had changed. After mastering the vaccination technique, Emperor Chang began to collect money for vaccination. Do you want to be immune to the smallpox reaper forever? You can trade a cow or 3 sheep for it. It's fine if you can't produce it right away. You can owe it, but you'll have to pay interest. This price was sky high. But Xianxia had already left, and the temple was empty. An adult cow was precious, but compared to a human life, it wasn't too much. Once infected with smallpox, the average Chang person would die without a doubt. As such, countless Chang people came to get vaccinated despite the astronomical price. Because of Xianxia's vaccination technique, the Chang kingdom's royal family became extremely wealthy. But at that moment, a piece of good news began to spread. Princess Arunana had established a tribe at the foot of the snowy mountain. There was a new temple there, and they could plant smallpox vaccines for everyone for free. It was everyone. Not just the Chang people, but the Sand Barbarians and the western regions as well. Countless people immediately swarmed towards the foot of the snowy mountain. In just a month, Princess Arunana's tribe had swelled to nearly 100,000 people. And their numbers were still increasing. Many people from the western regions and the Sand Barbarians also went there. Your Majesty, it's your birthday today, but Princess Lulu hasn't arrived yet. Sunan's sister, the Princess Sumo, said. Hearing these words, King Chang's expression turned cold, his eyes filled with rage. This daughter of his was too disappointing. It was fine that she stood on the side of the gigolo, Xianxia. Now, he was actually opposing him. I inoculate the Chang people against smallpox, and I collect 1 cow at a time, but you're doing it for free. Now, countless people have fled to your tribe. Of course, even Arunana's tribe still belonged to the Chang kingdom. But without King Chang's unification, Arunana's actions were akin to treason. The Chang kingdom would be handed over to Crown Prince Aruda in the future. What was a woman like Arunana fighting for? Aruda said. Arunana once said that ever since she got smallpox, no one cared about her, and no one dared to take a step into her isolation room. Therefore, she will no longer recognize you as her father, nor will she recognize me as her brother. Only the big fool and Xueying are her family. Queen Sumo said, Your Majesty, she only knows how to continuously undermine and win over people's hearts. Although she is your biological daughter, she has cut a wound on your body, causing you to bleed continuously. She will continue to suck your blood to become stronger. When she becomes stronger to a certain extent, perhaps she will turn on you, her father. She dares? King Chang said coldly, How many people does she have in her tribe now? Crown Prince Aruda of the Chang kingdom said, 100,000 people. King Chang's temples throbbed. There were actually 100,000 people? His entire Chang kingdom added up only had a few 100,000 people. King Chang asked, How many warriors does she have? The crown prince said, 3,000. Arunana indeed only had 3,000 warriors under her. This was because most of the people who sought refuge with her were old and weak. The strong warriors had all been won over by King Chang, and the young warriors were free to inoculate themselves against smallpox. Moreover, the warriors of the Chang kingdom liked to follow the strong. In their hearts, although Arunana was strong, she was still a woman, and far less powerful than King Chang. King Chang picked up a large glass and filled it to the brim with wine. He downed it in one gulp. Then, he walked out of the palace, found a majestic yak, and easily broke its horn. The yak let out a blood-curdling screech, blood dripping from its body. My king is mighty. My king is invincible. King Chang handed the blood-stained horn to his 5th son. Aruda, lead 3,000 men to the foot of the great snow mountain to see Arunana. Bring this blood-stained horn with you. Tell her to come to my palace within 10 days and kneel at my feet. If she doesn't make it, I will stab her to death with this horn. I gave her life, so I can naturally kill her. King Chang's 5th son knelt down and took the blood-stained horn. Yes, father. Then, he rushed out of the palace excitedly, leading 3,000 men towards the foot of the great snow mountain. Shaking off his unhappiness, King Chang continued to drink and enjoy himself. Minister Chu, this time, I will personally lead an army into the state of you. How much are you prepared to pay? King Chang asked. This was how he was, no matter what, he would always talk about money. 200,000 gold coins, the Chu envoy said. King Chong was enraged. You are too stingy. Sunan is so generous. The Chu envoy said, King Chong, you can't say that. We are not only offering money, but also an army. The state of Yu has more than 100,000 soldiers stationed at the border. If your army charges into the western border of the state of Yu to plunder, what will you do if the Marquis of Western Defense, Zhong Yao, comes to intercept you? King Chong said disdainfully, Zhong Yao, what do I have to fear? The Chu envoy said, you are invincible and naturally do not fear Zhong Yao. But you charge into the western border of the state of Yu to plunder, to satisfy your craving, to burn, kill, and rob. You do not wish to fight. As long as our Chu army moves, the state of Yu's western border army will not dare to leave. At that time, with the cooperation of the Su family, the entire western border will be your hunting ground. How much money, how many beauties, and how many slaves can you plunder? King Chong said, 300,000 gold coins, not a single one less. Otherwise, I will not send my army. The Chu envoy said helplessly, as your majesty wishes. The greed of this brute king really made one's hair stand on end. Most importantly, after he obtained the gold coins, he did not use them to develop the country's strength, but to pave the ground and build the palace. The golden bricks on the ground of the Wu and Chu palaces are all fake. Only the golden ground of the Chong palace is real. King Chong drank another half a liter of wine. He pulled over the other concubine of the Su family, Su Ning. His large hands entered her body and played with her. I heard that Shenlang's wife is very beautiful, right? Su Jianting said, yes, Jean Mulan's beauty is not inferior to goddess Shuiyin's. Thinking of Shuiyin, King Chong could not help but fly into a rage. King Chong said, the happiest thing for a man is to chop off the head of his enemy and rape their wives. Shenlang barely qualifies for this. Su Jianting said, it's a pity that Jean Mulan is not in the capital, but on the distant eastern coast. Moreover, Jean Mulan will not be King Chong's turn. Su Jianting continued, but Shenlang has a concubine in the capital. She's petite and voluptuous, and she's already pregnant. King Chong said, that's not bad. I want her. King Chong had never lowered his head to anyone in his life. The only exception was Shenlang. Back then, in order to get Shenlang to save his life, he had been forced to write a confession and even let Shenlang build a shrine on the Chong kingdom's soil. It was a great humiliation. As a hero, he had to skin his enemies alive, then chop off their heads and place them aside. Then, he would ravage his enemies' women in front of their heads. Ha 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 ha, only then would it be satisfying. He imagined that he would soon lead his army into the western border of the state of Yu, burning, killing, and plundering. At that time, how much gold would he be able to plunder? How many beauties would he be able to plunder? How many slaves would he be able to plunder? How many high and mighty people of the state of Yu would be reduced to pigs and sheep? How civilized people of the state of Yu could only watch as their wives were ravaged? How exhilarating would that be? He would drink to his heart's content. King Chong suddenly picked up the broadsword beside him. This broadsword was even larger than Arunana's. It was 3 meters long and weighed more than 200 pounds. Then, he began to wildly swing the broadsword in the hall. In an instant, it was as if a hurricane had swept through the hall. The violent wind from the broadsword sent all the silver plates and plates on the table flying. The whistling sound of the broadsword was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. All the guests quickly dodged, pushing to the furthest corner of the hall. Everyone's face was green, their hearts trembling in fear. But they were cheering loudly. Our king is mighty. Our king is invincible. This King Chong was truly born with godly strength. His martial arts were truly superb. At 49 years old, he was almost at his peak condition. The previous chapter said that his 45th birthday was wrong. It has been corrected. When he waved his broadsword, even those who were more than 10 meters away could feel the pain from the wind from the broadsword. Everyone in the hall could not open their eyes. Ha 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 ha, emissary of the Sand Primitive Tribe, aren't you known as an expert of the Sand Primitive Tribe? Why don't you try it with this king? Are the people of the Sand Barbaric Tribe all cowards? The emissary of the Sand Barbaric Tribe couldn't take it anymore. Immediately, 5 Sand primitive tribe experts drew their sabers and charged forward. The envoy of Chu could not bear to look at it. The barbarians were barbarians. As a king, he actually dared to make a move against the envoy of another country. Fight! Sha! The 5 Sand barbaric tribe experts roared and charged towards Chongqing. However, the next second, the 5 Sand primitive experts were sent flying like kites. Instant kill, blood spurted wildly in the air. When the 5 Sand primitive tribe experts landed on the ground, all their bones and tendons were broken, their internal organs shattered, and they died completely. The weapons in their hands were all shattered. 5 experts were instantly killed by Emperor Cheng in one move. Emperor Cheng's god force and true qi were truly heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked to see this. They had all heard that the Cheng king was invincible. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. This Cheng emperor was even more powerful than the legends said. Even Su Jianting's expression changed. This Emperor Cheng was truly an invincible god of war. Who was stronger, him or that demoness Chou Yaoer? He had heard that Chou Yaoer would often charge at 1,000 people alone and kill them all. This kind of invincible god of war with innate god force was 1 in a million. Then, Su Jianting began to speculate whether his father Su Nan or Emperor Cheng was stronger in terms of martial arts. Su Jianting quickly came to a conclusion. His father Su Nan's martial arts were extremely high, and he rarely had a match in a one-on-one fight. However, on the battlefield, Emperor Cheng was still heaven-defying. Emperor Cheng was in excellent condition. The teal dragon saber in his hand danced faster and more fiercely. Some people were frightened by this shocking saber aura and screamed as they ran away. At this moment, not only were all the bowls and chopsticks in the hall overturned, even the treasures on the floor were shattered. Bang! The 3-meter-tall mirror that Xianxia had given him finally could not take it anymore. Even though it was so far away, it still shattered violently. Sumo's heart ached for the queen. But Emperor Cheng laughed heartily. So what if it was just a mirror? This time, he had plundered the western region of the state of Yu. There was nothing he could not get, not even a single treasure. This lunatic was like this. These treasures seemed to be very precious to him, and he even specially placed them in his treasure vault. However, he did not care at all. After showing off, he did not feel any pain in destroying them. His gaze fell on the 1-meter-tall emerald statue that Xianxia had given him. Emperor Cheng laughed sinisterly. I want to kill in all directions. I will lead an army into the state of Yu, burn, kill, and rob everything. I will make the state of Yu tremble with fear, and I will make the king of Yu tremble with fear. Swoosh! From a few meters away, Emperor Cheng swung his saber fiercely. He slashed down from the sky. Bang! Instantly, the 3-meter-tall emerald statue that Xianxia had given him exploded violently. This king wants to chop off Xianxia's head. After that, I will make him watch helplessly as I ravage his woman. Hopefully, that petite woman of his can endure this king's might and majesty. Ha 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 ha. Then, Emperor Cheng's movements froze in an instant. It was as if he had suddenly stopped playing a movie. All his expressions and movements froze in an instant. He was still incomparably majestic and domineering. It was a pity that there was no camera. Otherwise, this pose would have been extremely well executed. Everyone around was stunned. Was Emperor Cheng's invincible performance over? Instantly, everyone clapped and cheered wildly. Our king is mighty. Our king is invincible. Our king is awe-inspiring. However, Emperor Cheng still did not have any reaction. He still stood there majestically, the super saber in his hand still in a chopping position. The crowd could not help but be stunned. Did the king think that their applause was not enthusiastic enough? Thus, everyone clapped even more wildly, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Our king is mighty, our king is invincible." However, Emperor Cheng still did not have any reaction. But, we really did try our best. Our throats were about to break from shouting. This brute king was too difficult to serve. And at this moment, a few streaks of black blood flowed from Emperor Cheng's nostrils, ears, eyes, and mouth. He was truly bleeding from his 7 orifices. Su Jianting was stunned. Queen Suema was stunned. Crown Prince Alu was stunned. A eunuch of the Chang kingdom quickly rushed forward and reached out to check Emperor Chang's breath. He was completely out of breath. He was checking for a heartbeat. It was gone too. Instantly, the eunuch exclaimed, "The king is dead." Everyone was shocked. How could Emperor Chang not be dead? The 4 poison balls in his body were almost completely penetrated. They were so fragile that they could not withstand a single blow. He had been practicing his martial arts so crazily. Especially the last domineering chop, which had directly crushed all the poison balls. The cyanide inside had entered his blood. Instantly, he had died. This invincible god of war had not died on the battlefield. Instead, he had died at his own birthday banquet. "Our king!" Queen Suema wailed. All the women wailed. Bang! Emperor Chang's incomparably tall body directly collapsed. Xianxia was locked in the underground cellar of the palace. There was ice in there, and the temperature was extremely low. Even if it was summer, one would shiver in there. If someone with Xianxia's body went in there, it was guaranteed that he would be frozen to death in less than an hour. Furthermore, when he was caught, he was dressed so thinly. Hence, at this moment, Master Lang, it was in full swing. That's right, it was too hot. He threw away the fox fur coat on his body. "Daho, what did you give me to drink? Why is it so hot?" Princess Ningyan said, "Wine." Xianxia asked, "What wine? Why is it still red?" Ningyan said, "It's dear blood wine. I was afraid that you would freeze to death. As your brother, how could I just watch you die?" Xianxia was stunned. "Dear blood wine? I drank so much, no wonder my body was burning." Then he looked at the tigress. This woman was really gorgeous, just like a flame. In this big ice cellar, Xianxia was wearing a fox fur coat, while the angry tigress was still wearing a thin knight's riding outfit. The curves of her thighs, the curves of her waist and buttocks were simply too explosive. This woman was really wild and beautiful. Ning Yan was a little scared by Xianxia's gaze. "Scum, why are you looking at me like that? I've said it before. That day was the last time. From now on, we will be brothers. You can't have any improper thoughts about me anymore." Xianxia said, "Look at what you're saying. What kind of person do you think I am? I, Xianxia, am a man of integrity and will never do anything to let down my wife." Ning Yan said, "At least you have a little conscience." Xianxia said, "Come, drink, good brother." Ning Yan said, "Come, drink, good brother." The two of them drank cup after cup. Then inexplicably, the two of them rolled together again. But this time, nothing really happened. Because Xianxia's alcohol tolerance was too poor, he directly drank it. On the contrary, although Ning Yan was drunk, she still had the strength to strip most of her clothes, and most of Xianxia's clothes were also taken off. Then the alcohol kicked in. Halfway through, he fell asleep from the drunkenness. When Ning Yan woke up the next day, she exclaimed again, "Why, did they sleep together again, and covered with a quilt? Who did this for us? Who else could it be?" Eunuch Li Sun asked the palace maids to cover it. Ning Yan's voice was so loud, it was hard for him not to hear it. When she lifted the quilt, Ning Yan found that she was almost naked, and Xianxia was also almost naked. The two of them were still entangled together. Xianxia's face was still covered in hickeys and teeth marks. Although nothing really happened this time, the scene was still too much. And at this time, the door to the cellar was opened. The Grand Chancellor Ningyu walked in. The monarch had decreed to interrogate Xianxia and Ning Yan, to ask if they had an affair. Of course, the conclusion was that they didn't. The so-called interrogation was just a formality. How could the scandal of the royal family be confirmed? "Xianxia, get up, the Grand Chancellor has something to ask you." A eunuch beside him said. Under the quilt, Xianxia said in a daze, "Ask." The Grand Chancellor said, "His Majesty wants me to ask you, do you have an improper relationship with Princess Ning Yan?" "No, we're brothers, we're innocent." Xianxia was half awake. "I'm a clean man, how could I have an affair with another woman behind my wife's back? This is all just a rumor." "Who can prove it?" the Grand Chancellor Ningyu said. Immediately, a woman's voice came from under Xianxia's quilt. "I can prove it." Third Princess Ning Yan crawled out of the quilt and said, Shenlang and I are innocent, there's nothing between us. As soon as she said that, the Grand Chancellor Ning Yu's eyes twitched. Light the candles. The candles were lit. Several people could clearly see that Ning Yan and Shenlang were sleeping under the quilt. Ning Yan was still on top of Shenlang. Although she was covered by the quilt, they could faintly see that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Shenlang's face was covered in hickeys and bite marks. Fuck, you're still innocent, this is too much. In the palace, you still dare to roll into the same quilt, two people entangled like this, and you're telling me you're innocent? This is too much. The Grand Chancellor Ning Yu was furious. Then he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was calm. Ning Yan, can you really prove that you and Shenlang are innocent? Ning Yan said, that's right, our relationship is clean, we're good brothers, there's no love affair between us. The Grand Chancellor Ning Yu said, all right, my investigation is over. Taking another long breath, the Grand Chancellor said, record it down, Shenlang and Princess Ning Yan's relationship is clean, the so-called love affair between us is complete nonsense. Ugh, the eunuch next to him gritted his teeth and recorded it down. This world is too dark, even a pure person like me has to go along with it. Isn't this forcing all of us to be blind with our eyes open and our mouths open, but everything has a price to pay. An hour later, Princess Ning Yan was taken to the Grand Chancellor Temple to reflect on her mistakes. She was put under house arrest for a month. She stayed in a courtyard of less than 10 square meters, not allowed to take a step out. And Shenlang continued to be detained in the underground ice cellar. He felt that he was wronged. It was Ning Yan who took the initiative to find me and got me drunk. I didn't do anything at all. I'm clearly a clean and good man. Why did I have to suffer this undeserved disaster? The monarch was having a hard time holding it in, he really wanted to beat up Shenlang. Too impudent. I just got angry last night and warned you, but in less than 2 hours, you're already sleeping in the same bed as Ning Yan. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Are you treating my words as wind passing through one ear and past the other? Eunuch Li Sun said that Princess Ning Yan took the initiative to find Shenlang, and the two of them were drunk. Nothing actually happened. After that, the monarch became even angrier. My daughter is so cheap, yet she still sent herself to his door? Does Shenlang have that much charm? I can't see it at all. Originally, he wanted to consult Shenlang about King Wu's 30,000 troops heading south. There's no need to consult him now, so he continued to lock him up. But the monarch was even more certain now. In the case of Ho Tsai, Shenlang was innocent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have courted death like this. Shenlang was venting his dissatisfaction. He felt that he had been locked up by the Supreme Court for a few days, and that he had been wronged. After the truth came out and he was cleared of his crimes, he began to become arrogant. Too impudent, too arrogant. Don't give him food. Starve him until he's half dead. Send someone to reprimand Marquis Xuanwu, and ask him how he raised his son-in-law. But this was just a small interlude. All the monarch's energy was used to deal with the crisis at hand. What was King Wu trying to do? Was he trying to blackmail the 30,000 troops south? Or was he trying to start a war? And Sunan, what was he trying to do? Ning Yuanxian instinctively smelled danger. Compared to these major events, Shenlang sleeping with Ning Yan was nothing. If they slept together the first time, what was the difference between the second and third time? Sunan's ambition was very big, bigger than the monarch imagined. The goal he wanted to achieve this time was also very big. Originally, he wanted to wait for a while. He didn't expect that the case of Ho Tsai would cause the monarch to directly shed all pretense of cordiality with him. Then there was no other way, he could only advance it. Although it would make the Su clan more passive, and the chips they would get in the future would be smaller. But, the Su clan was still the biggest beneficiary. After this upheaval, my Su clan is destined to be a phoenix nirvana. And the Kim family will collapse with a loud bang. Fortunately, Shenlang, that little bastard, was in the palace cellar. Otherwise, that palace censor Lin Bingzhong, who was not afraid of death, was already dead. 3 days after he slandered the affair between Shenlang and Ning Yan, he was impeached for corruption, with a total of 180 gold coins. Then he was taken to the Supreme Court and personally interrogated by the people of the Blackwater platform. For a whole day and night. Then came the news of Lin Bingzhong's suicide. But Sunan didn't care. He was waiting. Waiting for the moment when the Chang king led 20,000 Chang soldiers to attack the western border of the state of Yu. He was waiting for the moment when the army of Chu approached. This time, there would be flames of war everywhere. Monarch Ning Yuanxian would be scared out of his wits. Now that the whole Tianqi province was rotten, with the cooperation of the Su clan and the three-eyed heretic, who could stop the Chang king, this time, perhaps 100,000 people would die, or even more. Who knew how many innocent people would be killed, ravaged, and taken as slaves? Who knew how many cities and counties would be burned to the ground? But, so what, the rise of a clan was bound to be paved with countless corpses. When the Chang king ravaged the Tianqi province. When the army of Chu approached the western border. When King Wu's army went south. That was the moment when I could demand anything from Ning Yuanxian. As for killing Shenlang, that was probably the most insignificant thing he had done. Alas, what a pity, if I could give him another half a year, the situation would be better. Shenlang, you little thief, this is all thanks to you. If I can't tear you to pieces, skin you, and pull out your tendons, I really can't vent my hatred. And at this moment, his confidant Su Yong quickly walked in. His face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. Master, this is the secret letter from the Crown Prince. It came at the fastest speed, and a dozen horses died. Sunan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a strong premonition. He took out the secret letter and read it. There were a few words written clearly on it. But they were all in code, and others couldn't understand it. But Sunan could read it immediately. He didn't even need to decipher it. The sudden death of the Chang king. In an instant, Sunan felt like he had been struck by lightning. He stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. Note, the second chapter has been sent, and I will write the third chapter. Today, I must break 20,000 words. Brothers, please support me, give me motivation. King Chang would die suddenly. Shenlang could be sure of this. But when would King Chang die, Shenlang could not be sure. And could Shenlang tell the monarch about King Chang's sudden death? Absolutely not, Shenlang had to stay out of this matter. Shenlang was a skilled doctor. His medical skills could be a sharp weapon at a critical moment, treating certain important people in the royal family. Therefore, killing and medical skills had to be separated. Shenlang, you can kill people. But he could not kill while treating. Otherwise, who in the royal family would dare to let him treat? And this time, Shenlang's murder of King Chang was a delayed murder, dying suddenly 2 months after the treatment. If he told the monarch now, it would be a temporary relief. The monarch would be overjoyed. But afterwards, the monarch would think that Shenlang was too scary. If he could kill King Chang with such a miraculous method, what about tomorrow? Others might be suspicious, but Shenlang could not involve himself in this matter. And others might not suspect Shenlang. There were delays in killing. For example, Stupa Mountain had poisoned Goddess Shuayin, and Prince Jin had poisoned Princess Ning Luo. But those were slow poisons. King Chang's sudden death would not be Shenlang's first reaction. Instead, they would wonder if it was someone from Chang. Whoever benefited the most from King Chang's death would be the biggest suspect. The Wu army marched south, approaching the state of Yu's Xianxia city. Bianzhao's army prepared for battle. The Marquis of Northern Suppression, Nangong Ao, led 40,000 troops, approaching Xianxia city. The armies of the two countries faced off. The situation was tense. In the end, the monarch still summoned Shenlang. But when he saw him, he could not help but feel angry. Didn't he say to starve him for a few days? Look at this bastard's glowing face. Did he look like someone who had starved for a few days? He was just short of burping. And when he opened his mouth, his teeth were snow white, and he did not look dirty at all. You not only have food to eat in the cellar, but you can also take a bath and brush your teeth. However, the monarch did not pursue these details. The 30,000 soldiers of Wu state are approaching Xianxia city. What do you think? Ning Yuanxian asked. Shenlang, who's leading the troops? Ning Yuanxian said, Lord Wu. Hearing this, Shenlang's expression changed slightly. How could they be so generous? If this was a scam, there was no need for King Wu to lead the troops himself. Do you think all of this is related to Sunan? The monarch asked. Xianxia said, Your Majesty, if all of this is related to Sunan, then the consequences will be very shocking. Sunan's plot is very big. The monarch nodded. The monarch said, Let's hope that King Wu is just young and impetuous. After winning the hunt at the border, he wants to use the opportunity to boost the morale of his country and increase the friction at the border. Xianxia couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, you have to be prepared for the worst. The monarch replied, Worst-case scenario? Then what do you think is the worst-case scenario? Xianxia said, The army of Chu state may approach the western border of our state of Yu and restrain the army of Marquis Xianxia, Zhongyao. The 30,000 soldiers of Wu state is just the beginning. Next, King Wu will continue to send more troops. The army will press on the border and completely restrain the army of Duke Bixiao and Marquis Zhenbei. Then King Chang will kill his way into the western border. Once that happens, Marquis Sunan will be able to do whatever he wants from your majesty. The monarch's face twitched. He had also thought about this situation. Hopefully, the situation would not deteriorate to this point. Ning Yuanxian said unpleasantly, When that time comes, the first person Sunan will kill will be you. Xianxia said, Your Majesty, this is not the worst-case scenario. The monarch couldn't help but be startled. Xianxia said, Sunan is an old fox. He definitely did not plan this on the spur of the moment. He has been planning this for a long time. The monarch nodded. Xianxia continued, He was 90% sure that he would harm me this time. The failure of Ho Tsai's case was completely outside of his plan. In other words, he did not plan this to be passive in the court, but to have a bigger and deeper conspiracy. The monarch's face instantly turned pale. You mean, a new change in Yanzhou? Ning Yuanxian was, after all, very smart. His words hit the nail on the head. Xianxia said, Sunan has been colluding with Chu state for a long time. He has been continuously subsidizing Chang state, while Chu state has been continuously subsidizing the Su family. Over the years, it will be an astronomical amount of gold coins. Why is that? This had always been the situation that Ning Yuanxian was most worried about. Therefore, he would rather indulge the Zhong family and suppress the Su family. The Zhong family and Chu state had a blood feud that could not be resolved for generations. Therefore, the Zhong family would never seek refuge with Chu state. Ning Yuanxian said, Even so, the Su family's territory is not connected to Chu state. Even if they wanted to seek refuge with Chu state, it would be beyond their reach. Moreover, the Zhong family's army of more than 100,000 is just north of Sunan. If the Su family dares to betray, Zhongyao can go south and destroy them at any time. Xianxia said, The Marquis of West Zhongyao's army and the Su family's territory are separated by a mountain range. Although the distance is close, it will not be easy to send troops to destroy them. Ning Yuanxian said, Even if it is not easy to send troops, the White Night Pass between the Su family and the Zhong family is still in the hands of my army. The White Night County where the Su family was located and the Zhong family's territory were separated by a huge mountain range. However, a few generations ago, the king of Yu paid a huge price to build a city pass between this valley, which was the White Night Pass. This city pass hung above the Su family's head, and could contain both the Zhong family and the Su family at the same time. And now, the army that guarded this White Night Pass was the army of the pacifying West General Jing Tua, who was also the father of Jin Hui's wife, Jing Hongxian. He was a general under the direct command of the monarch, and the second in command of the Western Army. Xianxia said, Your Majesty, many of us have a misunderstanding. We think that the Chang kingdom is the Chang kingdom, and the Su family is the Su family. But what if the Su family and the Chang family become one at a critical moment? At that time, they will be directly adjacent to the Chu kingdom. The monarch's eyes narrowed. The Chang king is so domineering, and he will definitely not be willing to be under someone else. Sunan is cunning, so why would he be loyal to the Chang king? It is unlikely that the Su family and the Chang king will become one. Xianxia said, Just in case, I think it is necessary to capture Sunan immediately, or at least put him under house arrest. The monarch pondered for a long time, then shook his head. If they captured Sunan now, the situation would be turned upside down. The consequences would be too severe. they needed time and buffer. Someone, order the black water platform to double the number of people surrounding the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence. No one from the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence is allowed to leave the capital. Yes. The monarch Ning Yuanxian had his own trump card. He needed to wait for the Chang kingdom to confirm whether the Chang king had decided to invade the western region. He needed to confirm the information before deciding what to do next. A few days ago, after the Chang king's sudden death, the entire Chang kingdom fell into chaos. There was a tradition in the Chang kingdom: kill your brothers after ascending to the throne. That was exactly what King Chang had done. After ascending to the throne, he had immediately killed all of his brothers who posed a threat to him. After the Chang king's sudden death, his powerful sons were naturally afraid that they would suffer the same fate as their fathers, so they immediately colluded together. Not to compete with Arutai for the throne, but they could at least protect themselves and fight for more benefits. That was why the entire Chang royal palace was instantly filled with blades and swords. According to one's imagination, the first thing Crown Prince Arutai and the other princes would do after seeing the Chang king's sudden death was to investigate the cause of death. However, that was not the case. After the Chang king's death, the few of them were completely shocked. Then, they immediately entered an intense battle. The Chang king's corpse was tossed onto the table, and no one paid any attention to it. They ignored the corpse and attacked with their armor. This was the same no matter which dynasty or which dimension it was in. When Duke Huan of Qi died, his 5 sons killed each other for the throne, leaving their father's corpse on the bed. After a full 67 days, one of the sons finally won and became the new ruler of Qi. Only then was Duke Huan buried. By then, the corpse had already decomposed and maggots crawled all over it. 2 hours after the Chang king's death, a black shadow secretly left the Chang royal palace, came to a haystack, and mimicked a few sheep bleats. This person was one of the eunuchs that the Chang king trusted. Previously, Shenlang had suspected that the Chang king also used eunuchs. He mimicked a few sheep bleats. After a quarter of an hour, a black shadow appeared. The palace is in chaos. What's going on? The eunuch beside the Chang king said, "Quick, go to the capital as quickly as possible and report to the governor. The Chang king has died, and the Chang kingdom is in chaos." Then, he quickly took out a piece of paper and handed it over. "This is a detailed report. It must be delivered to His Majesty." "Yes." The black shadow quickly disappeared. Next, he would use all his strength to send this report back to the capital as quickly as possible. The eunuch beside the Chang king was a spy from the Blackwater group. Of course, some people might ask why the eunuch did not directly murder the Chang king. How was that possible? Not everyone was as capable as Shenlang. Moreover, this eunuch was not the eunuch closest to the Chang king. The eunuch in charge of the Chang king's meals were all eunuchs who had grown up with him. The Chang king was an extremely suspicious person. Only people like Shenlang and the left Daoist would be able to successfully murder him. But even so, the spy from the Blackwater group of the state of Yu had only been 4 hours slower than Su Jianting, but he had already delivered the report. Marquis Xianyuan's residence. Sun An sank into unbearable pain and unwillingness. Why was this happening? He was only one step away from success. The Chang king deserved to die. But he could not die at this time. This bastard, this scoundrel, had blackmailed him for his entire life. He should have died after squeezing out all of his value. Why was he dead now? How should he continue with his conspiracy? How should the Su clan's Phoenix Nirvana plan continue? Roar! Sun An let out a series of angry roars. His originally bent body instantly straightened. He stamped his foot. The hard ground instantly shattered. A beast-like roar came from his throat. He clenched his fist and smashed it against the hard wall. The wall made of huge stones was smashed, one pit after another. Gravel flew everywhere. Sun An's martial arts were amazing. Was all his previous efforts going to waste? No, absolutely not. Sun An forced himself to gradually calm down. Then, he calmly ordered, "Start." Su Yong was stunned. Yes. He did not need to pass the order. Instead, he climbed up a high platform in the Marquis's residence and lit the candles inside. Go, go, go. The hurried sound of horse hooves rang out. At this time, the gates of the capital were already closed. Who goes there? The person raised the token. He held up the secret letter in his hand, 3 crow feathers stuck to it. Open the door, open the door. The order was given. A small door quickly opened in the city. Then, a new horse was immediately prepared within the city gates. After the Blackwater platform warrior rushed into the city gates, he suddenly jumped onto the prepared horse and continued charging towards the Blackwater platform castle. The horse he had been riding immediately knelt on the ground, foaming at the mouth. After changing horses, he sped up and rushed towards the Blackwater platform castle. It's urgent. It's urgent. Secret report from the west, urgent report from the west. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the Blackwater platform castle, the warrior screamed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, 4 Blackwater platform experts jumped down from the castle, lifted him up, and rushed into the Blackwater platform castle. A moment later, the Blackwater platform secret agent knelt in front of the Blackwater platform governor. Xianxia, governor, the Chang king has died, and the Chang kingdom is in chaos. The secret agent handed over the secret letter with both hands, then immediately fainted. Xianxia was startled. He said, order the best physicians to treat this brother, no matter the cost, let him recover to his normal state. Yes. Xianxia's figure had already disappeared before he could even finish his sentence. The monarch had already fallen asleep. He was supposed to be serving Sufei today, but he still stayed in concubine Bian's palace. However, he couldn't sleep no matter what. The worst-case scenario that Xianxia had mentioned was too terrifying. Another upheaval in Yan province? That shouldn't be possible. The Su clan didn't share a border with the Chu kingdom. Should he take down Sunan immediately? No, he couldn't, otherwise, it would cause a huge upheaval. He had to find out what the Chang kingdom was planning. Was the Chang king really going to invade the western region of the state of Yu? At that moment, Li Sun's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, Governor Yan requests an audience. As soon as these words came out, the monarch almost immediately got up from his bed. The Black Yama king hadn't left his Blackwater platform castle for a long time. Now that he was here, something big must have happened. The monarch didn't even have time to put on his clothes before he walked out. The Blackwater platform governor Xianxia immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, the Chang king has died, and the Chang kingdom is in chaos. Then, he handed over a detailed report with both hands. The monarch was shocked at first. Then, he was overjoyed. How could something like this happen? How could there be such shocking news at such a crucial moment? How could the heavens protect me? Ning Yuanxian, the monarch opened the report and read it carefully. Then, the monarch's paranoia kicked in. Could this report be fake? Could the Blackwater platform spy have been deceived? Then, Eunuch Li Sun said, Your Majesty, I've just received news that candles have suddenly been lit on the high platform of the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence. The monarch's expression changed at first, then he was overjoyed. Is Sunan still there? Eunuch Li Sun said, yes, he's still in the courtyard, sitting in a daze. The monarch's voice trembled. Capture Sunan immediately. Don't move the other troops. Send out 3,000 Blackwater platform warriors and surround the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence. Close the 4 gates of the capital. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Li Sun, Xianxia, capture Sunan personally. Yes. Usually, when troops were mobilized, they were all thunderous, causing the ground to tremble. Whether it was the Tianyue cavalry or the monarch armored guards. However, when the Blackwater platform warriors moved, they were silent, because they wore leather armor and soft-soled cloth shoes. Moreover, they walked with their 4 feet to ensure that they made no sound when they landed. 3,000 Blackwater platform warriors moved. Like a dark tide, they rushed toward the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence. This was a big scene. Previously, there were only 100 people to capture Xianxia. 3,000 Blackwater platform warriors moved quickly on the street without making any noise. Some people on both sides of the street were awake. For some reason, they felt their hearts palpitate, so they opened their windows to take a look. Immediately, they saw the streets were densely packed with Blackwater platform warriors. He stared blankly, not daring to move. At this moment, if he moved or shouted, he would die immediately. A moment later, the 3,000 black water platform warriors disappeared without a trace at the corner. Half an hour later, 3,000 black water platform warriors surrounded the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence. Eunuch Li Sun heaved a long sigh of relief. The day had finally come. Is Sunan still here? Li Sun asked. Yes, he's in the courtyard. A black water platform warrior said. He seems to have sensed that something is wrong. He first played chess with himself, but couldn't make a move for a long time. Go in and capture him. Supervisor Yan, please. Black water platform Governor Yan Yi was still expressionless. He even frowned. Bang! A loud sound. The main gate of the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence was smashed open. Then, Eunuch Li Sun followed Yan Yi into the Marquis's residence. In the courtyard, Sunan's hunched body was still sitting there, staring blankly at the chessboard in front of him. Li Sun said, Su Weng, although it is summer, the dew is heavy at night. Don't sit outside, we will take you to another place. Sunan's old voice said, Eunuch Li, where are you taking us? Li Sun said, Black water platform, Supreme Court? Marquis, why don't you pick one? Sunan raised his head and lit a candle. He said to Li Sun and Yan Yi, Eunuch Li, I don't understand what you're saying. Did I, Su Bai, make a mistake playing chess in the courtyard? In the candlelight, his old face revealed a strange smile at Li Sun and Yan Yi. Li Sun was shocked. Although this old man looked exactly like Sunan, he was not Sunan at all. Note, the third update is up. Today, there are more than 20,000 words. He seemed to have finished asking for votes. Sob sob sob. What should he do? Great Eunuch Li Sun was shocked. Because the old man in front of him was exactly the same as the Sunan in the imperial court. Not to mention the spies monitoring the black water station from outside, even at such a close distance, Li Sun could not tell the difference in their appearances. However, he could still tell at a glance that this person was not Sunan. Because he had been in contact with Sunan too much, even if they looked the same, their temperaments were completely different. Sunan was too dangerous. As soon as he approached, he could feel his uncomfortable aura, as if he was facing a poisonous snake. Although the old man in front of him also gave off a cold feeling, he was not as frightening as Sunan. You're Sunan's substitute? Li Sun asked in a trembling voice. The old man said, No, on the contrary, it's master who's been imitating me all the time. Suddenly, great Eunuch Li Sun felt his hair stand on end and was amazed. Everyone knew that Sunan pretended to be old. He was actually only a few years older than the monarch, but after years of pretending to be old, not only did his hair turn white, his face was wrinkled, and his back was stooped, making him look like a man in his 70s or 80s. Over time, everyone thought of him as an old man. Even if they knew that he was pretending to be old, the psychological suggestion was very strong. She had completely accepted his decrepit appearance, forgetting his true face. It was very difficult to find an identical substitute in this world. Since it was impossible to make the substitute look like him, Sunan would pretend to be like the substitute. This thief was really awesome. Su Bai stretched out his hands tremblingly and said, Come on, catch me. Great Eunuch Li Sun asked, Where did Sunan go? The old Su Bai grinned and said, You want to catch the master? Impossible. At this moment, boom, 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 the candle in Su Bai's hand fell. This seemed to be a signal. The entire Xianyuan Marquis residence behind him burst into flames. However, it was not only the Xianyuan Marquis residence. It was the entire capital. More than a dozen places around it caught fire almost at the same time. It burned fiercely. Boom, 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 barrels filled with fish oil suddenly exploded one after another. Flames ignited all over the sky. At the same time. Boom, 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 it was as if they had discussed it beforehand. All around the capital, balls of fire rose one after another. Looking down from the sky. One by one, the houses exploded. This was not gunpowder, but barrels and barrels of fish oil. But once it was ignited, the explosion would be even more powerful than gunpowder. The capital of the country at night. One after another, the flowers of flames exploded. Boom 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 boom, one flower. 10 flowers. More than 10 flowers. Dozens of them. 100, the raging flames that exploded rose and fell in all directions. Hundreds of houses in the capital were burning, and the fire was spreading ferociously. Countless citizens fled in panic, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Blackwater Platform Governor Yen Yi's expression changed. Go to the Vermilion Bird Gate. This great superintendent was very powerful. As soon as he arrived at the Marquis of Xianyuan's mansion, he heard from the warriors of the Blackwater Platform that Su Nan was still sitting in the courtyard and playing chess with himself. While the eunuchly son was happy, he frowned and felt that something was wrong. At this moment, he directly leapt onto his horse and charged towards the Vermilion Bird sect with 3,000 Blackwater Platform warriors. Boom boom boom, countless flames lit up the entire night sky. Countless soldiers in the capital came out in full force. They maintained the order of the people in the capital and organized firefighting. The entire capital was in a mess. Like boiling water, it was completely boiling. This was a shocking fire. There was no way to defend against it. The hundreds of barrels of fish oil had already been scattered in every corner of the country. Once they were ignited, they would explode. At this moment, the entire palace was facing a formidable enemy. All the palace gates were closed, and thousands of warriors guarded every corner of the palace. No eunuchs, maids, or concubines were allowed to step out of the palace without the monarch's order. Anyone who disobeyed the order would be killed. The princes, except for the fifth prince, who no one paid attention to, all entered the palace. The crown prince and the third prince even wore armor and personally guarded the monarch in the palace. Eunuch Xiaoli originally planned to put on armor for the monarch, but Ning Yuanxian refused. He didn't even wear the royal robe, but the most luxurious and low-key dark golden dragon robe, which made him look like a rich man of leisure. Not only was he not nervous, but he didn't even look angry. He was calm, as if the situation was not tense or dangerous at all. Seeing the monarch like this, everyone in the palace quieted down. Then, Ning Yuanxian went straight to the highest point of the palace. He looked at the entire capital in chaos, and heard countless miserable screams. Flames were burning everywhere. Although the news had not arrived, the monarch already knew that Su Nan had escaped. The Blackwater Station's news was very timely. But it was still a step too late. Because Su Nan's news was even faster. After learning that King Chang had died, he immediately ran. Even though the entire Marquis of Xianyuan's residence was surrounded by hundreds of Blackwater Station warriors, he easily escaped. Su Nan could have escaped secretly. Why did he make such a big fuss? The monarch asked. The crown prince said, "This man is insane." The third prince Ningqi was disdainful and said, "Father, Su Nan is showing off." "Yes, he is showing off," the monarch said coldly. Previously, he had played the role of a docile old dog for decades. Now that he has shed all pretenses, he directly took off his mask and revealed his ferocious fangs. He has turned into a vicious wolf. Wasn't that right? After tearing off his mask, Su Nan instantly became ferocious and arrogant. There was no need to set the capital ablaze. But he still set the capital on fire. This was like a vicious wolf completely throwing away the facade of an old dog and howling at the lion Ning Yuanxian. But he still ran away like a gopher. Where's the slightest bit of heroism? Everyone had guessed wrong about Su Nan. He could have left the capital without a trace. Because he had received news of King Chang's sudden death almost 4 hours earlier than the monarch. By the time the Blackwater Station caught him, he could have escaped hundreds of miles away and entered Lang County. But he did not do so. He could have left the capital 4 hours ago, but he did not. At this moment, he was still in the capital. He was riding a 1,000-mile horse, his entire body as straight as a javelin. When he stood up straight, he was almost 1.9 meters tall. Riding on the horse, he still looked imposing. Although his hair was completely dyed white and he was a few years older than the monarch, there was not a single wrinkle on his face. But he looked at most 30 years old. His dyed white hair added to his unique temperament. Su Nan's martial arts were top-notch. At this moment, he was at the peak of a man. He was like a completely different person compared to his 70 or 80 years old self from before. He wore black soft armor and held a black iron spear in his hand. The spear was so heavy that it dragged on the ground. This 1,000-mile horse was extremely fast. The spear slashed across the ground, creating a series of sparks and an ear-piercing sound. Dozens of black warriors followed behind him. He quickly galloped towards the Vermilion Bird Gate. At the same time, from both sides of the street, black warriors gathered one after another. Dozens, hundreds of riders, like the tip of a knife, charged towards the Vermilion Bird Gate. At this moment, the entire capital was in flames and chaos. Countless soldiers surged out from several places such as the House of Thousand Households, the governor's office, the Privy Council, etc. Soon, the army discovered Sunan's hundreds of warriors on Vermilion Bird Avenue. "Which department are you from? Report your number and password." An army directly intercepted them. "Kill." Sunan gave the order. The hundreds of warriors behind him suddenly pulled out their swords. In just a moment, the army that blocked the way was completely annihilated. Sunan's hundreds of cavalry easily passed through. They galloped along Vermilion Bird Avenue. Soon, they reached the Vermilion Bird Gate. "Who are you?" "The monarch has decreed that all 4 gates are closed, no one is allowed to enter or leave." The guard on top of the gate roared. At the same time, the thousands of soldiers guarding the Vermilion Bird Gate neatly drew their bows and nocked their arrows. "Stop immediately, or you will be killed," the guard of the Vermilion Bird Gate shouted. Sunan stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a javelin appeared in his hand. Whoosh! He suddenly threw it. In an instant, the javelin flew out like lightning. It was too fast. The momentum was too shocking, it made a whistling sound in the air. The guard of the Vermilion Bird Gate quickly dodged. But it was too late. Poof! His whole body was instantly penetrated by the javelin, then flew a few meters away, his whole body was nailed to the wall. "I am the great thief Bitter Joy, who dares to stop me?" Sunan roared, "Kill!" Then, he led hundreds of warriors in a crazy charge. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the Vermilion Bird Gate guards all shot arrows. The warriors behind Sunan quickly raised their shields to block the arrows. But there were still warhorses and warriors hit by arrows, but not many. In just a moment, the hundreds of warriors under Sunan's command rushed to the Vermilion Bird Gate guards formation. The cavalry faced the infantry. Under this high-speed charge, instantly broke the defense. Sunan's black iron spear danced wildly. There was no match at all. Everywhere they passed, there were countless casualties. They were invincible. Almost without stopping, they directly rushed to the Vermilion Bird Gate. They opened the Vermilion Bird Gate. Sunan led hundreds of warriors and rushed out like a tide. The capital was strong, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through from the outside. But it was not so difficult to kill their way out. After rushing out of the Vermilion Bird Gate, Sunan laughed and said, "Is this the capital of the state of you? Is this Xianxia city? I, Bitter Joy, come and go as if there is no one, ha 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 ha. The state of you is so weak, it can't withstand a single blow." Then, Sunan led a few hundred warriors and ran towards the west. Just a few dozen miles away, there were warhorses. As long as they ran 200 miles into the territory of Tianyi province, it would be like a fish in the sea. Half an hour after Sunan rushed out of the Vermilion Bird Gate, Blackwater Platform Governor Yanni and a few other armies had already caught up. It was said that Sunan had been running for half an hour. Yanni knew that it was impossible to catch up. However, Tianyi city governor still led thousands of troops out of the city to chase Sunan. And Blackwater Platform Governor Yanni returned to the palace. "Your Majesty," Sunan ran away and openly killed his way out of the Vermilion Bird Gate in the name of Bitter Joy. After hearing the report, Monarch Ning Yuanxian's body suddenly trembled. Everyone present had an incredulous look on their faces. Sunan could have run away quietly, why did he do it in such a big way, to trample on the monarch's dignity, to trample on the state of Yu's prestige? This person was cunning and always left a way out. Such arrogance was not his style at all. However, Monarch soon found out the reason. Sunan's action was to tell Chu and Wu. "Take a look. The state of you is so weak now. I, Sunan, with just a few hundred people, killed my way in and out of the capital. Of course, this is an exaggeration. King Wu, hurry up and send more troops south. King Chu, hurry up and go west. The state of you is weak. Seize this golden opportunity. King Wu can wash away the humiliation of the defeat 20 years ago. Take back the 9 counties that were taken away. King Chu, there is only one overlord in the whole south. If it is not the state of you, then it is the state of Chu. Now is the best chance for you to dominate the south. Everyone was deceived by Sunan's usual deference. They felt that although this person was vicious, he was tactful and liked to leave leeway and a way out. However, no one knew that once Sunan made up his mind, he would be extremely decisive. Everyone thought that he was just trying to escape and fight for a place in the court of the state of Yu. Therefore, they guessed that he would not be so fierce and leave enough political room for retreat. However, Sunan did not want to gain a foothold in the court, but to let the Su family rise in the south. His ultimate goal was not to become a powerful official. He wanted to become the overlord of a generation. This was what Xianxia meant by the Su and Chang. Every year, the three-eyed heretic captured countless slaves from the state of Yu and sent them to the Chang state. Every year, Sunan subsidized the Chang king with countless money. There was a purpose to all of this. Currently, the 2 queens of the Chang state were members of the Su family. Who knew how many Su family members were lurking around the Chang king? The Chang king, Aragang, had died suddenly. This was bad news for Sunan as it completely disrupted his rhythm. This caused many plans to be rushed forward. However, this was also a great piece of news. The Chang king was going to die anyway. However, he would die a little too early. If the Chang king did not die, how could he become one with the Chang state? The most important thing now was for Crown Prince Alutai to quell the chaos in the Chang state in the shortest time possible. To put it more bluntly, he had to kill all the remaining sons of the Chang king. Then, Alutai would become king and inherit everything from his father, including the 2 queens. This was also the tradition of the barbarians. It was the same for the barbarians around China in ancient times. After the death of a Xiongnu, the new Xiongnu would inherit everything from the old Xiongnu. In the Chang state, the body of the Chang king was still thrown on the bed. The weather was hot. His body was already smelly and countless flies were flying on it. But still, no one cared. In the room of the Chang king, the new king, Alutai, lay on the bed, surrounded by 2 beautiful women. These 2 were the former wives of the Chang king. Sumo, Suning. Naturally, they had become Alutai's women. Alutai had been longing for this scene for a long time. The 2 women in the Su clan were too beautiful. He had been drooling over them for a long time. Sumo's beautiful eyes flashed with a fiery light. The sudden death of the Chang king. This was bad news for the Su clan. But it was also good news. The flower of her ambition could officially bloom. The new Chang king lit a cigarette and puffed on it comfortably. Mother, you are my father's wife. What do you think about my father's funeral? Alutai asked. Sumo said, according to the tradition, a sky burial is fine. In fact, every generation of Chang king did not want a sky burial. They all wanted to be buried like the kings of the state of Yu and Chu. They wanted to build a huge mausoleum and bury all the gold, silver, and jewelry with them. However, every generation of Chang king did not get what they wanted. This was because the Chang country respected the strong. They did not rule the country with filial piety or etiquette. The new king could not bear to bury all the gold, silver, and jewelry with the previous king. Therefore, they all followed the tradition, a sky burial. The so-called sky burial was to carry the body to the mountains for vultures to eat. Alright, a sky burial it is, Alutai said. How did the Chang king die suddenly? Up until now, no one had asked about it, and no one had gone to check. Alutai said, my brothers gathered more than 10,000 people and went to the north. They occupied the original temple and wanted to confront me. Mother, what do you think I should do? Sumo kissed the wolf tattoo on Alutai's chest and said softly, let me go see them and take care of them. I am a weak woman, they will not be on guard. Alutai took a puff of smoke and held it in his lungs for a while before blowing out a smoke ring. Alright, I will have to trouble you, mother. Empress Dowager Chong looked at Su Mo coquettishly and said, Your Majesty, please reward me well. Imperial Palace of the State of Yu, Su Fei and the 6th Prince Ningjing were on tenterhooks. A few days ago, Su Fei had a bad feeling. After Ho Tsai's case, the monarch and Su Nan had fallen out and sent the Black Water platform to capture Su Nan. From that day onwards, Su Fei's palace was completely deserted. The people in the palace had the sharpest sense of smell, and they were the most practical. The imperial concubines who usually came to curry favor did not come, and the eunuchs who usually came to curry favor also did not come. Although the daily meals were still normal. But the most important thing was that the monarch did not come either. It should be Su Fei's turn to sleep with him, but he did not come and stayed in concubine Bian's palace. Not only was Su Fei terrified, but even the palace maids and eunuchs around her seemed to feel that a disaster was coming. Their attitude became cold, as if they were trying to draw a line. And tonight, Su Fei's sky finally fell. Although she did not know what had happened, she knew that dozens of warriors had entered her palace and were staring at her like tigers watching their prey. She was under house arrest and could not step out of the room. Su Fei blamed in her heart, Brother, you are too cruel. For your own ambition, for the Su family, you completely disregarded my life. What do you want me to do now? Even in the palace, she seemed to be able to hear the chaos in the capital outside. She felt that her doom was closer. Would it be a glass of poisoned wine? Or a white silk? 6th Prince Ningjing knew a little more and could not help but curse Su Nan in his heart. And at this time, Su Fei's palace door opened. The monarch walked in, Su Fei trembled, and then directly rushed up. She was about to kneel in front of the monarch and hug his legs. However, before she could rush in front of the monarch, she was stopped. Eunuch Shaoli directly blocked in front of the monarch. Su Fei was stunned. Usually, this eunuch Shaoli was so flattering. How docile was he? She looked up. This eunuch Shaoli's face was still docile, and his expression was still flattering. That's right, eunuchs at Lian's level would no longer obviously flatter the red and step on the black. In their eyes, there was only the monarch. What are you doing? You don't have any color at all. Why are you also like an old dog? The monarch scolded. Immediately, eunuch Shaoli hurriedly retreated, his heart overjoyed. When the monarch said that he also felt like an old dog, it was a great compliment. Who didn't know that Eunuch Li's son was the most trusted eunuch by the monarch, besides the ancestor? Su Fei came in front of the monarch, kneeled down and cried bitterly. Your Majesty, although this concubine's body and mind are with the Ning clan, I am, after all, the daughter of the Su clan. But in the end, I am still Su clan's daughter. No matter what crime elder brother committed, as a younger sister, I am also guilty. Your Majesty, please execute this concubine, but in consideration of our previous affection, please leave this concubine's corpse intact. Don't blame Ning Jing, he is your son, he is completely a member of the Ning clan. When the 6th prince heard this, he originally wanted to criticize Su Nan, but after hearing his mother's words, he immediately knelt down and cried, Father, this son is willing to share the crime with mother. The monarch suddenly laughed, reached out his hand to touch Su Fei's face and said, Beloved concubine is too serious, what crime did Su Ho commit? Su Fei could not help but be startled. The monarch said, That's right, I sent people to arrest Marquis Jinyuan's heir, Su Jianting, because the imperial censor reported that he openly led the western region martial artists to raid Xianwu mansion and tried to murder Su Peipei. I rule the country with filial piety, how could I see such a human tragedy? Of course I was angry. But now it has been investigated, the raid on Xianwu mansion was completely the work of the bandit Kudu Huan. At that time, Su Jianting was drinking wine and composing poems in the commander-in-chief's office of Tianxi province, he was completely not in Xuanwu city. Su Fei was even more afraid, cried and said, Your Majesty, please grant me a cup of poisonous wine, and a zhang of white silk. The monarch's eyes became even more gentle, Beloved concubine, you and I have been husband and wife for 20 years, we still want to grow old together. Su Fei was frightened, but her face showed a gentle and infatuated smile with tears. My body, my heart, all belong to your Majesty. If Madame Su is meritorious, it has nothing to do with me. If Su Shi is guilty, then this concubine is also guilty. This concubine's life is in my husband's hands. Thunder and rain, it is the grace of heaven. This concubine's admiration and love for his majesty will never change. The monarch helped Su Fei up, and said softly, my love for you will never change. Then, Ning Yuanxian ordered, it's late, I will stay in Su Fei's palace tonight. Then, the monarch looked at the sixth prince with eyes full of affection. Ning Jing, there is nothing else in the palace, you can go back and have a good rest. Today you can stay by my side all the time, it can be seen that you are filial. Good, good. The sixth prince Ning Jing was even more frightened, kowtowed, and said, thank you for your praise, father. Then, he smiled and said, father, mother, please have a good rest. I will take my leave now. Then, he walked out with great respect. It was summer, and the weather was hot, but the sixth prince Ning Jing felt cold all over his body when he walked on the road. He couldn't help but stretch out his arms, but still felt cold. What should he do next? Go to the crown prince's house? Or to the third prince's house? Previously, Ning Jing was backed by Madame Su, and he was young, so he had no chance to fight for the throne. Therefore, the crown prince and the third prince tried to win him over, which made Ning Jing quite proud, especially arrogant. Now, Madame Su and his father had a falling out. Ning Jing felt that a disaster was coming. Today, if his father was furious and scolded him and his mother, Ning Jing thought that there was still a chance to save the situation. But now, his father not only did not get angry, but also praised him with a smile, and even stayed in his mother's palace. This made Ning Jing shudder even more. Su Nan ran away. No, it should be said that Su Nan ran away. It can't even be said that he ran away. Because before he left, he burned the capital, and openly killed his way out of the Vermilion Bird sect. In front of the world, he slapped the monarch Ning Yuanxian's face. This move shocked everyone, and they couldn't believe it. This was actually done by Su Nan. He was not usually like this, leaving no room for others, after the chaos in the capital. The most excited was the Honglu Temple of the state of Yu. The envoys of the Chu state, the Liang state, the Jin state, and the Wu state lived here. Su Nan and a few hundred people actually killed their way out of the capital. Moreover, the fire soared to the sky, and the capital was turned upside down. Had the state of Yu become so strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, was the opportunity for Chu to dominate the south already here? Had the opportunity for Wu to go south to take revenge come? Chu had been weak for a year, and they couldn't even conquer the South Kingdom. Now, their powerful face was completely torn apart. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had come. What were they waiting for, when the capital was in chaos? The Kim clan's courtyard was also facing a formidable enemy. Dozens of warriors guarded every corner of the courtyard. Although Jin Mutsong's martial arts were not high, he also picked up a knife and protected Binger. Binger's belly was already more obvious. Although it was unlikely, they still had to be prepared, in case the Su clan was desperate. Logically speaking, they shouldn't. Su Nan had already rushed out of the capital, and there shouldn't be many people in the city. However, at this moment, bang, 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 suddenly, wooden barrels fell from the sky one after another. They were thrown from a small catapult not far away. After the wooden barrels fell to the ground, the fish oil inside splashed out. Whoosh, 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 dozens of fire arrows suddenly shot in. It instantly ignited the fire. Xianxia, Huang Feng, and the others were shocked. What should they do next? Should they escort Binger and Crown Prince Jin Mutsong away to the ambassador's residence, or should they enter the cellar? Xianxia made a prompt decision. They couldn't go out. It would be dangerous to go out at this time. Quick, escort Madame Binger and Crown Prince into the underground secret chamber. Is the water tank inside ready? Is the wet quilt ready? Is the bamboo pole to communicate with the outside world ready? Then, Huang Feng and Xianxia escorted Jin Mutsong and Binger into the basement. Big fool, are you okay? The big fool said nervously, I only know how to be beaten, I don't know how to hit people. Binger rushed directly in front of the big fool and said, Big fool, look at my belly. There is a baby inside. When he is born, he will call you uncle. Now there are bad people coming to kill him. What should I do? What should I do? The big fool trembled. Binger said, Kill them. Okay. The big fool said, I will kill them. After entering the secret chamber, Huang Feng still stayed with Binger and Jin Mutsong. Xianxia and the big fool directly guarded the entrance of the secret chamber. At the same time, the entire Kim clan's courtyard was on fire. Whoosh 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 whoosh, one after another, the Western region experts jumped into the Kim clan's courtyard. The leader was wearing a mask, which was still the twisted mask of bitter joy. Damn it, this bitter joy is everywhere. Soon, the entire Kim clan's courtyard was filled with the sound of fighting. Dozens of Su clan experts and Kim clan warriors were fighting together. The person in the lead led a few dozen experts and marched in. They rushed directly into the courtyard of the Kim clan's courtyard, at the entrance of the underground secret chamber. The leader took off the twisted mask of bitter joy, revealing a cold face. My name is Su Jianyan, the adopted son of the Zhenyuan Marquis mansion. Under the orders of my master, I came to kill the woman of Shenlang and the child in her belly. In addition, I also want to take Jin Mutsong away. Why don't you two step aside and let me go? Xianxia didn't say anything, raised the scimitar in his hand, and said lightly, at worst, I will die here tonight. The big fool picked up the black iron stick and said, don't touch my nephew, or I will kill him. I will really kill someone. The adopted son of the Su clan, Su Jianyan, laughed and said, your martial arts are too low, too low. You are called Xianxia, right? You are Shenlang's lackey. You can probably block two of my swords. Kill. The adopted son of the Su clan gave the order. Suddenly, dozens of Western region experts rushed toward Xianxia and the big fool. Within a quarter of an hour, capture Jin Mutsong and kill the woman and child of Shenlang. Easy, easy. On the street not far away. The imperial ambassador Yunmingzi didn't even have time to ride a horse and directly ran on the street. At this time, the entire capital was under martial law. He couldn't lead troops, and he didn't have many soldiers. So, he held up the token with one hand. I am the imperial ambassador Yunmingzi. I am the imperial ambassador Yunmingzi. As he shouted, his body jumped like a swallow and rushed toward the Kim clan's courtyard. Hold on. You must hold on. I hope I can make it in time, I hope I can make it in time. Otherwise, if Jin Mutsong and Bing are dead, how can I explain it to my brother? However, when Yunmingzi rushed to the Kim clan's courtyard, the battle was already over. He looked at the corpses all over the ground and was instantly stunned. Note, first update sent, begging for monthly votes, begging for support, more than 200 votes away from the front, I feel tired even if I vomit blood, I can't catch up, woo woo, thank you Xianxian for the tens of thousands of coins. It was not surprising that the ground was littered with corpses. The key was that the shape of these corpses was strange. Every one of them was intact, but all of them were deformed. Either their heads were flattened, or their bodies were flattened. This kind of death was too tragic. It was simply outrageous. And at this moment, suddenly, there was a burst of air. Then, the Imperial Ambassador Dreamy Cloud Lake felt extremely dangerous. In the next second, a huge black shadow suddenly rushed over. This posture was simply indescribable. It did not seem to be very fast. But it was incomparably powerful. It made one's legs tremble at a glance. It was like an animal meeting a tiger, instinctively afraid. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Then, there was a thunderous roar. The one who rushed out was the big fool, the iron rod in his hand smashing fiercely at Dreamy Cloud Lake's head. Dreamy Cloud Lake's scalp went numb, and he used all his strength to retreat quickly. Then, Xianxia's voice sounded. Big Zhuang, stop, we're on the same side, we're on the same side. The big fool was stunned. He suddenly swung the heavy iron rod in his hand to the side. Bang! The huge rockery was instantly shattered. Dreamy Cloud Lake looked at the big fool, his eyes completely red, as if he had entered a state of madness, entering a kind of obsession. He was usually too kind. He must enter a state of obsession to become so fierce. Because the big fool would only be beaten, not hit people. Dreamy Cloud Lake wiped the blood from his forehead. Because when the rockery exploded, gravel flew everywhere. Although he avoided most of the gravel, he was still scratched. Then, he carefully stepped forward, patted the big fool's neck, and said, "Big Zhuang, it's over, it's all over." After a moment, the big fool's eyes gradually regained clarity. When he went crazy, his vision was red, and he could hardly see anything. He just held the heavy iron rod in his hand and smashed wildly. What exactly did he hit? Who did he hit? He did not know. Is it over? The big fool's heart was still palpitating. Where are the bad guys? Where are the bad guys? Dreamy Cloud Lake instinctively looked at the corpses on the ground. Forget it, the big fool still doesn't know that he has killed so many people. They ran away, they all ran away. The bad guys are all scared away. Dream Cloud Lake pulled the big fool's hand and said, "Come, let's go take a look at Fatty and see if he's pissed his pants." The big fool nodded. "Alright, let's go see the three fools and the baby." The door to the underground chamber opened, and Zhuang walked in. Only Yin Mingzi and Xianxia were left in the entire courtyard. 13. What happened? Xianxia seemed to be frightened as he said, "I don't know. The foster son of the Su family, Su Jianyan, wants to kill Madame Bing and capture Prince Jin Muzong. The brothers outside were all pinned down, and dozens of experts surrounded us. I thought I was dead for sure, so I could only fight with my life." Dreamy Cloud Lake nodded. He knew Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan's martial arts were indeed very strong. At the very least, he was much stronger than Xianxia. Dozens of experts surrounded him and the big fool. There was really no chance of survival. The reason why Dreamy Cloud Lake rushed over alone was because he was the Empire's ambassador. No matter how crazy Sunan's people were, they wouldn't dare to kill him. And then? Xianxia said, "I was already prepared to die here." But when Su Jianyan said he wanted to kill Master's child, the big fool immediately yelled that he couldn't kill the baby. Then his eyes instantly turned red, and he rushed out while waving his big iron rod. And then, dozens of enemies were smashed to death. Dreamy Cloud Lake grinned. He looked at the corpses on the ground again. Could this be called smashing to death? This was smashing flat, really smashing into a meat patty. And it was very smelly. Because many people's feces were smashed straight out. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, "What about Su Jianyan?" Xianxia said, "He saw how powerful the big fool was, and his speed was extremely fast. He stabbed at the big fool. His sword was really fast. No matter how high my martial arts were, I definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Even Mistress couldn't block it. But the big fool's ability to take a beating, and his ability to block swords was very strong. For more than half a year, Grandmaster Xianxia sneak attacked the big fool millions of times, and the big fool almost went crazy from blocking swords. If he couldn't block Xianxia's sword, how could he not block Su Jianyan's? Xianxia said, "In short, Su Jianyan stabbed the big fool hundreds of times, and then the big fool blocked hundreds of swords. The big fool blocked the swords and smashed people at the same time. At that time, he couldn't see anything, but the iron rod in his hand danced wildly, and those experts of the western regions couldn't get close at all. They were all smashed to death, flattened, and smashed to shit. Su Jianyan stabbed the big fool hundreds of times, and in the end, his own sword broke, the perlicue split open, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he ran away. Amazing, really amazing." Dreamy Cloud Lake wasn't praising the big fool, but Su Jianyan. This adopted son of the Su clan was really strong. On the surface, it looked like he stabbed the big fool hundreds of times. But on the other hand, it was equivalent to him suffering the rebound force of the big fool's hundreds of swords, and yet he only vomited a mouthful of blood. He was really strong. Every time Princess Ning Yan took the initiative to attack the big fool, she was directly sent flying. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, "When the big fool's iron rod danced wildly, did he have any moves?" Xianxia said, "No, it was just a random dance, a slut's rod." Dreamy Cloud Lake grinned again. Xianxia said, "Young Master Yun, I suddenly feel that practicing martial arts is so meaningless." Dreamy Cloud Lake went up and patted Xianxia's shoulder. "You're not the only one who thinks so. Damn it. We practiced martial arts desperately, studied secret manuals, studied moves desperately. We practiced a set of sword techniques hundreds of thousands of times, painstakingly, constantly improving, for fear of making the slightest mistake. After practicing like this for 10 years, we finally became very strong. And the big fool. What secret manuals? I don't know. What moves? I don't know. He closed his eyes and smashed randomly with the iron rod. He smashed dozens of Western region experts to death. He smashed away a top expert like Su Jianyin. The Empire's ambassador Dreamy Cloud Lake looked at the sword in his hand in disdain and threw it far away. What was the point of training? I don't want to train anymore. I trained for half my life, but I can't even compare to him closing his eyes and randomly playing with a slut's rod. Haze, I am really useless. My life is so meaningless. Dreamy Cloud Lake sat on the ground and sighed. Xianxia said, Young Master Yun, at least you are famous and have slept with all the beauties in the world. Xianxia was a little talkative in front of Dreamy Cloud Lake, but in front of Shenlang, he kept his mouth shut. His master was too petty and loved to act cool. Unlike this empire's ambassador Dreamy Cloud Lake, who had such a noble status but didn't put on any airs. Dreamy Cloud Lake patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, You are not bad yourself, even such a special girl like Huang Feng, have you slept with her? Xianxia blushed and shook his head. Dreamy Cloud Lake sighed, You are the same as your master, just too honest and can't let go. These words made Xianxia want to cry. Young Master Yun, you said that I am honest, I admit it. But you said that my master is honest, this is too fake. Dreamy Cloud Lake sighed, The big fool is so strong, but there is another even stronger one, you should have seen her before. Xianxia nodded. That even stronger one was the demoness Chou Yaoer. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, How strong? Xianxia said, I can't describe it, it is like she surrounded 1,000 people, and then the 1,000 people were so scared that they peed their pants. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, Is she beautiful? Xianxia said, Super, 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 unique in the world. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, My brother is the best, to be able to sleep with such a woman. Xianxia wanted to say that his master was actually the one who was slept with, and he couldn't conquer Chou Yaoer at all. In this world, no man could conquer Chou Yaoer. She was unparalleled in the world. In her eyes, her master, Shenlang, was nothing. But how could Xianxia dare to say this? Dreamy Cloud Lake said, You have seen Goddess Xueyin and Chou Yaoer, who do you think is more beautiful? Xianxia thought for a while and said, Chou Yaoer. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, Why? Xianxia said, Because Goddess Xueyin's beauty can be cultivated, but Chou Yaoer is born. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, You have also seen two people fight, so who do you think is more powerful? Xianxia said, It is hard to say, in terms of martial arts cultivation, Goddess Xueyin is extremely high. But the aura of the two is different. Let me make an analogy, Goddess Xueyin's aura is like an arrow shot by a godly archer, no matter how you dodge, you will definitely die. But Chou Yaoer's aura is like a tsunami, like an earthquake, you don't even want to dodge, and you don't dare to dodge. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, I understand, one kills one person, the other crushes countless. Xianxia said, You scholars are really different. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, In a few more years, maybe the big fool will also become such a person. After the big fool returned to the underground secret room, he received the treatment of a hero. Jin Muzong said in shock, It ended just like that? It is different from what I imagined, I can't write about it in the future, there is no climax. Xiao Bing rubbed her stomach and let out a long sigh of relief, Big fool, you are really amazing, you are too amazing. Immediately, the big fool became bashful, super embarrassed. Xiao Bing said, Big fool, sit down, drink some tea, drink some tea. Then Bing poured a cup of tea for the big fool. The big fool became even more unnatural. Bing don't be like this. I am very, the big fool couldn't describe his current feeling, it was just very awkward. Bing was usually very fierce to him, scolding him loudly when eating, scolding him loudly when drinking water. Now she was so gentle, he really wasn't used to it. Bing understood and shouted fiercely, I told you to drink tea, drink it, quickly drink it. The big fool shrank his neck, hurriedly took the tea, and drank it in one gulp. Then he obediently put the cup on the table, sat upright, clasped his hands between his knees, and sat like an obedient primary school student. This feels right. Being is so fierce, I am used to it. The sky was still dark. The monarch had already got up, and even gently patted Su Fei and said, "You were tired last night, have a good rest." Su Fei gently nodded her head. Last night, Ning Yuanxian must have been tired and worked like a cattle. He put on the royal robe. Ning Yuanxian walked out of Su Fei's palace room and returned to Bian Fei's room. "My beloved, rub my eyes, and then put a few drops of eye medicine." Ning Yuanxian lay on Bian Fei's lap, his whole body and mind slightly calmed down. When he opened his eyes, his eyeballs were red and swollen. Because he didn't sleep all night. He couldn't go to see his subjects like this. A great crisis had come. Sunan, in the name of suffering and happiness, had thoroughly exposed the capital. How many houses were on fire yesterday? Thousands. How many people were burned to death? Thousands. These were not important. What was important was that this made the state of Yu look extremely weak. Just a few hundred people had turned the capital of the state of Yu upside down. What was the most afraid of the king of beasts in the jungle? To let others see his weakness. Whether it was real weakness or fake weakness, it was extremely dangerous. Because in this way, the surrounding lions, tigers, wolves, and hyenas would all rush up and bite. Sunan could have sneaked away. Why did he make a scene in the capital? It was to expose the truth of the weakness of the state of Yu. Let the Wu state, the Chu state, the Chang state, and so on all pounce on him. At such a dangerous time, he couldn't get angry, he couldn't be vain, and he couldn't care less about face. He had to calm down and get through this crisis. When did this crisis start? It should have started from the border hunting. The young King Wu defeated himself, which made people feel that the state of Yu was a little weak. And this time, Sunan had pierced the sky of the capital, completely tearing the strong outer skin of the state of Yu. Next, he had to stop the losses as soon as possible. He had to completely intimidate all the enemies around him. Lions, tigers, and even hyenas like the Chang Kingdom and the Sand Barbarians. They must be deterred. They must not repeat the tragedy of the beasts besieging the state of Yu. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the state of Yu was, even if it had 4 claws and 8 hands, it would not be able to defeat them. A ruler would only be able to see his abilities when faced with a true crisis. This time, he was minimizing the crisis. Or was it constantly worsening, and the crisis was brewing bigger and bigger? That would depend on the king's will and courage. Ning Yuanxian, this is your real test. Although it wasn't a matter of life and death, the crucial moment had arrived. After this crisis, the state of Yu would continue to grow stronger. If they couldn't survive this crisis, 20 years ago, Yu ended up like that in the Wu nation. However, this time, it was not just the 9 prefectures that were ceded. It was possible that more than half of the Western Heaven province would be ceded, as well as the 4 northern prefectures. "Your Majesty, Duke Weiwu is here," Eunuch Li Sun said. Hearing this, Monarch Ning Yuanxian was shocked and went straight to the study. "Your subject, Bian Shao, greet your Majesty." The number 1 person in the military of the state of Yu, Monarch Ning Yuanxian's true pillar, Duke Weiwu Bian Shao, kowtowed meticulously. Ning Yuanxian did not pretend to stop him. If it was Sunan, he would probably run over and help him up. After Bian Shao finished his greeting, Ning Yuanxian cupped his hands and bowed. "Elder brother, you've worked hard." Hearing this, Bian Shao was about to get up, but he stopped and continued to kneel on the ground. "Sit." Ning Yuanxian sat down. Bian Shao got up and sat down on the chair next to him. King Wu's army of 30,000 was heading south. He reorganized the military affairs and stepped up the preparation for war. Then, he immediately went south to meet Ning Yuanxian. "Senior brother, my country is facing a great crisis. Although I've been warning myself not to underestimate Sunan, I've still underestimated him. That bastard Shenlang is right. Sunan is plotting something big. He has long colluded with the Wu nation and the Chu nation. I've lost the border meeting, which made the world think that the state of Yu is weak. This time, Sunan openly killed his way out of the capital, burned the city, and killed thousands of people, causing chaos in our country. This is to tell the Wu nation, the Chu nation, the Chang nation, and the others that the state of Wu is weak and doesn't have the power to fight. The situation will worsen every day. If we don't stop the damage in time, the world will soon besiege the state of Wu. The Wu nation in the north, the Chu nation in the west, the Chang nation and the Su clan in the southwest, and the Sand barbarians in the south, the southern kingdom will attack us from all directions. This Guaran will definitely not allow this most terrifying situation to occur. After hearing Ning Yuanxian's words, Bian Shao replied, yes. Monarch Ning Yuanxian heaved a long sigh of relief. He tiredly lay back on the chair and said, Senior brother, why do you think there's such a big gap between people? Emperor Jiangli destroyed countless countries when he was in his 30s. When he was 40, he was already invincible and almost unified the world. I'm already in my 50s, but I still haven't achieved anything. Bian Shao said, it's not easy for His Majesty to defend his country. Moreover, Emperor Jiangli is unique. Yes, Emperor Jiangli is unique, Ning Yuanxian said, who can compare to him? Then, he picked up the cup of strong tea and took a big gulp. Usually, he didn't like to drink strong tea at all. Because he cared about his health, he usually drank weak tea. But today, the tea he drank was very strong, so it was like drinking hard liquor. But Duke Weiwu, Bian Shao, liked strong tea very much. He even directly took a teapot and fed it mouthful by mouthful. He was very casual in front of Ning Yuanxian. Elder brother, Su Nan ran away. We can't catch up with him. Ning Yuanxian said, he wants to achieve great things with little effort. He wants to create a new change in Yenzhou and our state of Wu. He wants to unite the Chang nation and become independent. Bian Zhao's expression didn't change when he heard about the change in Yenzhou. To many people, the change in Yenzhou was a stain in Bian Zhao's life. After all, Bian Shao was already the governor of the southern army in the state of Wu at that time. In the end, he betrayed King Wu and led 100,000 soldiers and 3 counties south to seek refuge with the state of Wu, which led to the state of Wu's defeat. No matter how high his status in the state of Wu was, betraying the emperor was still a stain. But Bian Shao didn't care about that. He betrayed King Wu because King Wu was unjust in the first place. How did his father die? How did his son die? Moreover, he and Ning Yuanxian were fellow apprentices. At the most critical moment, Ning Yuanxian entered Bian Zhao's camp as the crown prince of the state of Wu. Bian Shao could still remember that scene. They were enemies at that time. Although the emperor was not usually wise, he was absolutely wise and dared to take risks at critical moments. Monarch Ning Yuanxian continued. Su Nan needs time to return to his fief, time to carry out his conspiracy, time to unite Wu, Chu, Chang, the southern kingdom, and the Sand barbarians. This is our golden moment. We need to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. So we need to take the initiative. We're going to fight a high-intensity battle with a small number of people. Senior apprentice brother, I need you to lead the army to attack the state of Wu. Fight a bloody victory. The scale of the battle must be small because our treasury cannot afford 2 large-scale battles. But the results must be glorious. We must kill many people and make the state of Wu cry. We must shock the surrounding countries and make them fear us. We must let them see our strength. Sometimes, retreat is to advance. Sometimes, advance is to retreat. Sometimes, fighting is to avoid fighting. This is not the first time our country has made such a wise decision. We fought more than one high-intensity, small-scale war like this. The effect is great, Bian Shao said, then we need a surprise attack. We need to take risks. Monarch said, create a diversion. Bian Shao said, although King Wu is young, he is a powerful person. I fear we cannot fool him. Monarch said, I will personally appear and act for you. I will help you restrain most of the state of Wu's army. Bian Shao was shocked when he heard that. Your Majesty, are you saying that you will personally lead the army to Tianbei province and fight King Wu at Xianxia city? Monarch said, yes. I will also transfer half of the troops in Yenzhou. In short, we must create a storm and fight Wu Yue. Bian Shao said, what about Chu? Monarch said, speed is the key to war. Chu has conflicts with Liang and Nu Qian in the northwest. They will not react so quickly. Su Nan will not openly rebel before the internal strife in Chang is settled. Therefore, we must be quick in this battle and end it as soon as possible. Fighting is to avoid fighting. Once we display shocking combat power and show the strength of the state of Yu, the surrounding countries will be afraid and retreat. Bianxiao said, this is a critical period. If your majesty leaves the capital, there will be chaos in the court. Sunan was the leader of the neutral faction and had great influence in the court. Monarch shook his head and said, no, those officials who cling to Sunan are rootless. They joined the neutral faction because they do not want to participate in the fight for the throne. On the surface, they look powerful, but once the leader of the faction falls, they will scatter like birds and beasts. With the crown prince and Ningqi around, these people will not be able to do anything. We don't have to worry about them. At most, we can just kill a bunch of them. These officials are like chives. If we cut them off, they will grow again. It was still too risky and bold. Once they lost control of time, the situation might become worse. Bianxiao narrowed his eyes. He was the Ning Yuanxian he knew. At critical moments, he was shockingly bold and dared to take risks. He really did not know if this was a strength or a weakness. However, a bold king in the face of a huge crisis was always better than a cowardly king. I will do my best and not let your majesty down. Things had already come to this. Monarch was going to be the bait to attract Wu's main force. I, Bianxiao, will definitely sacrifice my life for you. Ning Yuanxian stood up and cupped his hands. I will rely on you, brother. Bianxiao knelt down and kowtowed. The next day, in the court. Once again, the monarch displayed the wrath of the monarch. He roared throughout the court. However, he did not mention Sunan. How dare you? Not only did you send troops to the south, but you also approached the state of Yu's Xianxia city. You also planted countless spies in our capital and colluded with bandits to set fires everywhere, causing thousands of innocent people in our state of Yu to die and burn down thousands of houses. Poor people of Great Yu. They are kind and hardworking, but they suffered such an undeserved disaster. As monarch, if I cannot protect my people, how can I face my ancestors? Wu's spies in our capital are so crazy and unscrupulous? Blackwater Platform, listen to the decree. Blackwater Platform Governor Yen East finally attended the court today. He stepped out and knelt on the ground. Previously, Xianxia has already said that there are people in the imperial court who are colluding with the Wu kingdom. Go and investigate. Find out for me exactly who is colluding with the Wu kingdom. No matter who it is, no matter how high their status is, kill them all. Also, Blackwater Platform, arrest the bandit Kudu Huan. Governor Yanni kowtowed, yes, your majesty. Monarch was going to start a massacre. He would kill all of Sunan's henchmen in the capital in the name of colluding with Wu. Where's Sunan? Where's Sunan? Monarch suddenly roared, Zhongyi, where's Sunan? Vice Minister Zhongyi said, Your Majesty, I don't know. However, the residence of the Northern Marquis caught on fire last night, and more than half of the residence was burnt down. Marquis Sunan is an old man, and he was probably frightened. Oh. Monarch said, Li Sun, send the royal doctor to the Northern Marquis' residence. Sunan has worked hard and made great contributions. We cannot let anything happen to him. Yes, your majesty. Eunuch Li Sun said. Then, he immediately brought a few imperial physicians and countless precious medicinal herbs to the half-destroyed Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence. Some of the ministers were completely stunned. What? What kind of show is the monarch putting on? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, the entire court had become Ning Yuanxian's one-man show. After venting his anger, Ning Yuanxian seemed to have calmed down a little. He rubbed his eyes. Eunuch Shaoli who was beside him quickly handed him a hot towel. Monarch took it and put it on his face. About a minute later, he took it off. Monarch Ning Yuanxian seemed to have calmed down. His expression and tone were calm. Ministers, King Wu's army of 30,000 is approaching Xianxia city in the northern Heaven province. How should we deal with it? Ning Yuanxian said, We've been discussing it for a few days. It's time to come up with a conclusion. Immediately, the ministers stepped forward and strongly condemned him. But there was not a single substantive opinion. They dared not. Sunan, the deputy of the Privy Council, had defected and fled. In the face of King Wu's aggressive attack, the ministers were already afraid. They even felt that danger was lurking everywhere and that the country was about to collapse. Haha. Monarch Ning Yuanxian sneered and said, "Go ahead and discuss it. There will be no conclusion even after 3 to 5 years. I've decided to lead the army myself." King Wu is still wet behind the ears. How dare he lead the army south? This is blackmail. Does he think I'm old? Then let him see how brave and invincible I am. If he wants to fight, let's fight. I'll lead the army myself. Hearing this, the ministers were shocked. They could not believe it. His Majesty was going to lead the army himself. The ministers at the minister's desk stepped forward and kowtowed. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Please reconsider. The southern kingdom is in a state of war. The national treasury is already safe. If another war breaks out in the north, the national treasury will not be able to support it." Almost half of the ministers stepped forward and kowtowed, begging the monarch to reconsider. "Your Majesty, those who forget war will be in danger. Those who love war will die. Your Majesty, the people's resources are limited. We can't afford to overdraft. Your Majesty, the state of you should prioritize stability. We can't afford any more turmoil." Ning Yuanxian sneered. This group of civil officials was like this. They kept on saying the words of saints. It was as if they were the truth. Yes, they were indeed the truth. But sometimes, the truth had to be used in reverse. Without a word, Ning Yuanxian stood up and took off his royal robe. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that the monarch was wearing armor. Then, the monarch drew his sword and slashed at the table in front of him. Smack, with a loud noise, the table was split in half. This reminded everyone that Ning Yuanxian, the monarch, had also learned martial arts, and he was quite good at it. "I've decided to lead the army myself to fight against King Wu. Anyone who tries to stop me will end up like this." "No money? Can't you borrow it? Hasn't Ning Yuan been desperately trying to lend us money?" Then, the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, left the court in his armor. The ministers were left trembling in fear, discussing among themselves. At that moment, Zhu Hongzhu, the left prime minister, slowly raised his head and said, "What's with all the noise? His Majesty has already made his decision. Ministers, just do your work." Suddenly, the ministers quieted down. Zhu Hongzhu, the crown prince's tutor. The monarch's father-in-law, Zhu Yong, Zhu Lin's father. The monarch, Ning Yuanxian's teacher, was another pillar of the state of Yu. He was 73 years old this year. He had been recuperating at home and barely attended court. Today, he finally came, dragging his sick body to court. Zhang Chong couldn't help but look at the old man, feeling admiration. This was his, Zhang Chong's, life goal. In the study, the monarch and Shen Lang were playing chess. "Shen Lang, your house was burned down. Almost everything was burned down." Instantly, Shen Lang's face and hands trembled. "More than a dozen of your warriors were killed, but your family is fine," Ning Yuanxian said. "That big fool is amazing." Shen Lang's hands calmed down. The monarch said again, "You are a sinner. The big fool will be the champion of martial arts in the future. He represents the hope of the state of Yu. Why did you let him out so early? To make him a target for all?" Shen Lang said, "I don't want to either." Then, the two of them continued playing chess. "You are right. Sunan is ambitious. Not only does he want to create a new change in Yanzhou, but he also wants to establish himself as the king. He wants to unite with Su and Chang." The monarch said, "You bastard, you are really good at reading people's minds." Shen Lang said, "Because I want to take revenge and kill Sunan, I have been reading his mind every day. Naturally, I know him better than others." The monarch said, "Then have you been reading my mind every day?" Shen Lang said, "You can't become my father-in-law, so there is no point in thinking about it." Instantly, the monarch wanted to smash the chess piece in his hand on Shen Lang's face. The monarch said, "Before Sunan left, he set the city on fire, openly killed his way out of the Vermilion Bird Gate, and almost killed your entire family in the capital. Did you expect him to be so powerful?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "No, I thought he would slip away." The monarch said, "I didn't expect it either. That old thief is so good at acting." Then, the monarch frowned and said, "Your chess skills are so bad, what's the point of playing chess with you?" Xianxia said, "I haven't lost to numbness yet." The monarch said, "He's already dead. Don't you say that you take one step and look 4 steps ahead?" Xianxia said, "Playing chess is boring, I don't want to use my brain." The monarch suddenly wanted to flip the chessboard, but he was about to win, so he was too lazy to do so. "What the hell, ever since this bastard slept with my daughter, he's acting like he's one of us, don't get too close." The monarch said lightly, "Xianxia, you said that you wanted to kill Sunan and exterminate the Su clan, does it still count?" Xianxia's hand hung in the air and said, It still counts, right? 150 miles west of Lane County. Very soon, Sunan would be entering his own territory. His mind could finally relax a little. The Su clan's territory was only about 3,000 square kilometers, but he had used his interests to infiltrate half of Tianxi province. As long as he entered his territory, he would be like a flood dragon in the sea. At this time, a few hundred fine horses were prepared in a relay station. As soon as Sunan's few hundred people entered this relay station, they would immediately change horses and continue on their way to the clan's fief. Quickly chop the grass to feed the horses. Don't be so slow. Feed all the horses, there will be an important person who will need them later. If any of the horses are hungry, you will be held accountable. One of the old men, who looked like a coachman or an old farmer, was meticulously chopping grass. Sigh. Xianxia, this old man owes you a favor, it's really hard to repay. I really don't have the confidence to kill Sunan now. I'm a person of humble birth, and I've been a farmer for several generations. When I see an important person, my heart trembles. You said that killing Sunan was permitted by the monarch. I'm not a well-educated person, you better not lie to me. The Grandmaster, Sword King Xianxia, was chopping grass with a depressed expression. Then, he quietly waited for Sunan's arrival. Note, second update, today's update is 16,000. Dear benefactor, in urgent need of support, continue to receive monthly votes. Thank you, Slivermills, Reader 20181220213258934, for your 10,000 yuan tip. This game of chess was easily won by the monarch. He was so tired of the game. Although he wasn't a top player, he was definitely a top player. If Xianxia used his AI, he could beat Ning Yuanxian, but he would definitely lose with his own skills. Xianxia, why do you think King Wu beat me? Ning Yuanxian asked. Xianxia, your playing style has been studied thoroughly, and he is a completely unknown opponent. Ning Yuanxian nodded, oh right. Then he saw Xianxia setting up the chess pieces and waved his hand, no more, you're too weak. Xianxia wanted to play a game of Gamoku with the monarch, but he decided against it. Gamoku was too simple, and there would definitely be no end to it. The monarch's patience with Xianxia had probably run out. What do you think of King Wu? Ning Yuanxian asked. Xianxia, young, sharp, confident, likes to take risks, and doesn't play by the rules. The monarch, all good points. Xianxia, but I think he has a weakness. He's a bit impatient. Xianxia said, when he failed to rope in my father-in-law several times, he immediately took the risk and directly used the tactic of sowing discord to cut off the path of my Jin clan's marquis title. He even tried to force my father-in-law out of your country. The monarch, isn't it good to take risks? Xianxia, that depends on the situation. If it's a huge crisis, then it's better to fight with all his might than to wait for death. But he doesn't need to do that. The monarch nodded, go on. Xianxia, I think this kind of person has a weakness. His eyes are focused on one point, and he ignores the whole picture. When he focuses on one point, it's easy for others to break through him. The monarch raised his eyebrows and scolded, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Talking big. Damn it. You were the one who asked me to say it, but after I said it, you gave me these 3 comments. But today, the monarch didn't ask Xianxia to come over for a chat. He had something serious to discuss. Xianxia, what do you think of the new policy? Xianxia was stunned. Can I tell the truth? The monarch left his position and went to a higher and more distant position. This way, he could distance himself from Xianxia. Otherwise, his tone would be even more presumptuous. Xianxia silently cursed, "This monarch is too hard to serve. I don't have a seat either. I was almost half squatting on the ground when I was playing chess with you just now. I'm exhausted." "You still think I'm not respectful enough," Xianxia said. "The truth is, if the butcher's knife of the new government falls on our heads, then our clan can only resist with all our might. After all, this is the foundation that the ancestors of the Jin clan fought for, and it was not bestowed by the late king." These words were absolutely disgraceful. The monarch's eyebrows twitched, but he let it go. It's better to say it clearly than to pretend to agree but oppose in secret. The Kim family is one, and two is two. If it's mine, then it's mine. If it's not, then it doesn't matter. Not like the Su family, who are greedy and greedy. Xianxia continued, "But if the new policy doesn't fall on my head, then this humble subject will agree with both hands. The new policy is good, the new policy is wonderful. It clears away all obstacles and centralizes power. This way, the national treasury will have more money and can produce more soldiers. In the war of hegemony among the southern countries, the state of you will be able to stand out." Unbearably vulgar. The monarch rebuked. "This is clearly a good thing for the country and the people, but in your mouth, it became a tool for the king to seek personal gain." The monarch continued, "Then if you were asked to carry out the new policy, what would you do?" Xianxia, without another word, "I would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots of those old nobles." "Ugh, it seems like your family is also an old nobleman. You betrayed your position even more resolutely than Sunan." The monarch said, "Now, those old noblemen in the country are trying to make your Kim family the new leader and form a new alliance of old noblemen." Xianxia said, "They're completely daydreaming. At that time, when my Kim clan was in imminent danger, not a single one of those bastards lent a helping hand, and all of them added insult to injury. For the sake of repaying my debt, my mother-in-law personally went to borrow money from an entire 10 clans, and she only managed to borrow 1,000 gold coins. I remember this grudge clearly, so when His Majesty asked me if I would support the new policy, then I will definitely support it. I can't wait to pick up the knife of the new policy and let them bleed one by one to take revenge." The monarch wanted to sit further away, but he was already against the wall and couldn't go any further. It was clearly a national matter, but in the mouth of Xianxia, it became a tool to vent his anger and revenge. It was really embarrassing to talk to such a person. The monarch's face became slightly serious. "Xianxia, if you are really asked to carry out the new policy, are you willing to go?" "Xianxia, if it's just to carry out the new policy, then forget it. I haven't even seen the edict of the new policy. But if it's to harm people in the name of the new policy, then I am willing to go." Suddenly, the monarch couldn't bear it anymore. "Li Sun, throw this profligate out." As soon as the great eunuch Li Sun called out, 2 eunuchs came in and directly threw Xianxia out. Then, the monarch ordered again, "Throw this profligate in again." A moment later, the 2 eunuchs threw Xianxia in again. "Ning Yuanxian, you really have a lot of tricks." The monarch said again, "Xianxia, do you dare to go to Xianyuan City?" Xianyuan City? That was the core territory of Sunan. Of course, Xuanwu City no longer belonged to the Kim family, and Xianyuan City no longer belonged to the Su family. The Su family's fief was about 3,000 square kilometers, which only accounted for half of Xianyuan City. But Sunan and Jinzhua were different. Jinzhua was smelly and stubborn, and usually didn't get close to the monarch. But when the former king asked the Kim family to immediately withdraw from all jurisdiction of Xuanwu City, the Kim family did not say anything and withdrew completely. For decades, there was not a single official in Xuanwu City who belonged to the Kim family. But the Su family was different. On the one hand, they crazily kneeled in the center of the court to flatter the king, saying that His Majesty was wise, His Majesty was mighty, and the subjects only followed His Majesty's lead. But in private, they desperately infiltrated Xianyuan City and White Knight County, and even infiltrated the entire Western Heaven province. The 3 city lords of Xianyuan City all ran away, and 2 city lords died inexplicably 2 years after leaving office. So today, Xianyuan City was completely the world of the Su family. The position of Xianxia city lord had been vacant for more than half a year, and no one dared to take it. The governor of White Knight County, Chen had been arrested for corruption for a few months, but the position was still vacant. These two positions were the most difficult to do. If you go to these two places to be an official, and if you conspire with the Su family, the monarch will be angry, and you will definitely not be able to hold it for long. But if you don't conspire with the Su family, then it's not a matter of not being able to hold it for long, but whether you can sit steadily or not. Xianxia, I dare to go. The monarch said, that is Su Nan's base camp. You are so afraid of death, do you dare to go? Xianxia, I dare to go. This humble official said that I will kill the whole Su family, I will kill their family clean. There is no good thing in this family, they are all animals. Boasting, relying on you? The monarch disdainfully said, I dare not count on you to destroy the Su family alone. I only have one task for you, to keep an eye on the Su family and contain the Su family. I don't care what means you use, scourge or fraud, at least make the Su family not openly rebel for 2 months. Xianxia sneered in his heart. What do you mean keep an eye on the Su family? Stabilize the Su family. When a general is outside, military orders cannot be obeyed. If I don't kill the whole Su family within 2 months, I will go back on my words in front of my wife. Then in the future, in front of my precious Mulan, I will not be able to lift my head. The monarch said, prepare yourself, you will soon go to Xianxia city. Your only task is to contain and stabilize them. As long as they do not openly rebel within 2 months, you will be successful, and I will celebrate for you when you come back. Xianxia, what will you reward me at that time? Huh? You haven't completed this task yet, and you already want a reward, the monarch said coldly, then what do you want? Xianxia, I only want one thing, your majesty will treat the 5th prince Ningxing fairly. The other adult princes have been conferred the title of duke or marquis, but the 5th prince still has nothing. As soon as these words came out, Ning Yuanxian was completely furious. How dare you, Xianxia, what is your identity? How dare you meddle in my family affairs? Do you really think my blade cannot kill you? Bah, I don't know how many times you have said this. When you keep saying that my blade cannot kill you, it won't kill you at all. When you want to kill someone, you basically don't say such words. You can just issue a decree and kill them all like cutting melons and vegetables. Throw him out, throw him out. Then, Xianxia was thrown out again. Little bastard, you still have some conscience, Li Sun muttered as he threw Xianxia out. Standing in the palace square, Xianxia couldn't help but look towards the west. Senior Sword King, did you succeed on your side? Don't shake your hands, and don't shake your heart. Su Nan traveled day and night without rest, madly rushing on his journey. The horses of hundreds of people were exhausted again. When they arrived at the next station, they immediately changed horses. They had been galloping for half a night, and the sky was already dark. They were safe now. Because if they continued westward, they would basically be in Su Nan's sphere of influence. Although these bureaucrats wouldn't rebel with him, they had long been dragged down by him and fed with gold. The cavalry of the three-eyed heretics would come to welcome them 200 kilometers to the west. At that time, even if the state of Yu's tens of thousands of troops came after them, Su Nan wouldn't be afraid. Once they reached the south and west, it would be Su Nan's territory. Su Yong said, Master, the Wanshan official rest station is our territory. Do you want to stop and rest for 4 hours? Su Nan shook his head. No, but we can eat and drink some hot water. Remember, we only eat the food we brought. Yes. After defeating the cavalry, they charged toward the Wanshan official rest station as fast as lightning. Although he hadn't slept for almost 2 days and 2 nights, Su Nan was still in high spirits. Even his heart was in turmoil. Admittedly, the rhythm of his deployment had been disrupted by that little bastard Xianxia. However, the overall situation remained the same. The state of Yu was still being besieged from all sides. Although the Chang kingdom was in internal strife, it would probably calm down soon enough. Then, they would attack the western Heaven province. As for the Wu kingdom, the young King Wu was determined to achieve his first strategic goal. As for the Chu kingdom, he would definitely not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The unification of the Chang kingdom and the Su clan would still be completed. However, Because of that little Shenlang's disruption, the Su clan would be passive in the negotiations with the Chu kingdom and would lose a lot of benefits. However, the independence of the Su clan had become a foregone conclusion, perhaps no one would have thought of it. In this shocking situation, the first to fall would be the Kim family, right? What was Ning Yuanxian doing at the moment, stamping with rage? Or was he just putting on an act? When the Chang kingdom's army attacked the western Heaven province, perhaps Ning Yuanxian would deliver the head of that little Shenlang to me without me having to take the initiative. Very soon, Su Nan and the hundreds of cavalry entered the Wanshan official rest station. They could only rest for half an hour, drink some hot water, and eat some dry food and jerky. Su Nan looked up at the sky from his horse's back. The moon was originally bright, but why did it suddenly turn dark? It was a mass of dark clouds that covered the moon. The hundreds of cavalry around him were exhausted to the extreme. One by one, they dismounted and prepared to drink water and eat biscuits. The soldiers in the official rest station were changing the saddles of the warhorses one by one. Dozens of old farmers were chopping grass. Crunch! Crunch! They chopped up the grass, cracked an egg, and some wheat, and then went to feed the horses. The warhorses neighed and chewed on the grass. Everything seemed normal. But for some reason, Su Nan's heart beat faster. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the soldiers at the station, and then at the old farmers who were chopping grass. There didn't seem to be anything wrong, but his eyelids kept twitching. Suddenly, several warhorses stopped eating grass and neighing. The bugs in that area also stopped chirping. They seemed to have sensed a terrifying aura. Su Nan's gaze quickly fell on an old farmer. There was nothing special about him. In fact, he was even more ordinary than the average old farmer. His movements of chopping grass were very skillful and decisive. But the surrounding warhorses were moving further away, and the crickets around him had stopped chirping. All the mosquitoes and flies had also flown away. "Stop him!" Su Nan bellowed. Then, he suddenly turned his horse around and galloped away. The hundreds of warriors were startled. Then, they instantly drew their swords and charged toward the King of Swords, Xianxia. This Su Nan was really ruthless. Xianxia really did not reveal any flaws. Even though the two of them were separated by tens of meters, he could still sense the dangerous aura from Xianxia. Kill, kill. The hundreds of experts from the Su clan surrounded Xianxia like a tidal wave. Xianxia did not bring his sword, so he forcefully tore the guillotine off. Shwa! The flying guillotine. 3 seconds later, blood rained down. More than 10 corpses flew into the sky. Xianxia killed his way out of the encirclement. He then chased after Su Nan like a black shadow, faster than a galloping horse. Su Nan urged his warhorse to gallop forward. However, Grandmaster Xianxia's speed was even faster. Even though Su Nan had already fled hundreds of meters away, Xianxia still managed to catch up to him. Eh? Ah. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The moonlight shone on the ground like water. Xianxia's voice was like an explosion. The guillotine in his hand carried an astonishing killing intent. He was getting closer and closer to Su Nan. Finally, just tens of meters away. However, it was at this moment, not only did Su Nan not run, but he even turned his horse around and charged towards the Sword King, Xianxia, at an insane speed. "Xianxia, are you courting death?" Su Nan's voice was like thunder. Then, he stabbed his black iron spear toward Xianxia. 2 figures. They crossed each other in an instant. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The 2 figures were sent flying by 2 powerful forces. Su Nan's body, along with his 1,000-kilogram warhorse, were sent flying. After landing, another loud sound rang out. The ground split open. Su Nan brandished his black iron spear and roared, "Xianxia, are you courting death?" Then, like a bolt of lightning, he charged forward once more. The black iron spear in his hand moved like a phantom, like a whirlpool. It swept toward Xianxia. Ding 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 ding, the guillotine in Xianxia's hand was made of ordinary iron. It shattered into pieces. In an instant, the broken blades rained down like a torrential downpour. Countless tree trunks were broken. The surrounding trees and grass looked like they had been cut by a sickle. After the second move, Sunan brandished his spear again and charged toward Xianxia. Xianxia, are you courting death? Xianxia no longer had a sword in his hand. He snapped a tree branch and stabbed toward Sunan for the third time. Bang! The wind from Sunan's spear swept past Xianxia's head. In an instant, countless strands of hair were torn apart. Xianxia's tree branch pierced Sunan's body and shattered into pieces. Protect the Lord, protect the Lord. Hundreds of samurai experts rushed over. They protected Sunan in the middle. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, the third exhaustion. Sword King Xianxia glanced at his empty hands in dismay. Then, he leaped up and floated away. Sunan looked in the direction he left, but he did not give the order to chase. Horse. Another steed was led over. Sunan mounted the horse and said, "Is the hot water ready? Fill it up and continue on our way." A moment later, Sunan led the hundreds of cavalry and continued westward. On the back of the horse, he picked up the flask. However, he did not drink water. Instead, he vomited blood. Mouthful after mouthful of blood flowed into the flask. His left chest had been pierced by Xianxia's tree branch. However, he used his internal energy to seal the wound, preventing it from bleeding. His expression did not change as he continued westward. Everyone looked at him with admiration and shock. Master is actually so powerful, he's actually on par with Xianxia. Xianxia sat by the lake, in agony. Am I really so useless? Do I feel so inferior just because I'm a farmer? He looked at the lofty Sunan. He was actually feeling guilty. Initially, Sunan was still trying to escape. When he could no longer escape, he decisively turned around and charged at Xianxia. He shouted, "Xianxia, are you courting death?" This scene reminded Xianxia of his childhood when his parents had accidentally offended the constable. Not long after, the constable charged into the house and roared, "Old Li-san, are you courting death?" Then, the constable and his minions lashed out with their whips. His father, mother, and the rest of the family did not dare to resist. They lay on the ground and were beaten half to death. From that moment on, Xianxia had a huge psychological shadow over the officials. Even officials like the mayor could not help but tremble. When he was very young, he was brought away by the previous generation's Sword King to Sword Island to become a son-in-law. In the following years, he practiced martial arts non-stop. He became stronger and stronger. However, the number of people he had met was still very few. Other than those who took the initiative to challenge him, he did not come into contact with many people. Furthermore, he treated all those who came to challenge him as martial artists. He did not know if they had any official status or how high they were. The Duke of Jinhai, Tang Luan, sent his son to Sword Island for Xianxia to accept as his disciple. Initially, Xianxia really did not want to accept him because it was too unnatural to be together with a descendant of a noble family. However, Tang Yan was an idiot. He could not see the aura of a noble family descendant on him, so he accepted him. Later on, he spent some time with Shenlang. Other than being a chatterbox, he did not feel uncomfortable because Shenlang did not have the aura of a noble family descendant. However, he met Sunan today. That kind of arrogance, that kind of gaze that looked at everything like grass. It made Xianxia feel very uncomfortable. He repeatedly told himself not to tremble, not to tremble. But, he still trembled. When two people meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. In a battle between top experts, momentum was what mattered. Then, Xianxia's momentum was suppressed. He looked at himself in the water. Xianxia sighed, "I'm really useless. I have no future prospects in this life." Sunan successfully returned to his clan's territory. Then, the Su clan's envoy in the capital delivered Sunan's letter of apology. "This subject is old, weak, and sickly. I wish to return to my hometown and enjoy the rest of my life. I hereby resign from all my posts." The monarch expressed his extreme reluctance. 3 rejections. 3 times, the Su clan's envoy resigned on behalf of Sunan. The monarch shed tears and said, "Why did you abandon me?" Then, he agreed to Sunan's resignation. At this point, Sun An resigned from his posts as the deputy envoy of the Bureau of Military Affairs and the general of the army. However, he still retained his title as the Crown Prince's junior tutor. The Su clan's envoy shed tears of gratitude and kowed out in court, expressing that the Su clan was willing to be loyal to His Majesty for generations to come. For hours after Sun An's resignation, hundreds of people knelt on the execution ground. Most of these people were Sun An's direct subordinates, as well as their families. The Blackwater platform acted quickly. In less than 3 days, they had captured all of them. The monarch once again issued a decree to reprimand them. All of you live on the emperor's salary. Every meal you eat comes from the people of the state of Yu. How dare you collude with the state of Wu and harm the people of the state of Yu? You are truly deranged and deserve to die. Behead them all. Kill. His hand rose and the blade fell. Hundreds of heads fell to the ground. Once again, the capital was in a state of panic. Blood rushed to the sky. The monarch once again summoned Xianxia. This time, Zhang Chong was also present. I will personally lead the army to battle with the king of Wu. This sentence was said sonorously and forcefully. His voice was filled with the sound of killing. Xianxia could not help but be slightly shocked. This monarch was really decisive in killing at the crucial moment. He would not sit back and watch the crisis come. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. Stop the killing by killing. The war in the southern kingdom was in full swing, and he actually dared to start a war in the north. No matter what his plan was? No matter whether it was really a decisive battle with the king of Wu, this was a huge risk. If he failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Although it was not a gamble on the fate of the nation, it was not far from it. But this courage was still admirable. If it were most monarchs, faced with such a crisis, they would probably only defend with all their might, use diplomatic means to ease the situation, and passively deal with these crises. But this monarch would rather take a huge risk and take the initiative to attack, turning passivity into initiative. Just this courage alone was very impressive. However, in this way, in the next few months, the entire Yu state, and even the entire south, would be in turmoil, shaking the heavens and the earth. Whether it was the south or the north, once they failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. The entire state of Yu would instantly deteriorate to a terrifying state. Ning Yuanxian, dressed in military attire, stood in the middle of the hall, looking at Zhang Chong and Xianxia on the ground. I will fight the decisive battle in the north. Can I rest assured leaving the West Heaven province to the two of you? Zhang Chong, Xianxia, can you bear this heavy burden? Zhang Chong kowed out and said, I will do my best. Xianxia, yes, no problem. The monarch's gaze trembled. Xianxia, your attitude makes me very uneasy. Are you really that frivolous? Fortunately, there was Zhang Chong, who was still experienced and prudent. The monarch said, Zhang Chong, I only have one task for you. Stabilize Su clan. At least before the situation in the north is clear, don't let him rebel openly. No matter what method you use, you must suppress him, you must restrain him. Zhang Chong said, I will do my best. The monarch said, in case Su clan openly rebelled, you must also block him in the White Knight province, and not let him spread even half a step to the east. If Sun An's rebel army crosses the White Knight province, then there is no need to keep your heads, just take them. Zhang Chong kowed out and said, if Sun An's rebel army captures the White Knight province, I am willing to bring my head to see you. Xianxia. The monarch suddenly shouted. Xianxia instantly straightened his back. The monarch said, don't be arrogant, don't be reckless, you must be steady, everything must follow Zhang Chong's orders, do you hear me? Xianxia, yes. The monarch said, I know you have a big grudge with Su clan, but first stabilize Su clan for a few months. When the trouble in the north is resolved, I will destroy Su clan to avenge you. Remember one word, steady. Remember 2 words, restrain. Do not panic. Xianxia said, this subject obeys. Zhang Chong said, Your Majesty, how many troops can I take? 3,000. The monarch said. Xianxia was stunned, 3,000? The monarch said coldly, what? Is it too little? This 3,000 was squeezed out by me. These words were true, the 3,000 troops handed over to Zhang Chong, the monarch really did everything he could to gather them. There was a big battle in the south, and he, the monarch, had to personally act in the north, creating the posture of a big battle between the two kings of Wu and Yu, coordinating with Bian Zhao's surprise attack. But 3,000 troops was really too little. Su clan had a few thousand private soldiers, plus the horse bandits of the three-eyed heretics. There were at least 10,000 people. The garrison in the South Tianxi province had long been rotten, riddled with holes by Su clan. When the Chong country was at war, everyone was a soldier, it was impossible to know how many there were. This time, when Zhang Chong and Shen Lang went to Su Nan's headquarters, how many troops would they face? 20,000? 30,000? 40,000, or even more? Once Su Nan and Chong successfully combined, it would be a magnificent army. The monarch said in a clear voice, Zhang Chong, Shen Lang, if the two of you can stabilize the situation in Tianxi province, the best result is of course to prevent Su Nan from openly rebelling. And in case of rebellion, you must stop him. Do not let the entire southern Tianxi province fall. As long as you hold on until I win the war in the north, you will have made a great contribution. Zhang Chong, Duke Bian Xiao has asked me several times for you. If you succeed in Tianxi province this time, the position of the governor of Yenzhou will be yours. Zhang Chong cowed out again and said, I will do my best. The monarch's eyes fell on Shen Lang's head, not knowing what to say. This kid had no interest in being promoted to a noble position. Announce the decree. Li Sun said in a clear voice, His Majesty's decree. Appoint Zhang Chong as the commander of the garrison in Tianxi province and the governor of White Knight County. Appoint Shen Lang as the lord of Xinyuan city. Yes. Zhang Chong and Shen Lang bowed. I accept the decree and thank you. After receiving the decree, they left the palace. Shen Lang looked at Zhang Chong and said, Lord Zhang, there is something I don't know if I should say? Zhang Chong said, Shen, please say it. Shen Lang said, when a general is in the field, the emperor's orders cannot be obeyed. His Majesty wants us to guard White Knight County, block the Su Nan rebel army, and prevent them from advancing eastward. And what I mean is, within a month or two, we will kill the entire Su Nan clan. Shen Lang said, in addition, I may start a massacre of the Su clan when I arrive at Jinyuan city, and I will kill quite a lot of people. At that time, I hope that you, the governor, can help me. Zhang Chong said, you will kill as soon as you arrive at Jinyuan city? Shen Lang nodded. Zhang Chong's scalp tingled, how many people will you kill? You have to give me an estimate, and I will see if I can take the blame. Shen Lang stretched out a finger. Zhang Chong said, 100? Shen Lang shook his head. Zhang Chong said, 1,000? Shen Lang shook his head and said, kill them all. Zhang Chong grinned, his face wrinkled. 3 days later, Zhang Chong and Shen Lang left the capital with 3,000 troops and headed for Tianxi province. Note, the first chapter has been sent. My head hurts a little, so this chapter took a long time to write. I will go lie down for a while and then write the second chapter. Please support, please vote, Pastry will fight to the end. Congratulations to Ba Curse for becoming the new leader of this book. I'm very grateful. The Kim clan's courtyard had almost been burned to ruins. Jin Mutsong and Binger once again lived in the fifth prince's mansion. Before leaving, Shen Lang held a funeral. That night, when Su Jianyan attacked the Kim clan's courtyard, he killed more than a dozen warriors. Half of them were warriors of the Kim family, and the other half were from the Heavenly Order. Shen Lang cremated them, put their ashes in jars, and then set up memorial tablets. These memorial tablets and ashes would be placed in the capital first. When he returned to Xuanwu City in the future, he would bring them back and bury them elsewhere. Brothers, I will avenge you. Shen Lang bowed 3 times and made a vow. At this time, Shen Lang and the Su family could be said to have a deep hatred. The Su family sent masters of the western regions to burn and loot the territory of the Kim family, killing many innocent people and almost injuring Mulan. If it weren't for Bitterjoy's help, Mulan would have been seriously injured. After that, Su Jianyan attacked the Xianwu mansion, killed dozens of innocent people, and cut his mother-in-law Su Peipei's back with a sword. Now, more than a dozen brothers died in the hands of Su Jianyan. So, if he wasn't able to completely wipe out the Su clan this time and leave not even a blade of grass alive, Xianlang would absolutely not return. This time, Huang Feng would not be brought to Jinyuan City. She would lead dozens of warriors to protect Jin Muzong and Binger in the capital. Xianlang took Shan and Big Fool to take office. The march of 3,000 elites was neither fast nor slow. It would take about 7 or 8 days to reach Jinyuan City. Xianlang and Zhang Chong sat in the big carriage. Mr. Zhang, last time in Xuanwu City, when you dealt with the Kim family, you laid out a careful plan. You were besieged on all sides and ambushed on all sides. Xianlang said, but this time, we won't have such a chance to go to White Knight County, to Sunan's nest. Zhang Chong nodded. The so-called layout also depended on the opponent and the level of the battle. He and Count Xuanwu and Jin Zhuo were still part of the political struggle, so they could make arrangements and be relatively relaxed. But this time, it was a battle to the death with Sunan. There was no political scheme involved, it was almost a slaughter. Xianlang said, the monarch has repeatedly warned us to stabilize and restrain Sunan. I told him not to rebel for at least 2 months, but he's just saying it. Of course, it was just empty words. Whether or not Sunan was plotting a rebellion depended entirely on his own strategy. It was not something that Zhang Chong and Xianlang could change. Therefore, the monarch only had one final expectation and goal for Zhang Chong and Xianlang. No matter how many rebels Sunan had, they had to trap him in Day-Night County. Or to put it more bluntly, Jinyuan City could fall, but Day-Night City could not. Zhang Chong was nominally the commander of the southern barracks of Tianqi province, but it was an empty title. There were countless troops in the northern part of Tianqi province, most of which were commanded by the Zhong family, and a small number were commanded by Jing Tua. However, the garrison in the southern part of Tianqi province was pitiful, only a few thousand at most, and they had long been useless. Under the long-term infiltration of the Su family, Zhang Chong could not command these garrison troops. Even when Sunan rebelled, it was already umaba that these garrison troops did not mutiny. Therefore, the only thing that Zhang Chong could command was the 3,000 elites brought from the capital. With these 3,000 people, he had to defend Day-Night City for at least 2 months. Xianlang said, these 3,000 elites are all yours, I don't want any of them. I will try to stir up trouble in Jinyuan City to help you by 10 days. Within these 10 days, you have to clear all the obstacles in Day-Night City, destroy all the enemies, and completely take control of Day-Night City. Zhang Chong nodded, okay. To be honest, he had never experienced such a high-intensity struggle. Day-Night City was Sunan's territory, and the city had long been thoroughly infiltrated. The previous governor of Day-Night City, Chen Qilong, was also a political star. At the age of 40, he became a governor of a county, and the monarch had great expectations for him. As a result, less than half a year after taking office, Chen Qilong was completely a figurehead and had no power. He was a tough guy, but he still did not join in the evil and did not become a lackey of the Su clan. As a result, he was driven out of Day-Night City, and the crime was corruption. Moreover, 2 years ago, when he was in other official positions, it was nothing, but when he became the governor of Day-Night City, it was exposed. Today, this person was still in the Supreme Court prison, and it was said that he would be exiled soon. The Su family was like a power black hole, and the closer one was, the easier it was to be swallowed. Day-Night City was so close, and of course, it had long been tightly controlled by the Su clan. It was completely a pipe dream to break this situation by ordinary political means. The only way was to kill. He would kill all those who disobeyed him, even if the entire Day-Night Prefecture's officialdom was completely empty, even if all order was temporarily suspended, he would not hesitate. After killing them, the entire city would be under military control. 3,000 elites were enough to take charge of a county city. Xianlang smiled and said, Zhang Gong, after taking over Day-Night City, the main force of Sunan's rebel army will be handed over to you. Maybe more than 10,000, maybe more. Zhang Chong said, how long do I have to guard? Xianlang said, it should not be more than a month. Zhang Chong sighed and said, the two of us are really crazy. There are only more than 3,000 people, but we still have to divide the troops. Xianlang said, I am the crazy one. There are only a few hundred people around me, but I have to face tens of thousands of enemies. Zhang Chong said, the monarch likes to take risks, but you like to take risks even more. But fortunately, Xianxia had been planning for at least a few months. Then, Zhang Chong said, if you don't want any of these 3,000 elites, you only have a few dozen people around you. Xianxia said, no, I still have a very elite, very special cavalry, a total of 200 people. And at this moment, there was a fierce sound of horse hooves behind. Suddenly, the 3,000 elites under Zhang Chong's command formed a defensive formation in the shortest time possible. Shen, we are the third princess's guard, the third princess's guard. A female general came in from afar. Behind her followed a total of 200 cavalry, all of which were women. Moreover, they were all majestic female warriors. The woman in the lead was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 230 pounds, but she didn't look fat and was very strong. General Wu Lai greets Shen. The female general cupped her hands and bowed to Xianxia. Wu Lai, Xianxia had long known that there was a fierce female general under Ning Yan's command, but he had never seen her before. She had been sent to the Yan Empire. Zhang Chong said, this woman's father is Wu Zhua, a famous general of the state of Yu. At that time, because he supported His Highness Ning Yuanwu, his family was almost wiped out. Xianxia knew this past. Wu Zhua. Xianxia had a deep impression of this person. First of all, his name was the same as his father-in-law's. Second, his official position was very high. Nangong Ao, the general of North, used to be under Wu Zhua's command and was a real famous general of the state of Yu. In that great purge, some of the lower-ranking generals were spared, but the high-ranking generals and their entire families were annihilated. Of course, it was also because Ning Yuanwu was too domineering and arrogant. At that time, Ning Yuanxian was almost out of breath. In order to fight for the throne, his means were very fierce. After Wu Zhua's family was wiped out, his daughter, Wu Lai, also suffered misfortune. Because she was not beautiful, she didn't enter the musical house, but was sent to the border army as a military slave. Later, because of her excellent martial arts, she became a fighting slave in the army. The so-called slave fighting was the kind used to fight and kill for fun in a mock battle. Almost any fighting slave did not live long. Because it was all killing and fighting all year round. In order to entertain the big shots, they would do anything. It was a bit like the Western gladiators, but not completely. Because the Western gladiators at least had open duels, which were more fair. But the fighting slave was not only a fair duel, but also 1 against 10, people fighting with beasts, and so on. Wu Lai had been a fighting slave for 7 years. She was covered with wounds, and no one knew how many people and beasts she had killed. But she was born in a famous family and had been familiar with military books since childhood. Of course, she was not willing to be a fighting slave, and she longed for freedom. This kind of life of fighting slave was not that of a human at all, but more like a beast born to fight. So, she killed her own general and escaped. This matter was so big that the whole Western army sent thousands of people to hunt her. In the end, she failed to escape and was caught. Then, with shackles on her hands and feet, she was escorted to the capital and sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. At that time, Ning Yan was on her way to the Yan Empire's princely Yan residence and happened to see Wu Lai. After hearing about Wu Lai's experience, Princess Ning Yan went to the monarch to ask for Wu Lai. The monarch had a headache. Because in order to build her so-called army of women, Ning Yan had plundered countless female warriors, many of whom were the descendants of sinful generals. However, everyone in the world knew what kind of person her future husband was. The monarch was also full of guilt. He had been pestered by Ning Yan to the point that he had no choice but to exchange Wu Lai with someone from the Blackwater platform. From then on, Wu Lai followed Princess Ning Yan and became her leading horse. She was already 40 this year and would never marry. Xianxia had never seen her before, only the 8-foot-tall female warrior with an 8-foot waist. Servant Xian greets Shen, the female warrior said shyly. She was the deputy leader of this army. Xianxia looked at the 200-strong female soldiers. This was probably all the female warriors under Ning Yan's command. Her Highness is imprisoned in the Imperial Clan Temple and cannot escape. She sent us to follow you. Wu Lai said, Her Highness has ordered us to obey all your orders, even if we have to go through fire and water. The female warrior said, "Young master, us sisters are either the descendants of criminals or lowly female warriors. We are all in the fire pit. If it wasn't for Her Highness, we would have died. We don't think of our lives as ours. Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we dare to enter it. At worst, we will die." Princess Ning Yan gave him all the troops. Shenlang already knew this. He tried to find a way to see Princess Ning Yan at the imperial clan temple. But he did not succeed. The monarch gave a strict order to lock Ning Yan up for 2 months. He was determined not to let Shenlang meet her. He was worried about his daughter and even more worried about the scum Shenlang. Once they met, no matter where they were, the two of them would call each other brothers and sleep together. But Yun Mingzi had told Shenlang that Ning Yan would hand all the warriors under her command to Shenlang. At this moment, when he saw this incomparably majestic army of women, Shenlang felt waves of warmth in his heart. "De Wu, I really have a good brother." Zhang Chong lifted the curtain of the carriage and took a look. He couldn't help but say, "What a strong army." Then, he looked at Shenlang. Shenlang sighed, "It can't be helped. Being too handsome will attract women. Wherever I go, there will be beauties pouring their hearts out to me." At this moment, Zhang Chong wanted to change to another carriage. He couldn't help but think of his daughter. Fortunately, she hadn't really fallen into the fire pit that was Shenlang. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. Shenlang stepped out of the carriage and looked at the incomparably majestic female cavalryman. Princess Ning Yan's face appeared in his mind again. Although he had a glib tongue, his heart was filled with emotion. He really didn't know how to repay Ning Yan's kindness. "Sisters." Shenlang stood at a high place and said to the 200 female warriors under Ning Yan's command, "We're going to Su Nan's nest next. It's a real dragon's pool and tiger's den. Although it's not very dangerous, it's still full of danger. And even if you make contributions, I'm afraid you won't be promoted. Are you sure you want to go?" The female leader, Wu Lai, said, "If it wasn't for Her Highness, we would already be dead." The female warrior, Xian Nu, said, "I was originally a lowly female sumo slave. Sometimes, I could still wrestle with my pants on, but other times, I couldn't even wear my pants. When I was disobedient, I was locked in a water prison and tortured with leeches and poisonous snakes. We lived a life that was neither human nor ghost. If it wasn't for Her Highness, we would already be dead, or we would still be like animals. What do we have to fear? We will repay Her Highness' kindness in this lifetime." As soon as she said this, the eyes of the hundreds of female warriors turned red. Their experiences were all the same. Of these 200 female warriors, half were the descendants of officials, and the other half were female fighting and sumo slaves. They were all pitiful women without homes, living half the lives of beasts. Not to mention freedom, they didn't even have dignity as humans. At that time, Princess Ning Yan might have saved them from the fire pit for fun, in order to build a so-called female army. After that, she took this as her career. This was very similar to Qiu Yaoer. However, Qiu Yaoer was more universal. She saved all the women, most of whom were weak. As for Princess Ning Yan, she specifically saved those strong and brave female warriors, so that she could strengthen herself. Qiu Yaoer was like a goddess, worshipped by all the pitiful women, but unable to get close to her. She didn't need help from others, because she was invincible. As for Princess Ning Yan, she was like an ancient hero of China, such as Fan Kuai, or a superhero like Guo Jia. It was all about loyalty. She and every female warrior called each other brothers. Of course, this heroine of hers was fake. Deep down, she was still a little woman, an innocent girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have slept on the bed with Shenlang while calling him brother. A heroic heroine should completely let go after sleeping, forgetting each other in the pugilistic world. After sleeping with Shenlang, Ning Yan couldn't let go. "Go up a mountain of knives, go down a walk of oil," the female warrior shouted. "Go up a mountain of knives, go down a walk of oil. Go up a mountain of knives, go down a walk of oil." The 200 female warriors shouted in unison, making the 3,000 male elites feel inferior. Shenlang said, "All right. Sisters, you will follow me through life and death. I don't have anything else to give, so I'll give you the warmest and most intimate gift." Shersan, bring it out. Shen Lang ordered. Shersan and dozens of warriors brought out box after box of gifts. Sisters, all of you are extremely brave and fierce, and you are not inferior to men at all. However, there are a few days every month when you are very annoying and clingy. With the gifts I gave her, those few days of the month were no longer so difficult to bear. My gift to you will be called angel wings. 30 pieces each. Then, Shersan handed out the gifts with an ashen face. What angel wings? It's called a sanitary pad. These female warriors, no matter how strong they were still women, so it was difficult for them to avoid those days. So, Shen Lang felt that his gift was very thoughtful. As expected, the female warriors who received the gifts were first stunned, then their faces turned red, and finally, they were overjoyed. He was indeed the little husband that the princess had taken a fancy to. He was indeed considerate and knew what was good for him. Immediately, the 200 female warriors had a much better impression of Shen Lang. Continue advancing. The 200-strong female warriors rode their warhorses and joined the army. Furthermore, they had 2 horses each, which made the foot soldiers on foot extremely envious. 2 days later, Zhang Chong and Shen Lang's army walked out of Lang County. On the official road in front of them, a carriage appeared, and the coachman looked like an old farmer. Shen Lang was overjoyed when he saw this. From now on, he would be able to rest easy. He was a person who was extremely afraid of death. Even if he had to wipe out the entire Su clan, even if it was for revenge, he had to ensure his own safety. It wasn't enough to have a super bodyguard like the big fool. He needed someone even more awesome. That person was the Sword King, Xianxia. Master Zhang, your speed is too slow. Let's say goodbye here. Shen Lang said. Zhang Chong said, Shen, farewell. Shen Lang got up and meticulously bowed to Zhang Chong. After he and Zhang Chong parted, it would probably be a while before they could meet again. And they would probably meet on an extremely fierce battlefield. Shen Lang said, Master Zhang, I'll lead the defense of White Knight County to you. I'll also lead the main force of Sun An's rebel army to you. This task was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Zhang Chong said, I'll do my best, but your side is probably more dangerous than mine. I still have 3,000 people, and you only have 200 people, but you have to face tens of thousands of enemies. Shen Lang smiled and said, No, if everything goes well, my side will be more daunting than dangerous. It sounds earth-shattering, but in fact, it's more than easy. And your side is really in trouble. Sun An will use all his strength to attack you crazily. But there's good news, he's already injured. Zhang Chong said, It's really good news, or else I'd be a little afraid of him. Shen Lang asked, How's Kung Fu, Master Zhang? Zhang Chong said, Not bad. If he said it was not bad, then it should be very good. It was really curious. Shen Lang had never seen Zhang Chong fight before. Shen Lang said, The mountains are high and the rivers are far. We'll meet again in about a month, on the battlefield. On the battlefield? Zhang Chong said, Shen, if everything goes well, I hope we can completely eliminate Sun An's rebel army in the decisive battle. Shen Lang said, On the day of the decisive battle, I'll definitely be there. I won't let Master Zhang fight alone. These 2 people. Before even leaving the capital, they had completely thrown aside the strategic intentions of the monarch and carried out their own crazy performances. Shen Lang sat in the old farmer's carriage in front of him. The Sword King, Xianxia, once again became the coachman. Shen, I've failed. Xianxia sighed, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could squash mosquitoes. Shen Lang said, I know. The Sword King's martial arts were very high, higher than Zhong Chuk's and even higher than Goddess Shui Yin's. But he had an inner demon. When he was young, he was the son of an extremely poor farmer. After he grew up, he practiced martial arts every day. Even after becoming the new Sword King, the new owner of Sword Island, he still hadn't seen the world. The Southern Sea Sword King, the owner of Sword Island, these titles sounded very impressive. But in the entire Sword Island, there were no more than 4 of them, so there was no such thing as power. He would tremble at the sight of high officials and nobles. Previously, when he went to Xuanwu City, he had never entered the Count House. Later, when he faced Viscount Zhu Lanting, he didn't even kill him personally, but let Xianlang do it. What kind of person was Sunan, the leader of the aristocrats for 100 years, a big shot in the state of Yu, and an ambitious overlord? What kind of spirit was that? What kind of aura was that? The Sword King, Xianxia, would definitely tremble at the sight of him. So no matter how high his martial arts were, his aura would still be suppressed. Xianlang asked, Senior Sword King, is Sunan's martial arts very high? Xianxia replied, very, very high. Most importantly, his aura is very intimidating. Xianlang said, I already have a rough idea of how to deal with the poison in your wife's body, but it's a little risky. I might need to extract the poison from her body and conduct many experiments before I can neutralize it. Xianxia said, I've said it before. As long as you can save my wife, I'm willing to do anything. Following which, he sighed and said, I'm really a useless person. I might not even be able to do what you want me to do. I've failed this time. Xianlang said, it's hard to resolve the inner demon. He continued, the poison in your wife's body should be from Stupa Mountain, right? Xianxia replied, I don't know, but such a terrifying poison should only be produced by Stupa Mountain. Xianlang said, Grandmaster Xueyin was also poisoned by Stupa Mountain. Grandmaster Xianxia went to Stupa Mountain to ask for the antidote, but he didn't return. Xueyin then went to save him. Before Grandmaster Xianxia returns, the big fool's martial arts might need your guidance. Xianxia replied, no problem. I've already received 2 letters. One was from Xianlang, and the other was from Xianxia. Xianxia is very impressive. I will continue to teach the big fool martial arts according to his methods. Next, Xianxia became Xianlang's coachman. The big fool's miserable days began once again. It was truly too tragic to look at. The female warriors of Ningyan's guards couldn't bear to watch. It was too tragic. The big fool's days of being beaten up began again. Sword King Xianxia was constantly launching sneak attacks. The big fool was also constantly blocking swords, even though they were wooden swords. Previously, Grandmaster Xianxia had attacked the big fool 30,000 times a day. But now, Sword King Xianxia was attacking 50,000 times a day. You're not wrong. 50,000 times, 2 attacks per second, 7 to 8 hours a day. He was attacking from all directions, Xianxia's swordsmanship was extremely high, and the big fool couldn't even block a single move. Xianxia's swordsmanship was even higher, and the big fool couldn't block a single one of them. Moreover, the 2 of them practiced martial arts as they traveled. Often, they would disappear after practicing for a while. After waiting for an hour, he realized that the 2 of them were still waiting for him. The big fool was sitting on the ground, panting like a dead dog. It was too tragic. Xianxia had already given up on practicing martial arts, but now, he was filled with hope again. Of course, it wasn't because he had become stronger. Rather, he realized that the big fool wasn't easy either. His strength had been obtained through blood and tears. It turned out that everyone was miserable. I, Xianxia, can finally feel better. 5 days later, Xianlang led dozens of warriors and 200 female warriors into the westernmost city of the state of Yu, Xinyuan City, the headquarters of the Su clan. It was only a few dozen kilometers away from the Marquis of Xinyuan's residence. Not far away, the towering snow-capped mountains could already be seen clearly. Not far away was the Chang kingdom. Beneath the snow-capped mountains was the tribe of the big fool's wife, Arunana. Xinyuan City, it was twice the size of Xuanwu City. Moreover, half of the people walking on the streets were from the western regions. This was a city of trade. Who knew how many western regions shops were set up along the streets? This was a city that belonged to Sunan. Everyone looked at the arrival of Xianlang coldly. Upon seeing Xianlang and his army of more than 200, all the people walking on the streets stopped. Then, they stood by the roadside and stared at him. Their gazes were cold. It was hard to tell whether they were looking at an animal or a dead man. It was chilling. It was not uncomfortable to be stared at coldly by one person. However, it was quite uncomfortable to be stared at by hundreds or thousands of people. The gazes of these thousands of people did not mean that he was not welcome here. It was as if they were saying that he was welcome here and that he was welcome to die here. It was as if he had entered a huge black shop. Everyone was ready to chop him up and make him into human meat buns. Xianxia pursed his lips and smiled disdainfully. They arrived at the mayor's residence. The mayor's residence was dazzling and much larger than the mayor's residence in Xuanwu. Hundreds of warriors stood neatly on the drill ground outside the mayor's residence. They were fully armed. Every warrior's gaze was very cold, as if they were looking at a dead man. Every warrior of the mayor's residence held their weapons in their hands as if they were ready to rush up and hack Xianxia to death at any time. Nominally, these warriors all belonged to Xianxia. Then, a burst of laughter was heard. It was very exaggerated. Then, a man dressed in gold and silver walked out. "May I ask if you are the new mayor of Xianyuan City, Xianxia?" "I am the registrar of Xianyuan City, Su Lin." "Welcome." "What do you mean by welcome? I am the mayor of Xianyuan City, so I am the master here." "Why are you acting like a host welcoming guests?" Xianxia glanced at the man. "This person is Su Lin, the nephew of the Marquis of Xianyuan Sunan, the real local tyrant of Xianyuan City. He had chased away 3 city lords and killed 2 of them." "Is he considered a direct descendant of Marquis Sunan?" Xianxia dismounted and laughed. "May I ask if you are the nephew of Marquis Sunan, Lord Su Lin?" The man smiled and said, "It is indeed me." Xianxia said very intimately, "Cousin Su Lin, little brother Xianxia pays respect to cousin." The man said, "Well said, since you are in Xianyuan City, you are one of us. Cousin Xianxia, how are you?" Then, this Su Lin came forward enthusiastically and was about to pull Xianxia's hand into the mayor's residence. The smile on Xianxia's face became even more attentive and affectionate. "Cousin, I've really admired you for a long time. Today, I've finally met you. It's really the fortune of 3 lifetimes. In the future, you must take good care of me." "Sure, sure. We are all brothers," Su Lin said warmly. Then, Xianxia turned his face and immediately ordered, "Kill him." The female general Wu Lai beside him stepped forward and slashed with her sword. In an instant, Su Lin's head flew into the sky. Blood spurted out. Note, the second chapter will be delivered. Today's 2 chapters are close to 15,000 yuan. Please support and monthly votes, thank you for your sinful pride. Ni Lanqian really tipped tens of thousands of coins. Please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. The man's head flew into the air, and his body crashed to the ground. Xianxia quickly dodged, fearing that he would be stained with a drop of blood. Then, he clearly saw that the man's arms and body were densely covered with disgusting syphilis sores. This was also the reason why Xianxia immediately ordered the killing. This Su Lin was dressed in colorful clothes and had a coquettish appearance. He was already infected with a dirty disease and was about to pull Xianxia's hand. This was a greeting gift to Xianxia. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. At this time, there were hundreds of enemy warriors standing outside the Castellan residence. Seeing that Xianxia had ordered the execution of the Su Lin, these hundreds of warriors remained motionless, as if they had completely turned a deaf ear. "Ha ha ha ha." Then there was another burst of laughter from the Castellan residence. Another man came out, but stopped tens of meters away from Xianxia. This person was the real Su Lin. The official of Xianyuan City, Sunan's nephew. He was already 38 years old this year, a middle-aged man with a beard, and he had foreign blood. This person was highly skilled in martial arts and was ruthless. He had been in charge of Xianyuan City for more than 10 years for Sunan. In these 10 years, he had driven away 3 Castellans and killed 2. The person in Zhang Chang's memorial was impeached by hundreds of officials recently, and it was the Su Lin. This person was very important and ranked at the top of the Su family's power. Although he was just an official, he almost didn't care about the governor of White Knight County. Xianxia said loudly, "Excuse me, are you my real cousin Su Lin?" The real Su Lin said, "Yes, it's me." "How is brother-in-law, auntie, and uncle-in-law?" Xianxia said, "Everything is fine." "Cousin, you scared me to death just now. That person of mine really thought it was you. If I hadn't discovered the sore on his body, I would have been touched by him. This person's entire body is filled with poison. If my pure body was touched, it would be terrible." Su Lin said, I'm sorry, I scared my brother-in-law." This person is an actor in Jinyuan City. He messes around with both men and women every day and has contracted an illness. Furthermore, his brain has long been damaged and he likes to impersonate different people. I have some fame in Jinyuan City, so he especially likes to impersonate me. Previously, Shenlang had used a dirty disease to harm people, and now Su Lin had given him a disgusting greeting gift. Oh, I see, I see. Shenlang silently calculated the distance between him and Su Lin. At this moment, Sword King Xianxia's voice sounded in Shenlang's ears. Su Lin has an expert with him, a peerless expert. Shenlang was not surprised by this result. After they entered Heavenly West Province, they immediately entered Su Nan's sphere of influence and were under surveillance at all times. Who were the people around Shenlang? Su Nan already knew it like the back of his hand. He was even more aware of Li Qianqiu's existence. But who was the expert following Su Lin, an expert from Chu? An expert from the Yinyuan Association, Su Lin continued, brother-in-law, the position of Jinyuan City Lord has been vacant for a long time. Left with no choice, I could only stay in the City Lord's residence. Now that the City Lord's residence has finally welcomed a true owner, I can also abdicate my position. Then, he walked out with dozens of subordinates. At this moment, Shenlang and Li Qianqiu could clearly see the expert behind Su Lin. It was a monk who looked somewhat familiar. That's right, he somewhat resembled the bitter Siddha, the high priest of the Snow Mountain Temple. Seeing Shenlang's gaze, the monk turned to Shenlang and asked, "Are you young Master Shenlang?" Shenlang replied, "Yes, and you are?" The monk replied, "Niwu sect, Great Tribulation Monastery, bitter Siddha." The Niwu sect radiated across half the world and had countless believers. Almost all of its books came from the ancient Buddhist scriptures from before the Nirvana era. But after 1,000 years of development, it had given birth to countless factions. There was the Tongtian Monastery, which focused on spiritual cultivation, and the virtuous Xiankong Monastery. These two monasteries had a transcendent status in the Eastern world, comparable to the Sky Sea Pavilion. There were countless ancient scriptures and many true masters in them. This sect was generally gentle and virtuous, and focused on relieving the suffering of the world. The Great Tribulation Monastery, on the other hand, was completely different. Their Dida did not marry, but they could keep concubines and were completely uninhibited. On the contrary, they had many secret techniques and various yin and yang scriptures. They focused on martial arts and sorcery. Because of this, many prestigious clans became its believers. The Great Tribulation Monastery had once flourished in the Eastern world. But decades ago, Emperor Jiangli had dealt a devastating blow to it. After the Great Yan Emperor killed Jiangli, he dealt another blow to the Great Tribulation Monastery. In this regard, the Great Yan Emperor and Emperor Jiangli had the same thoughts. Therefore, the Great Tribulation Monastery was no longer a force in the Great Yan dynasty. But it was extremely powerful in the Western region, and it was the national religion of the various countries in the Western region. The Sand Barbaric tribe and the Chang Kingdom were also under its influence. The Withering Glory Temple of the Sand Barbaric tribe and the Snow Mountain God Temple of the Chang Kingdom were all branches of the Great Tribulation Monastery. The Misery Siddha was the priest that the Great Tribulation Monastery had sent to the Snow Mountain God Temple. Now that the Misery Siddha was dead, the Great Tribulation Monastery was not willing to give up their power in the Chang Kingdom, so they sent the Misery Siddha. Shenlang asked, "How do I address the Misery Siddha and Master?" The Misery Siddha said, "Misery C is my junior brother." Shenlang said, "I heard that the Misery Siddha committed a heinous crime in the Chang Kingdom and was punished by the heavens. What a pity." The Misery Siddha said, "Benefactor Shen, the Great Tribulation Monastery has always believed in the reincarnation of kindness and hatred. It is not that the time has not come yet, so please wait patiently." The threat in his words was clear. Monks always talked about revenge. No wonder they were chased out of the Eastern world. They did not have any benevolence like the Buddhists. The Tongtian Temple and the Xiankong Temple had always wanted to expel the Great Tribulation Monastery from the Nihility faction. The Snow Mountain God Temple in the Chang Kingdom had been destroyed. Of course, the Great Tribulation Monastery wanted to make a comeback, so they colluded with the Su clan. The registrar of Jinyuan City, Su Lin, led everyone out of the city lord's residence, giving way to Shenlang. A few hundred warriors started to form a line, protecting Su Lin and the others in the middle. "Brother-in-law Xianlang, my residence is not far away. You are welcome to be my guest," Su Lin said. All this while, the entire Xianyuan city only knew about the registrar's residence, not the city lord's residence. Su Lin was the true ruler of Xianyuan city. Xianlang said, Of course. This little brother has a lot of questions that I want to ask cousin." After walking for a few dozen meters, Su Lin suddenly stopped and said to Xianlang, "By the way, brother-in-law, I will hold a banquet at the registrar's residence tomorrow evening to welcome you. Will you come?" Xianlang said, "Is it a Hongmen banquet?" Su Lin nodded and smiled. "Yes, it is a Hongmen banquet." "Will brother-in-law come?" Xianlang asked, "How many people can I bring?" Su Lin said, "Bring 3 people." Xianlang nodded and said, "Okay, I will definitely come." "Tomorrow evening, right?" Su Lin said, "Yes." Then, under the protection of the top master, Monk Suffering, Su Lin led dozens of subordinates and hundreds of warriors toward the registrar's residence 3 miles away. The entire Xianyuan city lord's residence was suddenly empty. "Enter the residence," Xianlang ordered. More than 200 female soldiers and dozens of warriors entered the magnificent Xianyuan city lord's residence. As soon as Xianlang's men entered the Xianyuan city lord's residence, they were put on a show of strength. "Master, there is food in the Xianyuan city lord's residence, but it is all rotten and soaked in feces and urine. There are 3 wells in the Xianyuan city lord's residence, but 2 of them are full of feces and urine, as well as rotten corpses. They emit a foul smell and are undrinkable. Only one of the wells looks clean." Xianlang said, "Fill up the well that looks clean, find a remote place, and dig a new well." Xianxia said, "Dig a new well? This place is close to the western region and is a bitterly cold place. Although the Great Snow Mountain is not far away, there is a lack of water underground. I'm afraid it will take several days to dig for water. What about the drinking water for these days?" Xianlang asked, "What about Wu Lai?" A moment later, Wu Lai came in. "Young Master Shen, this is a city that is full of hostility towards us." Xianlang felt that Wu Lai's body was full of killing instinct. Nearly 10 years of slave fighting had made her have a kind of animal instinct. At this time, she was like a wolf walking into a dangerous jungle, surrounded by people who wanted to kill her all the time. Xianlang said, "You take dozens of sisters and go to the nearby shops to buy water, food, vegetables, and meat." Wu Lai said, "These shops are all owned by the Su clan and are not willing to sell anything to us." Xianlang said, "But we still have to try." Wu Lai said, "What if we still can't give it a try?" Xianlang said, "This official is kind enough to spend money to buy things. If they don't sell, then it's their fault." Wu Lai said, "And then?" Xianlang said, "And then, there's no then." "I understand." Wu Lai took dozens of female warriors to the shops outside to buy things. Inside the city lord's residence, the sword king Xianxia was still teaching the big fool martial arts. The big fool's miserable life was coming. On the road, he practiced for 7 or 8 hours a day, but now that he was in Xianyuan city, he practiced for 14 hours a day. Senior Sword King stabbed the big fool 100,000 times a day. When Xianlang heard this number, he felt his scalp go numb. "Fortunately, I don't practice martial arts. It's better to live off a woman." Xianlang climbed to the highest point of the city lord's residence and looked into the distance. The Marquis of Xianyuan's residence was only 35 miles away from here, and he could see it from here. It was really dangerous, and it was really magnificent. The Kim family was a wealthy family with hundreds of years of history, and so was the Su clan. The Kim family's castle was built on a mountain, and so was the Su clan. It was just that the mountain here was higher. Therefore, the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence was far easier to defend than the Kim family's castle. When Xianlang looked at the Su clan's castle, he was shocked. How was this built? The peak of the mountain where the Marquis of Xianyuan's castle was located was almost 1,000 meters above sea level. Moreover, the mountain was so steep. And the castle was so huge. Xianlang estimated that the Su clan's castle was even larger than the Kim family's, about twice the area. And the thickness and height of the walls even surpassed the castle of the Raging Tide City. This was simply an architectural miracle. How could it not be a miracle? Successive generations of Marquis of Xianxia had been constantly reinforcing and building. Only after several hundred years did the Marquis of Xianxia's castle reach such a scale. Such a magnificent and astonishing castle could really be defended by one man against 10,000 enemies. Moreover, this castle was already leaning toward the West clan, and very little wood was used. Most of the materials were huge stone slabs. Looking at the castle, Xianlang narrowed his eyes. Kill the merchants today, kill all the officials and guards of Xiangyuan City tomorrow. Kill 100 today, kill 1,000 tomorrow, kill the day after tomorrow. After a month, he would probably be able to completely annihilate the Su clan. Inside the Marquis of Xiangyuan's residence, Su Nan stood in front of the tall castle window, looking at the Xiangyuan city lord's residence dozens of miles away. Of course, he couldn't see Xianlang because it was too far away. However, the position of the Su clan's castle was so high that he could overlook everything in Xiangyuan City. Uncle. Xiangyuan City Lord. Registrar Su Lin came in and directly knelt on the ground. Su Nan, has Xianlang already lived in the Xiangyuan City Lord's residence? Su Lin, yes. Su Nan, what about Zhang Chong? Su Lin, Zhang Chong will probably enter the White Knight County the day after tomorrow. Su Nan nodded. At this time, another old man came in. He was Su Nan's elder brother, Su Quan. My lord, all the troops have been assembled and can rise at any time. Su Quan said, the clan's private army is 8,000, the three-eyed evil horse bandits 6,000, the merchant coalition of the western region 5,000, and the Great Tribulation Temple 2,000 monk soldiers, a total of 21,000 people. 21,000 people. Su Nan heard this number but didn't react. Su Nan asked, what about the garrison of Western Heaven Province? What about the Central Military Lord's residence? Su Quan said, the Central Military Lord of Western Heaven Province did not give a clear answer. On one hand, he said that he was loyal to the monarch, but on the other hand, he said that he would never forget his friendship with my lord. Su Nan said disdainfully, a two-faced lackey. Su Quan said, the less than 10,000 garrison of Western Heaven Province has long been infiltrated by us. All the officers above the rank of Baihu have received our money. Su Nan came in front of a large map. His gaze did not fall on Xiangyuan City, not even on the White Knight County. Instead, it fell on the border between Chu and Yu, in the Chang Kingdom. His more than 20,000 troops had already been assembled and could rise at any time. In an instant, more than half of Western Heaven Province would be swept away. But when to rise, it all depended on the Chang Kingdom and the Chu Kingdom. Once the chaos in the Chang Kingdom was quelled, the Chu Kingdom's army would be dispatched to restrain Zhong Yao's 100,000 troops. Then no one in the entire Western Heaven Province would be able to stop the Su clan. Within a month, Su Nan was confident that he could conquer half of Western Heaven Province. At that time, the Su clan and the Chang Kingdom would become one. Even if it was not a kingdom, there would still be a duchy. Would the Great Yan Empire sit back and watch the state of Yu split? Of course it would. The war between Wu Yue and Wu Yue, the struggle for hegemony between Chu and Yu, and the conflicts between the various kingdoms, which one of them did not involve the Great Yan Empire, this overlord could not wait to destroy the surrounding kingdoms. Only then could the new policies of the Great Yan Empire be completed. First, they would wipe out the old nobles in the Great Yan Empire. Then, they would separate the civil and military forces, completely implementing the system of prefectures and counties, and centralizing all power in the hands of the emperor. Su Nan's appetite was not big at the moment. He only wanted to conquer the 6 counties and 30 cities in the southern part of Western Heaven Province, a total of about 60,000 square kilometers. Including the Chang Kingdom, it would be 200,000 square kilometers. It was more than enough to be a duchy. Ning Yuanxian, you have great ambitions but little talent. Zhang Chong is a capable official, and Xianlang can be considered crafty. But you want to rely on these two to stop me from rebelling and seizing Western Heaven Province? What a joke. How is the Chang Kingdom? So many days have passed. Has Alutai still not gotten rid of those disobedient brothers? Su Quan replied, soon. Third sister and niece have already set off to the Snow Mountain Temple to negotiate with the princes of the Chang Kingdom. Su Lin said, Uncle, I have already invited Shenlang to attend a banquet at the registrar's residence tomorrow. He has agreed. Sunan said, he will go. He boasts that he has Li Qianxia's protection and is completely free of worries. He can't wait to put on airs in front of you. Su Lin said, then I will kill him tomorrow. Sunan said, kill him. Kill everyone around him, especially that big fool. Chop him into pieces and send him to me. Yes. To Sunan, Shenlang was like a fly. Although he could not affect the overall situation, his buzzing was annoying and disgusting. Kill him, then skin him and send his head to me, Sunan said. Su Lin said, yes. Then, he left. Shenlang, you are really audacious. Jinyuan City is our Su clan's territory, a tiger's den and a dragon's pool. How dare you come here? Do you think that you will be safe just because you have the big fool and Li Qianxia with you? Too childish. We have already laid out an inescapable net. Such a childish person, if you don't die, who will? Tomorrow's Hongmen banquet is already a death trap for you, Shenlang. You still dare to come? This fearless spirit is really touching. The first conflict after Shenlang entered Jinyuan City immediately broke out. The female general Wu Lai brought a few female warriors into a shop in the city to buy rice. Slave Xian brought a few women into an inn to buy water. Without exception, all of them were rejected. Very quickly, the conflict escalated to verbal and physical friction. As the lord of Jinyuan City, Shenlang entered the shop. The shopkeeper of the shop was from the Sua nation of the western regions, but he spoke very fluently. There were dozens of armed guards in the shop, surrounding Wu Lai and the others tightly. Among these guards, there were people from the state of Yu and people from the Cheng nation. Shenlang stepped into the large shop and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, we're rich, we're rich. As the lord of Jinyuan City, I wish you a happy new year. There's still more than half a year until the new year." The merchant from the western regions cupped his hands. "You obviously have food and meat. Why don't you sell it to us?" Shenlang asked. The merchant replied, "We don't accept gold coins from the state of Yu." "Bullshit, you accept all kinds of gold coins." Shenlang said, "Then do you accept gold coins from the state of Chu?" "We are willing to pay double the price to buy your food." The merchant asked, "May I know who you are?" Shenlang said, "I am Shenlang, the newly appointed lord of Jinyuan City." The merchant said, "I heard that Shen is a son-in-law. Is that right?" Shenlang said, "That is indeed the case." The merchant said, "Then I am very sorry. A son-in-law is the lowest person in the Sua nation, even lower than a servant. We do not do business with a son-in-law." Shenlang said, "I am the lord of Jinyuan City, the highest official in this city." The merchant from the western region exclaimed, "Oh my God! Can a son-in-law become an official in your country?" In the Sua nation, once a son-in-law is caught, he will have to brand the words fugitive slave on his face, then put on shackles and become a slave. Those who are prettier will be sent to the army as slaves, where they will be ravaged to death by strong soldiers. But in your country, a son-in-law can become an official. There are truly many strange things in this world. Then, the merchant said, "Men, hang a sign outside our shop. Write it clearly in several languages, dogs and son-in-law are not allowed to enter." A moment later, a huge sign was hung outside the shop. "Dogs and son-in-law are not allowed inside." As if it was a signal. In less than a quarter of an hour, almost every shop had a sign hanging outside. "Dogs and son-in-law are not allowed inside." The western region shopkeeper bowed and said with a smile, "My apologies, Lord of Jinyuan City. This is the rule of our country, set by the king. I cannot change it. Please leave." Shenlang said, "I didn't expect your country to have such a rule. What a surprise." The smile on the western region shopkeeper's face grew wider, and he bowed even more. "I am very sorry, very sorry." Shenlang said, "Since it is a rule of your country, I cannot break it even if I am the lord of Jinyuan City. If an official does not make decisions for the people, he might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Wu Lai, as my warriors, you must remember this at all times. You must respect the customs of other countries." "Yes." Shenlang cupped his hands. "Shopkeeper, then I will take my leave." Get rich, get rich. I wish you a happy Lunar New Year and everything goes well. The Western region shopkeeper said, please, please, please. Then, he bowed and respectfully invited Xianxia out. The dozens of warriors behind him were also closing in step by step. Xianxia brought Wu Lai out of the shop. Pung pung pung. The door of the shop was tightly shut. Then, the voice of the Western region shopkeeper came from inside. Men, dig out all the tiles that this person stepped on and throw them into the latrine pit. What else did his hands touch? Tables, chairs, chop them all and burn them all. The son-in-law is unknown. He has been in our shop for 15 minutes. Go and find the master of the Great Tribulation Temple to come to our shop to wash away the bad aura. The moment he said that, Wu Lai and the others drew their blades. At the same time, on the entire street. Instantly, there were countless sounds of blades being drawn. The sound of enemies drawing their blades. Pung. Clang. Clang. Even through the wall, one could feel countless cold gazes. In each of these shops, there were dozens of warriors in captivity. Don't look at it as just a shop, their business was very big. The smuggling between the state of Yu and the state of Chu, and the countries of the Western region was done by these shops. These Western region merchants and the Su clan had a common interest. On this street, there were at least hundreds of warriors of the Chamber of Commerce. When Xianxia saw Wu Lai and the others drawing their blades, he immediately scolded them in a cold voice. What are you doing? What are you doing? We are the official army, I am from the Jinyuan City Lord's residence. If an official doesn't make decisions for the people, it's better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. No matter which country these merchants are from, as long as they do business in Jinyuan City, they are our bread and butter. No matter what business they do, even if it's smuggling, even if it's slave business. But at least they pay us taxes, which is a great contribution to our state of Yu. In the face of this group of bread and butter, you dare to draw your blades against them? Where is the propriety? Where is the propriety? Put away your blades. Immediately, Wu Lai and the others sheathed their blades. Xianxia's statement immediately made all the Western region merchants on both sides of the street breathe a sigh of relief. Then their hearts were filled with infinite contempt. This gigolo of the state of Yu is really a good-for-nothing. No wonder he's a son-in-law, he has no backbone at all. He's just scared by us. The king of the state of Yu actually sent such a waste to Jinyuan City, he's really blind. Seeing Xianxia's attitude, the group of Western region merchants suddenly felt at ease and had nothing to fear. The 8-foot waistline female warrior, Xianxia, took a few warriors with buckets to an inn to buy water. The price had already reached half a gold coin a bucket of water. But the Western region shopkeeper still shook his head, his attitude was extremely respectful, and his waist was bowing more and more. But he was unwilling to sell a bucket of water. But after hearing Xianxia's words outside, a warrior from the Western region sneered and said, "You go, listen up. Even if we feed dogs and pigs with our water, we won't sell you a single drop. Die of thirst." Xianxia said, "But the land you are standing on is the state of Yu." The Western region warrior sneered, "Who said that? This land is clearly the Su clan's, the future state of Su. And we, the people of the Western region, are superior people in the state of Su. You want to buy water, right? Otherwise, I'll give it to you directly, and it's still hot." Then the Western region warrior untied his belt, took out his tool and began to pee. More than a dozen Western region warriors also took out their tools to pee. Fat sister, come and drink, it's still hot. Is that gigolo outside thirsty? Let him come in and drink to his heart's content. I only charge half a gold coin for this. If he doesn't drink, the price will rise. Xianxia was about to explode. But Xianxia had ordered that no matter how humiliated she was, she should not do anything. So, she rushed out angrily. Seeing this, the dozen or so warriors of the Western regions immediately burst into laughter. Instead, they chased after her. She directly rushed out of the door and peed on the street outside. Suddenly, the smell of lust soared to the sky. "City Lord, didn't you want to buy water? I'm soaking in hot water, you can send someone to pick it up. Or you can drink it directly." More than a dozen Western region warriors peed and laughed. Ha 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 ha. In the whole street, hundreds of Western region warriors hiding in the shops also laughed. In this pee, the majesty of Xianxia, the new city lord, was instantly flushed into the latrine and stepped on into the soles of shoes. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "Warriors are indeed incomparably majestic, this lowly official admires. The Western region warrior said, "Much more majestic than you dogs, this is natural. The women of your state of you like our majesty, you can't satisfy them, let us sleep with your women." "Lord, can you satisfy your wife? Why don't you let us help?" Bang, 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 then, the doors of dozens of shops on the street opened. Hundreds of Western region warriors took out their weapons and peed on the street. "City Lord is buying water, everyone let's pee." "It's still hot, City Lord, quickly come and buy water." "Everyone, quickly come and drink." This scene was really spectacular. Xianxia said with a smile, "I didn't expect that there would be such a heroic and majestic person under my rule, good. Warriors, if you're done peeing, I'm going back. Let's go." Xianxia ordered to return to the city lord's mansion. Hundreds of warriors of the western region burst out laughing. "City Lord, don't go, quickly come and drink water." "City Lord, is your wife here? Why don't you let her come and see, so that she will know that only our western region has real men." "City Lord, you are so beautiful, I'm afraid you will be even more beautiful in women's clothes." Xianxia had just entered the city lord's mansion. Then, he took out a twisted mask and put it on. Then, the 200 female warriors behind him also took out masks and put them on. Dozens of Kim family warriors behind him also put on masks. Bang! There was a loud noise. Xianxia rushed out with more than 200 people and shouted, "I am the bandit Bitter Joy. Today I come to Xianxia City to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. You warriors of the western region are really majestic. Castrate them all for me. Urinate everywhere, where is your decency? Throw them all into the latrine and drown them. You shopkeepers are all fat, you must be rich and heartless, I don't know how much wealth you have squeezed from the people. I, Bitter Joy, hate you rich and heartless people the most. Burn all the shops, rob all the gold and silver in them, and distribute them to the people in the city. Skin all the shopkeepers and light them as sky lanterns. Kill. I, Bitter Joy, enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Kill. As Xianxia gave the order, more than 200 majestic female warriors rushed madly toward the shops on the street. The massacre began, and blood flowed like a river. Note, the first update is sent, 200 votes short of being caught. Benefactor, please make your move, kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Woo-woo, the western region warriors in the shops outside were stunned. Damn it, you've gone too far. At least wait until it's dark before you put on the mask and pretend to be Bitter Joy. It's a bit disrespectful to enter the city lord's mansion in broad daylight and rush out with a mask. It's an insult to my intelligence. I haven't finished peeing yet." These western region warriors were stunned at first, then angry, and finally delighted. With more than 200 people? And all of them are women? You want to beat us? You're daydreaming. Do you think you're really as powerful as Bitter Joy just because you're wearing the mask of Bitter Joy? You're really a pretty boy. You don't even have a normal army around you, just a group of strong women. What can you do? Whether the western region warriors had finished peeing or not, they first put away their weapons, tied up their belts, and then picked up their machetes. Kill. Hundreds of warriors of the western region charged over. These western region warriors were all outlaws. Which one of them didn't have a murder case on him? The reason why they came to Xianxia City was that it was easy to make money here. Their number was several times that of Xianxia, and they were facing women. Of course, they were not afraid at all. Kill. Wu Lai, the female general, led more than 200 strong female warriors to rush over. In an instant, the two teams quickly approached each other. Shoot the crossbows. Wu Lai gave an order. Suddenly, more than 200 strong female warriors raised their crossbows. Whoosh, 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 sharp arrows shot wildly. In an instant, a large number of people were shot dead. The western region warriors were shocked. What, What kind of crossbow is this? It's so small, but it's so powerful. Now that the Kim family had obtained Jinshan Island, they could use Xianlang's steelmaking technology to forge low-carbon steel and high-carbon steel. With high-quality steel, a powerful small crossbow could be made. The small crossbow made with good strings and good steel was only half a foot wide, but it was powerful in a short distance. Moreover, each arrowhead was made of high-carbon steel, which was extremely hard. Not to mention ordinary leather armor, even iron armor could be directly pierced at a short distance. After shooting a wave of arrows, there was no time to pull the string, because the strength of this crossbow was too high, and tools were needed to pull it. He directly picked up the second backup crossbow and shot wildly. Puff 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 puff, in an instant, another wave of lives was reaped. Then, the two teams madly charged at each other. The warriors of the western regions were overjoyed. After killing and injuring more than 100 people, they could finally charge into battle. I don't believe that you women are a match for me. Not to mention a knife, even my bird can stab you to death. If it weren't for the fact that you guys are too ugly, I would have already started poking you. In the end, after the real fight started, these warriors of the western region despaired. That's right, their martial arts were indeed quite powerful. They could even play around with the scimitars in their hands. But, they weren't an army. They were just free and undisciplined warriors of the western region. And they were up against an army. Moreover, it was an army clad in steel armor. In order to wear steel armor, these female warriors didn't even ride horses. Kill. 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 These 200 or so female warriors, under the order, slashed down with their long sabers. Their movements were synchronized. Instantly, it was cut into two. Fresh blood spurted out. Without any extra moves, they simply raised their shields in one hand and raised their broadswords in the other. Then, they slashed down in unison. The blades were like a forest. Just a moment later, this group of warriors of the western region was a little desperate. After all, they were just bodyguards in the shop, not elite warriors. They were powerful in a one-on-one fight, but they were just a pile of *T in a group fight. They moved quickly and could block almost every slash. But it was useless to block them. The strength of this group of female warriors was too great. Some of them were slave fighters, and some were sumo wrestlers. Their average height was 1.8 meters and their average weight was more than 180 kilograms. Not only were they strong, but their sabers had all been replaced with the elite steel sabers provided by the Kim family, each weighing 30 to 40 kilograms. As the slash came down, the thin steel sabers of the warriors of the western region broke directly, and then they were cut in half. They were crushed by strength, discipline, equipment, and physique. These warriors of the western region thought that they could easily kill this group of strong women with 2 or 3 times their number. They could even have some fun. But they didn't expect that it would be a completely one-sided massacre. In a short period of time, 1/3 of them were killed. Then, the fierce sound of horse hooves sounded. Dozens of warriors under Xianlang's command, armed to the teeth, rode to the back road, blocking the hundreds of western region warriors in the middle. A pincer attack. Suddenly, hundreds of western region warriors suffered more heavy losses. Then, Xianlang shouted, "Kneel down and surrender, and surrender." Wu Lai couldn't help but be stunned. Then, many female warriors also shouted, "Kneel down and surrender, and surrender." "Don't surrender, don't surrender." The shopkeeper of the western region in the shop shouted. But their lives were their own. The first western region warrior knelt down, the second, the third, then, wave after wave of western region warriors knelt down and surrendered, and put their sabers aside. Xianlang said, "All the captives, take off your belts and put them on the ground." The western region warriors were stunned. What was he going to do? But now they had knelt down, and their sabers were thrown aside. It was impossible for them to resist. So they took off their belts and threw them on the ground. Xianlang waved his hand and said, "Go, tie them all up." Dozens of nimble female fighting slaves came forward and tied up these western region warriors with belts. Xianlang said, "All the captives, stand up." Suddenly, hundreds of western region warriors who were tied up stood up. Without belts, their pants fell directly to the ground, and everything below their waists was bare. Xianxia said, "Sisters, distribute them." More than 200 female warriors rushed forward. One was responsible for 2 Western region warriors. Xianxia ordered, "Castrate them all." As soon as these words came out, the group of Western region warriors almost peed their pants. Didn't they say that they wouldn't be killed if they surrendered? If they were castrated, wouldn't their lives be worse than death? They frantically wanted to escape. However, their hands and feet were tied up. How could they run away? Swish! 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 The group of female warriors raised their sabers and fell. Immediately, hundreds of Western region warriors were all castrated. This scene was simply impossible to look at. The whole audience wailed and howled. Xianxia said lightly, "What are you howling for? Is it reasonable for you to urinate and defecate on the street? I'm just confiscating the tools." The group of Western region warriors howled miserably, and no words could describe their regret at this time. They didn't expect this pretty boy city lord to be so vicious. If he knew, how could he urinate and defecate in front of him? Xianxia put away the smile on his face. "You are all scum, no matter where you are, which country you are in, you are all scum. You kill and set fire to people just because you have some martial arts. Everyone is lazy and evil. Why did you come to Xianxia City? Because the money here is easy to earn, and because the people here are easy to bully. That old thief Sunan has long had a rebellious heart, and deliberately supported you Western region people, causing the separation of the race. It is because of his vicious intentions that you, a group of Western region trash warriors, can ride roughshod over the people of the state of you and pretend to be superior people?" Then, his face turned cold, and he directly ordered, "Throw all these scum of the Western region into the cesspool and drown them." As soon as these words came out, the Western region warriors couldn't help but be frightened out of their wits. Hadn't they been castrated? Why were they still killed? Didn't they say that they wouldn't be killed if they surrendered? Xianxia sneered and said, "I am a great thief, bitter joy. I don't need to talk about Jianghu morality to scum like you, and all my words can be regarded as farts." Then, like eagles catching chicks, the group of female warriors each carried 2 Western region warriors and rushed into the surrounding shops. "Where is your cesspool?" A moment later, this group of Western region warriors died in the most humiliating way. Half a quarter of an hour later, dozens of Western region shopkeepers all knelt in front of Xianxia. Most of them were fat, and a few of them were thin and had sharp noses. The Western region merchants who could establish a foothold in Xianxia City were all backed by the Su clan, and they were engaged in smuggling business. Smuggling between the Wu and Chu countries, and smuggling between the Western region and Chu. And it was not silk or spices, because these were legal trade. The main products of smuggling were iron, food, and slaves. The area of Western Heaven Province was considered vast, but the population was much less than that of Northern Heaven Province and Southern Heaven Province. In addition to the relatively harsh natural environment, there was also the rampant slave trade. Oriental slaves were very popular in the strong countries and the Western region. Of course, the beautiful slaves of the Western region were also more popular in the East. It's just that the successive generations of the state of Yu's monarch had cracked down very hard, so there were few Western region female slaves in the cities of the state of Yu. It can be said that at least these Western region merchants in front of them were not innocent. Xianxia came to the Western region merchant just now, squatted down and said, "May I ask if your country really has a tradition of not allowing son-in-law and dogs to enter?" The Western region merchant shook his head. "Xianxia, may I ask if your country's son-in-law really has to be engraved on his face, and then sent to the army as a slave to be ravaged to death?" The Western region merchant shook his head again. "Xianxia, then you mean you're lying to me?" The Western region merchant didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. "I am a merchant appointed by our king to come to Xianxia City. You can't touch me." The Western region merchant trembled. "Xianxia, I am a great thief, bitter and happy. Why would I care about your damn king? Damn it, just now you kept saying that he was a son-in-law." "Xianxia, kill them all." The order was given. His hand rose and the knife fell. Dozens of merchants from the Western regions were killed without a trace. Only the merchant who said that dogs and son-in-law were not allowed to enter. He suddenly trembled all over. Was this pretty boy in front of him a madman? This was Xianxia City, this was the territory of the Su clan, and it was only a few dozen miles away from the marquis residence of Xianxia. Was he crazy? Shenlang looked at him and said, "As for you, I said I would light you up on a sky lantern. Do you know how to light a sky lantern?" The Western region merchant trembled all over and almost peed his pants. Of course he knew how to light a sky lantern. Shenlang said loudly, "Pass down the order, let all the people of Xianxia City come to watch the execution." A moment later, Shenlang's cavalry began to gallop through the streets and alleys of Xianxia City, shouting loudly. "Young and old masters of Xianxia City, the people of the state of Yu. The Western region merchants who rode on your heads have all been killed. The Western region warriors who harmed you are all dead. Only the last Western region merchant is left, and he will soon be lit up. At the gate of the city lord's residence, the Western region merchants will be lit up on a sky lantern. Everyone go and watch." An hour later, thousands of people poured into the city lord's residence of Xianxia City. Xianxia City was very large, much larger than Xuanwu City, and there were tens of thousands of people in the city. At this time only 1/10 of the people came. The Western region merchants were the lackeys of the Su clan, and they had accumulated too much power. Even if Shenlang killed all the Western region merchants and Western region warriors, they still did not dare to show up. They were usually bullied so badly, and now that the people who bullied them were all dead, they still did not dare to come out. Which ordinary person would want to miss such a good show like lighting a sky lantern? They did not dare to come and watch. Because they were afraid of being punished by the Su clan later. But even if thousands of people came to watch, Shenlang was already satisfied. Light. An order was given, the Western region merchants were lit up on a sky lantern. They turned into raging flames. Good. The first onlooker shouted. The second shouted. Then a group of people followed and shouted. The crowd was furious. Shenlang took the opportunity to step forward and shouted, "Xianxia City is a city of my state of Yu. Why can these Western region people ride on your heads and act like tyrants? Why can they become superior people, while you are bitterly enslaved? This group of merchants, how many slaves do they take from you every year? This group of Western region merchants, every year the usury makes you sell your children, how miserable are you? There is a sea of gold and silver in their homes. I am Shenlang, the lord of Xianxia City. I order that from today on, all the silver of the Western region merchants will belong to you, to the people of the state of Yu. Rush into the homes of the Western region merchants, rob all the gold and silver, rob all the property, and take back what belongs to you. If you are worried and afraid of being recognized, you can cover your faces with black cloth and follow me to rob silver and gold." Then, the audience was completely stirred. More than 200 female warriors of Shenlang led thousands of people of Xianxia City, rushing into one Western region shop after another and into their homes. All the gold and silver in the homes of this group of Su clan's lackey merchants were looted. The entire Xianxia City. In the shortest time, it was completely boiling. At first, there were only a few thousand people behind Shenlang, and then there were more than 10,000 people, countless people of Xianxia City. Countless people picked up black cloth to cover their faces, followed Shenlang, rushed into the shops of the Western region merchants, and frantically looted. What was the heavenly law? Taking the surplus and making up for the deficiency. This was actually unfair. But Shenlang only had a few hundred people. How could he completely disrupt the entire day-night county in a short time? What should he do? Of course, he could only use the most violent move. Moreover, these Western region merchants all made their fortune through illegal trade. Each of them was backed by the Su clan, and each of them was stained with the blood and tears of the people of the state of Yu. More and more people followed behind Shenlang, more and more. In the end, like a tide, they completely flooded the entire Xianxia City. It was almost unstoppable. In an instant, Xianxia City seemed to change. It was dark. Su Nan's nephew, Su Lin, returned to Xianxia City. He was completely stunned. My God, how long have I been away? I only went to the marquis residence, and it's only been a few hours. Xianxia City has changed. Dozens of Western regions merchants and hundreds of Western regions warriors were all killed. All the shops in the Western regions had been looted. How much money was lost, God knows. Shenlang was a scourge, a great scourge. In just one day, he stirred up such a big storm, Su Lin's scalp went numb. He was in trouble, he was in big trouble. Why didn't you stop him? Su Lin roared, you 3 registrars, 3 Qianhu, and 3,000 troops in your hands, why didn't you stop him? Your Excellency, no one is in charge when you are not here. Yes, Su Lin was the local emperor of Xianxia city, and he was used to monopolizing power. Who dared to mobilize troops when he was not here? Did they want to die? Completely seal the gates of Xianxia city, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Su Lin shouted, 3,000 soldiers, fully armed, ready to fight at any time. Yes. Su Lin knew that he had to kill Shenlang tomorrow, or his uncle would never let him go. Your Excellency, Shenlang only has a mere 200 people with him, and we have more than 3,000 people. It will be easy to destroy them, a Qianhu said, didn't he say that bitter joy is doing justice for the heavens? Then our 3,000 troops will surround the mayor's residence and capture bitter joy. Another registrar said, the key is that these lowly commoners have followed Shenlang to plunder everywhere, and now there are more than 10,000 of them. Although they are ordinary people, they are still people, and there is strength in numbers. Su Lin said, they are just lowly commoners who have been blinded by Shenlang's money and temporarily blinded by it, thinking that they have suddenly become brave. However, we can never count on a motley crew. If Shenlang wants to rely on these 10,000 lowly commoners to turn the tables, he is simply dreaming. Pass down the order. From now on, Xianxia city will be under a curfew, and no one is allowed to take half a step outside. Other than the patrolling soldiers, kill anyone seen on the streets of Xianxia city. Yes. A moment later, platoon after platoon of cavalry roared in the streets and alleys of Xianxia city. The curfew begins. The daytime curfew begins. Everyone, immediately return home, do not stay outside. After striking the gong for 50 times, kill any random person on the street. Kill without mercy. The hundreds of cavalry of the Su clan shouted in the streets and alleys. After listening to it, Shenlang could not help but be surprised. It was really an eye-opener. It was not surprising that there was a curfew, but now there was even a daytime curfew. And at this time, as the Lord of Xianxia city, Shenlang was lecturing, brainwashing, tens of thousands of people. Having just been stimulated by the gold and silver, and having just plundered all the shops of the western region merchants, the tens of thousands of people seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Shenlang's lecture was completely enlightening. Every word he shouted would lead to earth-shaking cheers. Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison. The city lord is mighty. Long live the monarch, long live the state of you. Shenlang roared, from today onwards, no one will be able to ride roughshod over all of you. You are the masters of Xianxia city, and this is the land of the state of you. As the people of the state of you, I am proud. Tens of thousands of people of Xianxia city roared, I am proud. From now on, this city lord is your backer. The people of Xianxia city will no longer buy or sell their children, and will no longer be captured as slaves. This official's words determine the universe. From now on, you are my people, and I will protect each and every one of you. Tens of thousands of people shouted, the city lord is mighty, the city lord is mighty. And at this time a fierce sound of hoofs could be heard. Hundreds of cavalry quickly arrived, blocking the tens of thousands of people from the left, right, and back. More than 2,000 infantrymen neatly pressed forward. Su Lin said indifferently, gathering people to rebel? In an instant, the atmosphere of the audience was as if cold water had been poured into boiling hot molten iron, and it immediately cooled down. Su Lin said from atop his tall horse, don't think that I don't recognize you just because you're masked. If one rebel, the whole family will be punished. The curfew is about to begin. There are 30 more gongs. I will count to 5. If you do not leave by then, you will all be charged with rebellion and killed. 5. 4. 3. Shenlang did not say anything, but the female general, Wu Lai, could not hold it in any longer. She yelled, citizens of Xianxia city, everyone, he is messing around. This is the Xianxia city lord's residence, and the person beside me is the Xianxia city lord. What curfew? What daytime ban? Only the orders of the city lord can count. The female general Xiannu said, fellow citizens? Haven't you been bullied enough all these years? With the city lord as your backer, and a few hundred warriors in front of you, you have more than 10,000 people. Are you afraid of 2 or 3,000 of them? The female general Wu Lai shouted, you have weapons in your hands too. Hoes, pitchforks, machetes. Follow the city lord and fight these beasts to the end. Take up your weapons and fight for your families. Then, more than 200 female warriors suddenly pulled out their swords. Although we are women, we will also stand in front of you. Warriors, people of the state of Yu, follow us and fight to the end. The female warriors' blood was boiling as they shouted. However, there was an awkward silence in the hall. Su Lin looked at all of this mockingly, as if giving the more than 10,000 people time to think. Want to follow this pretty boy city lord? No problem, go ahead if you want to die. After a long while, Su Lin continued to count down, 3, 2. Suddenly, more than 2,000 soldiers behind him suddenly pulled out their swords, murderous intent soaring to the sky. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. More than 2,000 soldiers shouted in unison. 1. Su Lin's countdown ended. Immediately, the more than 10,000 people, who were just boiling with passion, lowered their heads and left one after another, scattering like birds and beasts. The more than 10,000 people of Xianxia City, who had just said that they would support Xianlang to the end and fight to the end, all slipped away cleanly. Everyone was heavy, carrying the gold and silver they had robbed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 people had left. The entire drill ground in front of the city lord's residence was empty. Wu Lai's eyes were red, and Xian Nu's eyes were also red. How could this be? How could this group of people be so useless and useless? They were usually bullied so badly, completely trampled by the Western region merchants and the Western region warriors. Now that someone was taking care of them, they were still in high spirits when they were robbing the gold and silver. As a result, Su Lin was frightened and ran away, leaving Xianlang and the others here. They simply did not have the slightest bit of backbone. They were not even as good as women. If these more than 10,000 people followed behind Xianlang, and 200 or 300 warriors rushed to the front, even if they faced the more than 2,000 soldiers of the Su clan, the odds of winning were still very high. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Su Lin suddenly laughed. Brother-in-law, just now these unruly people actually besieged the city lord's residence, it must have startled you. Xianlang seemed to have just noticed Su Lin. Cousin, why are you here? Come into my city lord's residence as a guest. I just got a lot of chicken, duck and fish, just right to entertain cousin. As Xianlang spoke, the sword King Li Xianxiu directly blocked in front of him. Su Lin calculated in his heart. If he attacked now, could he kill Xianlang? Still not. He had a top expert like Li Xianxiu by his side, as well as the abnormal big fool, he could not be killed. For Su Lin, killing Xianlang was the most important thing. The more than 200 people under his command were completely insignificant. Hearing Xianlang's invitation, Su Lin shook his head. No, your sister-in-law has already prepared a meal at home. If you don't go home to eat, she will show off her female power. Su Lin then said, Brother-in-law, tomorrow afternoon I will hold a banquet to welcome you. Are you going? Xianlang, tomorrow's banquet? I can bring 3 people, right? Su Lin, yes, 3 people. Xianlang, yes, I will definitely go. Su Lin, then I will see you tomorrow. Xianlang, see you tomorrow, cousin. Su Lin roared, Xianxia City's garrison, are you all eating sh*t? The great thief, bitter joy, actually charged into the city lord's residence. If he were to injure city lord Xianlang, that would be a grave crime. 3,000 households, as well as the various grandmasters of the Great Tribulation Temple, I will have to trouble you to stay here and protect city lord Xianlang. Yes. The 3,000 households roared, then, more than 2,000 Su clan warriors, more than 200 Great Tribulation Temple monk soldiers, and more than 100 Western regions experts surrounded Xianlang's Xianxia City lord's residence. At this time it was possible for Xianlang to escape. However, it would be extremely difficult for the dozens of warriors under him and the 200 female warriors to escape. The enemy's nearly 3,000 warriors all had their bows knocked, ready to fight at any time. Xianlang cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your protection, brothers. Tonight, I can sleep peacefully, ha 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 ha. Enter the residence and cook. Then, Xianxia led everyone into the city lord's residence and started cooking. That night, during dinner, the female generals were still filled with anger and hatred. The people of Xianyuan City had disappointed them. Originally, Xianxia had stirred up a shocking tide in the shortest time possible, with hundreds of thousands of people following behind him. These female warriors couldn't help but feel their blood boil, thinking that from now on, they could lead these 10,000 strong men to kill in all directions. They didn't expect this group of people to be so useless. After being threatened by Su Lin, they immediately betrayed Xianxia, threw him aside, and ran away. Incompetent, useless, worthless. Such people deserve to be bullied by the Su clan, they deserve to be bullied by the people of the western regions. This group of people is worse than pigs and dogs. The female general, Xianxia, cursed. Because she was too angry, she had no appetite for dinner and only ate 5 big dishes. But Xianxia was smiling from beginning to end. He was not angry at all, nor was he disappointed. No matter which plane the people were from, they were all like this. A motley crew, it was more than just words. Of course it was fun to grab gold and silver, and everyone would follow you. But when it came to risking their lives, then forget it. You'd better do it yourself. As a result, the more than 10,000 strong men who were in full swing just now instantly scattered like birds and beasts, leaving Xianxia where he was. Xianxia smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, our plan was very successful." Wu Lai said, "City Lord, tonight we will be on full alert, we will absolutely not give the enemy any opportunity to take advantage of us." Xianxia said, no need. Sleep well tonight. Su Lin's goal is to kill me. As long as I am not dead, they will not attack you. Sleep well tonight. There will be a fierce battle tomorrow. Today we killed a few hundred people, and tomorrow we will kill even more. Then, Xianxia said to Sword King Xianxia, Senior, shall we go and practice? Tonight we must make use of the time to practice, we must cooperate seamlessly. The next day, the Su clan's army of more than 2,000, together with the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple and the experts of the western regions, nearly 3,000 people still surrounded the city lord's residence. No one was allowed to enter or leave. Fortunately, they had stored enough food and water yesterday, otherwise they would probably starve to death. Noon, the nearly 3,000 enemies outside began to check their armor, bows, and weapons. Bundles and bundles of arrows were transported over. One after another, large crossbows began to be installed outside the city lord's residence. One after another, catapults began to be assembled. Just as Xianxia said, there was no political struggle, it was a battle to the death. It was a direct extermination of all. Clearly, the battle was about to begin. These 2,000 enemies were about to attack the city lord's residence. At this time, a beautiful lady leisurely walked over to the city lord's residence and greeted, City Lord Xianxia. Xianxia, dressed in embroidered clothes, walked out. Seeing this beautiful lady, he said, Beauty, what's the matter? The beautiful lady said, Lord Su Lin asked me to invite you to a banquet. Are you going or not? Yes. Xianxia said, with such a beautiful lady like you, how can I not go? Go. Xianxia hurriedly left the city lord's residence. Lord. The female general Wu Lai chased after him and said, I will go with you. Xianxia shook his head and said, No, you stay in the city lord's residence. You are the one fighting a fierce battle. There is no danger for me to attend the banquet. Such a beautiful lady came to invite me, how could she harm me? The beautiful lady covered her mouth and said, Isn't that so? Shen, please. Then, she led the way in front. Xianxia followed closely behind her. Looking at her swaying waist and butt, he felt very happy. He only brought 2 people, the big fool and the Sword King Xianxia. Xianxia chased after the beautiful lady and asked, Sister, what's your name? Where is your hometown? The beautiful lady said, This servant is called He Ningning. Inside Su Lin's official residence. At this time, he was still in shock. He did not expect Xianxia to really come, this was a real Hongmen banquet. There was not even the slightest bit of concealment. In the entire hall, there were dozens of Western region experts and dozens of Great Tribulation Temple experts. There were also hundreds of fully armed Su clan warriors outside. "Xianlang, you really came?" Xianlang said, "Cousin called me to eat and drink. How can I not come?" Then, Xianlang directly entered the hall. "Is this my seat? Can I sit next to you?" Xianlang said to the beautiful lady. Then, Xianlang found a seat and sat down. This hangmen banquet was too obvious. On his side, there was only one seat. On the opposite side, there were hundreds of seats. There were hundreds of warriors outside with bows and arrows. Xianlang just entered the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The doors of the hall were all closed, candles were lit. "Sit." Immediately, hundreds of experts sat down on Su Lin's side. In the middle, the top expert, Great Tribulation Temple suffering monk, was silently drinking. He looked at Xianlang as if he was looking at a dead person. Xianlang faced hundreds of enemies and hundreds of warriors outside, but he acted as if he did not see anything. "Cousin, you are hosting a banquet for me? Why is there no food and wine?" Xianlang said, "I haven't eaten lunch yet. I'm starving." Su Lin said lightly, "Since it is a killing banquet, there is no need for food and wine. Let's get straight to the point. Today's banquet is to kill you. In a while, everyone will drink your blood and eat your flesh." Xianlang sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "So cruel?" Su Lin said lightly, "Xianlang, you clearly know that this is a killing banquet, but you still dare to come to die? I can't be more impressed." Xianlang said, "I have seen your sword king by my side. What is there to be afraid of?" Su Lin said lightly, "Xianlang, you shouldn't have come to Jinyuan City. This is my Su clan's territory. You are really looking for death." Xianlang said, "I have seen your sword king." Su Lin said again, "Xianlang, you dare to kill dozens of my Western region merchants, dare to let the untouchables loot their gold and silver, you are really looking for death." Xianlang said, "I have seen your sword king." Su Lin gritted his teeth and said, "Xianlang, you little bastard, you dare to go against my Su clan, you dare to offend Lord Uncle, you dare to marry Jean Mulan, you are really looking for death." Xianlang said, "I have seen your sword king." Su Lin smiled malevolently and said, "No, you don't have seen your sword king, he will not protect you. Bring her in." Su Lin gave the order. A few warriors carried in a cage with a person inside. It was a person who looked like a malicious spirit. All her hair had fallen off, and her body was like a toad, densely covered with lumps. She was neither a human nor a ghost. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in shock, "My beloved wife." Xianxia's wife had been poisoned by Stupa Mountain. Her entire body was bent, her hair had fallen off, and her skin was like a toad's. Moreover, she was delirious every day, and her mouth chattered incessantly. What she feared most was light. The woman in the cage wailed and screamed with all her might. "Xianxia, you bastard! Hurry up and save me, hurry up and save me, extinguish the candle, extinguish it." Xianxia's tears flowed down his cheeks. He pulled out his sword and shouted, "Release my wife, release my wife." Su Lin raised his hand. In an instant, tens of crossbows were aimed at the woman in the cage. "Xianxia, as long as I give the order, your wife will die for sure. Between your wife and Xianlang, you can only choose one to live. Do you want your wife to die? Or do you want Xianlang to die? I will count down from 5. If you don't kill Xianlang by then, I will shoot your beloved wife to death." Ha 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 ha. 5. 4. 3. 2. Sword King Xianxia's body trembled uncontrollably. It was as though he was struggling in agony. He closed his eyes. He gritted his teeth. His entire body tensed up. 1. Su Lin's countdown ended. Either Xianlang died or his wife died. Kill. Sword King Xianxia fiercely thrust his sword toward Xianlang's back. Pusi, the tip of the sword pierced through Xianlang's chest. Fresh blood dripped down. Note, the second update has been uploaded. Today's update totaled 17,000. Begging for support, begging for monthly votes, and kowtowing in worship. Thank you, Feng Bingchen. Disappear. Mark. Floating wealth golden services reward of 10,000 coins. Xianxia was completely stunned by this turn of events. He looked down at the tip of the sword and the dripping blood on his chest. Ugh, then, a strange sound came from his throat, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Why? Xianxia replied, because I love my wife more. For her, I am willing to pay any price. Good, well said. Su Nan's nephew, Su Lin, applauded. This is too touching. Senior Sword King's deep affection for his wife is simply too touching. Su Lin wiped away non-existent tears and mournfully said, I must learn from Senior Sword King and love my wife dearly. Then, he clapped his hands. A woman walked in. She was a woman from the western regions, about 30 years old. Perhaps she had once been very beautiful, but now, her waist was 8 feet, and she weighed 250 pounds. Su Lin walked forward and gently placed his head in his wife's embrace. Darling, I will be like Senior Sword King in the future and only love you. Su Lin's wife was from a branch of the Sua royal family and could be considered a princess. Not only Su Lin, but many members of the Su clan also had marriage alliances with the western regions. Only in this way could they gain a foothold in the southwest and exert enough centrifugal force against the state of Yu. Su Lin's wife gazed at Xianxia and said, Is he the one who killed all the merchants of my country and my cousin? Su Lin replied, Yes, it's him. Su Lin's wife said, Cut open his throat and let out his blood. I want to drink his blood. Peel off his skin and use it to make a stool. Cut off his flesh and cook it along with his skeleton. I want to eat his meat stew. Su Lin replied, As you bid, my dear wife. Then, Su Lin loudly said, Everyone, I'm treating everyone to a meal today, but I haven't prepared any dishes. Next, I'll stew that little bastard Xianxia and give everyone a bowl of stew. Good. Everyone cheered loudly. Su Lin laughed. Unfortunately, that little bastard Xianxia is a little thin. He adds up to no more than 130 to 40 kilograms. Everyone here will only get a share. At this moment, Sword King Xianxia said, Su Lin, release my wife. Su Lin smiled. Don't worry, I will. Furthermore, we will also use our connections to look for people. Seeing that Stupa Mountain will bestow the antidote, Senior Sword King, we might be on the same side in the future. Our Su clan is very fond of a peerless expert like Senior Sword King. Not only did the warriors not put down the crossbows in their hands, but they also aimed at the woman in the iron cage. The toad-like woman screamed and hissed at the top of her lungs. Su Lin took out a dagger and looked at Xianxia. 10 days ago, Sword King Xianxia ambushed Uncle. Our Su clan was naturally shocked. Sword Island only has a blind old servant. The process of us inviting Senior Sword King's wife was very simple and effortless. It's just that we were in a hurry and caused her to suffer some bumps. I'm truly sorry. He walked in front of Xianxia. Su Lin found that the big fool's eyes were closed. His whole body was trembling and his face was red. What a pity, this was a top-notch martial arts genius, but Uncle said to cut him into several pieces. Su Lin waved the dagger in his hand in front of Xianxia and smiled. It's painful, right? Even I feel pain just by looking at it. Xianxia, what courage did you have to dare to marry Jean Milan? With your lowly status, do you think you're worthy of Jean Milan? Xianxia gasped for breath, blood foaming from his mouth. Su Lin took out a gold coin and sighed. You brought more than 10,000 peasants of Xianxia City to plunder all the shops of the merchants of the western regions. Do you think it's of any use? My people are already going from house to house. Very soon, all the gold and silver will be taken back, and even more. Do you believe it? Our Su clan is about to rise up, and any chaos must be thoroughly suppressed. Su Lin stretched out his hand and gently patted Xianxia's shoulder. He smiled and said, Who gave you the courage to come to Xianxia City? This is my territory, and it is only a few dozen kilometers away from the Marquis of Xianxia City. Do you know how many troops we have in our hands? More than 20,000. And that's not even counting the Chang Kingdom's countless barbarians. Are you tired of living? You dare to come to Xianxia City and court death? Hee hee. Xianxia let out a meaningless laugh. Su Lin sighed and said, the big day is coming. Very soon, our army will sweep through half of the Western Heaven province, and very soon, we will merge with the Chang kingdom. Our great era is coming. Our Su clan will soon rise from the ashes, and your Kim family will soon be destroyed. Very soon, very soon. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see Xianxia. Uncle said to cut off your head with my own hands. He wants to use your skull to make a wine cup. I'm going to do it. Su Lin smiled, then stretched out his hand to cut off Xianxia's head. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly grinned at him. Cousin, you're really amazing. Xianxia was full of energy when he said this. He didn't seem hurt at all. Su Lin was shocked. His scalp went numb, and his hair stood on end. Then, he moved extremely quickly, and was about to turn around and flee. He moved quickly. But Senior Sword King was even faster. He directly reached out and grabbed Su Lin's neck, lifting him into the air. Su Lin's legs were in the air, and he ran wildly in the air, but he couldn't move even half an inch forward. Xianxia stood up and clicked his tongue. What kind of style is this? It's quite unique. Is it a space dance? Quafu chasing the sun? Everyone was shocked. What happened? Wasn't Xianxia stabbed just now? The Sword King's sword was very fierce, and it directly pierced through his chest. Xianxia pulled out the sword on his back and said loudly, Friends of Jinyuan City, it's time to witness a miracle. I'm going to perform a live performance of swallowing a sword in my mouth. Then, Xianxia swallowed the sword alive. Because this was a custom-made retractable sword, it was compressed layer by layer, and only 3 inches of it was exposed. Now, I'm going to perform a public suicide for everyone. Xianxia pulled the retractable sword back to normal, then stabbed it into his chest. Suddenly, the blade was retracted, and it was a full foot shorter, as if it had pierced into his body. Then, Xianxia unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the mechanism in front of his chest. There was also a flexible sword with strong elasticity. It was usually pressed together, and when it was needed, it could be pressed. Swoosh! The tip of the sword directly shot out, and it even pierced through the blood bag. This was the truth of Xianxia being pierced by the sword. Xianxia said, Everyone, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Am I, Xianxia, not awesome? How could he not be awesome? Last night, Xianxia and Senior Sword King had rehearsed hundreds of times. Naturally, it was flawless. Ha 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 ha. At this time, the big fool finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He opened his eyes and laughed. He was the one who had it the hardest. His acting was too bad, so after coming in, he closed his eyes and was scared out of his wits, for fear of revealing any flaws. But he just wanted to laugh, so he desperately tried to hold it in. His whole body was red, and he kept trembling, looking extremely sad and indignant. Su Lin was almost going crazy. Xianxia, you don't even want your wife anymore? You don't even care about her life or death? Xianxia said helplessly, Cousin, do you think that I invited Senior Sword King over to leave his wife on the island for you to capture? Your Su clan is despicable and has no bottom line. What can't you do? The Sword King's wife has long been moved to an absolutely safe place. Su Lin didn't dare to believe it. Looking at the woman in the iron cage, he shouted, She's the Sword King's wife. She's bald, her body is crooked, and her skin is like a toad's. She's the Sword King's wife. Xianxia sneered. First, in order to save the Sword King's wife, I've been studying the poison in her body. I've already extracted more than 10 samples, but I haven't found the antidote yet. But if I want to restore the same symptoms, it'll be easy. Second, when you found this woman in the depths of the cave, she kept shouting, Xianxia, you bastard, quickly come and save me, quickly come and save me. You were wild with joy and were 100% sure that she was the Sword King's wife? But in fact, her brain was already damaged. She only knew how to shout this sentence. Su Lin roared, Who is she? Who is she? Xianxia said, She's a woman who deserves to die. Using her to save people can be considered her only contribution in this life. At this time, the woman in the iron cage was shouting crazily, Extinguish the fire, extinguish the fire. Xianxia, you bastard, quickly come and save me, quickly come and save me. Su Lin said coldly, "You've long expected this day to come, so you've already made preparations?" Shen Lang said, "Of course. Do you know what I do the most every day? It's to substitute myself and think from the enemy's point of view. Every day, I think about how I would kill that little bastard, Shen Lang, if I were Sunan. I've thought of all the methods you've thought of, and I've thought of all the methods you haven't." That was indeed the case. When Shen Lang invited the Sword King over, he had already asked him to secretly send the Sword King's wife to Xianxia Pavilion. Then, he sent a woman with the same symptoms into the cave on Sword Island, a woman who deserved to die. Moreover, what Shen Lang said about making a breakthrough in saving the Sword King's wife was also true. Su Lin looked at Shen Lang in disbelief. He had previously heard that Shen Lang was as cunning as a ghost, but he couldn't fully believe it. A person who had been in power for too long would definitely become arrogant and feel that everyone was inferior to him. So when he heard that Shen Lang was coming to Jinyuan City, although Su Lin attached great importance to it, he also felt disdain. The entire Jinyuan City has long been tightly controlled by me. You, Shen Lang, want to overturn the sky with just a few hundred people? What a fool's dream. I, Su Lin, can crush you to death with one finger. And now, in just one day, Su Lin lost so miserably in a situation where he had the advantage. The two sides were not at the same level at all. "Shen Lang, you're so vicious, so vicious." Su Lin shouted, "But do you think this will work? Now that you're surrounded by hundreds of experts, do you think you can escape? Let me go, and you still have a chance to live." Su Lin hadn't finished speaking. He suddenly felt a chill down below. Then he was horrified to find that he was bleeding between his legs. The lump on the ground was very familiar. There was still blood on the dagger in Shen Lang's hand. He was castrated? Shen Lang, you devil, you devil. Why didn't you warn me before you castrated me? Su Lin let out a series of miserable howls. Everyone present also felt their scalps tingle when they saw this. Shen Lang said, "Cousin, I'm sorry, your dagger is too sharp. I can't help but want to cut something when I hold it in my hand." Su Lin screamed, "Shen Lang, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." Shen Lang said, "But cousin, your capital is a bit small. Sister-in-law's body is so huge, isn't it like a toothpick stirring a vat? Why do I feel that your head is a bit green?" Su Lin roared and ordered, do it, tear Shen Lang's body to pieces, tear his body to pieces." Immediately, hundreds of experts in the hall suddenly drew their swords. And Su Lin's fat wife finally reacted, looked down at the castrated part of her husband, and roared hoarsely, "Rush up, skin this pretty boy, pull out his tendons, and chop him into meat paste. Shoot the woman in the cage to death." Whoosh, 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 more than a dozen warriors pulled the trigger. In an instant, more than a dozen crossbow bolts shot the woman in the cage to death. Then, hundreds of experts rushed towards Shen Lang and the other two. From the looks of it, they didn't care about Su Lin's life anymore. Xianxia squeezed his fingers lightly, directly breaking Su Lin's cervical vertebra. Immediately, Su Lin felt nothing below his neck. Even the area between his legs no longer hurt. Su Lin once again let out a blood-curdling scream of terror. Xianxia took out a real sword from his sleeve and said to the big fool, is there a problem with protecting Second Dome? The big fool shook his head forcefully, not knowing if there was a problem or not. Then, the Sword King Xianxia rushed out with lightning speed. One person, killing more than 100 experts. Then, a familiar scene appeared once again. In front of the Sword King, ordinary people, ordinary experts, and powerful experts were no different. All of them were killed with a single strike. Whoosh, 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 the sharp sword in his hand was as fast as lightning. He didn't use any moves. One strike for one person. One strike for one person. He killed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, there was a pile of corpses around him. Honestly speaking, it was more troublesome for the Sword King to deal with fully armed soldiers. This was because these soldiers were all wearing thick armor. Every slash of the sword would consume a lot of chi. And these martial experts didn't like to wear armor. The Sword King could use the fastest speed and lightest strength to pierce through their hearts and cut open their arteries. Even their bones would avoid it, so as not to waste any chi and strength. Kill! Kill! Su Lin's wife roared. Bang, 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 more than 100 warriors outside the courtyard rushed over. Shoot them to death. Shoot this pretty boy to death. Su Lin's wife gave the order, not caring that her husband would be turned into a porcupine. Immediately, more than 100 warriors drew their bows and nocked their arrows. They aimed at Xianxia and shot wildly. However, it was useless. The big fool waved his black iron cudgel wildly. This 2-meter-long black iron cudgel directly created a 4-meter-wide whirlpool. His speed was too fast. As this black iron cudgel danced wildly, it trembled and produced a huge suction force. In addition, his iron cudgel contained meteorite iron, which had a huge magnetic force. All the arrows that were shot were sucked over. Xianxia hid behind the big fool. It was as safe as hiding behind the city wall. Not to mention the thrilling scene of a sharp arrow flying past his cheek, none of the arrows shot by the enemy got within 3 feet of Xianxia. Therefore, he squatted on the ground and played games with Su Lin. Cousin, do you feel anything? Cousin, do you feel anything when I stab you so hard? Cousin, do you feel anything when I stab you so hard? Cousin, do you feel nothing when I stab you so hard? Su Lin was about to lose hope. Xianxia, F*ck your mother, F*ck your mother, because the dagger in Xianxia's hand stabbed toward his thigh, arm, and stomach. Blood spurted out from all over his body. How could he ask if he felt anything? Xianxia said, Cousin, let me stab you one last time. Puff, Xianxia stabbed again. But he didn't pull it out this time because his hand was empty. Xianxia exclaimed, Cousin, do you feel anything? You are too powerful. Su Lin roared, Xianxia, where did you stab? Xianxia said, in the middle of my butt. Cousin, it won't be convenient for you to poop in the future. Instantly, Su Lin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared, Xianxia, F*ckyu, F*ckyu, Su Lin's wife, the princess of Sua, almost went crazy. Was this big guy so powerful, such a dense rain of arrows, yet none of them could penetrate his cudgel array? Charge forward and kill this stupid big guy, kill this stupid big guy. Su Lin's wife gave the order. Hundreds of warriors rushed over in a frenzy. Kill, kill, kill. Su Lin's wife was also among them, waving her saber and rushing toward the big fool. Xianxia said, Big fool, close your eyes. Oh. The big fool closed his eyes. Su Lin's wife was startled and then delighted. This big fool actually closed his eyes. Wasn't he courting death? Then, she was desperate. The hundreds of warriors who rushed over were also completely desperate. Bang, 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 the big fool's vixen was here again. There were no moves. It was chaotic and fast. The force of the blow was immense. There was no way to dodge because it was too fast. There was no way to block because it was too fast. Once hit by his black iron cudgel. There were no screams, no exclamations, nothing. His whole body was flattened in an instant. Bang, 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 an incomparably gorgeous and shocking scene appeared. A man flying in the sky, anyone who was hit by the big fool's black iron cudgel was sent flying like straw. Whoosh, 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 a few dozen people were sent flying. They flew for more than 10 meters before crashing into the wall. Then, like a piece of paper stuck to the wall, they only slid down after a long time. Xianxia was dumbfounded. The Sword King, Xianxia, was also dumbfounded. He was even distracted. Then, he was also envious. Sigh. People like us are called Sword Kings, but we're just opportunistic. The big fool was the real deal. Su Lin's wife, the princess of the Sua kingdom, was also a person with extraordinary strength. Otherwise, her body wouldn't be so sturdy. She waved her saber and slashed at the big fool. Then, her vision went black. What was this? Then, she didn't know anything. His 250 kilograms body was also sent flying like a piece of straw. She crashed into the wall. Blood splattered all over the wall. Her whole body was stuck to the wall for a long time. After a long time, it gradually slid down. Not only her bones, but her internal organs were all shattered. She died too suddenly. At the same time, countless people of Xianxia City had suffered a tragic disaster. Yesterday, Shenlang led them to plunder the shops of the merchants of the western regions, robbing them of more than 100,000 gold coins and countless silver coins. Everyone who took part in the looting made a fortune. But today, every commoner had suffered a calamity. Following Su Lin's order, all the officials of Xianxia City, along with hundreds of bailiffs and hundreds of newly arrived warriors of the western regions, charged into the poor households one by one. Did you participate in yesterday's robbery? No, I didn't. I, Wang Laosher, am the most honest person. I didn't participate, but my neighbor, Wang Laosan, did. Look at your cunning face. How could you not participate? Search the house. Several bailiffs charged into the house like wolves and tigers, digging 3 feet into the ground. They searched every corner of the house, not only taking away the gold and silver from yesterday's robbery, but also everything of value. Sir, that's our family's money. We've saved it for more than 10 years. We plan to use it for our son's wife. Sir, you can't take it away. Wang Laosher rushed up. Suddenly, the bailiff's stick smashed down crazily, directly breaking his hands and feet. Wang Laosher's wife rushed up. Several western regions warriors saw her. Although she was not young and her appearance was average, she had a good figure. It was better to sleep. Then, Wang Laosher's wife was pressed to the ground. Such a tragedy was happening in almost every household. These western regions merchants were the money bags of the Su clan. Today, the entire Xianxia city was robbed of at least 200,000 gold coins. Today, of course, they would take it back. Su Lin was right. Not only did they take back all the gold and silver they lost yesterday, but they also took back more. Because every family's original savings were also robbed. Su Lin was also cautious. It was not until Shenlang entered the registrar's residence that he was sure to die, that he ordered the officials of Xianxia City to rush into every household to recover the stolen goods. Suddenly, the entire Xianxia City was filled with howls and cries. Every family shed tears of blood. Whether they participated in yesterday's robbery or not, every family suffered. Not to mention the money and valuable objects were robbed. Those who resisted were all brutally suppressed. If it was light, their muscles and bones were broken, and if it was heavy, they lost their lives. If there were beautiful women in the family, the bailiffs of Xianxia City were fine, but the wandering warriors of the western regions were completely beasts. All the people in the city. Tears of blood soared to the sky, countless grievances, countless anger, accumulated in the hearts of all the people of Xianxia City. If no one ignited this anger, then they could only live in suffocation until they died. But if someone ignited this anger, then it could burn the whole city in an instant. Su Lin also dared to do this because he was sure that Shenlang would die. The Su clan's rebellion was imminent, and all unstable factors must be suppressed. He must use the most iron-blooded means to deter everyone. How dare they rob the shops of western regions merchants, courting death, at the same time, outside the Xianxia City lord's residence. With an order. Attack. Kill Shenlang's deployment in the lord's residence. Kill them all. Whoosh 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 whoosh, more than a dozen catapults madly fired. All the crossbows madly fired. Boom boom boom, more than a dozen boulders fiercely smashed against the wall of the lord's residence. After all, this was not a city wall. It was not so strong, nor so thick. Once it was hit, a crack would appear if it was light, and a huge hole would appear if it was heavy. In a short period of time, the entire lord's residence was smashed full of holes. The outer wall collapsed. Half of the houses in the lord's residence were also smashed into ruins. Release! 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 Following the loud order of the Su clan's officer, more than 2,000 Su clan warriors madly shot arrows. Round after round of arrow rain shot toward the lord's residence. Change to rockets. Shoot! Shoot! A moment later, the entire lord's residence of Xianxia City was on fire. At the same time, in the entire Xianxia City, every household was crying to the heavens. The entire city seemed to have fallen into hell. Inside the lord's residence, it was extremely dangerous. General of Marshal, we can't hold on any longer. Why don't we kill our way out? The entire Lord's residence is about to burn. If we continue to be trapped inside, we will all be wiped out. General Shirsan, when did Shen say he would return? Shen Shirsan's entire body was emitting smoke as he loudly said, soon, Master will soon be able to kill his way back, and then bring us to sweep the entire city. The female general of Marshal shouted, everyone listen to my order, defend the Lord's residence. Even if we die in battle, we cannot leave. Yes. Outside, all the catapults were still madly shooting. The Su clan's warriors were still madly shooting arrows. The ground trembled, and flames soared to the sky. The Su clan's officer said indifferently, the people inside should already be dead. It should be about time. Even if they are still alive, there shouldn't be many left. Even if they weren't burned to death, they would be choked to death. The Su clan's officer of 1,000 households raised his hand. Immediately, all the catapults stopped attacking. All the archers stopped attacking. Gather the troops, charge in, and annihilate Shen Lang's troops. Annihilate them all. 2,000 Su clan's warriors madly charged into the Lord's residence. Inside Su Lin's office of the registrar, in Li Qianqiu's eyes, there was only one opponent, and that was the Great Tribulation Monastery's monk Suffering. However, the other party had been wandering around the perimeter like a venomous snake, staring at them as if he was looking for an opportunity to strike. However, Li Qianqiu didn't give him any chances. The Sword King killed too quickly, more than 100 experts charged forward. It didn't bring Li Qianqiu much trouble. On the other side, the 100 or so warriors didn't give the big fool any trouble. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it took at most a quarter of an hour. Dozens of experts from the western regions and warriors from the Great Tribulation Monastery were all killed by Li Qianqiu. More than 100 Su clan warriors were killed by the big fool. The entire registrar's mansion, the ground was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Ascetic Suffering Dita stood 100 meters away from Li Qianqiu. Li Qianqiu heaved a sigh of relief after killing 100 cultivators. He switched the sword to his left hand and swung his right. Great monk, are you coming? Ascetic Suffering Dita stared coldly at Shen Lang. Sword King Li Qianqiu is indeed powerful. However, you have killed more than 100 people, and your Zhenqi must have been greatly depleted. You can't kill me now, Ascetic Suffering Dita said. Of course, I can't kill you either. Li Qianqiu replied, how would I know if I don't try? Ascetic Suffering Dita said, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. I will go to the Great Tribulation Monastery to get more experts and more monk soldiers. Li Qianqiu, Shen Lang, you have provoked a powerful enemy. From today onwards, you and the Great Tribulation Monastery will not rest until one of you is dead. Ascetic Suffering Dita's figure quickly left, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The people from the Great Tribulation Monastery were indeed cunning. However, Sword King Li Qianqiu also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he didn't have a perverted bloodline like the big fool or Chou Yaoer. His Zhenqi was limited, and even though he had been very frugal, killing more than 100 cultivators had almost exhausted his Zhenqi. If this Ascetic Suffering Dita really came, it would be troublesome. At this time, the stunning beauty He Ningning stood rooted to the ground, looking at the corpses all over the ground. At this time, Shen Lang was meticulously stitching up Su Lin's wounds. He had stabbed Su Lin so many times and even castrated him. If he didn't stitch up the wounds to stop the bleeding, he would probably bleed to death. Shen Lang smiled. Cousin, you didn't expect that I would come out unscathed, but all your people would be killed. Cousin, I heard that you sent hundreds of bailiffs and hundreds of Western region warriors to the thousands of households in Jinyuan City to chase after the loot. That must be the blood and tears of every family and the grief of the whole city. Thank you for your help. A single spark can start a prairie fire, but you helped me pour a big ladle of oil on it. You helped me incite the anger of the people in the city. Now, they will all be my people. I will bring tens of thousands of angry people to sweep the whole city and the whole day-night county. I alone will be able to turn your Su clan's territory upside down. Then, Shen Lang said, Big fool, carry Su Lin on your back, let's go back to the city lord's residence. Big fool lightly carried Su Lin on his back. Shen Lang and the other two rushed out of the registrar's residence as fast as they could. After leaving the registrar's residence, Shenlang shouted, "People of Jinyuan City, young and old, I am the city lord Shenlang. Su Lin is finished. The people who bullied you have been completely killed by me. I know you have just suffered a disaster. The wicked broke into your homes and burned and robbed. They robbed you of decades of savings, they killed your parents, and they defiled your wives. What should we do with such deep hatred? A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Big fool, lift Su Lin for me." Big Fool snapped the 10-meter-high flagpole, then tied the ruler of Jinyuan City, Su Lin, to the flagpole and raised it high. "Do you see this? This is Su Lin, the ruler of Jinyuan City, Su Lin. Now, he's completely finished. I've killed all of his people. He's like a dead dog in my hands." They saw it, all the people of Jinyuan City saw it. The once lofty Su Lin, the supreme ruler of Jinyuan City, was now hanging on the flagpole like a dead dog. His lower body was castrated. There was even a knife in the middle of his buttocks. Shenlang roared, "People of Jinyuan City, your money has been stolen, your parents have been killed, and your wives have been defiled. This blood feud, will you take revenge or not? Or not?" Every time Shenlang said a sentence, the big fool repeated it, his voice like thunder. "Yes." Wang Laosher's son held his broken father in his left hand and his wounded mother in his right. "Revenge, fight them to the death. Revenge! Revenge!" A single spark can start a prairie fire. Today, in Jinyuan City, every family had suffered a disaster, suppressing their infinite hatred and anger. Shenlang roared loudly, "Brothers, put on all your weapons, be it machetes, sickles, or hoes. Follow me and kill our way over, kill our way over. Kill all the corrupt officials of Jinyuan City. Kill all the warriors of the western region in Jinyuan City. Kill every single one of those beastly government runners. Kill all the lackeys of the Su family in Jinyuan City. Kill all the people of Jinyuan City, kill all the people of Day-Night County." Then, the big fool raised the 10-meter-long flagpole and Su Lin, who looked like a dead dog, and rushed to the front. Shenlang, Xianxia, and the big fool ran wildly on the empty streets. One after another, the people of Jinyuan City rushed out and followed behind him. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000. After running for 2 miles. Behind Shenlang, there were thousands of Jinyuan City able-bodied men. Their eyes were filled with soaring hatred and anger. Kill, kill, kill. Shenlang led tens of thousands of people, like a black tide, and rushed toward the Su family's army outside the city lord's residence. Kill until the universe is clear, kill until the heavens and earth are turned upside down, kill until the heavens and earth are shaken. Note, the first chapter with more than 8,000 words has been sent. I'm going to take a breath of fresh air and come back to continue. The monthly votes are really in danger. Please help me, brothers, I'll be happy to the end, thank you, Brother Lang's fan, for your 10,000 coins. The Chang Kingdom, Crown Prince Aruda still hadn't ascended the throne. This was very abnormal. Normally, under such circumstances, he should have already proclaimed himself king. Chang King had more than 10 sons. Other than the 5 young ones, 4 of them died of smallpox. Now, only 4 of his adult sons were left. The 5th son, Alusi, had originally been ordered to kill Princess Arunana. However, before he could lead his troops far, news of the Chang Emperor's sudden death arrived. He did not go to the Great Snow Mountain to destroy Arunana, but directly led his troops to the Snow Mountain Goddess Temple. Although the place was called the Snow Mountain Temple, it was actually a fortress. After the death of the bitter Siddha and his monk soldiers, the fortress happened to be empty. Alusi led his troops to enter. Afterwards, the other 2 adult princes brought their own direct descendants to the Snow Mountain God Temple. Therefore, King Chang's 3 sons, with a total of more than 5,000 troops, occupied the Snow Mountain God Temple and faced Alutai from afar. In terms of goals, they didn't have any. Most of them wanted to protect themselves and not let Alutai kill them all. After waiting for more than 10 days, Alutai still did not lead his army to attack. Thus, the 3 princes of the Chang Kingdom could not help but have other ambitions. For example, an independent state. If Arunana can establish her own tribe under the snowy mountains, why can't we? compared to the Great Snow Mountain, the Snow Mountain God Temple was probably a better feng shui treasure land. Just like that, time dragged on day by day. While Aluta was gathering his army, he was constantly sending messengers to Aru Nana's Great Snow Mountain tribe, ordering him to surrender immediately. Otherwise, he would kill him. He seemed to have completely forgotten about the three brothers of the Snow Mountain Goddess Temple. There was food, wine, and meat in this temple. It was enough to feed the 5,000 soldiers for half a year. These monks were just too rich. Furthermore, the Snow Mountain God Temple was located in a strategic location. It was easy to defend and hard to attack, so the three princes of the Chang Kingdom felt relieved. All he did was eat, drink, and be merry. It was a pity that he left in a hurry and didn't bring a few beauties with him. Otherwise, he would have had a great time. Thus, the entire Chang Kingdom was basically split into three. There seemed to be no end to the civil strife. Sunan's orders were getting more and more urgent. The army of Chu was about to set off. Time was of the essence. The Chang Kingdom had to end their internal strife as soon as possible. Sunan only had a little over 20,000 soldiers in this rebellion. The Chang Kingdom was still the main force. The Chang Kingdom was a barbaric country with a population of only a few 100,000. However, they were able to muster an army of 100,000 when it came to war. Any man could pick up a scimitar, could fight, and could plunder. Not only that, but every time they were about to invade the state of Yu, the barbaric youths of the Chang Kingdom would fight to be the first to participate, even if they had to bring their own rations. Because he could make a fortune. Robbing the state of Yu once could earn more money than raising a cow at home for several years. Sunan's secret letter to Su Jianting and Su Mo was very strict. He had to end the internal strife in Chang within a few days, and scrupulous means, the Chang Kingdom wanted to send out their troops as soon as possible. On this day, the three princes of the Chang Kingdom who had taken over the Snow Mountain God Temple were drinking and having fun again. The more he drank, the hotter he felt. Fourth brother, it's so disgusting to see such ugly women every day. Why don't we go down the mountain and kidnap a few beautiful women? The fourth prince of the Chang Kingdom shook his head and said, no, it's safer up here. How many people should we send to kidnap beautiful women? If we send too few, we'll be easily killed by Alutai. If we send too many, we'll directly start a war. Let's just bear with it for now. The fifth prince said, how long do we have to bear with it? I'd rather hold it in than to rape these ugly women. I really can't hold it in any longer. At this moment, a warrior from the Chang Kingdom flew into the room. Fourth prince, fifth prince, seventh prince, there are two women outside. I think they're the queen. The three princes of the Chang Kingdom were stunned. The two foxes of the Sus? What's she doing here? Then, the three princes walked out. On the snowy ground outside the Snow Mountain God Temple, they indeed saw two graceful figures. Although it was summer, the Great Snow Mountain was still covered in snow. These two fiery red figures were especially eye-catching on the snowy ground. These two women were indeed Su Mo and Su Ning, the two wives of King Chang. They were draped in fiery red cloaks, but the clothes they wore underneath were very thin, making their figures appear especially graceful and alluring. The breathing of the three Chang princes on the temple's door immediately became heavy. The women of the Sus were indeed beautiful. They had long coveted these two women, but with King Chang around, they did not even dare to look at them. However, compared to the women of the Chang Kingdom, these two beauties were simply too alluring. Now that King Chang was dead, did these two women belong to Alutai? The three princes thought of the ugly women they had slept with in the past few days and compared them to the two women of the Sus. It was simply nauseating. Mother, did Alutai ask you to come? You've already climbed into Alutai's bed, right? What are you two scheming? The three princes' eyes were burning, but their hearts were filled with caution. Su Mo said gently, Princes, I'm not here on behalf of Alutai. I'm here on behalf of the Sus. Can you let the two of us in? The three princes of the Chang Kingdom immediately began to fight amongst themselves. Let them in. We can't let them in. There must be some scheme. The three princes could not make up their minds. Su Mo chuckled and said, We're just two women, and our martial arts skills are very poor. Your Highnesses, you have 5,000 troops. Why would you be afraid of 2 women? Her smile made the 3 princes of the Chang kingdom fall head over heels for her. Then, Suemo and Suning tore off their red cloaks, revealing the thin silk skirts underneath. That figure, that curve, it was simply mesmerizing. The 3 princes of the Chang kingdom had been holding back for almost half a month. They were about to explode. Moreover, they had long coveted these 2 women. They're just 2 women. Their martial arts skills are poor. What scheme could they possibly have? Suemo said delicately, Princes, are you afraid that we have hidden weapons on us? Then, they took off their silk dresses, leaving only their pockets and small silk pants. Their fair and tender skin was almost as white as the snow, as if water could be squeezed out of them. The 3 princes of the Chang kingdom were completely stunned. The Chang kingdom warriors guarding the Snow Mountain Temple were also completely stunned. They were too tempting. The 2 beauties of the Sus raised their hands and walked toward the Snow Mountain Temple barefooted. They're coming. If you doubt us, you can shoot us. Who would be willing to kill these 2 delicate beauties? Most importantly, these 2 were the wives of the Chang king. How could the Chang kingdom warriors dare to offend them? This was the queen, and she was walking toward them almost naked. Do you think you can kill them? It's already a great gift for you to be able to see her delicate arms. Just like that, the 2 women of the Sus walked into the Snow Mountain Temple. It's so cold, so cold. Your Highnesses, please bring us to the fire. How could it not be cold? This was the Snow Mountain, and the temperature was below 0. The 3 princes hurriedly led the 2 beauties into a large room. There was a brazier inside, and it was as warm as spring. The 4th prince of the Chang kingdom was about to explode, but he suppressed his desire and said, Mother, what brings you here? Suemo said delicately, Of course we have something. But let's sleep first, okay? I'm really about to freeze to death. Your Highnesses, please warm us up. Suemo and Suning then took off all the clothes they had on them. One walked toward the 4th prince, and the other toward the 7th prince. The 5th prince was enraged. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? He hesitated for 2 seconds, and then he pounced on Daesu. Suemo and Suning took turns kissing the 2 princes of the Chang kingdom with their fiery red lips. They kissed the 2 of them until they were on fire. They wanted to tear the 2 beauties of the Sus apart. However, after only a minute, the 4th prince of the Chang kingdom who had kissed first suddenly turned blue, and he could not breathe. A few seconds later, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he died. Then, the 7th prince of the Chang kingdom also bled to death. He died with his eyes wide open. The 5th prince of the Chang kingdom was horrified. He quickly retreated and picked up his scimitar without even putting on his clothes. Do you 2 have poison on your mouths? Suemo giggled and said, Yes, we paid a huge price to get the poison from Stupa Mountain. We took the antidote before coming here. The 5th prince of the Chang kingdom laughed and said, Luckily, I didn't kiss your mouths. I would have killed you. However, after a while, he also felt that he could not breathe. His vision turned black, and black blood filled his eyes. He died a horrible death. Who said you wouldn't be poisoned if you didn't kiss our mouths? You'll die if you bite anywhere else. Sumo's smile was gorgeous and cruel as he casually put on his clothes. He casually put on his clothes and beheaded the 3 princes of the Chang kingdom. Holding the heads in his hands, he opened the door and walked out. We're here on the orders of the new Chang king to kill the rebels. Now that I've killed the 3 rebellious princes, what are you going to do? Fight the new king to the end? Let the king lead the army to kill you all, or pledge loyalty to the new king? All the warriors of the Chang kingdom were stunned. How could these 2 queens be so fierce? How could they kill the 3 valiant princes? A leader of the warriors said, Your Highness, won't the new king kill us? Suemo said, The 3 princes were the ones who rebelled, not you. As long as you're willing to surrender, not only will we let bygones be bygones, but each of you will also get 2 gold coins. The warriors of the Snow Mountain Temple looked at each other. The 3 princes were already dead. What was there for them to make a fuss about? Instantly, all of the Chang kingdom warriors fell to their knees. We're willing to surrender, we're willing to surrender. Suemo said, That's good. The new king will soon enter the Snow Mountain Temple alone to give you the money. Indeed, 2 hours later, the new king, Alutai, carried 2 boxes of gold coins in by himself. Without a word, he threw the 2 boxes of gold coins on the ground. "They're all yours. Are you willing to pledge loyalty to me?" 5000 warriors of the Chang kingdom cheered and rushed to pick up the gold coins. Long live the king! Long live the king! The civil strife in the Chang kingdom had been halved. The next day, Alutai officially became the new king of the Chang kingdom. Su Mo became the first queen, and Su Ning became the second queen. After Alutai became the new king, he immediately gathered an army of 40,000 and headed toward Princess Arunana's tribe. They headed toward the border of Chang and Yu. The most crucial move in Su Nan's rebellion had officially been made. Arunana only had 3,000 warriors under her command, which was less than 1/10 of Alutai's. It could be said that it would be a piece of cake for Alutai to destroy Arunana. As long as Arunana was completely destroyed, his army would directly enter the state of Yu and join forces with Su Nan's army of 20,000. The two armies added together had a total of more than 60,000 soldiers, which could easily wipe out half of the West Heaven province. When that time came, it would be a success. The Sus had officially achieved nirvana. In Jinyuan City. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all of the Shenlang troops. Kill them all. After completely smashing the mansion of the city governor, the 2,000 to 3,000 warriors of the Sus rushed over. Wu Lai led 200 female warriors, while Xianxia led dozens of warriors. They stood guard against the ruins. In an instant, the two sides clashed. Although the troops on Shenlong's side were elite and well-equipped, the disparity in numbers between the two sides was too great. After a short stalemate, the battle suddenly became precarious. The 2,000 to 3,000 people of the Sus surrounded the more than 200 people on Shenlong's side. Casualties began to appear on Shenlong's side. The defensive line was getting weaker and could collapse at any time. This line of defense was made up of the strongest warriors with the highest martial arts skills. Once it collapsed, it meant the annihilation of the entire army. The female warrior, Wu Lai, was killing madly. The female warrior, Xian Nu, with a waist circumference of 8 feet, simply did not use a broadsword. Instead, she waved 2 big iron hammers and smashed them down crazily. They did not know how many people they had killed. Beneath them were piles of enemy corpses. However, they also did not know how many wounds they had. Although they were wearing steel armor, there were too many enemies and their attacks were too tricky. Their bodies were dripping with blood. Xianxia martial arts skills were considered quite high, but in this kind of battle, he was not even as strong as those female warriors. The vital energy in his body was quickly exhausted. He was also injured. "Master, if you don't come back, we will all be annihilated." Seeing that the defensive line was about to collapse, the female warrior, Wu Lai, roared, "What is there to fear about death? Let's perish together, let's perish together." As soon as these words came out, the more than 100 female warriors also shouted in unison. "What is there to fear about death? Let's perish together, let's perish together." The imposing manner was tragic and incomparably resolute. Then, the remaining more than 100 female warriors fought without any regard for their lives. Every move was to perish together. We can be completely annihilated. But before we die, we have to kill a few more scapegoats. Killing one was enough, killing two was a profit. Kill, 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 perish together, and just at this time, a deafening sound suddenly came from outside. "Revenge, revenge, revenge. Kill, kill, kill. Su Lin is dead, Su Lin is dead." Then, the entire ground was trembling. The 3,000 households of the Su clan rushed out at lightning speed, and then they saw an unbelievable scene. Shenlang actually did not die. Who was that person on the flagpole? So miserable, his crotch was castrated, and there was even a knife in his buttocks. At this time, he was still desperately crying and screaming. It was actually Lord Su Lin, Marquis Su Nan's nephew, the ruler of Jinyuan City, Lord Su Lin. He was actually so miserable. Then, the 3,000 households of the Su family saw an even more terrifying scene. Behind Shenlang, there were countless people, so majestic that they could not see the end. All the people of Jinyuan City had come out. This group of people's faces were no longer covered. They waved machetes, hoes, and all kinds of weapons, their faces filled with anger and hatred. How many people were there? 10,000? 20,000, the youngest was 10 years old, and the oldest was 70 years old. All of them had come out. The 3,000 households of the Sioux family were shocked, and roared, "All troops, the first 1,000 households, the second 1,000 households, all withdraw, and form a formation on the drill ground to meet the enemy, form a formation to meet the enemy." Following the order of the 3,000 households, more than 1,000 Sioux family warriors withdrew from the battle in the city lord's mansion, and began to form a formation on the drill ground. Formation, formation! Shield bearers in front, armored soldiers in front. Archers in the back, prepare to shoot. If the more than 1,000 troops of the Sioux family were to form a formation, especially the archers, then the 10 to 20,000 people behind Xianxia would not be able to win. More than 10,000 ordinary people would definitely not be able to defeat more than 1,000 fully armed soldiers. But, the enemy's troops did not have time to form a formation. The big fool rushed forward at an incomparably fast speed. He did not use the 2-meter-long black iron rod, and directly carried it on his back. Right now, the thick flagpole that was more than 10 meters long was his weapon. At this time, the big fool's whole body was boiling. He did not know why it was like this. He felt like his whole body was about to burn. So crazy, so passionate, so cool. He rushed forward alone. His speed was even faster than a galloping horse. His whole body was covered in armor, but it did not affect his movements at all. It was just that Xianxia forced him to wear a helmet, which made him very uncomfortable. There was no freedom, and his vision was not wide. But his whole body, like a tank, fiercely rushed forward. The thick flagpole that was more than 10 meters tall, weighing a few hundred kilograms, swept over fiercely. Swish, more than a dozen enemy warriors were sent flying just like that. Blood spurted wildly, and they died. Then, the big fool used the entire flagpole as an iron rod and swept it across. Bang, 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 bang. Who could describe the despair in the hearts of these warriors who were fighting against the big fool? Was this still human? You used a flagpole that was more than 10 meters long, cheating, you can hit me from so far away, but I can't hit you. You are so strong, cheating, soared Kingly Xianxia, who was watching from behind, felt his scalp go numb. Martial arts grandmasters were powerful in one-on-one fights, and they were also powerful when facing martial arts experts. But on the battlefield, a martial arts grandmaster was definitely no match for the big fool. Not to mention the heaven-defying Cho Yaoer. 2. Perverse. Before the enemy's formation could be completed, it was smashed into pieces by the big fool's flagpole. There were countless casualties. At this time, the 10 to 20,000 people behind Xianxia rushed forward. With his bravery, he could still fight with the wind. Just like that, the big fool rushed to the front, like a tank opening the way. Behind him, the 10 to 20,000 people of Xianxia City directly crushed them. It was like the tide of the Qiantang River. Majestically, it directly drowned them. A moment later, kill, kill, kill. Inside the city lord's residence, the surviving 100 or so female warriors, as well as dozens of warriors, suddenly rushed over to kill. The Sioux clan's warriors could no longer bear it and completely collapsed. More than 2,000 people frantically fled, scattering like birds and beasts. It's fine if you don't run. But now that you're alone, you're finished. Our 10,000 people can't beat your 1,000 soldiers. But a dozen people against one person is not a problem. Although these soldiers of Xianxia City were kept in captivity by the Sioux clan, they still belonged to the state of Yu in name and could not be considered elites. The real elites were the Sioux clan's private army and the three-eyed heretic bandits. 1 against 10? They were not that awesome. The one-sided massacre began. The people of Xianxia City, red-eyed, madly chased after every enemy soldier. After catching a soldier, they chopped him into meat paste with a hoe and a machete. These soldiers wanted to escape. They hid in the houses in the city. But if you were an ordinary person, you could hide in a house to avoid the army's pursuit. You were a soldier, and the people chasing you were ordinary people. Hiding in a house, wasn't that courting death? Kill, kill, kill. Vengeance, these pursuits were all left to the angry people. Next, Shenlang sent all the female warriors and the warriors under him out to close the gates of Xianyuan city. They used the fastest speed to kill all the people who might go to the Marquis' residence to report. They must not let any news leak out. Was this easy to do? It was very easy because there was only one way from Xianyuan city to the Marquis' residence. With the speed of experts like Wu Lai, they should be able to kill all the people who reported. The most important thing was Su Lin. The 3 Qian who died too suddenly. They didn't even have time to send someone to the Marquis' residence to report. More than an hour later, the 2,000 to 3,000 garrison troops of Xianyuan city were almost wiped out. Not only were the garrison troops killed, all the bailiffs were also killed. All the Su clan's lackeys were killed. The entire Xianyuan city was covered in blood, and heads were rolling. How many people were killed, Shenlang didn't know. In short, it was more than he expected. On the first day he came to Xianyuan city, he killed hundreds of people. On the second day he came to Xianyuan city, he directly killed thousands of people. This was killing all the time. The sun was setting. Xianyuan city's 3 Qianhu, several registrars, and dozens of officials all knelt neatly outside the ruins of the city lord's residence. Shenlang gave an order. Kill. He raised his hand and the knife fell. All the heads fell to the ground. Shenlang carefully put Su Lin's head and his castrated things into a wooden box. In front of him knelt a Su clan warrior. Load all the heads into the carriage. Following Shenlang's order, all the people related to the Su clan, whether they were bailiffs, officials, merchants, etc. Hundreds of thousands of heads were all loaded into the carriage. Please send this gift to Marquis Sunan. You tell him that Xianyuan city has been killed by me. But it's far from enough, I still have to kill tens of thousands of people. I will kill all the Su clan's lackeys and all the western region merchants in the 5 cities of Dainite County, as if they have been washed. Sunan is my uncle. Tell him how much I, his son-in-law, miss him. By the way, let him wash his neck. It won't be long before I cut off his head, and I will kill the entire Su clan. Go quickly, while my uncle hasn't eaten dinner, send these heads, send Su Lin's lifeblood, although a little small, after slicing it, it can also be a dish. The Su clan's warrior shivered as he nodded in agreement. Then, he drove the carriage to send the heads and birds to Marquis Sunan. After the Su clan warrior left, the entire Xianyuan city completely belonged to Shenlang. Everyone in the city that was related to the Su clan had been completely killed. Marquis Sunan was a person who paid great attention to health. He ate little and often. For dinner, he basically ate very little and only drank porridge. There were many delicious dishes, but each one was very exquisite. He did not care about Shenlang of Xianyuan city. He should be dead. The more than 200 people under Shenlang should also be dead. In Xianyuan city, Shenlang was after all a clown. More than an hour ago, he received a report from Su Lin that Shenlang had entered the registrar's residence. The 3,000 troops had already begun to attack the city lord's residence. The overall situation was settled. Therefore, Sunan waited for Shenlang's head to be sent over as a wine cup. His mind was full of important matters. The Chu army finally moved, and this move was earth-shattering. Hundreds of thousands of troops began to approach the border of the state of Yu. Zhong Yao's army was facing a formidable enemy. The Dainite Pass was also completely closed. Next, as long as the internal chaos in Chang subsided, Alutai could lead tens of thousands of troops into the state of Yu. When the 2 armies joined forces, a total of more than 60,000 troops could easily take down the Dainite County. He also knew the monarch's decree. He actually wanted Zhang Chong and Shenlang to block the Su clan's rebellion in the Dainite County. What a daydream. The Su clan's army has already begun to rebel, and within a month, they can take down the entire southern part of Tianqi province. There is no need for you to kill Zhang Chong and Shenlang. After finishing the porridge, Su Yang's voice came from outside. Master, the people of Xianyuan city are here. Sunan frowned. What is Su Lin doing? It's only ending now? Are they here to send Shenlang's head? Bring it in. The Su clan's warrior walked in trembling, holding a box in his hand. He was so scared that he could not speak, and his whole body was trembling. Shenlang, that little bastard, was finally dead, Sunan said. I won't eat people, why are you so scared? Then he casually opened the box and ordered, go find a good goldsmith, I want to make Shenlang's skull into a wine cup. Sunan did not finish his words. His whole person was completely stunned. Because it was not Shenlang's head in the box. It was the head of his nephew, Su Lin, and his lifeblood. The warrior wailed, Your Highness, Jinyuan City has fallen. Everyone was killed by Shenlang, and all our troops in Jinyuan City have been wiped out. In an instant, Sunan felt like he was struck by lightning. Note, sent in the second update, today's 2 updates are nearly 16,000. Crying and begging for monthly votes, the war situation is very anxious, begging bitterly. Thank you Wuji for the 10,000 yuan reward, recommending The Spy of the Republic of China. The protagonist devoted himself to the military, and eradicated the Japanese invaders, very exciting. Thank you Tingyu 1000 for your 50,000 coins reward. Sunan was in complete disbelief. Could it be that Li Qianqiu's love for his wife was fake? Even if he and Shenlang were friends, it couldn't be compared to the love between husband and wife, right? Moreover, Jinyuan City had a garrison of 3,000 soldiers. Although they weren't the Su clan's private army and weren't the most elite, they were still 10 times stronger than Shenlang's army. They also had all kinds of heavy weapons, so they could win no matter what. How could they lose under such circumstances? Was his nephew Su Lin eating sh*t? He was usually quite outstanding. This was Jinyuan City, only a few dozen kilometers away from the marquis residence. Shenlang only had a few hundred people, yet he managed to turn the tables. It was a great humiliation, a great humiliation. Marquis Sunan closed his eyes. At this moment, his elder brother Su Quan rushed in and saw his son Su Lin's head in the box. His tears immediately gushed out. My lord, I'm going to kill Shenlang, I'm going to kill Shenlang. After a long while, Marquis Sunan calmed down. What happened in the city? Sunan asked. The Su clan's warrior said, the woman we captured wasn't the wife of the Sword King, Li Qianqiu. Shenlang had already anticipated this and moved her away. Sunan narrowed his eyes. He had considered this possibility, but the poison the Sword King's wife had been poisoned with was impossible to replicate. Of course, he didn't know that Shenlang had already extracted more than a dozen vials of poisonous blood to save the Sword King's wife. Not only that, he also discovered that there were many venomous insects in the blood. However, these venomous insects constantly secreted a strange poison that could cause a person to lose their mind, turn their skin like a toad, and bend their bones. If he had simply injected the Sword King's wife's poisonous blood into someone else's body, it wouldn't have caused such strange symptoms. He needed to separate the venomous insects from the blood and extract the venom they secreted. This was too difficult. How could Sunan know that Shenlang was not only saving the Sword King's wife, but also researching the venomous insects of Stupa Mountain? Moreover, his ultimate goal was to change the human body's bloodline, instantly elevating a person's martial arts bloodline to a terrifying height. Jinyuan City has 3,000 guards. What about them? Sunan asked. That Su clan warrior said, they're all dead. Su Yong exclaimed, how did they all die? Shenlang only had about 200 men under his command. How could the entire army of 3,000 be annihilated? The Su clan's martial artist said, after Shenlang entered the registrar's manor, Lord Su Lin gave the order to capture the entire city. Yesterday, when those untouchables looted the shops of the merchants of the western region, several lords of Jinyuan City led hundreds of bailiffs to each and every household to recover the loot, which led to a fierce conflict. I didn't expect that Shenlang didn't die. Instead, Lord Su Lin was captured alive, castrated, and hung high up on the flagpole, so. Marquis Sunan raised his hand. There was no need to say anything else. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Su Lin had incurred the wrath of the entire city, so of course he would be used by Shenlang. Many people did not understand Sunan's strategy. Why did he have to elevate the people of the western region and suppress the majority of the people of the state of Yu? The reason was very simple. Because Sunan wanted to betray the state of Yu, and he wanted to rebel against the state of Yu. Therefore, he had to remove the state of Yu from his sphere of influence and build a new power pyramid. The Su clan was at the top, the Chang kingdom was second, the western region was third, and the commoners of the state of Yu were at the bottom. The later Jin dynasty used to be part of the Ming dynasty. After they rebelled and became independent, they also took this route. After the establishment of the Manchu Qing regime, they also established a power pyramid. The Manchus were first, the Mongolians were second, and the Han were at the bottom. Therefore, bullying the commoners of the state of Yu was the policy that the Su clan had to adopt. Shenlang, this kid is so vicious. Sunan couldn't help but marvel. You've only come to Jinyuan City on the second day, and you've already killed thousands of my people. Ruthless, accurate, and powerful enough. At this moment, a report came from outside. My lord, the suffering monk is here. Sunan frowned. The suffering monk could have come to the Marquis' manor early to report, but he didn't do so. Did he want to embarrass the Su clan even more? Sunan's face only turned cold for a second, then he laughed and went out to welcome him. Sunan greets the guru. As soon as he went out, Marquis Sunan bowed. The Su clan's three policies were to unite with the Chang kingdom, ally with the western region, and rope in the Great Tribulation Temple. The suffering monk walked in. Guru, please take a seat. The suffering monk's face was cold as he sat down on the seat of honor. The cycle of gratitude and grudges, the Great Tribulation Temple will repay kindness. The suffering monk said, almsgiver Shenlang doesn't know enough about the Great Tribulation Temple. It's really shocking to offend the authority of the Buddha again and again. Marquis Sunan said, that won't do. The gods and Buddhas of the Great Tribulation Temple are supreme and inviolable. The suffering monk said, in order to protect the authority of the Great Tribulation Temple, I think we should return to the Great Tribulation Temple to mobilize troops. It's my duty to bring Shenlang back to the Great Tribulation Temple to receive punishment. Marquis Sunan said, of course, how many troops do you plan to mobilize? The suffering monk said, 5,000 monk soldiers. Marquis Sunan was overjoyed. The Sea of Buddha is boundless, the authority of the Great Tribulation Temple will blossom in every corner of the Su clan's territory. The suffering monk said, after the Su clan takes over the Western Heaven province, the Great Tribulation Temple will return. Marquis Sunan said, of course, as a disciple of the Great Tribulation Temple, I will do my best to build a temple to worship the Great Tribulation God. The suffering monk said, in the Chang kingdom, we have the Snow Mountain God Temple, but that is not enough. We still need to build the Great Tribulation Palace. Great Tribulation Palace, on the Great Snow Mountain at the border of the Su clan and the Chang kingdom. It used to be a very luxurious palace that was 2 to 3 times larger than the Snow Mountain God Temple in the Chang kingdom. At its peak, there used to be 5,000 Great Tribulation Temple monks stationed there. It was the largest base of the Great Tribulation Temple in the state of Yu. However, it first experienced the blow from Emperor Jiangli, and then the blow from the Great Yan Emperor. The Great Tribulation Temple completely left the state of Yu. The Great Tribulation Palace suffered a huge battle and was now in ruins. Now, the suffering monk wanted to build the Great Tribulation Palace. How much money would that cost? Money was not a big deal. More importantly, what kind of controversy would it cause? After the Su clan and the Chang kingdom merged, they would not be conferred a title by the Great Yan Emperor in a short period of time. However, after a few years or even a decade of governance, Sunan would still have to return to the Great Yan Empire. By then, the Chang kingdom would have already been annexed by him. There would be no Chang, only Su. If the Great Tribulation Palace was rebuilt, what would the Great Yan Emperor think? However, it did not matter. He just had to agree. He could even use it as a bargaining chip with the Great Yan Empire in the future. All right, I agree, Sunan said. The suffering monk said, there is no time to lose. I will immediately go to the Great Tribulation Temple to mobilize troops. They will arrive in half a month. Sunan said, I will wait for the good news, Guru. The suffering monk left. Su Quan said, I will lead 5,000 troops and take back Xinyuan City. Sunan shook his head. Su Yong, bring the envoy to the Demon Cliff Mountain in the Chu Kingdom and invite the Chu Grandmaster Ban Rua down the mountain. The state of Yu had 6 grandmasters. The Chu Kingdom also had 6 grandmasters. This quota was allocated by the Heavenly Court. The Wu Kingdom was weak and only had 5 quotas. Su Yong said, yes. Sunan walked into the inner room and came out with a box. He handed it to Su Yong and said, if she refuses to go down the mountain to deal with Li Qianqiu, give this box to her and she will agree. Yes. Su Nan added, Su Quan, you will command 5,000 troops and surround Xinyuan city without attacking. It won't be long before the city is in chaos. When the time comes, the people in the city will tear Shenlang apart. Su Nan then sighed, I hope that Shenlang is still around. I hope that he does not want to leave Xinyuan city. A few hours ago, Shenlang said loudly, everyone, we cannot stay in Xinyuan city anymore. Su Nan's army will soon surround the entire city. This city did not produce food and relied entirely on trade. There was not much food stored in the city. If Su Nan's army did not attack, the people in the city would not have food to eat. At that time, tens of thousands of starving people would skin Shenlang alive. All of you have received enough money. Take all the rations and return to the countryside overnight to seek shelter with your relatives and friends. Then, Shenlang laughed and said, I will not stay in Jinyuan city either because I have not killed enough. Warriors, have you robbed enough? I still want to go to other cities in Dainite County and kill all the western region merchants in each city. I will rob all the money in their shops. These cities are different from Jinyuan city. There are not many guards at all. Warriors? Are you going to follow me? Are you going to get rich with me? The people present were in a frenzy of killing and had just made a fortune. The gold and silver that had been robbed by the Su clan had been taken back. Every household had made a fortune. As soon as Shenlang said this, many warriors immediately roared, Go, go, get rich. Shenlang said loudly, I don't want the old, the weak, women and children. I only want 5,000 young people. The honest people flinched. The money they received today was enough, but those who wanted to get rich were extremely eager. Some people were hesitant to go. But when they heard that they had to compete, no, I have to go. Next, Shenlang's men selected 4,000 to 5,000 young men as fast as possible. There was almost no pause. Shenlang took these 5,000 young men, lit torches, and went to the nearest Bailing city. Pass the order. The monarch has decreed that all the property of the western region merchants in Dainite County belongs to the people of the state of Yu. Anyone can loot the shops in the western region, and no matter how much gold and silver they get, it will all belong to them. Great plunder order. Great plunder order. Go and loot every city. Go and kill every western region merchant. That very night, Shenlang led 5,000 strong men and marched toward Whiteling City in a mighty formation. Not long after he left, several spies rushed to the Marquis residence to report the news. A few hours later, Marquis Su Nan received several secret reports one after another. Shenlang has left. He left Jinyuan City with 5,000 strong people and went to Bailing City. He also said that he would kill and rob all the western region merchants in Bailing City. He also issued a great plunder order. Anyone can loot the shops of the western region merchants, and all the gold and silver they get will belong to them. Su Quan was shocked. He gathered the army overnight and was ready to go to Jinyuan City, but Shenlang ran away. My lord, I will lead 2,000 cavalry. We can definitely catch up and kill all those untouchables. Although Su Quan was Su Nan's elder brother, he kept calling him his lord. Marquis Su Nan walked to the map and frowned in thought. Suddenly, his voice became cold. No, let them rob, let them loot. As soon as he said that, everyone present was stunned. My lord, these western region merchants are our money bags. Su Nan said, yes, they are our money bags. They pay taxes to us every year, and we can also take a cut. But it's only 30 to 40%. What if I want all of it? Su Quan was shocked. My lord means to let these untouchables kill and rob all the western region merchants. Then, we will take back all the gold and silver from these untouchables. Then without these merchants, how can we carry out trade? Su Nan said, we used to be subjects of the state of Yu, so of course we need to smuggle and trade secretly. But once we rebel and become independent, will it still be called smuggling? Once the southern part of Western Heaven Province becomes our territory, will we still be able to catch slaves and sell them? Trade will still be done, but we will start from scratch. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned at first, but then they were delighted. His lord was right. Sunan said, "What are the characteristics of the looters?" Su Quan said, "Insatiable." Sunan said, "Yes, insatiable." Now that Shenlang has gathered thousands of strong people, their morale is high. Because they are still in the early stages of looting. Once they rob all the western region merchants in the entire White Knight province, what will happen? Su Quan said, "These people are originally untouchables. After looting and getting rich, they are like wild beasts that have eaten meat, and they can't stop anymore. Once the entire White Knight province is robbed, they will either want to live a rich life, or want to loot more. What's more serious is that the loot will not be divided fairly, and there will be internal strife. If there are too few people in Shenlang, this group of greedy beasts will eat him alive." Sunan said, "Su Quan, you will lead 3,000 troops, and Three-Eyed Evil will lead 3,000 cavalry. Expel the group of untouchables in Shenlang, but don't kill them. Let them loot the entire White Knight province. Wait until the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple and Grandmaster Ban Rua of the state of Chu arrive, then we will kill all these untouchables." Su Yong said, "At that time, all the gold and silver they loot will belong to our Su clan." Su Quan said, "My lord, the entire White Knight province will be in complete chaos." Sunan said lightly, "We are people who want to rebel, so why should we be afraid of chaos? The more chaotic, the better. As long as our Su clan's territory is not in chaos, as long as our marquee residence is not in chaos. Go and do your work." Yes. Next, Shenlang was like a huge scourge. He led thousands of strong men like a swarm of locusts, and wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. They killed people every day. All the forces of the Western region merchants were wiped out. All the shops of the Western region merchants were looted. After Shenlang's great plunder order was half a step. The half-night province seemed to be in a carnival. Even before Shenlang's plundering army arrived, the gangsters in the various cities had already begun to mobilize, gathered into groups, and took the initiative to plunder the Western region merchants. When Shenlang's army arrived, they immediately joined in. The team behind Shenlang grew larger and larger. From 5,000 to 10,000, 20,000, and finally to 30 to 40,000. The entire White Knight province was turned upside down. The entire White Knight province was plundered clean. And the army of the marquee residents began to surround from all directions, gradually forming an encirclement. But they still did not attack. Su Quan's army came, the Three-Eyed Evil Horse Gang army came, the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple came, and Great Master Ban Rua of the Chu State also came. The army surrounding Shenlang grew larger and larger, and eventually reached 13,000 people. Nearly half of the Su clan's army came to surround him. The whole situation became more and more unpredictable, strange and amazing. In this way, time flowed like water, and years flew by. More than 10 days passed. Zhang Chong led the 3,000 troops and walked a little slower. 10 days after Shenlang arrived at Jinyuan City, he arrived at the White Knight province with his army. According to his imagination, he would definitely be excluded and made things difficult for him when he entered the city. Even his army couldn't enter the White Knight province. Because the Su clan's infiltration of the White Knight province was very strong, the officials of the entire county were like pigs and dogs in the Su clan's enclosure. The entire White Knight province only had 1,000 or 2,000 garrison troops. But if they insisted on not recognizing Zhang Chong as the governor and refused to open the city gate, it would be a little troublesome. But, when Zhang Chong led the 3,000 troops to the White Knight city, the scene in front of him stunned him. The city gate was wide open, and all the officials of the White Knight province were outside to welcome him. Even all the merchants were lined up to welcome him. "Master Ming, you are finally here. Your Excellency, why are you so late? This lowly official has been in fear these days, waiting for Your Excellency every day. We look at Your Excellency like a baby looking at its parents. Your Excellency is here, the White Knight province is at peace. Shouldn't you be excluding me, making things difficult for me, and even not letting me enter the city?" Soon, Zhang Chong knew the reason. Then, he was amazed. "Shen, I know you are powerful, but you are too powerful. In just a few days, you have completely destroyed the entire White Knight province. Tens of thousands of people have gathered behind Xin, and wherever they go, not even a blade of grass grows. Xin took tens of thousands of people and looted all the cities in the White Knight province, leaving only the White Knight city untouched. Now, not only the merchants of the western regions, but even ordinary merchants and rich families have all fled to the White Knight city. Although the officials and merchants in the city exclude your excellency, they are more afraid of young Master Xianxia, afraid that his tens of thousands of people will rush into the White Knight province to loot. Zhang Chong smiled and said, choose the lesser of two evils? Then Zhang Chong said, what about Sunan's army? Sunan's army of more than 10,000 gradually formed an encirclement around Xin's looting team, keeping a distance and gradually approaching, but never making a move. Zhang Chong's eyes narrowed, and he sneered, Sunan is still the Sunan I know, ruthless enough. The merchants of the western regions fall, and the Su clan is full. The confidant said, isn't the Su clan afraid of chaos in the White Knight province? Zhang Chong said, he is a person who is preparing to rebel, so he is afraid of chaos? As long as his clan's territory is not in chaos, it will be fine. Chaos is like a tide, and after a thorough cleansing, it will be easier to rule. It's just that a person without great courage can't make such a decision. Xin is ruthless, and Sunan is equally ruthless. I just don't know who is more ruthless between the two. The confidant said, now Xin's situation is very dangerous. He only has a little more than 200 people, but he is leading tens of thousands of people. This group of people is like a beast that has eaten meat, and their eyes are red. I am afraid that this group of people will devour Xin instead. Zhang Chong said, you worry too much, Xin's heart is cold and vicious, it is beyond your imagination. Zhang Chong looked towards the west. At this time, Xianxia was less than 100 miles away from him. Xin, you have created an unbelievable situation for me. Next, leave the White Knight province to me. Then Zhang Chong ordered, enter the city. The 3,000 elites he brought from the capital slowly entered the White Knight province. Snow Border City, more than 100 miles away from the White Knight province. Xianxia officially received the news that Zhang Chong's army had entered the White Knight province. Suddenly, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Zhang Chong finally entered the game smoothly. The Su clan was really greedy by nature. They were completely attracted by the astronomical number of gold coins on Xianxia's side, and their eyes were all focused on Xianxia's side. How many gold coins had Xianxia plundered now? No idea, even Xianxia himself didn't know. But it was definitely an astronomical number. Most of the smuggling between the western regions and the state of Yu, and between the state of Chu and the state of Yu was done in the White Knight province. There were hundreds of western regions merchants in the entire province. Now it was completely plundered, and all the merchants were killed. How much money had been plundered, no one knew. But there was one thing. The 200 people under Xianxia's command didn't rob even half a gold coin. Xianxia had gathered 20 to 30,000 people around him. His looting team changed again and again. All the honest people ran away, took the gold coins they had plundered and fled to the countryside, ready to live a stable life. At this time, the character of the people behind Xianxia had completely changed. They were no longer for revenge or to overthrow the western region's merchants, but to make a fortune. Everyone was full of gold and silver. Everyone was like a beast that had eaten human flesh. They couldn't stop anymore. Right now, they were still listening to Xianxia's words because they still had one last target left. White Knight Province. The 5 cities they had plundered before were small cities, and White Knight Province was the main city, so of course there was more money. They were eager to let Xianxia take them to the White Knight Province to plunder. And this looting team already had countless spies from the Su family. To put it in the most direct way, the looting team that followed Xianxia had completely changed. Almost all of them were bad people. The honest people either left or became bad. It was impossible to rely on looting to achieve great things and strengthen an army. Li Zicheng and Zhang Xianzhong all failed. Looting was a devil. Once released, it couldn't be taken back. The female general Wu Lai officially reported to Xianxia. Lord, the 13,000 troops of the Su family are shrinking the encirclement and will soon attack us. Su Quan's army is 30 li away from us, the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple are 35 li away, and the three-eyed evil horse gang is 30 li away. They are surrounding us from the west, south, and north. Only the east side has no enemy troops. Moreover, the atmosphere in the city is very strange. The people's gazes towards us are gradually filled with hostility. Xianxia sneered, because I didn't take them to loot White Knight province and stop them from getting rich. Of course they won't be satisfied. At this time, Xianxia said, Lord, a few civilian army leaders want to see you. Xianxia, come in. In these 10 days, Xianxia led countless people to loot the entire White Knight province. The looting team behind him grew bigger and bigger, with more and more people and more complicated members. Many wanted bandits and experts with powerful martial arts also joined in, and in an instant, a wave of people was drawn to their side. Among the 20,000 strong people, 5 leaders were elected. During the process of electing the 5 leaders, Xianxia didn't interfere at all. At this time, 3 leaders came. The 5 leaders didn't dare to come together, fearing that Xianxia would catch them all. The other 2 leaders were waiting outside. The 3 leaders said, Greetings, City Lord. Xianxia came forward and said enthusiastically, Generals, what's the matter? City Lord, we have stayed in Snow Ridge City for several days. The brothers are getting impatient and can't wait to kill their way into White Knight province to make a fortune. Yes, fortunately we suppressed it, otherwise some hot-tempered brothers couldn't help but come to force you to abdicate. City Lord, you promised to take us to make a fortune, but now you can't go back on your word. White Knight province is right in front of us, and there are mountains of gold and seas of silver flowing inside. You won't let us rob it, it's not fair. Wasn't this forcing him to abdicate? At this time, thousands of people were densely packed outside. Every one of them was wearing messy armor and wielding all sorts of weapons. But without exception, everyone was carrying a heavy bag of money, and no one knew how much gold and silver was in it. Everyone made a fortune. These thousands of people shouted loudly, City Lord, when are we going to loot White Knight province? City Lord, please give us a definite answer. If you don't speak, then don't blame us for being impolite. City Lord, you can't be jealous of your brothers getting rich, right? It's your army that doesn't want to rob money, we didn't stop them. Not only the 3 leaders came to force him to abdicate, but thousands of greedy people also came to force him to abdicate. Some people have been spreading rumors in the team, saying that there was a lot of gold and silver in White Knight province, a real mountain of gold and sea of silver. Going to White Knight province to rob was more than robbing 5 small cities before. Tonight, if Xianxia didn't agree to lead them to loot White Knight province, this group of people was afraid that they would rebel. And the Sioux clan's army was constantly shrinking the encirclement. The situation looked extremely dangerous. At this time, Xianxia seemed to be sitting on a pile of gunpowder, which could explode at any time. New Chao City Pier, a very inconspicuous-looking ship was moored. Rumble, at this time it was summer, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and dark clouds were hanging overhead. The heavy rain seemed to be pouring down at any time. Inside the boat, there was a peerlessly beautiful woman. The Crown Prince's mistress. In front of her, stood a man. He was probably the most powerful person in the entire Great Yu dynasty. Not long ago, he had accomplished quite a few earth-shattering things. He kidnapped the Blackwater Group's family as hostages and extorted 100 million gold coins. He led dozens of people to burn the Kim clan's courtyard into ruins. He led hundreds of people to kill 7 times in the capital of the state of Yu. Just a few days ago, he led a group of female warriors to wipe out the entire Xianxia city. He was the ubiquitous legendary thief Bitter Joy with countless doppelgangers. Originally, the 3-eyed evil was on par with him, but now he didn't know where he had left it. Now, he was the #1 thief in the state of Yu, the #1 legend. Brother, there is one thing I want you to do. Zhao Yan said. Bitter Joy hissed, if you want to kill innocent women like last time, I can't do it. Zhao Yan said softly, no, this time I want you to kill a powerful person, a great aristocrat. Bitter Joy said, who? Zhao Yan said, Xuanwu Ho Jinzhua. Bitter Joy's gaze changed, no, Xuanwu has no evil deeds. Zhao Yan said coldly, brother, don't forget, when our Zhua clan was destroyed, did Count Jinzhua Count help us at all? When father, mother, brothers and sisters were all killed, did Count Jinzhua Count speak up for us? Bitter Joy's eyes twitched in pain. Zhao Yan said gently, "Brother, you were the martial champion of the state of Yu at 18 and the disciple of Pavilion Masters Wetzi at 19. Although you are not father's biological son, you are the pride of the Zhou clan. Now that we have to avenge the clan, who else can I rely on if not you?" Bitter Joy's lips trembled. Then when will you leave the crown prince? Zhao Yan said softly, "Soon. When I find the mastermind who framed the Zhou clan, I will leave him and go far away with you." Then, she hooked her arm around Bitter Joy's neck and lifted his mask. Ku Tuhuan's face had been burned by the fire and was completely distorted. It was extremely ugly. Zhao Yan kissed him gently. Bitter Joy's eyes blurred as he hugged Zhao Yan like a goddess. This woman was not only his sworn sister, but also the love of his life. He was a martial arts fanatic and had admired this beautiful sworn sister since he was young. "Brother, this is the last time," Zhao Yan said softly. Zhao Yan softly said, "Right now, the monarch is looking for you. After you kill Jin Zhua, you don't have to do anything you don't like anymore. Find an island and live in seclusion. Once I find out who the mastermind behind the Zhua clan is, I'll immediately go find you and take revenge for our clan. After that, we'll be together and live like immortals, okay?" Bitter Joy still stood there without moving. Zhao Yan cried, "Brother, Jin Zhua is not innocent at all. Jin Mulan and I are like sisters. But when the Zhua clan was destroyed, I begged the Kim family to protect me, but they cruelly refused. That's why I fell into the hands of the Yingyuan Association and was tainted by their beasts." This was nonsense. After the destruction of the Zhua clan after the Zhua clan was destroyed, Zhao Yan directly left Grandmaster Zhong Chuk and never asked for help from the Kim family. But this was the most painful thing in Bitter Joy's heart. The woman he loved the most was tainted. Zhao Yan shouted, "Brother, if Jin Zhua hadn't cruelly refused to protect me, I wouldn't have been killed by those beasts. At that time I was in a state where I could neither live nor die." Heaven and earth did not respond. "Where are you now? Where are you now?" Bitter Joy roared, "Don't say any more, don't say any more." Then, he suddenly jumped onto the dock and disappeared into the raging Tide City. Then, night fell. He easily climbed into the raging Tide City's castle. "After killing Jin Zhua, I will be with Zhao Yan forever. Sister Zhao Yan, wait for me. I'm fast. I can kill Jin Zhua within 2 hours. Jin Zhua, I see you." Note, first update, begging for support, begging for monthly votes. Thank you Feng who's tens of thousands of coins, thank you Nahuatu's 10,000 coins. Inside Day Night City. The governor of Day Night City, Xiao Wuchang, was in a dilemma. If there was any room for him to sit on the fence before, it was gone now. He had been very comfortable these years because the governors sent by the monarch didn't last long, while he had been the chief scribe for more than 10 years. Not long ago, the governor, Chen Qilong, was removed from his position due to corruption. After more than 10 years of operation, Xiao Wuchang became the local tyrant of Day Night City. Although he wasn't as powerful as Su Lin in Jinyuan City, he was still able to control every governor. And of course, this couldn't be done without the support of the Su clan. So all these years, Xiao Wuchang respected Su Nan even more than the monarch and always regarded himself as an official of the Su clan. But now the Su clan wanted to rebel. Where should he, Xiao Wuchang, go? Follow Su Nan to rebel? Although he was from Day Night City, he was still a scholar of the state of Yu. The glory of being on the top of the imperial examination seemed to be just yesterday. But what if he didn't rebel with Su Nan? He was basically dead. At this time, the 2,000 troops stationed in Day Night City had already been infiltrated by the Su clan. The 3,000 households treated themselves as slaves of the Su clan and were completely fed with gold and silver. In front of him was the envoy sent by the Su clan, Su Yu. This person was trying to persuade Chief Scribe Xiao Wuchang. The Chu army of 130,000 has already been mobilized. Zhong Yao's hairs are standing on end as he tries his best to resist the Chu army. Pingxi Earl Jingtua has completely closed Day Night Pass. We are worried that the Zhong army will go south, but they are worried that we will go north and the Chu army will attack from both sides. So the Zhong army definitely won't dare to go south. The Chongqing Alutai is leading 50,000 troops and will soon join forces with the Su clan. The Great Tribulation Temple's 5,000 troops are not far away. How many troops will we have then? 70,000, 80,000? Or even more. The Chang Kingdom can muster an army of 100,000 when necessary. Who in the entire Tianqi province can stop us? Relying on Zhang Chang's 3,000 troops? Chief Scribe Xiao Wuchang shook his head instinctively. Sulu smiled and said, King Wu has led his army south and is approaching the state of Yu's Xianxia city. His original army of 30,000 has been increased to 60,000. The monarch, Ning Yuanxian, has been sending more troops to the north. The decisive battle between the two kings is about to begin. In the South Kingdom, Zhu Lin's 60,000-strong army has been completely trapped there. Chief Xiao, tell me, is the state of Yu that powerful? Can you fight on 3 sides? Xiao Wuchang shook his head. The state of Yu wasn't that strong. They couldn't even fight on 2 sides, let alone 3. Now, in the entire eastern countries, the only one that could fight on both sides was probably the nouveau riche Jin nation. The Great Yan Empire did not count. Now that he was the ruler of the world, he could easily defeat 3 of the neighboring empires. Sulu said, why did Ning Yuanxian send Zhang Chong and Shenlang to Day-Night Prefecture? A gamble is just a gamble. Xiao Wuchang nodded in acknowledgement. This was indeed a huge gamble, and it seemed like it was a gamble that they would definitely lose. Sulu said, who in the entire Tianqi province can stop our 70 to 80,000 strong army? None. After this battle, the state of Yu will be dismembered. What are you afraid of, Chief Xiao? Once we take the southern part of Tianqi province and unite with the Chang Kingdom, our territory will not be much smaller than the state of Yu. At that time, Chief Xiao will also be a founding hero. You won't be able to escape being a count. Xiao Wuchang's heart beat wildly when he heard this. Knighthood, this temptation was irresistible. A civil official of his rank had no chance of being knighthood. Senior historian Xiao Wuchang suddenly asked, may I ask a question? Sulu said, go ahead. Xiao Wuchang said, who will be the king after the unification of the Chang Kingdom? Sulu said, of course Alutai will be the king, and the Lord will be the prime minister. Xiao Wuchang was impressed. This Sunan was really ruthless to give up the throne. On the surface, he was loyal to the Chang Kingdom. On the surface, the Su clan would submit to the Chang Kingdom. But the Chang Kingdom's sons had all been killed, leaving only Alutai and 2 children, both of whom were born to the Su clan. Alutai was strong in martial arts and good at fighting, but his internal affairs were bullshit. How many internal affairs officials did the Chang Kingdom have? Not even half. On the surface, the Chang Kingdom would swallow the Su clan, but in reality, the Su clan would swallow the Chang Kingdom. It wouldn't take more than a few years. Perhaps Alutai would die a violent death like Aragang. At that time, the Chang Kingdom would completely belong to the Su clan. The barbarians were barbarians. They were very stupid, thinking that they had taken advantage of the situation. Now it seemed that the Su clan was really going to succeed. The timing, location, and people were all on the Su clan's side. Xiao Wuchang said, we still have one more thing to worry about. Sulu said, please speak. Xiao Wuchang said, that little bastard Shenlang led tens of thousands of people to plunder everywhere. Countless merchants were looted, and there were countless casualties. The Su clan has more than 20,000 soldiers and can definitely stop all this, but... These words were implying that Sulu's behavior was too unsightly. Previously, these merchants from the western regions worked hard for the Su clan, but you sacrificed them without mercy. Xiao Wuchang said, if not for this, how could Zhang Chong enter White Night City so easily? So you said lightly, Chief Xiao, does this matter have anything to do with you? Xiao Wuchang was shocked and hurriedly bowed, I spoke too much, I spoke too much. Sulu laughed, Chief Xiao, you need to change your mind. You are also a subject of the Su clan, why can't you do something that is beneficial to us? Xiao Wuchang bowed, yes, your subject was confused. Envoy, please apologize to the Lord. Sulu said, well said, well said. Now, some of the bureaucrats and rich merchants in White Night City are more welcoming of Zhang Chong? Xiao Wuchang said, indeed. Sulu said, that's good, just enough to dispel Zhang Chong's wariness. Tonight, you will take the lead, along with many officials, to invite Zhang Chong to a banquet, consider it a welcome. Xiao Wucheng said, and then? Su Lu said, of course, kill him. Xiao Wucheng was stunned, kill him now? Su Lu said, what else? The time, place, and people are all in place, the Lord can announce the uprising in a few days, what's the point of keeping Zhang Chong alive? Isn't killing a prefect a good sacrifice to the flag? Xiao Wucheng still felt a little dry in his mouth. Previously, he had made the prefect a mere figurehead, and even framed him, but killing him in public was treason. However, wasn't it treason for him to worship Sunan as his master? White Knight Count, what else are you worried about? Su Yu said with a smile. This White Knight Count made Xiao Wucheng excited, but he quickly shook his head and said, no, not at all. Tonight, I will lead many officials in White Knight City, invite Zhang Chong to a banquet, and then kill him. So, is there a need to tell the other officials the truth? Su Yu shook her head and said, not at all, after we kill Zhang Chong, these people will have no choice but to sit on our Su clan's chariot. This was not a lie at all. Killing the prefect in public, they would have to rebel even if they didn't want to. The Su clan's viciousness was obvious. Let Zhang Chong in, then kill him, Xiao Wucheng said, then what about that little bastard Shen Lang? Su Lu said, the inescapable net has already shrunk, tomorrow Shen Lang will die. Those lowly commoners who plunder will also die. Xiao Wucheng said, very good, very good. Su Lu said, that's why we must kill Zhang Chong tonight, or else if these two thieves join forces, it will be troublesome. Xiao Wucheng said, don't worry, Zhang Chong will die without a doubt. Zhang Chong entered Taisho Prefecture and took a cold shower as fast as he could. It was really worthy of being under a snowy mountain, it was obviously summer, but the temperature was still so low. However, Zhang Chong only bathed in cold water even when it was snowing heavily. His body was extremely thin, completely skin and bones, there was a large wound on his abdomen, the scar had just healed not long ago, this was the wound that Shen Lang operated on him. Zhang Chong poured bucket after bucket of cold water on his body. At this time, Shen Lang was in Snow Ridge City in the west, less than 100 li away. He should be sitting on top of a bonfire, feeling like he was about to be burnt. Zhang Chong didn't know the term gunpowder keg, otherwise it would be more appropriate. Shen Lang was really sitting on a gunpowder keg, with just 200 people, it was impossible to suppress more than 20,000 strong men who plundered in a second nature. They could be blown to smithereens at any time. Plundering was the devil's flame, it was easy to burn, but it was impossible to extinguish it. The only thing that could make this group of robbers obedient was to keep plundering, to keep getting rich. Otherwise, this team would instantly collapse into chaos. Although Shen Lang didn't send any messengers. But Zhang Chong knew what Shen Lang wanted to do, and knew what he should do. He didn't have much time. The Su clan's army had closed the net and began to approach Snow Ridge City where Shen Lang was. Moreover, Sunan intended to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, destroy Shen Lang, destroy Zhang Chong, destroy all the robbers, and get back the gold and silver. Greed, indeed greed. Then Zhang Chong must completely eliminate all the enemies in White Knight City tonight, and completely control the entire main city before tomorrow morning. In this way, he could support Shen Lang tomorrow, and the two joined forces to catch Sunan off guard, making him lose his wife and choose an army. There was no time for any discussion between the two people, they had to rely entirely on their own strategic intuition to seize every opportunity. The two needed to cooperate in the air and be impeccable. It had been washed clean, and his mind was clear. Bring me the soft armor. Zhang Chong said. The old servant brought the soft armor, and Zhang Chong wore it inside. Soft sword. The old servant brought the software, and Zhang Chong wrapped it around his arm. Then he put on his underwear, and the outermost was his official robe. He was too thin, even if he wore the soft armor, it couldn't be seen from the outside at all. I, Zhang Chong, haven't fought for more than 10 years, and today I'm finally going to use force. I didn't expect that there would be a time when I, a civil official, would personally fight. Shen, haven't you always been curious about my martial arts? I hope I won't let you down today. Zhang Chong had just put on his official robe. Someone immediately came in to report. Your Excellency, Chief Clerk Xiao Wucheng sent an invitation. Today, he will welcome you at the Snow Mountain Tower. Xianxia smiled and said, who will go? The man said, the entire White Knight County's officials and generals of rank 8 and above will go, as well as wealthy merchants of a certain level. There are about 40 people. Xianxia said, okay, since my colleagues value me so much, I will definitely go. The man said, yes, I will report back to the chief clerk. After the messenger left, Xianxia entered a secret room. There was a person inside, a middle-aged man with an extremely mediocre appearance. Xianxia stepped forward and bowed, Your Royal Highness, how about you accompany this old official to the banquet tonight? This mediocre middle-aged man was actually Princess Royal Xianxia. Xianxia. This disguise technique was very clever. It seemed that he was just an unremarkable middle-aged ugly man. Princess Xianxia nodded and said, okay, I will be Lord Xianxia's attendant tonight. A moment later, Xianxia's carriage set off from Taisho Prefecture to the Snow Mountain Tower for the banquet. Chief Clerk's Mansion of White Knight County, an officer of White Knight County said, Xianxia has already set off. Chief Clerk Xiao Wucheng said, how many people came? He only brought one attendant, and there are 15 warriors behind him. Chief Clerk Xiao Wucheng laughed, he is quite bold. Lord, should we deploy troops to surround the Snow Mountain Tower? Xiao Wucheng said, if we deploy troops, how would Xianxia dare to come? Besides, he only brought 15 people, we don't need to deploy troops. Is everyone in the Snow Mountain Tower ready? The officer said, everything is ready, from the chef to the waiters, even the singers are experts sent by the Su clan, a total of 37 people, more than enough to kill Xianxia. Chief Clerk Xiao Wucheng said, then prepare for the banquet, a banquet to kill. The Snow Mountain Tower, the best restaurant in White Knight County, covered an area of dozens of acres. The entire restaurant was like a small garden, with pavilions, terraces, and even a pond. And the main building of the Snow Mountain Tower was in the middle of a pond. As night fell, the entire Snow Mountain Tower was decorated with lanterns. Tonight, the Snow Mountain Tower did not entertain any guests, only the governor Xianxia. Xianxia's carriage stopped in front of the Snow Mountain Tower. Immediately, a group of warriors entered the Snow Mountain Tower and checked every corner. They confirmed that there were no ambushes. Sir Governor, please. Xiao Wucheng said. Chief Clerk Xiao, please. Xianxia said. Seeing an ugly middle-aged man coming in, Xiao Wucheng couldn't help but be surprised. Xianxia said, this person is the bodyguard sent by the monarch, he must be by my side at all times. Xiao Wucheng whispered, is he from the Blackwater platform? Xianxia smiled, Chief Clerk Xiao, I can't say. Xiao Wucheng nodded and smiled, I understand. However, he felt disdain in his heart. Although the Blackwater platform was full of capable people, there were only a few true peak experts. So what if they sent a master of the 1,000 households level? Could he defeat the 30 experts of the Su clan? Xianxia had sent people to check the Snow Mountain Tower, there were indeed no ambushes, but how could he know that all the chefs, waiters, and even the singers were assassins, after entering the Snow Mountain Tower? A group of officials and businessmen came up to curry favor. There were only 2 people who knew about the assassination of Xianxia tonight, Chief Clerk Xiao Wucheng and 1,000 households Luo Peng. These businessmen and officials welcomed Xianxia's arrival. After all, tens of thousands of mobs were not far away, and the Su clan was strange and unpredictable. Everyone felt the danger. Although there were 2,000 troops stationed in the White Knight County, they were no different from bandits. Xianxia was a person that everyone trusted, and with his 3,000 elites, everyone's property would be safer. There were dozens of guests present, half were officials, and the other half were wealthy businessmen. After a quarter of an hour of greeting, they all took their seats. Dozens of waiters, like flowing water, served delicious food. 5 beautiful singers came up, sat in the center, and were ready to sing. The whole Snow Mountain Tower was filled with the fragrance of wine and intoxicating beauties. As the host of tonight's banquet, Chief Clerk Xiao Wucheng stood up and raised his wine cup. Other than Xianxia, everyone else stood up as well. Lord Chief Historian had already stood up, so how dare you remain seated? Everyone raised their wine cups, waiting for Xiao Wucheng to say a toast. Xiao Wucheng suddenly said, my White Knight County is indeed under a snow mountain. It's summer, but the wind at night is a bit chilly. Go and close the door. Suddenly, all the doors and windows of the Snow Mountain Tower were closed. Everyone present was stunned. Why did they close the doors and windows? Wouldn't it be boring with so many people? Chief Clerk, you're still young, but why are you so weak? You can't even stand this little wind. However, the people present didn't care too much. After all the windows and doors were closed, Chief Clerk Xiao Wucheng smiled and said, as everyone knows, the previous governor, Chen Qilong, was removed from office for corruption and was escorted to the capital. The position of governor of my White Knight County has been vacant for a few months, and now Lord Zhang is finally here. Everyone looked at Zhang Chong. Chief Clerk Xiao Wucheng said, I've heard of Lord Zhang Chong's name. When I see Lord Zhang Chong, it's like a baby looking at its parents. For Lord Zhang to be in charge of the White Knight Prefecture, it was a blessing for the people and a blessing for his colleagues. This first cup of wine shall be a toast to Lord Zhang Chong. Immediately, dozens of officials and businessmen raised their wine cups and shouted, to Lord Zhang Chong. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Chong picked up his wine cup and slowly stood up. Chief Clerk Xiao Wucheng's heartbeat sped up. Because Zhang Chong's wine cup was poisoned. If he could kill him with poison, of course, everything would be over. According to the Su family's intelligence, Zhang Chong was skilled in martial arts, and he might not be weak. Zhang Chong looked at the wine in his cup and smiled. Good wine, good wine. Then, he tilted the cup, as if he wanted to use the candlelight to illuminate the inside of the cup. Good wine, good wine. Everyone couldn't help but silently criticize. Since it's good wine, why don't you drink it? Dozens of us are holding our wine cups, waiting to drink with you. It's tiring to hold our wine cups high like this. Zhang Chong suddenly said, it's good wine, but unfortunately, it's poisoned. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. What kind of joke was this? How could there be poison in this wine, and at this time? The maid beside Zhang Chong, who was pouring wine for him, suddenly pulled out a sharp sword from her sleeve and stabbed towards his neck. The speed was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. But Zhang Chong was even faster. He didn't pull out his sword, but used the porcelain cup in his hand as a weapon and slammed it towards the woman's forehead. Bam! Suddenly, the hard porcelain cup completely sank into the woman's head. Her brain directly burst open and she died. At the same time, the 4 assassins who acted as servants of the Snow Mountain Tower suddenly pulled out their swords and rushed towards Zhang Chong. All the servants, all the singers, all the maids, all of them pulled out their swords and rushed towards Zhang Chong. A total of 30 assassins surrounded Zhang Chong. The officials and merchants in the Snow Mountain Tower were shocked at first. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Trying to assassinate the governor in public? Was he crazy? Immediately after, Chief Inspector Xiao Wucheng roared, Lord Sunan has ordered us to kill Zhang Chong. After a short pause, the 3 officers of the 1,000 households took out their swords and rushed towards Zhang Chong. Chief Inspector Xiao Wucheng said, My lords, if Governor Zhang Chong dies in this Snow Mountain Tower, no one will be able to get away with it. No one will be able to get away with it. Everyone, let's go into the water together. Even if Zhang Chong has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will definitely die. All the officials and merchants present were terrified. The dozens of assassins had completely submerged Zhang Chong. How could this happen? How could this happen? Did they want to assassinate an official of the imperial court? There was no bottom line. Zhang Chong's sleeve suddenly shook, and he drew his flexible sword. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I, Zhang Chong, a civil official, would actually have a time when I would personally take action. Teacher Landau, I hope I haven't completely returned my martial arts to you. Grand Princess Xianxia sneered and also pulled out her flexible sword from her sleeve. The state of you indeed only has 6 grandmasters. Today, I want to see how far I, Xianxia, am from the grandmaster level. All of a sudden, Zhang Chong and Princess Xianxia's flexible swords were like dragons as they fiercely attacked. Whoosh 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 whoosh, asterisk in an instant, the entire Snow Mountain Tower was covered in blood and corpses. The Snow Ridge city where Xianlang was, at this moment, it was like a barrel of gunpowder. The 3 militia leaders came to force the palace, and thousands of hoodlums came to force the palace. They had been in Snow Ridge city for a few days. The Su family's army was about to arrive. If it was before, these people might still have the idea of defending the city, and would still want to live and die with Xianxia. That was impossible now. Now that everyone had made a fortune, how could they risk their lives for you? Go and rob the White Knight County and make one last windfall. Then everyone ran away, either to other counties or to the countryside to hide from the wind. It wouldn't be long before they could swagger around and live a luxurious life with the gold and silver they had stolen. There were even a few ambitious leaders who felt that they could capture Xianxia at a critical moment and hand him over to Lord Sunan. This way, not only would they be able to hold on to the gold and silver that they had stolen, they might even be able to get promoted and make a fortune. City Lord Xianxia, come out. City Lord Xianxia, come out. There were more than 20,000 people who followed Xianxia to plunder. Although most of the people here had already become greedy, they were still afraid of Xianxia and did not dare to directly force him to reveal himself. However, there was a group of people who were either local hooligans or bandits who had committed crimes. These people had all joined in later and had never fought alongside Xianxia in Jinyuan City, so how could they have any reverence for him? At this time, it was this group of hooligans who stood up to cause trouble and force him to abdicate. The three leaders apologized to Xianxia. City Lord, you see, we can no longer suppress our brothers. If we don't leave and plunder the White Knight County, our brothers will really rebel. Xianxia sighed, it's really not easy for you guys. I'll go and appease our brothers. Then, Xianxia walked out. The City Lord is out. City Lord Xianxia is out. The pretty boy City Lord is out. Xianxia just pretended not to hear it. Xianxia raised his right hand and said, brothers, tomorrow at dawn, we will officially attack the White Knight County. I'll take you to loot the White Knight County, and I'll take my brothers to make a fortune. As soon as these words came out, thousands of people present shouted loudly. Long live the City Lord, long live the City Lord. The pretty boy City Lord is mighty. The leaders began to make their own plans. After looting the White Knight County tomorrow, this pretty boy City Lord would be useless. Should we take the money and break up, or kidnap this pretty boy City Lord and send him to Master Sunan? At the same time, Sunan's army of more than 10,000, from 3 directions, continued to outflank the Snow Ridge city. Although Sunan had not officially rebelled. But the first decisive battle between him and Xianxia and Zhang Chong was about to begin. Would Sunan kill 3 birds with 1 stone, or would Zhang Chong and Xianxia work together to make Sunan suffer a double loss? In a few hours at most, the answer would be revealed. Raging Tide City, inside the big castle, the female scholar of Sky Sea Pavilion, Zhang Yuan, was very annoyed. Not long ago, she received a handwritten letter from Xianxia, saying that the Kim family had conquered the Raging Tide City and found some ancient books in the pirate Qiu Tianwei's treasure house. They wanted to donate them to Sky Sea Pavilion and asked for someone to receive them. Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. That extremely handsome young man was beautiful and interesting. Last time, she almost sat on Xianxia's thighs. Beautiful little men were not rare, and geniuses were not rare either. But a talented and beautiful young man was very rare. So, Zhang Yuan could not wait to bring her team to Raging Tide City to receive the ancient books that the pirate Qiu Tianwei had looted, and to develop a relationship with Xianxia. When she arrived, she found out that Xianxia was not in Raging Tide City at all. What could she do? She couldn't possibly go to the capital to hook up with him, right? So, she could only register and receive all kinds of ancient books in the treasure house of the big castle of Raging Tide City every day. It was a very boring job. If she knew that Xianxia wasn't around, she definitely wouldn't have come. I, Zhang Yuan, still have a few years of youth. How can I waste my time here? But there was no way, since she was here, she could only finish the job. Without Xianxia, facing Marquis Jin Zhue every day, the beautiful scholar Zhang Yuan did not have the mood to dress up. Although she brushed her teeth and washed her face every day, she was not dirty. But she was definitely disheveled and her hair was messy. There was no way, the work of sorting out ancient books was not clean in itself. Who knew how long these ancient books had been stored? They were already covered with cobwebs. Today, dozens of volumes were sorted out. The beautiful scholar Zhang Yuan asked her attendants to hold these ancient books. She was going to personally hand them over to the master of Raging Tide City, Jin Zhue. She had to hand them over once a day. She did not like Jin Zhue at all, he was too old. Xianxia was still the most tender and delicious young man. And he was already married, which was even better. It was interesting to hook up with a handsome young man and have an affair. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. The beautiful scholar Zhang Yuan angrily scolded, all of you are so slow, hurry up and finish the handover, I still have to go back to take a bath. The attendants behind her wanted to hang their heads in their crotch and did not dare to refute. This beautiful scholar was too hard to please. If you were too fast, she would scold you for chasing your soul away. If you were too slow, she would scold you for not eating. In short, she just did not like you in all kinds of ways. It was really unknown who she liked to have such a big temper. Menopause, the true face of the Sky Sea Pavilion's goddess, was actually so hateful. Zhang Yuan rushed towards Marquis Xianxia's study. Bitterjoy was like a gecko, lying outside the wall. Even through the wall, he could hear every movement in Xianxia's study. Although his martial arts were superb, he still wanted to wait until Marquis Xianxia was alone before making his move. Sister Zhaoyan said that he must not expose his identity as Bitterjoy when he killed Xianxia this time. He must disguise it as the work of the Wu Kingdom's assassins. Xianxia had 3 experts with him, Jin Shiying, Taoist alchemist and Zitian, and physician and Zaishi. He had to wait until at least one of them left before making his move. Although he felt that it would not be a problem for him to fight 1 against 4. But what he pursued was a one-hit kill, instantly escaping without anyone noticing. He waited for a full hour. Finally, Jin Shiying left because he had to personally serve Marquis Xianxia's dinner. The time had come, he could make his move. Bang! Bitterjoy's figure instantly broke through the window like a bolt of lightning. The sharp sword in his hand stabbed towards Xianxia. His speed was extremely fast. Physician Zaishi was so shocked that he did not even have time to draw his sword. Master, be careful. He suddenly rushed towards Xianxia's count, using his body to block the sword for Xianxia. Bitterjoy's sword easily pierced into Physician N's body. Although Physician N's martial arts were very good, he was completely defenseless in front of Bitterjoy. However, Bitterjoy hesitated for a moment. Physician Zaishi had saved countless people, so he should not be killed. Therefore, his sword slightly shifted and gently flicked. Physician Zaishi was instantly sent flying. Then, Bitterjoy felt his vision blur. Countless thorn-like needles sprinkled over. Torrential storm of pear flowers hidden weapons. This kind of hidden weapon was almost invincible in a short distance. The Taoist alchemist and Zitian quickly blocked in front of Xianxia, continuously taking out the torrential storm of pear flowers hidden weapons and shooting them at Bitterjoy. Swish, 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 Bitterjoy's sword danced wildly, forming a huge vortex. All the thin needles of the torrential storm of pear flowers were swallowed by this vortex. Not a single one of them hurt him. This martial arts was really King amazing. Finally, the Taoist alchemist and Zitian's torrential storm of pear flowers hidden weapons were all used up. Master, run! And Zitian roared, then took the initiative to rush towards Bitterjoy. He was completely courting death. Although Zitian's martial arts were not low, he could not even withstand one move from Bitterjoy. It was like throwing an egg against a rock. He would definitely die. However, Zitian could still rush over to die. Marquis Xianxia directly pulled him and pushed him to the side. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't kill the innocent. Marquis Xianxia roared, then suddenly drew his sword and charged towards Bitterjoy. Slash! The next moment, Bitterjoy's sword directly pierced Marquis Xianxia's heart. Master! And Zitian, who was pushed away, was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He madly rushed towards Bitterjoy. Bitterjoy lightly slapped him and directly sent him flying more than 10 meters away, unconscious. Marquis Xianxia looked at the sword in front of his chest, and a trace of captivating red seeped out. He was actually wearing a very tough soft armor that was almost invulnerable to swords and spears. However, it still could not block Bitterjoy's sword. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't kill the innocent, Marquis Xianxia repeated. Bitterjoy was once again strongly touched. Why was it like this? This Marquis Xianxia in front of him was a person of high status and authority. Shouldn't he view human lives as worthless? Why did he still protect his subordinates at such a crucial moment and even push them away? Such a person with such a noble character, I Do I really have to kill him? If I kill such a person, what difference is there between me and a beast? However, can I not listen to Sister Xiaoyan's words? Bitter Joy was in a difficult situation. The tip of his sword was half an inch into Marquis Jinshua's chest. If it went a little further, he would be able to kill Marquis Jinshua. No, I cannot kill such a noble person. No, I have to listen to Sister Xiaoyan's words. Bitter Joy's heart was extremely anxious. Then, the door was suddenly kicked open. The beautiful scholar from Xianxia Pavilion, Zhang Yuan, walked in. Marquis Xuanwu, hurry up and hand over. I don't want to eat. Before he saw the person, he heard the voice. When Bitter Joy heard this voice, his body could not help but tremble. This feeling was like a particularly poor student hearing the voice of a math teacher, and a super strict one at that. He would be scared to the point of wetting his pants. When the beautiful scholar Zhang Yuan came in, she saw this scene and saw Bitter Joy's back. Wasn't this the guy who was super strong in martial arts but super bad in academics, the student who was scolded and beaten by her every day, Shui Chen? Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's female aura exploded and she shouted, Shui Chen, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Note, the second chapter is delivered. Today, 2 chapters are 17,000, which is equivalent to 6 or 7 chapters for others. Crazily seeking support, crazily seeking monthly votes. I'm not Shui Chen. Ku Tu-Huan wanted to shout out in his heart, but he couldn't make a sound. Because his throat voice was very special, once he shouted, he would be exposed. He studied in the Xianxia Pavilion for several years. Then he was scolded and beaten by Zhang Yuan for several years. It was almost a conditioned reflex. He had seen the true face of the goddess of the Xianxia Pavilion the clearest. She had been Bitter Joy's arithmetic teacher and Chinese history teacher. He didn't finish his homework and spat it out. He did his homework wrong and spat it out. He ate loudly and spat it out. He didn't wear his clothes neatly and spat it out. In short, in those years, Zhang Yuan was a nightmare for Bitter Joy and several of his classmates. Until now, he often woke up in his dreams. Oh no, I haven't finished my arithmetic homework. I'm going to be scolded and beaten to death. Then Bitter Joy would jump out of bed, light a candle and prepare to do his homework. After half a minute, he would remember that he was no longer studying in the Xianxia Pavilion. Damn, I'm scared to death. I believe many readers have experienced this feeling. The author still occasionally has nightmares about the college entrance exam, midterm exam, and final exam. The bell for the end of the exam rang. He didn't finish half of it and almost peed his pants in the dream. At this time, for Bitter Joy, it was a complete nightmare coming back to reality. Suddenly, he was stunned and did not understand. The beautiful scholar Zhang Yuan suddenly pulled out a pointer from her sleeve and rushed up to Bitter Joy to whip him. You asked her where she got the pointer, others hid a soft sword in their sleeves, but she hid a pointer, then you should ask her attendants. They were all her students. Every one of them had been hit with this pointer. Pa, pa, pa. Bitter Joy was whipped all over. That familiar feeling came again. It was a very sour feeling. It was unbearable to look back, but it was very nostalgic. Since childhood, the days in the Xianxia Pavilion were the happiest, even though he was beaten and scolded every day. Shui Chen was an orphan. When he wandered to the state of Yu's Tiannam province, he was already about 10 years old. Like countless other war refugees, he had lost his parents. Moreover, his brain seemed to have suffered a serious injury, so he could no longer remember the past. Later, he was very lucky to be adopted by the Anting Count house. Because his bloodline talent was particularly high, he was adopted by the Pingan general at that time, Count Anting Zhuguangba. Under the nurturing of the Zhou clan soared to the sky. He passed the martial arts examination at the age of 13 and became the martial arts champion at the age of 18. At that time, it really caused a huge uproar. Every generation of martial arts champion in the state of Yu was in their 30s. But Shui Chen's time in the Zhou clan couldn't be said to be very happy. Because he was too outstanding, the disciples of the Zhou clan were jealous of him and ostracized him. Only his sworn sister, Shui Xiaoyan, helped and comforted him at all times. It was then that Shui Chen fell hopelessly in love with Shui Xiaoyan, who was 6 years younger than him. His godfather, Zhuge Guangbua, had very high expectations of him. Every day, he taught him to win glory for the Zhuge clan and to properly assist his younger brother, Zhuge Zhaolin. Zhui Yichen was very grateful to the Zhuge clan, but his stay in the Zhuge clan couldn't be said to be very happy. But it was different in the Xianxia pavilion. It was very simple. Every day, he spent half his time practicing martial arts and the other half studying. In the Zhuge clan, he didn't need to study. He only needed to practice martial arts well. Even his lack of knowledge was considered an advantage to the Zhuge clan. In the Xianxia pavilion, Zhui Yichen lived a carefree life, completely forgetting the troubles of the outside world. Of course, he was beaten and scolded every day. But the one who beat him and scolded him was a super beautiful teacher. This was a little pleasing to the eye. Even though Zhui Yichen only loved Shui Zhaoyan, as a hot-blooded youth, he would always have some fantasies about a mature and beautiful teacher. Moreover, Zhang Yuan was only 6 or 7 years older than Zhui Yichen. So why did Zhui Yichen go to the Xianxia pavilion to study? Because he contracted a strange disease after he turned 18. His voice became hoarse and his face began to distort. He was originally a handsome man, but as the disease progressed, his face became like a ghost, as if it had been burned by fire or splashed with acid. The Zhuge clan searched for famous doctors all over the world, but they couldn't cure him, so they brought him to the Xianxia pavilion. Of course, Zhuge Guangbua didn't have the right to send his adopted son to the Xianxia pavilion. They relied on the Zhuge clan. The Xianxia pavilion was indeed amazing. They directly controlled Zhui Yichen's strange disease, and it was gradually improving. Because his bloodline talent was too high, Pavilion Masters with CI was delighted and took him in as one of his disciples. He should be considered a disciple in name, not a direct disciple. Princess Ninghan and Zhu Hongxue were Wasi's direct disciples. But even so, Zhui Yichen's martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. It was very frightening. Originally, everything was developing in a good direction. But one day, 6 years ago, Count Anting's mansion suddenly suffered a calamity. An illustrious family was wiped out in a single night. Zhuge Guangbua, who was the pacifying South general, was inexplicably executed. The entire Zhuge clan was almost wiped out. From then on, Zhui Yichen couldn't stay in the Xianxia pavilion. Even if he didn't have a good time in the Zhuge clan, he was indebted to his adoptive father's family. He had to take revenge. He wanted to find the truth. So, he left the Xianxia pavilion. Not long after, a strange guest, Bitter Joy, appeared in Jianghu. Not long after, Zhao Yan appeared and became the crown prince's mistress. There was another super thief in Jianghu. "Give me your hand," Zhang Yuan shouted. Bitter Joy reached out his hand reflexively. Slap, 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 slap. Zhang Yuan's pointer ruthlessly hit Bitter Joy's palm. After being hit a few times, Bitterhead Joy finally reacted. "Why did I reach out my hand just now? I'm no longer studying at the Xianxia pavilion. You're no longer my teacher. How dare you hit me? I can crush you to death with just one finger, just based on your mediocre martial arts. 20 years after graduation, go back and hit your teacher?" In reality, someone had done so. But Bitter Joy glanced at Zhang Yuan. How could he do it? He didn't even want to resist. This teacher had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She was very kind to him. When he had a strange disease and his face was distorted, she was the one who desperately studied the ancient books and books. Then, she slowly alleviated the symptoms and even almost cured him. Zhang Yuan completely ignored Bitter Joy's amazing martial arts. She went forward and pulled out the sword from the Marquis of Xuanwu's chest. A few assistants behind her hurried forward and treated him. Zhang Yuan went forward and directly took off Bitter Joy's mask. Bitter Joy dodged. Zhang Yuan suddenly grabbed his neck and said, "Why are you dodging?" Then, she directly took off his mask. Suddenly, he saw a face that was neither human nor ghost. It was still distorted and corroded beyond human form. Zhang Yuan slapped him. "Back then, I was about to cure you. Why did you run? Why did you run?" Bitter Joy couldn't speak. He wanted to avenge the Zhuge clan. He wanted to investigate the truth of the Zhuge clan's demise. "Bitter Joy is you, right?" Zhang Yuan said. "No. Yes. Zhang Yuan slapped him again. When you lie, can you not look to both sides? Zhang Yuan carefully examined Ku Tu Huan's twisted face and opened his eyes. If you don't cure him, you'll be finished. Idiot. Zhang Yuan said, you stay here. In a few days, I will take you back to Xianxia Pavilion and find a way to cure you. Bitter Joy couldn't help but look at Ho Jinzhua of Xuanwu. Should I continue to kill Jinzhua now, even if teacher Zhang was not here? He couldn't do it in the face of such a virtuous person. Besides, teacher Zhang was here. Zhang Yuan said, idiots, this is your senior brother. He is even more stupid than you. Take him away and bring him along in a few days. Yes, teacher. A few students came forward, grabbed Bitter Joy's arm and walked out. Bitterhead Joy instantly panicked. What should I do? No, I can't go to Xianxia Pavilion. I still have things to do. Immediately, Bitter Joy broke free. Thank you, teacher Zhang. I'm leaving. Then, like a flash of lightning, he disappeared without a trace. Zhang Yuan said, Shui Xiaoyan sent you to kill Marquis Xuanwu, right? Don't see her again, or I will put her on the wanted list on behalf of Xianxia Pavilion. With that, Bitter Joy's heart trembled. It was understandable that he didn't kill Su Qianqian last time, but he didn't kill Jin Zhua today. He really couldn't face Sister Xiaoyan anymore. Thinking of Zhua Xiaoyan's disappointed look, Bitter Joy felt that he couldn't face her. Then, he would just run. Zhua Xiaoyan was in the south, so Bitter Joy disappeared towards the west. Jin Zhua cupped his hands and bowed to Zhang Yuan. Thank you, teacher Zhang, for saving my life. You are my dear father-in-law. How can you leave me in the lurch? Why is this name so strange? Zhui Chen is a good kid, but he is sick in the head. Zhang Yuan said, but even if I wasn't here, he probably wouldn't really kill you. His sword only kills evil people. Jin Zhua said, I didn't expect him to be Zhui Chen, the martial arts scholar who shocked the entire state of you. Zhang Yuan said, the Lone Star mentioned in the book is probably referring to Zhui Chen. The Zhua family was wiped out because of him. The Black Tortoise Marquis was shocked to hear those words. The Zhua family's demise was a secret. Until now, no one knew why. They only knew that it had something to do with the Empire of Yin. Anting Count House was much more prestigious than Xianwu Mansion. The Zhua family had more than 5 or 6 officials in the imperial court. They held great power and were unparalleled. But in a single night, they were wiped out. There was no warning. And now, Zhang Yuan said it was because of Zhui Chen. Zhui Chen's sword. Some people suspected that he was a descendant of Jiangli. They seemed to have found some evidence, so the Zhua family was wiped out. Zhang Yuan casually told the truth. Marquis Xuanwu's heart skipped a beat. Had the secret been solved so easily? No wonder, the illustrious Zhua family was wiped out in an instant. Zhang Yuan said, after that, Xianxia Pavilion verified that Zhui Chen had nothing to do with the remnants of Jiangli. The pavilion master personally wrote a letter to the emperor of the Great Yin Empire, so the Zhua clan's name was cleared. No wonder the Zhua family's descendants had become officials in recent years. And Zhua Xiaoyan had become the crown prince's mistress. However, even if the charges were cleared, the people of the Zhua clan had almost all been killed. The empire of Yin was tyrannical. The Xianxia Pavilion's influence was also evident. Zhang Yuan said, Marquis Xuanwu, since someone came to assassinate you, a war is about to break out in the Fury Tide City. It is not convenient for Xianxia Pavilion to appear on the battlefield. We will leave tomorrow. She was right. Why did they want to kill Jin Zhua? Their goal was not him, but to take over the Fury Tide City. Zhang Yuan was very sharp. She immediately sensed that a war was about to break out. Shen Lang was not here. If Marquis Xuanwu was assassinated, the Fury Tide City would be leaderless. Wouldn't it be easy to take over the city? Marquis Xuanwu said, all right, I will send teacher Zhang away tomorrow. Zhang Yuan said, no, Marquis Xuanwu, don't show up. You have already been assassinated. It is best to let everyone think you are dead. This might have a miraculous effect in the upcoming war. But Bitter Joy knew that Jin Zhua was not dead. Zhang Yuan said, Zhui Chen has a hard life. His martial talent is heaven-defying, but his character is flawed. He seems brave, but he is actually weak inside. He likes to run away from unsolvable problems. Since he did not kill you today, he will not see Zhuo Xiaoyan for the time being. Marquis Xuanwu's eyes narrowed. He was furious. Your Highness, I have never offended you. Why do you want to kill me again and again? Have you always been the one who has offended the Kim clan? My daughter Jean Mulan already has a husband, but you treat her as your exclusive property. After Lang'er came to the capital, he has never offended you. He only offended the Su clan, but you still won't let him go, Marquis Xuanwu still asked. Teacher Zhang, I have a question. Zhang Yuan said, speak. Our beautiful mentor is really aggressive. There is nothing in the world that the Xianxia Pavilion cannot say. Marquis Xuanwu said, why does the Crown Prince always target the Kim family? We have no conflict of interest with him anymore. Zhang Yuan said, who said no? Fury Tide City is the most important trade center in the eastern sea of the state of Yu. It was originally controlled by the Yinyuan Association. After the Kim family took over Fury Tide City, the trade in the eastern sea was taken over by the Heavenly Law Association. This trade strategy is far more important than you think. In order to take back the trade rights in the eastern sea, the Yinyuan Association did not hesitate to start a war. Marquis Xuanwu said, is the relationship between the Crown Prince and the Yinyuan Association so deep? Zhang Yuan said, the state of Yu's national treasury is much more short of money than you think. The Yinyuan Association's infiltration of the various countries is also much deeper than you think. Not only the Eastern Sea battlefield, but even the Western battlefield of the state of Yu has the Yinyuan Association's shadow. Zhuo Xiaoyan is only a concubine of the Crown Prince. Why does she represent the Crown Prince to negotiate with others? Because she represents the Yinyuan Association. How can the Zhuo family make a comeback? It is also because of the Yinyuan Association. Marquis Xuanwu bowed and said, thank you, Teacher Zhang, for dispelling my doubts. Zhang Yuan said, then I will take my leave. I will leave early tomorrow morning. Pretend to be dead and wait for the war to break out. I wish you a complete victory. Also, tell Shenlang that this little fox used me. I will not forgive him. Marquis Xuanwu was embarrassed. Because a beautiful scholar from Xianxia Pavilion had flirted with Shenlang in front of his father-in-law. What a scumbag, flirting wherever he went. Who did you learn this from? Look at me, Jin Zhua. I have been clean all my life. However, even my daughter, Mulan, turned a blind eye to it. What could he do as a father-in-law? The key was why Shenlang went to the capital. To destroy the Su family and avenge the Kim family. He was wholeheartedly for the Kim family. In his heart, he only loved Mulan. He was still a good child. A man could not control his own body. Perhaps it was understandable, Jin Zhua sighed helplessly. Then he ordered, I will not see anyone. Just treat it as if I have been assassinated. Yes. Someone wants to take my raging tide city, want to start a war while Shenlang is not here, then I, Jin Zhua, want to see who it is. How do they want to take the raging tide city? I want to see how this war in the raging tide city starts and how it ends. Inside the White Knight City, Zhang Chong shook the blood on the sword in his hand. The eldest princess did not need to swing her sword, because her sword was too good to be stained with blood. Two people stood side by side in the Snow Mountain Tower. Although they did not say a word. But there seemed to be a voice in the air. Who else? Who else? The whole audience trembled. Because more than 30 killers were all killed at this time. All the cooks, waiters, singers, and maids of the Snow Mountain Tower were all killed. The corpses piled up into a hill at the feet of Zhang Chong and Ning Jia. Including the 3 Qianhu that were kept by Su clan, they were also killed. Xiao Wuchang, the chief secretary, and the other officials present were completely shocked. Zhang Chong had martial arts, this was something Su Shi knew, and she had long since made preparations. But who was the person next to Zhang Chong? How could his martial arts be so high? In addition to the great king of hell, who else could be so powerful? They had never heard of it. How could they have thought that the monarch would send eldest Princess Ning Jia to be Zhang Chong's attendant? Zhang Chong walked directly in front of Chief Secretary Xiao Wuchang. Xiao Wuchang trembled. Zhang, Lord Zhang, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill an official of the imperial court in front of everyone? I was conferred the title of chief secretary by the monarch. I am a scholar of the state of Yu. Zhang Chong said coldly, you still know this? Then, the soft sword in his hand gently cut. Chief Secretary Xiao Wucheng's head rolled down. The officials were shocked. Is this crazy? The chief secretary sent someone to assassinate the governor. The governor personally killed the chief secretary. Next, Zhang Chong took out a decree and read, the monarch has decreed that after Zhang Chong arrives in the White Knight City, you can act as you please. What does it mean to act as you please? He could do anything he wanted, kill anyone he wanted, as long as he could defend the White Knight City. Only the results, not the process. As soon as these words came out, the officials present all knelt down. Lord Governor, we are willing to draw a clear line with the Su clan. Lord Governor, we are willing to report and expose. Zhang Chong ignored them. Eldest Princess Xianxia took out a register from her bosom. This was the register of the Blackwater platform. There was a list and portrait of every official in the White Knight City. Who was a corrupt official, but still loyal to the state of Yu? Who was a corrupt official, but had been completely raised by the Su clan? Who was a corrupt official, but was planted by the Su clan? What the hell, why were all of them corrupt officials? In a place like the White Knight City where fish and dragons mixed together, you can't be an honest official at all. Xianxia read out a name, then walked forward and killed him with her sword. She just followed the list and killed them one by one. This was simply too scary. She would die if she read out the name. Was this the black and white impermanence? The officials and businessmen present were about to flee. But can you escape Xianxia? She didn't even mess up her footsteps, killing them one by one according to the list. Even the order was not disrupted. Completely according to the order of the list, even if you are in front of me, but ranked at the back of the list, I will kill you in a while. Ignore any pleas, ignore any threats. In this way, eldest Princess Xianxia killed 80% of all the officials present. The process of killing was like killing insects, expressionless, like an ancient well without any ripples. In the face of such a woman, even if she was beautiful, she couldn't be hard. The entire Snow Mountain Tower was littered with corpses. The smell of blood was incomparably strong. Zhang Chong looked at the remaining less than 10 officials and said lightly, you won't be killed, but you have to be locked up so that you won't come out and cause trouble during the war. One of the officials trembled, Lord Zhang, we are not clean, but we are still loyal to His Majesty. If you lock us up, who will take care of the officials' affairs? Zhang Chong said, no, there is going to be a war soon, the White Knight City will immediately enter military control. Pass down the order, seal the entire White Knight City, no one is allowed to enter or leave. After killing all the disloyal officials, Zhang Chong led 2,000 elites to the 3,000 households in the White Knight City to disarm. Without a leader, Zhang Chong's army received almost no resistance. In the end, Zhang Chong counted the number of people, and the 3,000 households only had 1,300 people. Eating more than half of the salary was really amazing. With an order, all the officers of the 100 households were killed. The hundreds of soldiers who could not withstand a single blow were all disbanded, and 400 elites were barely selected from the more than 1,300 defenders and incorporated into his own army. Next, the army went out. All the Western region merchants and Western region warriors in the city were killed. Then, all the bailiffs in the city gathered and killed more than a dozen leaders. The remaining 200 bailiffs of various types were all incorporated into the army. In just a few hours, Zhang Chong had the entire White Knight City in his hands. This governor was almost more ruthless than Shenlang when it came to killing people. Shenlang killed the Su clan's officials and lackeys, as well as the Western region merchants and warriors. And Zhang Chong Darren, so all the people who might cause trouble were killed, whether they were Su clan's lackeys or not. It was better to kill wrongly than to let them go. Next, the White Knight City will usher in an unprecedented war, and there can't be any chaos. All the troublesome factors must be eradicated in advance. When Shenlang killed people, he couldn't wait to turn the world upside down, and his momentum soared to the sky. Zhang Chong, on the other hand, killed silently. In the dark, he directly cut his neck with a knife. He didn't shout, nor did he shout slogans. At about 4 o'clock in the morning, the sky was already bright. Zhang Chong looked in the west direction and said lightly, "Shen, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I have completely taken over the White Knight City, you can start." Of course, Shen Lang couldn't hear it at all. "Although the Su clan's rebellion has not yet begun, the two of us will join forces and have a small decisive battle with Sunan. Let's see whether the devil is 1 foot higher or the Taoist is 10 feet higher." Snow Ridge City was like a barrel of gunpowder. On the drill ground outside the city lord's residence, Shen Lang looked at the dense crowd in front of him and felt his scalp tingle. There were more than 20,000 people. He finally knew why Li Zicheng and Zhang Xianzhong had hundreds of thousands of troops. There was no need to recruit troops at all. As long as they said they were going to plunder, countless people would take the initiative to join. Like a stream flowing into a small river flowing into a small river, and a small river flowing into a big river. Finally, it formed a torrential flood, sweeping everything. These 20,000 people stared at Shen Lang with bloodshot eyes. Their gazes were filled with fanaticism, as though they wanted to burn him alive. Shen Lang stood on a high place and was about to speak loudly. Every time there was a big operation, Shen Lang liked to shout. He was ruthless and talkative. "Don't say, don't shout, hurry up and grab it. Don't talk nonsense, don't dawdle, let's go." In the crowd below, someone immediately slapped his face. They were most annoyed by this pretty boy city lord. Plundering was plundering, but every time he did it would be a long time, and every time he would shout slogans. From this, it could be seen that Shen Lang had been reduced to a flag in the hearts of this group of people. After all, you are an official of the imperial court. It is better for you to lead everyone to plunder. But if you don't, it doesn't matter. Shen Lang had a natural talent for making things difficult for himself. He immediately roared, "All right then, I won't waste any more words. Everyone, turn left. Go to the White Knight City. Kill all the merchants in the western region of the White Knight City and plunder everything. Plunder, get rich." Following Shen Lang's order. Get rich. Plunder. 20,000 people's blood was boiling, and they shouted loudly. Then, like a tide, they madly rushed in the direction of the White Knight City. At this time, the sky had just brightened. From the sky, it looked like a black swarm of locusts, or a black tide, directly surging out of Snow Ridge City. Majestically, they rushed toward the White Knight City. Sunan's brother, Su Quan's camp. "Master, Shen Lang's mob team has set off, left Snow Ridge City, and headed for the White Knight City. And Su Lu sent a message that Chief Xiao Wucheng has succeeded in ambushing Zhang Chong." Su Quan was overjoyed. The moment had finally come. Su Quan ordered, the three armies set off. Form a half-encirclement, and expel Shen Lang's mob team to the White Knight City. In today's battle, we not only have to kill tens of thousands of mobs. We have to peel off the skin and pull out the tendons of that thief Shen Lang. And we have to take the White Knight City in a justifiable manner. Master's plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone can only succeed, not fail. Go. Following Su Quan's order. Su Quan's thousands of troops, the Great Tribulation Temple's thousands of monk soldiers, the Three-Eyed Evil Horse Gang's thousands of bandits. The 3 armies marched forward at full speed. Master's wonderful plan is to bring peace to the world. This battle will decide the world in one fell swoop. After taking the White Knight City, the Su family immediately announced, "Rebel against the state of Yu, and unite as one." Looking down from the sky, Shen Lang led a plundering team of more than 20,000 people. They were like a motley crew, but they had an imposing manner as they charged towards Day-Night Prefecture City. A few miles behind them, the 3 armies of the Su family had formed a huge pocket encirclement. As long as they charged forward a few times, they would be able to wipe out the 20,000 looters in an instant. As for that thief Shen Lang, how could he escape to the sky? He would definitely die. Of course, Shen Lang knew the more than 10,000 troops behind him like the back of his hand, but the looters around him did not know. Because this group of people didn't even know how many people there were. They vaguely knew that the Su family's army was chasing behind, but how many people were chasing and how far away? They didn't know. At this time, they only wanted to rush to the White Knight City, rob to their heart's content, and then escape, a distance of dozens of miles. Xianxia led 20,000 people and walked for more than 10 hours. Finally, the White Knight City was in front of them. Xianxia shouted, "Brothers, I have people in the White Knight City." At this time, the city gate is open, everyone rush in, kill to your heart's content, rob to your heart's content. Everyone looked. Sure enough, the city gate of the White Knight City opened a small hole. Xianxia shouted, "Big fool, Wu Lai, go and seize the gate." As he gave the order, Big Fool and Wu Lai rushed out. In a short period of time, Big Fool rushed into the city gate and used brute force to open a big hole in the city gate. Xianxia shouted, "Brothers, go, go, go. Rush into the city and rob everything." Suddenly, tens of thousands of looters suddenly went crazy with excitement. Go, go, go. Rush into the city, kill everyone, rob everything. They, who were already tired, began a crazy charge. Several leaders looked at each other. What should they do after robbing the White Knight City? Should they disperse here? Or should they capture the city lord and offer him to Lord Sunan? At the same time, Su Quan shouted a few miles behind, "Army, charge with all your strength, kill all the mobs. Cut Xianxia into 1,000 pieces." Suddenly, the three armies madly accelerated and charged. The entire huge encirclement shrank frantically. Kill! Kill! Thousands of cavalrymen, as fast as lightning, madly rushed towards Xianxia's looting team. 3 top experts, like lightning, rushed forward. Chu State Grand Master Ban Rua, Great Tribulation Temple Monk Suffering Buddha, and Su Quan. With us 3 top experts, even if Xianxia has the protection of Sword King Li Qianqiu, you will definitely die. If I can't bring Xianxia's head back to Marquis Zhenyuan's mansion today, I won't have the face to see the Lord. Although Sunan has not officially rebelled yet. But the first confrontation between the two sides officially broke out. Note, the first chapter has been delivered. I'm so hungry that my blood sugar is low and my hands and feet are weak. I'm going to eat and then continue to write. Today, I will work hard until the 3rd chapter, and I will fight until the end. Brothers, you must support me. Thank you to Feng Hu and Slaughter Gold Coin for the tens of thousands of coins. End of chapter 256. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.